This is Audible.
Dreamscape presents Truly, Madly, Deeply by L.J. Shen. Narrated by Lila Winters and Teddy Hamilton. Trigger warning. This book contains subject matter and topics some readers may find triggering or offensive. Your mental health matters. For a full list of the trigger warnings, kindly visit shor.by/XQEE. Prologue. Cal. Creep, Radiohead. Age 18. If someone told me an hour ago that I would be pinned beneath Ro Casablancas, partially naked and writhing against the hood of his black Mustang, I would have guessed he'd gotten himself into some kind of trouble and had resorted to drugging me and harvesting my organs to make a quick buck. Ro didn't hate me. He didn't love me either. I would guesstimate his feelings toward me were somewhere on the spectrum between, look at this adorable little moron, and shit, I forgot she existed. I was his baby sister's best friend, the awkward klutz who suffered from bouts of verbal diarrhea and extremely questionable fashion sense. Fine, I didn't suffer from the questionable fashion sense. I owned it. Sue me for celebrating my individuality. I always figured he liked me in the same way people liked puppies, because they were cute, dumb, and adored the ground you walk on even if you were a terrible human who peeled clementines in public places. But I digress. Harboring a small, totally manageable crush on your best friend's brother was a cliché. However, I was obsessed with the 90s, an era that celebrated true and tested formulas. Ergo, pining after him fit me like a tattoo choker. In my defense, Ro made it impossible for my adolescent self not to lust after him on account of him, 1, being 6'4" of lithe, corded muscles, floppy onyx hair, and a jawline stronger than my lifetime of New Year's resolutions combined, and 2, having the entire bad boy vibe down to a T, including a sports car, athletic jeans, witty one-liners, a dimpled smirk, and unlaced combat boots with tight-fitting jeans stacked upon them. To sum it up, he was a morally gray hunk who was a total red flag, my age group's favorite color scheme. So yes, of course, I, too, wanted to be ruined by Dylan Casablancas' older brother. Who didn't? Our entire high school worshipped at his altar. Fenna McGee once even made a sticker that said, "I'm not saying that Ro Casablancas and God are the same person, but have you ever seen them in the same room?" Point was, Ro's tongue was currently shoved so far down my throat, we were playing tonsil hockey. His ballistic missile-sized erection pressed against the buttons of my yellow plaid skirt, threatening to snap them and send them past the Milky Way. And all I could think about was how I was doing Dylan dirty. Bile coated the back of my throat. Dylan hated it when her friends fell at her brother's feet. She'd make gagging sounds every time someone we knew flirted with him, which made what was happening right now completely inexcusable. But I was semi-drunk, exceptionally raw, and uncharacteristically reckless. Plus, Dylan was so used to seeing Ro ruining her friends like it was an Olympic sport, what was adding one more into the mix? I was also a people pleaser, and I really wanted to please Ro. So I made complimentary moaning sounds I'd learned from the Pornhub University of Fake Orgasms. This included head-lolling, enthusiastic panting, and girly gasps. Ro took this as an invitation to move to second base, coiling his calloused fingers around the front of my throat and flattening me against the hood of his car. The hood still exuded heat from the engine, and I wondered if I'd sport second-degree burns tomorrow morning. My butt cheeks were squeezed together to accommodate his lean waist between my thighs, my heartbeat thrashing against my eyelids like an angry woodpecker. We were parked on a rocky cliff overlooking the glacial-tipped Maine mountains. The ocean stretched like a tight black sheet across the horizon. The briny scent floated into my nostrils, and goosebumps coated my arms. It felt so good, and yet so wrong. I didn't know whether to burst into giggles, tears, or flames. "Stop this right now, Cal. Dylan is going to strangle you." Actually, my BFF was more the type to steal my clothes and go on a killing spree. Dylan Casablancas was creative, innovative, and delightfully hilarious. I loved her so much. She deserved better than this. Ro's hand snuck under my beige turtleneck and my yellow plaid vest, cupping my left boob as his mouth trailed along my jaw, leaving wet, hot kisses in its wake, making my spine tingle. His lips were sinful, his tousled hair as soft as silk between my greedy fingers. Damn it, I'm only human. We were grinding against each other, and I was in awe of how different his body was from mine. Hard to my soft, tall to my short, tan to my pale. He was doing everything right. The way he swirled his tongue over my sensitive spots, drawing happy whimpers from me. The way his thumb rubbed the tip of my hard nipple, making it tingly and sensitive and desperate for more, felt like some kind of dark magic. "Fuck, you're beautiful." What a terribly un-assholey thing to say. Then again, Ro never directed his infinite wrath at me. Probably because I was like a sister to Dylan. There was a bonfire happening in the moorlands below the cliff where we were parked. A farewell bash for us seniors before we all scattered away to our respective colleges. Ro had dropped by to pick Dylan up. He was in town for a couple weeks, visiting from his fancy culinary school in Paris, but Dylan had wanted to stick around a little longer. Meanwhile, I'd wanted to go home, eat pickled eggs, and binge-watch Riverdale. Yet we'd ended up on the notorious Makeout Mountain, where couples went to lose their virginity and sometimes lacy thongs without being interrupted. Ro and I were friendly. He was always protective of me. I'd asked him to drive up to the cliff so I could take one last look at the ocean before I moved to New York. I definitely hadn't planned on attacking his mouth with mine like a rabid raccoon when we'd both stared at the yolky sun crawling up the sky. Yet, it had happened. It had happened, and now I was in his arms, the cold recipient of his kisses and licks and roaming hands. I froze, yet again feeling guilty about Dylan. She'd forgive me, surely. It wasn't like he was her boyfriend. Ro ripped his mouth from my skin, staring me down through a disapproving scowl. "Are you still alive?" "Mm-hmm." "Should I stop?" His fingers immediately loosened around my waist and back, and I suddenly remembered what had made me want to have sex with him in the first place. "No." I wrenched him closer and pressed my lips to his, doubling down on that rabid wildlife conduct. You can't stop." But maybe he should? My mind and my body were definitely not in sync. "Sure I can." His mouth moved over mine again, his voice velvet and smoke. "Consent is a real thing. Google it." I was blushing so furiously, it was a medical miracle my head didn't explode. His mouth grinned against mine, teeth grazing my bottom lip. "Fuck. You're so sweet, so innocent. I want to eat you out." "I want to eat you out too." Wait, what? That didn't sound right. I had social anxiety and literally zero filters when I was nervous. Do you now? I could hear the smirk in his smart-ass tone. Damn it, Cal. Not in, like, a cannibalistic way. Show me, then. Use plenty of examples. I'm a slow learner. He growled, deepening our kiss. Our teeth brushed together, and a wave of pleasure rolled along my spine. My skin was cold, but my insides were ablaze. I pushed my palm against his groin over his black jeans. I couldn't believe I was touching him. Really touching the guy who literally made women melt into a pool of hormones just by glancing at them. He ripped his mouth from mine, eyeballing me hard. We stared at each other, panting. I had no idea what I was doing. I kept my hand on his penis and rubbed a little, like I did when my cat Seamus asked for a head rub. His dick twitched, pushing against my palm appreciatively. Roe dropped his forehead to mine, letting loose a low grumble that reverberated inside my chest. Fuck, Dot. Your goddamn existence turns me on. Your mere breathing makes my balls tingle. Whoa. Men said crazy things to get laid. Did women know about this? We could have collectively prevented wars, gone on reckless shopping sprees at Target. There was something about the fact he called me Dot that sent pleasurable shivers up and down my back. Dylan had come up with the nickname because when we were little, 4 or 5, she couldn't remember the word freckle, so she'd named me after the galaxy of star-shaped dots peppered across my nose. The nickname had stuck. I unglued my hand from his groin, wrapping my fingers along the lapels of his leather jacket, pulling him to me. He smelled delicious. Of cedar, worn leather, and spices. Of an entire foreign land full of Michelin-starred restaurants, romantic chansons, glass chandeliers, and thick, dusty French books. And yet, strangely, also, like home. Ro? Yeah? As you know, I have, social anxiety from hell. A healthy aversion to strangers, he mumbled into my skin, biting the side of my jaw softly. Understandable. I'm not a fan of humans myself. He rubbed the sensitive spot behind my ear with his thumb. If you want to stop. No! I cried out. This was the first time I was actually having fun being with a guy. Well, it was kind of the only time I'd been with a guy since. I want you to take my virginity, I choked out, my lips latching onto his. I was shaking with panic, adrenaline, and the morning chill. Be my first. This wasn't planned in any way. I'd never dreamt of seducing Dylan's brother. But now that it was just the two of us, I couldn't think of anyone else I wanted to do it with. Dot. His fingers were buried in my hair as he ravaged me with his expert mouth. Without finesse, without game, without the untouchable coolness he normally carried himself with. Don't say shit you don't mean. I'd never seen Rose so authentic, so final, so out of control. He was usually unruffled and composed. I felt so drunk with power my head spun. Please, I croaked. I know what I want. And what is it that you want? You. He tore his mouth from mine, his hooded golden eyes of a ravening tiger studying me. From 1 to 10, how sure are you? 10 is without a doubt confident, and 1 is forget what I said and take me home. 12. I blinked excessively, maybe 7 or 8 times in a row. It happened when I was anxious, a nervous tic I'd developed when I was 4 and never gotten rid of. Contrary to general belief, this didn't fall into Tourette's category. It was a chronic tic disorder. My way to wear my heart on my sleeve and show people how nervous I was. "Are you sure you want me to take your V-card?" His eyes narrowed. "Yeah, Ro, I'm sure. Who else would I give it to? Some trust fund baby from SUNY? Someone with a broccoli haircut? A guy who doesn't even care about me and would make me sit in his dorm room and listen to his experimental techno music?" Technically, Ro didn't care either, but I knew he'd never ridicule or tease me. He had a history of making me feel safe, and feeling safe wasn't something I was used to. His mouth slacked, and I could tell he wanted to refuse my request. He probably thought I was odd, just like everyone else in this small town. Why? His thick eyebrows nosedived. I decided to give him the truth. He deserved it, after all. "Because I have severe androphobia, trust issues, and I know I'd never regret you. You're the only guy I know who is fuckable and not a fuck-up. Make sense?" "I'm a major fuck-up." He ran his fingers over my side bangs, tucking the hair behind my ear. "But too fucking selfish not to fuck you. It's going to hurt, you know." He gave me a cool once-over. "The first time, anyway. It'll get better the more times." "There won't be more times," I interrupted him. I appreciated him pretending it wasn't a one-night stand, but that wasn't necessary. "You don't have to say that to make me feel better." His desire-drunk expression melted into a frown. "I'm not saying that to make you feel better. I'm saying that because fucking you is probably all I'll want to do once we start." "Ro, this has to be a one-time thing. Dylan can't know. Please." I placed my palms over his chest. I was a coward and a cheat, and in that moment I hated myself more than Dylan could if she ever found out. And still, he was my one shot at not dying a virgin. He must have understood the gravity of the situation because he nodded. "Okay." "I'm ready, Ro. Let's do this." I shoved my tongue into his mouth before he could use it to change his mind. I'd already made a colossal mistake by making out with him. Might as well lose my pesky virginity before I went off to college. It was the right thing to do. First of all, because according to the rumors, he knew his way around a woman's body. Second, because his Adonis face was attached to some history, context, and nostalgia. He was comfort, familiarity, and ease, not some sordid mistake. And third, because I knew that despite his reputation, he wouldn't hurt me. And that last part, it was huge. Ro was my security blanket in many ways, even though he didn't know it. When we were kids, he'd throw Dylan and me into the public pool as many times as we asked. He'd taught us how to do cartwheels, drive a car, cheat in poker, pick a lock. He'd given us money for vinyl records even though we never paid him back, driven us places, bought us ice cream when we were PMSing, dislocated a nose or two when someone catcalled us. Ro made sense. I didn't have cold sweats with him. I didn't go into hiding. Whenever I had extreme nervous verbal diarrhea in front of him, he didn't look at me like I was a freak. And I was confident enough in his presence to sass back. Our bodies fused into one another as he kissed his way down my throat, proceeding south, his head disappearing between my thighs. "No," I gasped, desperately trying to yank him up to his feet. "We don't have time." But the truth was, I was deathly afraid he wouldn't like the taste of me. "Just do it." Great, now I sounded like a Nike commercial. "And hurry up." "You sure know how to set the mood." Rose stood up swiftly, returning his lips to mine, refusing to cheapen this experience for me. His strong fingers slowly snaked down my waist, flipping my skirt up. More grinding ensued. His cock slid up and down my slit through my panties and his jeans. I could feel heat rushing between my legs. He made sure I was hot and ready for him before he rolled on a condom, and then he was inside me, sealing my pained moan with an apologetic kiss. Tears seared my eyes, and I held my breath at the sharp sting. "Okay to move?" he grunted, lodged squarely inside me. "I strongly prefer that you didn't. We can... Stop, I know. Please just fuck me." Didn't I literally tell him not to? My head was a mess. So was the rest of me. "I don't want to hurt you." "I know. That's precisely why we should continue." He pulled out slowly, then thrusted inside. Soon I was clawing at his shoulders, staring at the sun slithering behind his messy dark hair as he drove into me, my white Mary Janes thumping against his car hood every time he pressed home. I held my breath the entire time. Clank, clank, clank. Steadfast and determined, he screwed me like I was a hood ornament he was trying to drill back into place. He was kissing and nibbling, exploring and admiring. Didn't he know that on some level, all women lost their virginity alone? It was kissing your innocence goodbye. This was the point it stopped being great and started being taxing. I wasn't so turned on anymore. Truth was, it hurt. It burned. It sucked. All throughout, Roe whispered sweet nothings into my ear. Things I knew there was no way he truly believed. Things like, "Jesus, Dot, I could live inside that tight pussy if you'd let me." And, "You're the most beautiful girl in the whole fucking universe. No close seconds." And, "Watching my dick inside you is more breathtaking than Paris at night." It lasted way more than the average time my friends reported their boyfriends had sexed them. I was expecting 5 minutes, 10 if I wasn't lucky. But no, Rose seemed to carry on forever. I was planning my 401k while he was in there, mercilessly stabbing my poor hymen with what appeared to be his 11-inch dick. He had tricks, too, with his tongue, his thumbs, his teeth. Tricks I could have admired had my mind not been stuck on how to explain to Dylan what had happened if she ever found out, then groveling into the next century in hopes she'd forgive me. Dylan was staying here, in Staindrop. She'd decided the student debt wasn't worth a liberal arts degree that would gain her 0 opportunities. "And anyway," she'd chuckled the last time I'd broached the subject, "it's not like I'm even good at anything. I'd be wasting money on a degree I'd probably never use." We'd promised to visit one another every other month, but I knew Dylan was worried I'd ditch her for new, shiny urban friends. Finally, praise Jesus, Roe grumbled, "Fuck, I'm coming." "Yeah, totally. Me too." I lifted my hand from behind his shoulder and bit into my fist to suppress a yelp of agony. I was worried my internal organs had gotten tangled around his penis. What if he pulled out and took my intestines with him? That thing between his legs was a health hazard. Roe was coming inside me when I heard the squeak of car wheels stopping abruptly to my right, followed by gravel crunching. Another couple coming to make out Mountain to get some action. The car door slammed behind my back. Then I heard the unmistakable voice of my best friend. "Somebody better hold my earrings." Dylan's tenor was like a pair of scissors cutting my heart into a Judas-shaped paper. Because I'm about to murder a bitch. Shit. Ro lurched away from me like I was fire. His condomed penis materialized from my body 1 inch at a time, wet and entirely too big to be nestled inside anything that wasn't a lifeboat. He yanked off the condom, tying it and zipping himself up. Please tell me I'm suffering from a brain hemorrhage and not really seeing what I'm seeing. Dylan tramped her way to us, her neon pink ankle boots chomping the pebbles beneath her. She wore a red leather skirt she'd borrowed from me, knee-length plaid socks, and a black sweater. She looked adorable. Also pissed off. Mostly pissed off. Way more pissed off than I'd anticipated, to be honest. Ro tossed his leather jacket over my torso, and that was when I remembered he'd removed my shirt and bra sometime during our sexcapade. Also, why wasn't I moving, talking, breathing? Oh, that's right, because my go-to during fight-or-flight situations was the third option, freeze. I'd simply turn to stone and play dead. Cal! Dylan stopped in front of me, her dark, upturned eyes glittering with tears. What the shit, dude? She tossed her arms in the air like they were boneless noodles before pointing at Ro. That's my brother! What do you think you're doing? That was a very fair question, to which I had no good answer. Dylan's face was devastating. Her full lower lip trembled, and her apple cheeks were stained pink. I had completely miscalculated how much she'd care about this. I peered behind her shoulder. I noticed Tucker, the beefy bully we both hated, sitting in the driver's seat of the car that had driven her here, pretending to read his insurance papers. Probably scared Ro would make a punching bag out of him if he realized he was here. What was Dylan doing with this douche canoe? Was she planning to make out with him here? Now was decidedly not a great time to interrogate her. Damn it, Dot! Say something! Dylan grabbed me by the arms and shook me hard, desperate and panicked. The leather jacket fell from my chest. I was now topless and anxious, so anxious I couldn't breathe. The flashbacks poured out. Naked, defenseless, attacked. That's enough, Dylan. Ro's voice was pure gravel. For the first time in my life, I witnessed my best friend ignoring her older brother. Usually she treated him with godlike respect, which was maybe why she was so pissed right now. There was no other way to explain it, since she looked ready to murder someone. Ideally me. Still, I was incapable of producing any sound, let alone words of apology. I was shell-shocked, caught red-handed doing something I shouldn't have, namely my best friend's older brother. I sifted through my mind for a plausible reason for what had just happened. He was my one chance to lose my virginity. I'm broken. I actually had a crush on him for ages. I never told you because I care so deeply about our friendship. I didn't even plan to do it. It just happened. But they all sounded dumb, even in my head. I had messed up, and I needed to pay for it. Stop this right now. Rose stepped between us, bunching Dylan's wrists behind her back and pulling her away from me. You can't kill her, he said dryly. Give me one good reason. She kicked the air manically, trying to break free and throw punches my way. For one thing, we can't afford the legal fees. We can always hide her body, she spat out, wiggling ferally in his arms. She had no idea how much her words triggered me. A scream clogged my throat. You can't even hide your birth control from Mom. Ro rolled his eyes. You're on birth control? I gasped. You never told me that. Chill. It's to regulate my hormones. You know I haven't even gone past second base. Dylan frowned, catching herself. Hold on a minute. Why am I explaining myself to you? We're not even friends anymore." "What?" Tears sprung into my eyes. Blistering white panic gave way to realization. I had slept with my best friend's older brother, and she'd caught me. Maybe I didn't think it was a big deal, but what did I know? I had no siblings, so I'd never had to deal with anything like this. Ro was leaving for Paris next week. I was leaving for New York tomorrow, and I had just thrown away 14 years of friendship for the dubious pleasure of being railed by a man with a rolling pin instead of a penis. "It was my idea." Ro's voice sounded disinterested and aloof. I didn't know why he said that. It absolutely hadn't been. "Don't protect her!" Dylan finally broke free from Ro's grasp, pushing at her big brother's chest. Her tears flew sideways. He didn't even budge. Dude was built like a Marvel superhero. "She's a selfish, mean, heartless bitch who betrayed me." "I'm a selfish, mean, heartless asshole who did the same." His lips barely moved, but a muscle in his chiseled jaw jumped. "Yet I don't see you plotting my murder." "Well, you I have to put up with." She tossed her hands up exasperatedly. "Your blood. But she is piss." Holy hell. I'd never heard Dylan speak to me that way. Not even close. I really was dead to her. "Watch your mouth," he snarled, his face turning frosty, impassive. Whoa. Why was he defending me? "She should watch her legs." Dylan flipped him off. "While she's at it, she should probably get dressed before she gives Tuck a lap dance." "Dylan." He pinned her with a look that made me shrivel into myself in fear. Dylan stared him down, and it looked like an entire conversation passed between them wordlessly. With a slow shake of her head, she let her shoulders sag, exhaling. "God, you're pathetic." Ro? Pathetic? I doubted he could even spell the word. Ro was magnificent, spectacular, self-assured, talented, and formidably hot. He'd always been bigger than life. Even as a kid, he had known he was destined to be a great chef. When he was 10, he'd used test tubes and droppers to measure ingredient quantities to come up with new recipes. When I was 10, I had taught myself how to laminate my eyebrows using a glue stick and an eraser. Finally, the words that were bunched in my throat rushed out like a river. "Dylan, I'm so sorry." I crouched down, hastily picking up my discarded bra and turtleneck. I'd been wearing Cher from Clueless's iconic yellow outfit, which I'd sewn for myself. My white knee-length socks were muddied. "Actually, sorry doesn't even begin to cover how I'm feeling. What I did was deplorable. It was all a huge mistake. I'm sick to my stomach. Horrified, disgusted, revolted." "Stop, I'll fucking blush." Ro rolled his tongue over his inner cheek, propping his unlaced army boot against the hood of his car. I ignored him. He wasn't really offended. Sarcasm was his native tongue. "Revolted, no, repulsed by my own actions," I continued. "Did you swallow a whole-ass dictionary?" Ro's whiskey-tinted eyes slanted into furious slits. "Also, you can say it felt like shit until you're blue in the face, but your body told me a different story when you dripped all over the hood of my car." "Arg! Blasphemy!" Dylan pressed her palms to her ears, squeezing her eyes shut. "The mental image is now burned into my retinas, and I have no other choice but to murder both of you." "I swear I didn't mean to. I was drunk," I continued, lying through my teeth. I had always been a liar. My white lies were like makeup, small, harmless concealers designed to fix up the blemishes of my life, to ensure my loved ones' minds were at ease. Lying was second nature to me. If I thought someone I cared about wasn't going to like my answer, I made up another one especially for them. I shoved my arms into my sleeves, covering up, my eyes clinging to Dylan's beautiful, distressed face. It was a huge mistake. A one-off. I couldn't lose her. Couldn't lose my best friend. She was there when, in kindergarten, kids had made fun of me for wearing a socks and sandals combo. She had started wearing them to school too, as a fashion statement, a middle finger to the bullies. Dylan always marched to the beat of her own drum. She always did the right thing, even if that thing was scary. The opposite of me, she never lied. She wore the truth like a badge of honor, even if it was ugly. She had been there when my babushka had passed away, braiding my hair and listening to me for hours. There for the laughs, for the tears, for the college rejection letters, for fights with my parents, and when we'd veg out on the couch in our PJs, watching Teen Mom and polishing off my entire fridge. All I hear is me, me, me. Dylan's tear-rimmed eyes rolled in their sockets, and she tipped her head back, chuckling humorlessly. It's all about you, isn't it? You were drunk. You made a mistake. You feel disgusted. You have anxiety. What about me? Did you ever stop to think how much I hate it when my friends hit on my brother? How everyone wants to befriend Dylan Casablancas because her brother is hot? She thought I'd used our proximity to hook up with Ro? That was ridiculous. My crush on Ambrose Casablancas was akin to my crush on Chris Pine. Just because it was there didn't mean I ever had any plans to act on it. He was the least attainable person on planet Earth, with his mood, hair, and allure all darker than the pit of his own soul. Plus, it wasn't like I'd planned to date him. I didn't do boyfriends, and I definitely didn't do relationships. Relationships were for other humans who could people normally, and not topple over like a fainting goat at the slightest social interaction. Dylan! I rushed the 4 steps between us, erasing them completely as I fell down to my knees at her boots. The little stones dug into my shins with gusto. Blood oozed from my scraped flesh. It meant nothing, I swear. I never looked at Ro twice before today. Liar, liar, pants on fire. You know I always thought he was freakishly tall and a little frightening. And the compliments just keep on coming. A wry sneer rolled off Ro's tongue above my head. He was leaning against the hood of his car, arms folded, not a care in his world. Is your secret talent pissing people off, Cal? I hated him so much in that moment. Worst kept secret, as you can see. I flashed him a glare, gesturing toward his sister. Don't you dare answer my brother like that! Dylan shoved her finger in my face. He's way out of your league and the height of your love life. I was in complete agreement with her. Ro was the entire deal. Hot, smart, and talented as hell. Not only was he not in my league, we weren't even playing the same sport. He was football and I was cheese rolling, or something equally as eccentric. All I'm saying is I never meant for it to happen. It was a small lapse of judgment. I pressed my palms together, still begging her on the ground, my clothes filthy and askew. For a reason unbeknownst to me, I had underestimated how important it was to Dylan that I wouldn't mess around with her brother. Probably because literally every other girl at our school had, or had tried to at some point. Small? Ro inquired behind me. Huge, I corrected, my head so hot I felt like it was going to explode. Thick, too. Better? I shot him a dirty look. Infinitely. He fished in his front pocket for a cigarette, producing a pack of Gitanes. Of course he smoked French cigarettes now. Wow, okay. Dylan scrubbed her forehead, shaking her head. Guess I'm about to vomit the 3 slices of pizza I just ate. Please forgive me, Dylan. Please, I said desperately. Rose shook his head, trudging to the driver's seat. He slipped inside and started the engine. Dylan stared at me like a queen deciding whether to spare a lowly subject from execution. Her lips curled, arms folded over her chest archly. You know, Cal, I've always looked up to you. You're gorgeous, funny, smart, a kaleidoscope of colors and facts about the 90s. I mean, damn. You're a walking Wikipedia about serial killers and ghost stories, and still have the most sunshine personality I've ever known. It's tempting to stick around, to let those Calla Litvin sun rays kiss your skin. But when you strip it all off, the playlists, the outfits, the good times, when you look inside and examine what kind of friend she is, she sucks. Dylan shook her head, her arms dropping to the sides of her body. Grow up, Dot, and do it far away from me because I never want to see your face again. She strutted back to Tuck's red truck, slid inside, and barked at him to drive. Shockingly, the guy who had spent the last 4 years stuffing cigarette ash and condoms into our lockers did as he was told. I stayed on my knees in the freezing cold, mulling over her words. My fingertips numbed at the edges. Chill draped across my shoulders like an oversized cloak. I tilted my head sideways at Rose's headlights. He flicked them on and off, his silent way of telling me to get inside before he changed his mind about not leaving me to walk home and catch pneumonia. He was stone-faced, the same standoffish version of himself he gave anyone who wasn't Dylan and his mom, and sometimes me. Cocky, calculated, corrupt to the bone. Humiliated, I pushed my palms against the ground, staggering up to my feet. I began limping toward his car, icy mud falling off my knees in clumps. Behind the windshield, Rose's expression was flippant. I tried to see myself through his eyes, this pitiful, crumpled creature, mangled and stained, like a discarded supermarket list at the bottom of a cart. A beautiful girl, the townsfolk all agreed behind my back, but so very odd, just like her father. Tucking myself in the passenger seat, I shut the door and hung my head low and fingered the friendship bracelet Dylan had given me. At least I still had it. My finger caught in the elastic string and, as if on cue, it snapped and broke, the beads raining down my seat and onto the floor. I hastily tried scooping them, but I couldn't feel my fingers. That went well. He flicked the bottom of a jetan with his finger. Another cigarette popped from the pack, and he clasped his teeth around it, lighting it like a movie star. I'm such an idiot. I flicked mud from my knees, banging the back of my head against my seat. I didn't let my tears loose, even though it was near impossible. I traded my best friend for a fling. For all she knows, this could be the romance of the century. He rolled his window down, a cloud of smoke drifting past his lips. I shook my head. Dylan knows the score. She knows I can't fall in love. That I'm... The rest of the sentence perished in my mouth. A narcissist? He bowed a brow. Broken. I frowned. But thanks. You're not broken, Dot. He stuck the cigarette in his mouth, patting my thigh offhandedly. A little cut, sure. All diamonds are. Not me, I thought. Underneath my sunshine personality, all you'll find is darkness. So, he swiped his tongue across his upper lip, eyes hard on the road ahead. I need to tell you something. He was going to warn me off bothering Dylan. He was so protective of her and knew how much she hated me right now. but I couldn't bear it, the idea of her not being in my life anymore. "Please don't say anything," I begged. "My night is hideous as it is." "It's not about Dylan." Of course it wasn't. It was about how awful I was, sleeping with my best friend's older brother. I was wrong about Ro. He was going to hurt me after all. "Ro, please. There's nothing to talk about. Trust me, I'm as horrified about you and me as you are, probably more." He punched his steering wheel, muttering something under his breath. "Would you get out of your own fucking head for 1 second and listen?" he seethed. "No, thank you. My head is a terrible place. It's exactly where I deserve to be right now." I wanted to apologize for the way I'd treated him, to try to beg him to reason with Dylan. But I also wanted to hold on to whatever little pride I had left in me. We zipped past lush New England trees, English lampposts, and the local library, all cloaked by a bluish-orange dawn. The lighthouse gleamed behind a curtain of my unshed tears. With piercing pain, I realized that home wasn't Stain Drop, Maine. It was the Casablanca siblings, and I was forever banished. "I really am sorry, you know," I murmured when he stopped in front of my house, the engine still running. His stare was glued to the windshield, his jaw so tight it looked painful. "You guys are like my family, and I like you so much. You are the two people I always felt truly myself with." But I didn't have the guts to say these words. I swallowed. "And I hope everything works out for you." Ro's eyes, blank and hollow as a Greek statue's, were still trained on the road ahead. "Good luck at Columbia." "Good luck in Paris." "Don't need luck. Got talent." He drove off without sparing me a glance. I stared at my clapboard stilt house, the color of strawberry ice cream, with the wraparound porch, pastel potted plants, and knitted sweaters Mom wrapped the tree trunks in, kooky, like its occupants. And I knew it would be a long time before I saw it again. I never wanted to set foot back in Stain Drop. Not if my life depended on it. Chapter 1, Cal. End of the road, Boys to Men. 5 years later. As it turned out, it was death that brought me back to Stain Drop. My father's death, to be exact. "So, where did y'all bury Artem?" Melinda Fitch, our middle-aged neighbor, clutched her pearls in my parents' living room, rearranging them across her heavy cleavage. "Mom's favorite vase." I gestured in the direction of the mantel above our fireplace. The urn was a beautiful piece, a 19th century silver and enamel samovar my babushka had brought to the U.S. when the Soviet Union collapsed. Melinda barked out a high-pitched laugh. When she realized I wasn't joking, she paled, pressing her lipsticked mouth to her cup of tea. "Wait, he got cremated?" She whispered the last word like it was a swear word. "No, we just pushed him in there. It's really not that difficult when you squeeze someone one limb at a time," I deadpanned. Verbal diarrhea, 1. My flimsy reputation, -30. Melinda looked ready to bolt through our wall like a cartoon character. Her eyes were the size of derby hats. Most people weren't accustomed to my zero-filter train of thoughts. Over the years, my coworkers and peers had learned how to ignore my foot-in-mouth nervous blabbering. Mostly, anyway. Melinda brought another biscuit to her lips, nibbling on its edges demurely. "May I ask, why you chose cremation?" "He was an atheist. He didn't believe in God, religious rituals, or the afterlife." A sharp stab of emptiness impaled my stomach when I spoke about him. "He told us cremation was less burdensome on the ecosystem." I could tell my words flew right over Melinda's hair-sprayed dew. She probably thought Ecosystem was our AC brand. My dad had stood out in the quaint, small town of Staindrop, Maine like a dildo in a church. He had taught physics at the local high school until the last month of his life and enjoyed chess, mental math, and volunteering twice a week at the local reservoir, collecting litter. He was ruthlessly pragmatic, yet an oddly optimistic creature. His stage 4 cancer had bitten at his existence a chunk at a time, but hadn't stopped him from making every moment count. Dad had been alive, not just living, until his very last breath in hospice. Only 3 days ago, we were still hunched over a game of chess, bickering over which hospice food was the most depressing. The porridge, hands down, no matter how much he loathed the Jell-O. Now my living room was full of people I once knew offering their condolences. Everybody had brought a beet-based dish, Dad's favorite root vegetable, and yes, he ranked them. Casseroles, cakes, au gratin beets, all in different shades of purple. I went through the motions, hugging people, answering mind-numbing questions. How is New York? Cold and pricey. What are you doing there? Waiting tables and mustering the courage to launch my own true crime podcast. When are you planning on moving back? Never seems like a good time frame. What shocked me the most was how easily I slipped back into the familiarity of this house I hadn't set foot in for years. How it wrapped around me like an old dress. How drenched these walls were with timeless memories. The only difference was that now Dad wouldn't materialize from the kitchen, a newspaper tucked under his armpit and a cup of honeyed tea in his hand, saying, "Tell me something good, Kalichka." Spotting Mom on the other side of the living room, I cut through the mass of black sheathed shoulders and rested a hand over her arm. She was squinting at a dessert tray, pretending to give it great thought. "Hanging in there, Mom?" I brushed a wayward lock of hair from her eye. She nodded, pressing her lips together. I was her mini-me. Same almond brown hair piled up in tight curls atop our heads, giant azure eyes and petite frames. "It's just—" She shook her head, waving a frantic hand at her face to keep her tears at bay. "What?" I rubbed her shoulder. "Tell me." She sliced a piece of sponge cake with her fork. "I feel lighter, like I can breathe again. Is that terrible?" "Mom, no. Dad was sick for 16 months, and he suffered every second of it. His relief is your relief. It's hard watching someone you love hating their own existence. Dad had been sick of being sick. I had been in the room when he passed away. I had held his hand, stroked the thick blue veins running up and down the back of his palm. I'd sung his favorite song, California Dreamin' by the Mamas and the Papas. I had sung it, fighting the tears and the lump in my throat. I'd envisioned him as a small boy, tucked in his cot in Leningrad, dreaming about golden beaches and tall palm trees. He must have imagined it too, because he'd smiled. Smiled as his systems began shutting down. Smiled as a lifetime of educating kids, uncoiling my mother's yarn in precise increments when she knitted mittens, and stealing tea cakes from the cookie jar above the fridge when no one was looking, had flashed before his eyes. Dad had smiled through it all, because he knew that his happiness was my favorite view. His hand had still been warm when he'd flatlined. The nurse had come in and squeezed my shoulder. "I'm so sorry for your loss," she'd said. But I had gained so much over the years. Love, resilience, and endless memories. Mom rubbed her forehead, frowning. "Maybe I'm just in denial. It's all going to dawn on me once you go back to New York and I stay here by myself. That's when reality always kicks in, isn't it? She pressed a fist to her lips. When everyone leaves and grief is your only companion. I clutched her in a hug, desperate to comfort her, but not really sure how. You know, it's going to be weird the first time I sleep here by myself. She glanced around the room, her throat bobbing with a swallow. Even when Dad was at the hospice, I always had a friend stay over. I married him when I was 21. I'm not even sure I know how to be alone. Mom needed someone next to her. The accusations Dylan had hurled in my face the night our friendship had perished crashed over me like a tsunami. About me being a shitty friend. Maybe I was a shitty daughter, too. After all, I had managed to successfully avoid stain drop for 5 years. I'd seen my parents plenty. We'd met in Portland, New York, and some places in between, but I never made the journey here. Then I thought about being a parent, the act of sacrificing your time, your sleep, your money, your attention, your concern, your love, all for what? So that one day your kid would give you half a hug and tell you that everything will be okay, then run off to New York leaving a trail of half-assed apologies? Mamushka always told me that when you became a mother, you expanded, found ways to provide more of you to meet your child's needs. Maybe it was time I expanded as a daughter, too. Rose to the occasion. I'll stay here for a while, I heard myself say. No permission was given by my brain for my mouth to utter these words, and yet here they were, out in the wild, entering my mother's ears before I could stop them. You'd do that for me? Her head snapped up, eyes flaring with hope. This woman changed your diapers, band-aided your boo-boos, paid for your utterly useless degree. You are not going to bail on her just because you are frightened of Dylan Casablancas. And that was what it boiled down to. Dylan. Roe was long gone now. He became a world-famous bad boy chef, restaurateur, reality TV judge, and Michelin-starred prince. Over the years, he had graced my television screen in frightening quantities, smiling his dimpled smirk during morning shows before Thanksgiving to teach viewers how to make the perfect moist stuffed turkey, opening a new restaurant in a trendy European location on E! News, a Victoria's Secret model draped on his arm, or as a grumpy judge on a low-stakes Netflix reality TV show, scowling at fancy dishes and barking obscenities at hopeful chefs. An entertainment columnist had once written, Ambrose Casablancas is what happens when Gordon Ramsay and James Dean have a secret child. I felt the entire sentence in my bones. Yep, I'm here for you. I wrapped an arm around Mom's scrawny shoulders. We'll make comfort food, watch movies, catch up. I'll stay until January 1st. How does that sound? Let me tell you how that sounded to me. Terrible. January 1st was 8 weeks from now. That meant I'd bump into Dylan at some point, into other people I wanted to see even less. Oh, Cal! Mom patted her nose with a crumpling piece of tissue, mustering a grateful smile. If it isn't too much trouble. Not at all. I missed you. I want to spend time together. If my bank account could speak, I was sure it'd tell me I was high. I couldn't simply take time off. I still needed to work in order to pay for my Williamsburg apartment. And by apartment, I meant shoebox. A terribly expensive shoebox. I had to figure out a way to make money in stain drop, and God knew the answer wasn't going to be through my pipe dream, my unrecorded true crime podcast, Hot Girl Bummer. Only if you're sure. Mom clutched my arm. I don't want you to stop your life for me. Don't worry, there's literally no life for me to stop. I pulled her into another all-consuming hug, pressing a kiss to her cheek. We're going to have a blast, Mamushka. Just like the old days. You'll see. Really? Hope painted her face. Really. Nothing will ruin this for us. As I said that, the door flung open, and in walked Ambrose Casablancas, and a very pregnant Dylan. Chapter 2. Cal. I'd do anything for love, but I won't do that. Meatloaf. Dylan was pregnant. 18 months pregnant by the look of it. With triplets. Holy shit, her belly was huge. Who was the father, Hodor? When had she gotten married? How come no one had told me? Mom, I whisper-shouted, tugging on her sleeve, feeling the full weight of the entire continent pressing against my sternum. Why didn't you tell me Dylan got married? Terror laced through my veins. I was entirely unequipped to face the Casablancas siblings, especially Dylan, who had ripped my heart out of my chest the last time we'd spoken and stomped on it until it had dispersed into dust. And what was Ro doing here anyway? Didn't he have a reality TV contestant to yell at about their stew tasting like a diarrhea puddle? Because that had actually happened. I remembered watching that episode in horror and thinking, I had this man's salami stuck in my canal. Mom dazedly stirred her gaze from her sponge cake to the door, where people clamored around a ridiculously glowing Dylan. Married? She frowned, her mouth clamping around an airy piece of buttery cake. No, Kalichka, Dylan didn't get married. She's pregnant. I gestured to my ex-best friend as though this fact couldn't be detected from Neptune. I knew I sounded judgmental. Plenty of people had children out of wedlock. This wasn't the 40s. But Dylan had always wanted a grand wedding, with a golden carriage and unicorns and white doves and 5 different dresses. She'd had ripped-out Vogue pages folded neatly inside her underwear drawer with flower decoration inspiration, like Pinterest didn't exist. That's right, Kalichka. But the wedding ceremony isn't how babies are made. I thought you knew that. She frowned, cocking her head. We never discussed the birds and the bees, did we? Whose baby? I looked around us frantically. She stared at me like I was insane. Why, Tucker Reed's, of course. Who else? Who else? Good question. Maybe anyone who didn't threaten to wedgie us all throughout high school? Were they together now? When had it started? The night she'd caught me and Ro? And how had Ro even agreed to this? He was very trigger-happy when it came to guys he deemed unworthy of his sister, which was every human alive, by the way. I was pretty sure Tucker's nose and Ro's fist were intimately acquainted. Also, Dylan had sex with Tucker Reed? He was a shithead, but kind of hot? I wanted to dissect that piece of juicy information immediately and at length. Problem was, it was Dylan I wanted to discuss it with. Tucker freaking Reed. I couldn't get over the revelation. He was our bully. Well, I guess now, technically, he was only my bully. Evidence suggested he no longer unpinned the Goosebumps pinback buttons from Dylan's JanSport and accidentally sneezed into the food on her tray at the cafeteria. As if sensing our presence, Ro and Dylan turned their heads in unison, catching sight of me and Mom. Forever a responsible, sensible adult, I decided now was a good time to swivel toward the person behind me and launch into an avalanche of incoherent words to appear busy and unaffected. I didn't want either of them to know how terrified I was of a showdown with them. My poor victim was Lyle Cooper, a tiny carpenter in his 70s who used to have fish and chips with Dad every Sunday over beer. Lyle, wow, haven't seen you in a long time. Let's catch up. I was acutely aware of Ro and Dylan as they sliced through the throng, ambling to my corner of the room. More accurately, Ro was ambling and Dylan was wobbling. They stopped to talk to Mom, who stood right beside me, and I tried to simultaneously converse with Lyle and eavesdrop on their conversation. "Sorry for your loss, Mrs. Litvin. Mom sends her regards. Dylan. Pain can only be dulled by time, and you know we're always here for you. Also, Dylan. Artem was the first person to truly believe in me," I heard Rose say in his bottomless baritone that licked at my skin like fire. "He saw my potential, made me work for things. They say every kid needs one grown-up to love them and one to believe in them. My mother loved me, but Artem, he believed in me." My mouth kept on moving, and it occurred to me that I was talking to Lyle and that he was listening, though not with great enthusiasm. A troubled frown engraved his crumpled forehead, and he kept sloping his head back and forth. Was I even speaking in English? "All I'm saying is Meatloaf shouldn't have called it 'I'd do anything for love, but I won't do that,' because what's even the point?" I rambled. Oh God, someone shut me up immediately. "Well, Mr. Meatloaf, clearly you won't do anything for love. There's no exception to the word anything. Everything is kind of baked into the cake, you know. The song should have been called 'I Would Do Most Things for Love.' But I guess that would have been less catchy. It's all about the marketing." In my periphery, I caught Ro pressing his knuckles to his mouth, enjoying my first-degree murder of whatever coolness I had left. "You know, I was never a big Meatloaf fan." Lyle took a pull of his Coors, his eyes searching for an escape route from the conversation. "The dish? Sure. Not so much the artist. A Springsteen fan myself." His eyes crinkled with affection, like I was a 6-year-old trying to spell a new word. "Don't worry, Calla." He patted my arm, and I forced myself not to wince and jerk away. "You don't need to be smart. You're mighty pretty, just like your ma." Dylan chose that moment to unzip her colorful, wet windbreaker and shake it in my general direction. Raindrops caught my dress and peppered my eyes. "Oops, clumsy me," Dylan sing-songed, no trace of regret in her airy tone. "It's been raining like a bitch today, huh?" So much for giving me a break because I'm newly fatherless. I turned around, coming face to face with my former best friend. Her face alone made me want to cry again. She was so Dylan. Her skin smooth to the point she looked like an AI figure, every feature perfectly proportioned and Apollo-like, with a wide, dimpled Julia Roberts smile and the long, spidery legs of a runway model. She had that Eva Mendes glow that made her look sexy doing anything, including staring me down like I had just battered a baby panda with its own bamboo stick. My gut pretzeled into itself 100 times over. I missed her. And I still wanted her forgiveness, her love, acceptance, and quirky jokes. "Not a problem. Mistakes happen." My eyes twitched 4, 5, 6 times. Not even 10 seconds had passed, and I already had a tic. I extended a hand for her to shake. "Thank you for coming." Ro was standing next to her, but I had yet to muster up the courage to look directly at him. Dylan rolled her eyes, not taking my hand. "Ugh!" She looked disgusted with herself for even looking at me. "Come here, you annoying piece of Cal." Using my outstretched hand, she tugged me forward. I crashed against her belly. She gave me a crush-your-bones hug full of reassurance. It felt like she'd put an oxygen mask to my face, breathing life into me. "I'm still mad, but I'm also in pieces for you," she mumbled into my hair, stroking it softly, the touch achingly familiar and comforting. Artem was our bestie. Remember when he let us practice our makeup skills on him? Yes, I choked out, the memories flooding me like a river. We weren't even that young anymore. 13, right? Totally past the cute stage. The man could rock a winged blue eyeliner like nobody's business. So true. My chin wobbled. It really made his eyes pop. The waterworks officially began. I'm talking Bellagio fountain show. My eyeballs were leaking as she rubbed circles on my back. She smelled like old Dylan. Libre by YSL, bubblegum, and that scent that always lingered at the Casablancas' household of hearty Italian food. Dylan, I gasped, melting into her hug, breaking into a million pieces and knowing somehow she'd hold me together. It hurt so bad. I know. She kissed my ear, wet with salty tears. I lost my dad 3 years ago. Doug Casablancas had died, and I hadn't been there to comfort her? I pulled away, wiping my face quickly. What? I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Mom and Dad, no one said a thing to me. I would have dropped everything. It's me. She stepped back, and it seemed like we both sobered up from that hug. I asked them not to. It fell on your second semester finals. Who cares? I asked, horrified. I'd have dropped everything to be there for you, no questions asked. I cared. One of us had to do something productive with her life, even though her eyes swept over me. Looks like neither of us did. What happened to your fancy degree? Ouch. I chewed my inner cheek. Working on a game plan right now. You always needed a little push in the right direction. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Admit it, Dot. My pep talks were your fuel. Yeah, well, I was short on those in the past 5 years. My nose twitched. There was an awkward pause. My mother drifted to a nearby group of people to give us some privacy. Whatever, you know? Dylan blew out air. I mean, you were a shitbag for screwing my brother, but maybe the timing was convenient for me too. How do you mean? I frowned. It was a great excuse to cut ties with you before you cut ties with me. Dylan stared down at her Adidas superstars, biting hard on her lower lip. Once you realized the big city was full of super cool people you could hang out with, I didn't want to deal with the rejection. Didn't want to feel like I wasn't good enough for you anymore. She was crazy if she thought anyone I'd met in NYC could rival the awesomeness of her, but I could tell she didn't want to talk about us. I grabbed her hands. They were limp against my own. It was time to change the subject. You're pregnant, I announced. She looked up, her face awash with mockery. Whoa, what gave it away? I chewed on the side of my lip. Tucker's? She nodded sheepishly before awarding me with her signature eye roll. It's lobster season, so he's away on the boat for 3 to 4 weeks, depending on the catch. Tucker is a fisherman? My eyebrows jumped to my hairline. I was so far out of the loop. Well, NASA reached out for the aerospace surgeon position, but he said the Texas weather didn't agree with him. She waved her hand to her face, fighting her pregnancy sweat. Damn it, I'd missed her sense of humor. I mean, he's a hunk, but not the brightest bulb in the chandelier. I'm pretty sure half the lobsters he catches are smarter than him. I'm sorry, I blurted out. Don't be. She ran a hand over her belly. Remember we did those exams in 9th grade? My IQ is above average, so I think the baby will be fine. I meant I'm sorry he is out in the ocean, risking his life. Oh, I'm not, she answered airily. All he does when he's around is watch football, drink beer, and complain I don't fulfill my womanly duties. Team Ocean all the way. There was a beat of silence as we both stared at each other. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I mouthed, "You had sex with Tucker Reed, Dylan. Oh my God." That made her snort out a laugh. She slapped a hand over her mouth, frowning sternly. "Shut up. I'm still mad at you. I'm not here to make amends." "Not even if I beg really hard?" I wiggled my brows. "Ask again after I eat. I'm hangry." She glanced around the room, taking inventory of the people and dishes. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to make myself a pregnant lady plate and devour it while listening to a complete stranger reciting birthing horror stories to me. Last time I socialized, Melissa told me about her 2 inductions, steroid shots, and emergency C-section. Hard to top that, but I have faith." She sauntered away, leaving me with my heart in my throat and a pathetic determination to make things right between us. I had let her down once, but I wasn't going to do it again. A Dylan-less life was unthinkable now that I had another taste of her presence in my universe. Dot. A husky voice drifted straight into my bloodstream, and I knew exactly who it belonged to. "My sincere condolences." Reluctantly, I sloped my head all the way up, extending my neck to stare Roe in the eye. He was nearly a foot taller than me. Nausea twisted my stomach upside down. He was so gorgeous. I was so screwed. Roe Casablancas had always been a showstopper, but this was the face of my feminism leaving my body permanently, buying a one-way ticket to Bora Bora. The chiseled planes of his jawline, the dent in the center of his lower lip, the crinkles fanning his heavily lashed eyes. What business did he have being so attractive? His lips moved, and that was when I realized he was talking to me while I was imagining myself writing that mouth like the future of the nation depended on it. "Can you say that again?" I cleared my throat, thunderstruck by his features. "Sorry about Artem," he drawled in a tone normally used to announce first-degree murder verdicts. My aversion to his daughter aside, he was truly one of a kind. We were definitely not on the same page. I wanted to climb this man like a tree, and he wanted me to fall from one and break my spine. It was obvious he wanted to be polite and move on. His body was already half tilted to give me his back and walk off. My eyes ticked. "Yeah," I slipped my hair behind my ear. I agree." "That's not even a sentence, Cal. Just a collection of filler words." He turned around, about to walk off and leave me there. Something compelled me not to leave it at that. Guilt, maybe? "Do you remember much about him?" I blurted out. Everyone who graduated from Stain Drop High knew Dad. He was that teacher, with the checked shirts, 9 pens in his breast pocket, and a fanny pack he'd gotten for free from his insurance company. But Dad had never discussed his relationships with other students with me. He'd cared about their privacy just as much as he had about his own. "All the good parts." His eyes crinkled. "Physics and chemistry were my favorite subjects in high school." "I didn't know that." This was awful, looking at his face and trying to English properly at the same time. On second thought, it was time to wrap it up. "Well, thanks for coming. I visited him the day before he passed." He had? I hadn't even known he was in town. How had Mom failed to mention that? "Well, she didn't know he took your virginity and whatever was left of your soul the night before you moved to NYC. I stared at him, too shocked to pick up my jaw from the floor. "You did?" He asked if I was going to attend his real fun Roe quoted with his fingers. That was what Dad had called his impending funeral. Real fun. Because he'd wanted people to be happy that he'd lived, not sad that he'd died. Said to remind you that he isn't in pain anymore. That he is probably in heaven right now, playing chess with Leonid Stein and Abe Turner and eating beluga caviar. I blinked at him, registering his words. That was the most Dad thing I'd ever heard. He didn't believe in heaven. He said you'd say that, and to tell you that he was wrong. The first and last time that happened. Roe half shrugged. Tears stung my eyes, but I was smiling. What else did he say? He asked you not to call it a celebration of life, because that always feels like rubbing it in to the dead person. I felt my chin wobbling. And you remembered his exact words? Well, it is 3 sentences, Rose said coolly, glowering. And I'm not a fucking idiot. Is there anything else? Something more he wanted to tell me? That's all she wrote. I started laughing and crying simultaneously, somewhere between touched and moved and completely shattered. Rose said nothing, just stared at me dispassionately with his liquid gold eyes. I wiped my face quickly. I hated that every encounter with this man involved me looking and acting like a hot mess. He twisted again, about to walk off and leave me. Man, he couldn't stand me. I was going to keep him here and talk to him just to piss him off. How dare he? He took my virginity, and it was my dad's funeral. He was going to be nice to me if it was the last thing he did in his life. So how's Paris? I sniffled, wiping at my eyes. He stopped mid-step, growled in dissatisfaction, turned to look at me. Don't know. Ask someone who lives there. He spun to pluck a clean plate from a stack on the table, piling it with food. He was downright Arctic. Whatever grace he might have given me as a teenager did not extend to my adulthood. I asked you. I tried peering into his face, dread blooming in the pit of my stomach. Because you live there. Wikipedia says so it must be right. It's right. Right? Great, another stalker. He scowled, stabbing a piece of prosciutto with a plastic fork, loading it onto his plate. Another? How many were there? You're famous and I grew up with you. Of course I jealously Googled you. It's not like I stole your sperm. And hey, I actually had the chance. I really needed to shut up. The sooner the better. 20 minutes ago would have been ideal. I live in Staindrop now, came the reluctant answer. Though live is an exaggeration. This place doesn't even have a fucking Whole Foods. We were going to be neighbors? Lovely. Things just kept getting worse for me. And I'd spent this morning picking up my father's ashes from a crematorium. Sliding over a clean plate, I joined him, pretending to examine the options I myself had arranged there only an hour ago. I wanted to make amends with Dylan. I'd just lost an important person in my life and craved balancing it out by returning a special someone to it. The way to Dylan's heart passed through her brother's approval. So maybe him and me occupying the same town wasn't such a bad idea. Why'd you move back? I piped out. Opened a restaurant here about a year ago. He grabbed a piece of cherry pie, shoving it into his mouth without tasting it. Descartes. His French accent was on point. So were my nipples, which apparently approved of his grasp of the French language. Really? I hadn't heard. The Michelin people did. Gave it 3 stars. The first restaurant in the state of Maine to receive the honor. Just won the James Beard Award for it, actually. Guess that levels things out. Sarcasm was a good look on him. Hell, a trash bag probably would be too. Also, why did he have to be good at everything he touched? It was completely exasperating to someone like me whose life was a string of failures, interspersed by bodega runs and late-night trips to the laundromat. Why the name Descartes? I munched on the corner of my mouth. Taco Bell was taken. He rubbed his thumb over his lower lip, and my nether region clenched in response. No, what I mean is, why him of all philosophers? Descartes was known for the connection he had made between geometry and algebra. My father had been fascinated by him and had spoken of him often. Are you always so full of questions? He seethed. Are you always so full of attitude? I sassed back. Yes, he said simply. Made an entire career based on it. Asshole is my entire personality. You weren't always like that, I pointed out, my gaze holding his. Once upon a time, you were the best part of my day some days. My confession frightened me. It was too honest, too raw. Rose's face remained blank and unimpressed. Not one muscle twitched. What a crappy adolescence you must have had to put so much stock in someone who didn't give a shit. Go back to torturing Lyle with your VH1 trivia. You know, I think I'd rather torture you. You're closer, and unlike Lyle, I don't like you. So I guess you're stuck with me. I didn't care about his scary reputation or the fact that I was usually a ball of anxious sunshine just trying to get along with everyone. I couldn't let him get away with this kind of behavior. Rose's eyes flicked over my frame briefly. He pushed another piece of unidentified food into his mouth. You changed your hair color. Just the tips. I felt myself blushing and was surprised that I did. Yes, I'd had a crush on him when I was a teenager, but I was over him. I'd only thought about him whenever he popped up on my TV screen or in glossy magazine covers. Indigo. It represents sadness and mourning. Didn't ask. Didn't care, I fired back. You won't offend me with your offhanded attitude. I'm not one of your TV protégés. If I stop answering you, will you go away? He scrubbed his jaw with a frown. I pressed a hand to my chest. You wound me, Ambrose. I thought we could catch up. He said nothing, piling more food onto his already overflowing plate. Over the years, Roe had opened and helmed upscale restaurants across Europe that were booked 6 months in advance. But that didn't make him a food snob. He still liked mac and cheese casseroles and his mama's famous lasagna. Me? I chose my meals like I chose my paths in life. Badly. Junk seemed to be the recurring theme in both of those fields, and I always ended up feeling like crap. I picked the color by my mood. I heard myself drone on, even though Rose certainly wasn't keen for me to elaborate. So before Dad died, the tips were yellow. I was feeling kind of confident, brave about the week ahead. I thought I had a few more days with him. He harumphed to show me that he had heard me but offered no words of consolation. Wetting my lower lip, I said, You know, I will be in town for a while. Not interested, he quipped, tone wry. Cocky much? I was going to say I'd really like to reconnect with Dylan. You do? Huh, the feeling doesn't seem to be mutual. He brought a piece of Walmart pie to his lips, chewing slowly. If he found the flavor lacking, he didn't show it. He stared at me indifferently. She despises you. All thanks to you, slimeball. Fine, that wasn't fair. I took full responsibility for what happened. I'd played that night hundreds of times in my head over the past few years, and the only excuse I could come up with was a moment of sheer madness. It was like gambling away your entire life savings at the casino. She might forgive me. I slammed a bread roll onto my plate. I might become a space cowboy. No, you won't. My chances are better than yours, though. he replied flippantly, popping a piece of cheese between his lips. If Dylan's forgiveness is what you're after. You seem to be taking a lot of pleasure in my misery over my fallout with your sister. I squinted at him. A lot? No. A very modest amount? Sure, I'll stand behind that. Lyle and Randy, the owner of the local food mart, whooshed past us in the cluttered living room, cutting the line to the quiches. Randy sent Roe a fuming glare that concentrated enough hostility to fuel a nuclear bomb, baring his teeth at him. Hey, Casablancas, come to ruin another fine piece of this small town? He all but spat at Roe's feet as we stood on the buffet-style line along a table. Whoa, what the hell? Roe was royalty in this place. Staindrop's golden boy. He had been handled with adoration and respect before he'd gone on to become the American Alain Ducasse. His shitty attitude added to his mysterious aura and bad boy persona. I think I'm going to spare her. Roe dunked a sponge cake in an unidentifiable syrup, sniffing it before tossing it into his mouth. Not my type and talks a mile a minute. Too stunned to be properly offended, all I could do was stare at him, jaw on the floor. I wasn't talking about Calla. I was talking about this house. Randy balled his free fist, taking a step in Roe's direction. Talk all you want about either. As always, no one's listening. Roe smirked defiantly. Randy shoved his plate in Lyle's chest, stepping into Roe's vicinity with his fist raised above his shoulder. You got something to say to me, chef? Yeah, actually. Roe ate the rest of the distance between them, dropping his plate at the table with a loud clank. Eat. Shit. Gasps erupted from every corner of the room. Whispers and loud shrieks ensued. And poor Lyle, who still looked only half recovered from our meatloaf conversation, pushed Randy to the other side of the room, shoving at his chest like he was breaking up a bar fight. Knock it off and show some respect to Artem. Now's not the time to discuss such things. Lyle hushed his friend, and the two were immediately swallowed by a human flock of gossipers. Everybody's eyes hung on Roe's face, and nobody came to his defense. What things? I turned to look at Roe, awestruck. What did you do to make Lyle and Randy, two of the sweetest people on planet Earth, mad? He turned to glower at me. Why don't you ask them? Wasn't it obvious? Because I'm incapable of starting a conversation without turning it into a love fest for everything 90s related, and I will probably give both of them a 10-minute lecture about the origin of Kiss from a Rose by Seal, which, by the way, is one of the greatest songs of all time. Ask anyone with ears. You can't help yourself, can you? He gave me an exasperated look, shaking his head. Well, I think I'm gonna let you brew in the unknown a little longer. What an ass. You know, I had the same thought when I walked into this place and you had your back to me. Are you flirting with me or ridiculing me? I stomped. Actually stomped. The man was insufferable. Neither. He picked up his plate and resumed his feast. Just fact stating is all. Tapping my finger over my mouth, I asked, how come you didn't kick Tuck's butt for getting together with Dylan? Who says I didn't? Relocated his nose the first time they got together. Then closed the trunk door on his fingers, breaking 4 out of 5 after their post-pregnancy test breakup. Pause. Accidentally, of course. No, you didn't. A somber nod. He'll never be able to jerk off again. His fingers look like deep-fried Cheetos. Also, no, he didn't. I cupped my mouth, realizing Tucker had tried to weasel his way out of taking responsibility for that pregnancy.
Tried to.
Whoa. My eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Ballsy.
That was the next item on my list of bodily organs to destroy if he didn't man up.
Are they together now? I was thirsty for tidbits about Dylan's life.
Why don't you ask Dylan? Oh, that's right.
He snapped his fingers, nodding.
Because she hates your guts.
That was it. I'd had enough of his behavior. That she hates my guts, I understand completely considering the circumstances. I tossed my plate into the trash can under the tableclothed table in fury. It wasn't like I had an appetite anyway. But why do you loathe me? What did I ever do to you? I gave you the greatest gift of all.
Pretty sure you moved away because of college, not as a gesture of good faith.
He popped an olive into his mouth. I'm talking about my virginity, you swine.
That was a gift?
He squinted at a piece of Munster cheese dangling on a toothpick with the utmost concentration.
What's the return policy on that?
Absent-mindedly tidying up the table to do something with my hands, I continued. I was wrong to do that to Dylan, but I didn't hurt you in any way. Yet you're the one who can't stand me. Why?
I can stand you fine.
Is that why you're being sarcastic with me?
I'm being sarcastic with everyone, Dot. Ain't nothing special about you.
You weren't sarcastic with me back when I was a kid.
Spared you then.
He turned to tap my nose, his grin unbearably patronizing.
New rules now. You're a commoner like everyone else.
What? Why? Did he just Meghan Markle me?
You really want to know?
Yes. His jaw locked, and he appeared to be grinding his molars to dust. Still, through the tension, I detected some pensiveness, too, like he was contemplating giving me a real, non-sarcastic answer. I held my breath. I was in dire need of some truth bombs. I was back in a small, close-knit town, unfamiliar and unfriendly, and didn't want to make any more mistakes. Ro opened his mouth to say something. As soon as he did, my mother announced loud enough to wake the dead, "All right, I'm tired and my favorite K-drama is about to start. Everyone can leave now." Pregnant silence. Other than Kala, I suppose. It completely ruined my moment of truth with Ro. He clamped his mouth shut, turning around and striding in her direction. I chased him, refusing to admit defeat. "Hey, wait, what were you going to say?"
"Doesn't matter."
"Does to me?" The human ocean of grievers parted for Ro, but the looks the townsfolk gave him no longer oozed awe and admiration. Everyone seemed put off and wary by his presence. This made no sense. Did they not see what I saw? A disgustingly accomplished businessman? An artist? A sex icon? The celebrity who put Staindrop on the map?
Marina.
Ro planted a hand on Mom's shoulder, kissing her cheek earnestly.
I'll be around. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
There's something you can do for me. I tapped his back persistently. Answer my damn question. Mom melted under Ro's touch, patting his hand on her shoulder. Oh, Ambrose, you sweet boy. Tell your mother I send her my regards.
Sorry she couldn't make it. Still down with the flu.
That's all right. I know Zeta always means well. He shook me off his shoulder and disappeared. People began swarming around Mom and me, offering hugs and words of encouragement before taking off to their griefless lives. I thanked them, my eyes frantically searching for Dylan in the room. She was nowhere to be found, nor was her colorful windbreaker. She had probably taken off with Ro. Did she still live at her parents' old house? Surely Mom would know. Once our living room emptied out, Mom closed the door, pressing her forehead to the wood with a shaky exhale. I'm going to dash upstairs, change into something more comfortable, and watch Crash Landing on You before we start cleaning this place up. I need to decompress. Decompress away, Mamushka. I'll do the dishes in the meantime. I nodded, sashaying to our kitchen. I opened the door. Our kitchen was a charming thing, with slim shaker cabinets, copper pot rails, geometric blue wallpaper, and a farmhouse sink. It was quaint, lovely, and cozy. If you didn't include the beastly man that stood inside it, filling up the entire room. Please tell me you are an unfortunate hallucination caused by my lack of sleep. I stepped into the kitchen in a daze. Ro was there, washing the dishes at the sink like he wasn't a famous, stunning human with pictures of him in a tux available for download on Getty Images. Suds of soap coated his sun-kissed, veiny forearms. The black sleeves of his dress shirt bunched around his elbows, straining against his thick arms. He had tattoos, 2 full sleeves of delicious ink, all culinary-inspired. Knives, herb roots, and a human-looking pig in a chef apron butchering a piece of human flesh. You're not hallucinating. He frowned at a pan, trying to scrub a dry piece of potato and cheese from it. This time, anyway. What are you doing? I glowered. The dishes. I thought it was self-explanatory. Do you always do the dishes in people's houses without asking? I parked my hands on my waist, committed to being his bitter enemy. I wished we could be friendly. I really did. But Ro had chosen war. It's a fetish, came his lazy drawl. Don't tell Sheriff Mention. He let me off on a warning last time. I fished my phone out of my dress's pocket. Yes, it was awesome and had pockets, pretending to punch in a call. Hello? 911, my emergency is an unwelcome guest who won't leave. He ignored me, scrubbing dirty dishes with gusto. Seriously, I can take it from here. Kindly evacuate my premises. Not your premises. Ro slid a sparkling roasting pan into the rack by the sink. Excuse me? Yes, they are. Is that what the deed says? He picked up a dirty plate from the water-filled sink, leisurely scrubbing. It's what my mouth says. Your mouth just spent 40 minutes talking about meatloaf. He scowled at the bubble-coated plate he was cleaning. It's obviously only good for one thing, and that thing ain't an appropriate topic for conversation. You're unbelievable, I screeched. You're incoherent, he slapped back. I don't know why I gave you my virginity. If it makes you feel any better, I think I deserved it even less than that Grammy. Right, I almost forgot. Ro had managed to win a Grammy for rapping for 5 seconds in a song by a famous artist. Screw him and his rock star lifestyle. The most glamorous place I'd ever been to was the first-class lavatory on a plane to Dallas, and even that was because I'd had to bypass the angry flight attendant to projectile vomit. Leaning against the wall, I folded my arms over my chest. I see Staindrop has caught up with your personality finally. He grunted in response, too busy wrestling a lasagna stain from the plate to pay attention to me. What did you do? I demanded. You'll catch up. Catch me up. He shot me a disinterested look before sliding the plate onto the rack. Nah, that would require speaking to you, which is low on my to-do list. I was livid. Livid because we were both about to occupy the same town, because my stomach still felt funny around him, and my stomach never felt funny, unless I had kidney beans, which I knew better than to eat, other than that airplane incident, but mostly because being next to him made my eye tick less prominent for some reason. I stood there, watching him being sexy and helpful and sarcastic, and just couldn't take it. He had no right being all those things under my roof. In my house. It was time to assert power and control over the situation. "Please leave," I said one more time. "Please shut up." He picked up another plate to clean. I jumped on his back, lacing both my legs over his waist from behind, seizing his neck in a chokehold. That, at least, was the plan, but I had miscalculated it gravely, because his huge muscular shoulders got in the way of choking him. Embarrassingly, even as I was wrapped around him, he continued doing the dishes, like a fly had just landed on his back, as opposed to an entire human. His whole body was stone hard, warm, and delicious. "Go away!" I screeched into his ear. "You're unwelcome here." "Anyone ever told you that you sound like the ignorant, angry townsfolk in a Disney movie?" "Don't patronize me." I squeezed my fingers around his neck, which was the width of an ancient oak tree, grunting from the physical effort. "Leave," I commanded. When my pleas didn't achieve the desired effect, I began poking at his eyes with my fingers. Now that made him stop. Probably because I got his eyeball once or twice. "Cut it out." He turned off the tap and shoved the clean plate into the rack, trying to swat my hands away from his face. Soap bubbles landed on the tips of our noses and eyes. "What are you, 2?" 24. And he was 27. Birthday was May 16th. I remembered because he had total Taurus vibes. He clasped my wrists, prying me away as he staggered back from the kitchen sink. Ha! Being a stage 5 clinger had its advantages. He couldn't get rid of me. Roe reversed all the way to the wall, where he plastered my back against it, prying my arms off. I clung tighter, octopussing around his body. "Don't want to hurt you," he warned solemnly. "Newsflash, you already did." I knotted my legs over his torso from behind. "When we had sex." "You asked me to have sex with you." He slid us both down to the floor, where he leaned his back onto my body, then flipped himself over so we were missionary style, him on top of me. "You came onto me." "I was drunk," I lied, swinging my fists toward his face. He dodged me effortlessly, hemming me in between those Thor arms and the floor. "No, you weren't." His lips thinned, and he looked genuinely pissed off now. "You didn't have more than one drink in you that night. I know you drunk. I know you sober. I know you in every fucking state. Besides, I thought you didn't want... What was it again?" He looked up, squinting as he tried to remember that night. "A broccoli-haired trust fund baby who makes experimental techno music to take your V-card." "I was young and impressionable." I writhed beneath him, twisting and thrusting, our bodies touching everywhere. My heart hammered, and not from fear for a change. "Why'd you listen to me?" "Because you were a willing woman of legal age, and I was 23 with a pulse." I wormed to the right, attempting to roll under him, but he was quicker. He pinned me to the wooden planks by thrusting his nether region to trap my legs against the floor, and just like that I came sex to sex with his massive erection. He bracketed me between his thighs and nailed my wrists together above my head. My nipples brushed his chest each time I panted. My eyes narrowed. "Let me go." His gaze dropped to my lips. "Been trying to do that all afternoon, and you keep coming back." "Sounds about right," I bit back. "It's the only way I come with you." "Baby." He released a slow, taunting smirk that made me melt into a puddle, constricting his grip on my wrists a smidge. "Just say the word and I'll destroy your pussy and your chance of ever coming with any other man." Joke's on you, no one other than my magic wand has ever made me come. I'm serious, Ro. If you don't let me go right now, I'm going to do something really awful. Like what? A spark of interest ignited in his eyes. Ugh, good question. Bite you? I twisted my mouth uncertainly. Don't threaten me with a good time, Lidvin. I'll sing. You've never known pain until you hear me belt out Hello by Adele. I try to hit all those high and low notes. I also do the echoes for full effect. He was fighting a grin, and satisfaction filled my chest because I had almost made him smile, and nothing made this man genuinely smile, not even the supermodels he was flaunting all over the globe. Say the magic word, Dot, and I'll set you free. Please, nah, our magic word. The one we came up with together. Oh, shit. He was doing that whole routine we'd used to do growing up. Whenever Dylan was busy and I was bored, I would wander into his room and rummage through his stuff. If he caught me, which he rarely did because he was always out doing big, lovely row things, we would grapple until he would inevitably press me against his bed or the floor and have me beg him for mercy. Only I hadn't used the word please. I had used another word that used to make him laugh. What the hell was the word? Think, Cal, think. Asshole? I let loose a snarky smile. I knew what would happen if I didn't say the word. He exhaled somberly, like a disappointed teacher. Not the first hole I have in mind, but I'll take it. 2 more shots. Banana? I remembered it was some type of fruit, or maybe a vegetable. It was definitely food-related. He shook his head again. Nope, but I see where your mind is going, and I'm not mad about it. His dick twitched between my legs. Okay, yeah, this was definitely one hell of a welcome back. Also, I wasn't half as freaked out about what was happening right now as I should have been. Give me a clue, I demanded, wriggling. Is it a fruit or a vegetable? Fruit, he said stoically. Pear? Passion fruit? Guava? Give me another clue. The weight of him was delicious, to the point my mouth watered, my nipples puckered, and I was 99% sure I was on the verge of a mini orgasm. Nice try. You didn't deserve the first one. Fair point. Too bad we were chafing everywhere and an insistent, tingly pressure mounted in my core. Something that horrifyingly resembled the Big O, and I'm not talking about Queen Oprah. One more chance to get it right, Dot. What's our magic word? Mango! I tossed the word in his face, flustered. Wrong answer. His voice was calm, flat, and resolute. The word you were looking for was tomato. You said it was a fruit. Tomato is a fruit. How can it be a fruit if you put it in salads? Fruits are fun. So is payback, Ro deadpanned. Enjoy. He used his free hand to tickle my armpits and neck, feathery fingers skimming all my delicate areas, and my writhing became violent, frantic thrashing. I was the most ticklish person on planet Earth. It was a medical condition. I could pee myself. I swung upward, trying to bite him in retaliation. Let go of me! I was squirming, laughing, and begging, tears prickling my eyes as I tried to escape his fingers, but they were everywhere. My ribs, my neck, and behind my ears. I was horrified and delighted that the grumpiest human alive had managed to put a smile on my face on the saddest day of my life. I was dangerously close to peeing my pants and coming, and needed Mom to come down right now before I did something I would never recover from. Desperate, I sent a silent prayer to the universe. Dear God, I know I'm not much of a devout Christian. I also know I only gave up something for Lent once, and it was Skittles, and even that was because I'm allergic to red dye 40. But I really need a solid right now. Please make Rose stop tickling me. I really can't handle another humiliation, and I have a feeling beginning my stay in Stain Drop with a pea stain the shape of Nebraska on my dress and convulsing with an orgasm while he wrestles me into submission are going to make my time here challenging, to say the least. I promise to be good, to donate what little I have to charity, and to not shut the door in Jehovah's Witnesses' faces when they tell me you want me to do something special with my life. Is starting a true crime podcast special enough? Just being pragmatic here. Your girl has bills to pay and has a scented candle addiction to subsidize. Faithfully, Cal. P.S. Please send my regards to Jesus and tell him I'm sorry he died for my sins just so I could sleep with my bestie's brother, then borderline assault him in my mom's kitchen the day of my dad's funeral. He deserved better. God must have had a slow day because he heard me. Suddenly, Eureka! Roe's front pocket began vibrating. His phone flashed through his dark pants, and we both stopped, staring at it. Fine, I was staring at his baseball bat-sized hard-on. His zipper looked so strained, it was a wonder it didn't dislocate to a parallel universe. Roe leaned backward on his shins, releasing me from his grip as he pulled out his phone and swiped the screen, scowling. Now what? Dude made the Grinch look like Phoebe Buffay. His jaw clenched, and he straightened his back, running a hand through his floppy, shiny hair. His shirt rode up, offering me a glimpse of his rock-hard, bronzed abs. You're shitting me, he bit out. That explains the smell, I quipped, smoothing my dress down and patting my wild hair into submission. Roe ignored me. The person on the other line continued talking. My arch-enemy rose to his feet, letting out a puff of air as his frown deepened. I'm going to make a nutcracker out of their bone cartilage. Oof. On my way. Hey, where are you going? I growled. You didn't even apologize. He grabbed his jacket from the back of a dining chair, not even bothering to put it on. The door slammed abruptly, shaking on its hinges, leaving me to pant on the floor, feeling empty, confused, and with two brand new pieces of information to digest. 1, tomato is a fruit, and 2, Roe Casablancas was hotter than ever, and burning with hatred for me. Chapter 3. Cal. Excerpt from Androphobe's Anonymous Forum. Obituary. Legit gonna hurl myself off a cliff. McMonster. This better be a figure of speech because I'm about to find your address and have someone bust your door down. My conscience can barely fucking cope as it is. Obituary. Aw, who did you kill? McMonster. Don't change the subject. Are you okay? Obituary. If you are asking whether I'm suicidal, the answer is no. I just need to vent. McMonster. Vent away. Obituary. Do you want the long version or short one? McMonster. Short. Obituary. Return to the small town I grew up in for a personal matter and everything is off. McMonster. That's small towns for you. Obituary. How would you know? You grew up in Philly. McMonster. Educated guess. How can I make you feel better? Obituary. Tell me it's okay to take back my promise to my mom and go back to NYC instead of staying here for 8 weeks? McMonster. You know the answer to that question, kiddo. Obituary. Boo. Obituary. Well, give me an incentive. McMonster. Do the right thing so karma doesn't get your ass? Obituary. Karma is literally still stalking me for a chocolate bar I stole from my grandma when I was 6. Too late for that. Obituary. Let's meet up when I'm back in New York. McMonster. Aw, socializing? I thought you were better than that. Obituary. Come on, we've been talking for 3 years. Obituary. And before you say anything, no, I don't care that you work at a fast food chain, and I don't care if you think you look like an ogre. I like you. And I don't like men. Hence why we're here. McMonster. I'll think about tit. Obituary. Okay. Mine are great, by the way. McMonster. Asterisk. It. Obituary. Sure, Jan. McMonster. Shouldn't you be scared of men? Obituary. Well, it's easier to flirt when you have no idea what my real name is or where exactly I live. It's not like you can come over and take me up on my non-offer. Obituary. Also, my androphobia is not so bad that I can't work around men or talk to them in public settings. I just don't want to date them, kiss them, be in a relationship with them. I'm not asexual, I am extremely sexual. And thank you, Harry Styles, for making me discover my sexuality. But I'm scared if I entered a relationship with a man, he'd hurt me. Physically, mentally. Make sense? McMonster. Perfect sense. So you're not gonna hump my leg if we meet? Obituary. I mean, I'd like to keep my options open. Obituary. Remind me what you are doing in an androphobia forum? McMonster. Abusive man in my life made me very fucking wary of my kind. Obituary. Don't write all men off. They're not all bad. McMonster. Yeah? Obituary. Yeah. There are also people like you.
Chapter 4. Row. What do you mean they resigned by text? I was standing at the heart of Descartes' dining area, surrounded by rustic decor, stained glass, and useless idiots. I was 2 idiots short, though. Donnie and Heather, my servers, had decided to quit together and hand me a generous 20 minutes notice, along with a figurative middle finger. Let me explain again. I'll refrain from using big scary words this time. Ryland, my restaurant manager, smoothed his crisp dress shirt with his palm, ignoring the staff milling around us to get the place ready for service. Now I'm going to talk extra slowly since I know your brain short-circuits once you're pissed off. So, Donnie took out his phone, typed out a text saying he and Heather weren't going to show up for service today, and hit the send button. I suggest you get to the point before your balls make it to tonight's entree specials, I said, cutting him off and glancing at my De Bethune watch. You have 5 minutes. Use them wisely. First of all, work on your people skills. You're about as personable as an STD test. Ryland sucked his teeth, shaking his head. He looked like a fucking Hugo Boss model in a suit. At 6'4" with a blonde Charlie Hunnam man bun and a 5 workouts a week physique, he distracted 99% of my employees. Second, you're gonna have to tone it down. We live in an era where employees have rights and shit. I can guarantee you their rights don't include fucking me over with a 10-foot pole at 20 minutes notice. I turned my ring on my pinky finger, imagining I was wringing someone's neck. He scrubbed his face exasperatedly. See, this kind of language is why 3 of your ex-staffers filed a complaint against you to OSHA. The R&B singer? I frowned. OSHA, not Usher. Ryland pinched the bridge of his nose. The pro-workers organization? Doesn't ring a bell. Why would Donnie and Heather quit together anyway? I bite out. I was in a particularly dangerous mood today, having spent the last hour arguing, wrestling, and nearly creaming my pants thanks to Cala-fucking-Litvin, the bane of my miserable existence. Ryland stroked his chin leisurely, his douchebag vibes dripping all over my floor. Let me think. Maybe because they're engaged? To each other? I tried to conjure them into memory, but I was bad with faces and names. Fine, I actually had no fucking clue who Heather and Donnie were. I just knew I needed them to open service tonight. Rye chuckled. Shit, Ro. Do you care about anything other than work? Baseball. During seasons, the Mets don't suck. I glanced around, throwing blood-chilling looks at my staff to make sure they weren't slacking. How was I supposed to know they were bumping uglies? Through the power of sight and deduction, they were all over each other like a genital rash after spring break. Ryland threw charming smiles at servers who smoothed tablecloths and arranged utensils around us. The man could flirt with a fucking Stanley Cup and win it over. You kicked them out of the meat fridge the other day, remember? Told Donnie next time you saw his meat in that fridge, you'd make dumpling stuffing out of his intestines? That did sound like something I'd say. Besides, being my restaurant manager, Ryland Coltridge was also my best friend. He'd been my wingman since I graduated from Le Cordon Bleu and called him up to supervise my restaurant in Paris. Ryland was a boyfriend for hire by trade, a PC title for what really was de facto a male escort, but I'd convinced him to work with me through a fat paycheck, good food, and a limitless amount of pussy. That last selling point was his favorite. He'd yet to find a hole he didn't want to shove his dick into. Descartes was our last hurrah together, though. Rye wanted to be a full-time pretend boyfriend in the Big Apple after blazing through most of the willing women in Western Europe. The money was excellent, the hours measly in comparison to running a Michelin-starred restaurant, and one of his filthy rich clients had bought him a condo in Manhattan as a birthday gift. Therefore, 3 weeks ago, he'd informed me he was done with the customer service field. The only customers I want to service are millionaire women who pay me hourly for longingly staring into their eyes during family functions and telling their relatives and jealous ex-husbands how much I love them, had been his exact words. You really don't pay attention to anyone other than yourself in your kitchen, huh? Rye's green eyes narrowed. That wasn't completely true. I did notice one person. She had blue-tipped Rachel green hair, wore overalls unironically, and possessed the ability to be klutzy without looking like a complete moron. And I wanted to stay as far away from her as humanly possible. This wouldn't be a problem, though. I had the uncanny ability to cut people off, and Calla Litvin had been plucked from my life 5 years ago, straight from the root. She was squarely on my shit list. Let's get to the solution portion of this conversation. I tapped my cigarette pack on my thigh, eager for a smoke. How are we solving our staff problem? It was going to be a bitch to hire and train 2 new employees, if I could even find them in this godforsaken town. The citizens of Staindrop weren't exactly fans of mine, and Descartes was booked to the max until its closing date, the day before Christmas. January 1st couldn't come soon enough. That was when my one-way ticket to London was scheduled for. New restaurant, new adventure, 0 baggage. Become a tolerable, relatable human being and stop scaring off everyone around you? Ryland sauntered over to the bar, crouched down to throw the fridge open, and popped open a bottle of Kronenberg 1664 by banging the cap against the edge of the bar. Thanks for the tip. My nostrils flared. Any other ideas that fit our time constraint? You wanted something immediate? He took a pull of his drink. Then your best bet is your sister and your mother. The former is on bed rest and the latter is recovering from the flu. Think harder. That brain of yours is good for more than taking directions from lonely rich women. I'm too hot to use my brain. Only average people have to saddle themselves with an actual personality. You have a personality, I informed him dryly. A shitty one. But it's in existence nonetheless. He pointed at me with the bottle, not even a little offended. What's your idea, Einstein? Find me Donnie and Heather, drag them here by the hair, and make them give us the 2 weeks' notice they owe us. Donnie's bald. Ryland took another greedy sip. He'll be limbless, too, once I'm done with him. Rice swished the beer in his mouth, mulling over my words. Even if I did want to spend my night at the police station awaiting bail for assault and harassment, they've probably already boarded the plane. Fuck. Descartes attracted people from all over the East Coast, mainly out-of-towners. The price point and fine dining aspect of the menu didn't appeal to Staindrop's usual palate, which favored anything that was breaded, deep-fried, over-salted, and swimming in ketchup. You must know some servers looking for a job. I began pacing. Service opened in less than 30 minutes, and I had left Taylor, my sous chef, to handle the kitchen while trying to extinguish this fire. Rye gave me a concerned look. Not anyone desperate enough to work for your grumpy ass. Flip side, you're about to run off to London to open your shiny new restaurant. Flip side, my ass. He knew me better than that. My perfectionism wouldn't allow this ship to sink, even if it had a hole the size of Antarctica at the bottom. Descartes was still mine until it closed. I died before I failed. Hold on a minute. Ryland held up his finger, brows pinching into a tight V. Why are you dressed like an Italian mobster who got lost at a Neiman Marcus store? I looked down. I wore a black dress shirt and designer slacks, a departure from my signature Henley and ripped black denim uniform. Is it a crime to look good? I really didn't need him riding my ass about Cal right now. Hope the fuck not. Ryland pulled another beer from the fridge, uncapped it, and slid it my way across the bar. I'd get life without parole. And do you know what they do to people like me in prison? He gestured toward his face. 10 hours of community service and sex addiction rehab? I asked conversationally. Someone needed to keep his ego from overtaking the continent. I was doing the whole nation a service. Oh, shit! Ryland slapped the back of his neck. Artem Litvin passed away. You went to his funeral today, right? Better get it over with. Rye was going to find out sooner or later that Cal was in town. He was the one teacher at school I didn't want to set on fire. I shrugged, bringing the bottle to my lips. So you saw Cal? Ryland's eyebrows were floating somewhere above the atmosphere. Briefly, I grunted. Want to talk about it? Hard pass. She did enough talking for the entire decade. Still adorably weird, I see. He plastered his palms against the designer bar between us. Well, if you want to talk about it, we can grab a beer after we close. Ryan and I never talked about things. We bickered and taunted, sometimes even brawled. Had I really been that pathetic growing up? I remembered being in love with her, but I didn't recall handing her my nuts in a flower bouquet for Valentine's Day. I banged the empty beer over the bar after one sip, pointing at the thick butcher block between us. Clean up the condensation before we open. This is not amateur hour. Just remember you are not that kid anymore. Ryland produced a rag from a drawer behind the bar, slapping it over his shoulder. He made his way back to me. You know, the one who'd have stayed here getting a McJob if it meant she let you in her flowery corduroy pants? Shut up. Eyes on the prize, Ro. You can't afford to veer off plan. You have a new restaurant to open. Listen to yourself. I snarled, fingers tightening around the shape of my cigarette pack in my front pocket. I'm not changing shit for anyone. She eats saltine crackers with a fork. He slid the rag over the butcher block, wiping the condensation and ignoring my words. Anyone deserves better than that, even your sorry ass. I still remembered Cal sitting with those saltines at my kitchen table, acting a fool because she didn't like the way the salt clung to her fingers. Rye was right. The woman was barely civilized. I had no business thinking about her, let alone pining after her. Was she even a woman? She was still acting like a child. She needed a babysitter, not a boyfriend, and I wasn't interested in either position. Enough, I barked out. I'm at no risk of liking Calla Litvin again. Not from afar and definitely not up close. You're wasting your breath talking about her. You have 24 hours to find us 2 new servers. I rapped my knuckles on the bar. Get your ass in gear. Ryland downed the rest of his beer, heaving out a sigh. Denial ain't just a river in Egypt. I flipped him the bird, trekking my way to the kitchen. No fraternizing with the patrons, I called out, as I did every night. No promises, he called back, as he did every night too. The evening couldn't get worse if a meteor landed directly on my fucking head. I was wrong. The evening got worse, exponentially so, and at a plane-crashing speed. Hot mess would be putting it mildly. On the outside, it looked normal. Expensive utensils clinked in harmony. Chatter rustled through the aromatic air. There was laughter, hushed conversations, and upholstered chairs scraping softly. The kitchen sweltered, the sense of sweet marjoram, thyme, and rosemary clinging to my nostrils. I loved the sensory overload that came with helming a restaurant, the fast-paced culture of it. It drowned out my fucked-up thoughts and forced me to focus on the here and now. And there were a lot of fucked-up thoughts, courtesy of my messy childhood. Our normal ratio was 1 server for every 3 tables. This service, it was 1 server for every 6. Considering we had a 10-course prix-fixe menu, availability was non-existent, and the patrons were pissed, rightly so. Tables had to wait up to 20 minutes between dishes, and the flustered servers were so overworked one had spilled red wine on someone's Dior dress, and another had stepped all over a customer's casted foot. My chef, de partie, had decided now was a good time to have a mental breakdown because a customer had insulted his scalloped caviar tartare, and the kitchen porter had thrown a tantrum after Rye had asked her to serve beverages for the night. Overall, if I could erase this entire day from my memory bank, I would, and pay handsomely for the pleasure. Chef, the maitre d' popped her head into my kitchen, a 20-something Swiftie with blonde side bangs and bright red lips. No, I said automatically. She cringed, about to shrivel into her face. What is it, Katie? Taylor, my sous chef, spun on his heel, giving her his full attention. He was a good-looking kid. Tall, black, tatted, with hazel eyes that made every female staffer swoon whenever he was nearby. There's a VIP customer who wishes to speak to Chef, she said sheepishly. No, I reiterated, chopping celery at the speed of light. Yes, Rye zipped into the kitchen, bypassing the maitre d'. People come here to get a glimpse of the famous Chef Casablancas. You need to make an appearance anyway. You do every night. I put the knife down. We stared each other down. I knew he was right. I hated people, but I loved my career. If parading myself around like a zoo animal meant getting patrons more hyped for my next culinary venture, it was no skin off my back. Fine. I slapped the swinging doors of the kitchen open, prowling to the dining area. Can tonight get any fucking worse? Absolutely, Ryland said ardently, high on my misery. He joined me as we sliced through the white-clothed tables and candlelit chandeliers. Wait till you see who wants to have a word with you. That got me intrigued. It couldn't be Cal. First of all, she wasn't a VIP. Second, she was too broke to afford a glass of water in my establishment, let alone eat an entire meal. Third, even if she had all the funds in the world, she still had the palate of a toddler. Her taste in food, if you could even call it that, was deplorable. She lived on a steady diet of corn dogs, Pop-Tarts, and Sour Patch Kids. She would eat her own foot on national television before willingly tasting an ortolan. We approached a square table of what seemed to be a couple on a date. The first person appeared harmless enough. Blonde, leggy, the too short to be a model type, in a dress that could moonlight as a sports bra, it was so short. Then my eyes landed on the man sitting in front of her. Kieran Carmichael. A privileged piece of shit whose daddy owned the one and only department store in town, the human answer to smegma. I had suffered through 12 years of school with this prick. We were bitter rivals, both jocks, both popular, both wanting to piss on each other's territory. Ran in the same circles, dated the same girls. Kieran's favorite hobby used to be telling me I stank of the fish my fisherman dad sold to his father every day, and I'd enjoyed reminding him he had less personality than a stop sign. Ordinarily speaking, I would put a hole through someone's face if they bothered me and move on with my life. But Kieran was a different breed. His family had power and influence. I had known if I'd messed up his face, my father would have been out of a job, and then there'd be no dinner on the Casablancas table. So I'd sucked it up, braved 12 years of digs and bullshit. Now my family no longer depended on his, and it was game on. 2 decades worth of anger seared through my guts, lava bubbling in my veins. Thought you said a VIP wanted to see me. I eyeballed the maitre d' next to me, arching a brow. Sir, he's a famous soccer player. Katie stuttered nervously. For Ashburn, D.C.? FC? Kieran patted the corners of his mouth with a napkin, a bored smirk mortared on his face. I have the season off because of an injury. Didn't ask. Normally they want players to stick around, attend home games while in physical therapy, but my contract bypassed all that red tape. I'm, kind of a big deal. Kieran gave us a smile with so much cheese I got fucking heartburn. I kept my eyes on his date just to piss him off. How can I help you? Oh my God, hi. His date flashed me a megawatt beam, fanning herself with a menu. Gosh, you're so tall. I've seen you on TV, but never realized you were this handsome up close. She had a soft Alabama drawl, and I was extremely close to laughing. Kieran was such a fucking cliche, going for the Southern Belle type. Thank you. I bowed my head in faux humility. How can I be of service? No, really. She squeezed her breasts together, leaning toward me, subtle as a tank, this one. We came here because I told Kieran. Didn't I tell you, Kiki? I have to taste everything you make after seeing you on The Great Chef Down. And when you tossed pepperoni on that contestant and told him he was a prick pizza, priceless. She clapped excitedly, laughing. Was she going to get to the point sometime soon? Because I had a servicing crisis and a leftover boner from pinning Cal to her floor this afternoon. My dick still twitched every time I thought about those blue hair tips. Annie wanted to let you know the food is delicious. Kieran yawned into his fist as though admitting I made good food pained him. I hoped it did. Already know that. I crossed my arms over my chest. Kieran glanced at his Rolex, taking a bite of his entree. You're welcome for the validation, buddy. I wasn't his buddy, but I was about to become his undoing if he didn't evacuate himself from my premises. Averting my gaze his way, I said, Get the fuck out. Excuse me? He tilted one brow, calm and collected. He had ridiculous, shiny, light brown hair and wore a black turtleneck, the international prick uniform. I didn't buy the whole tamed-down version he was selling me. I said, Get the fuck out. We're paying customers, Kieran pointed out unflappably. No amount of money is worth you contaminating my restaurant. The lady is welcome to stay. I clasped my hands behind my back, ignoring Ryland, who shot daggers at me with his eyes. Dateless. She's my cousin. Personally, I'm not a fan of incest, but that explains your IQ. Oh my goodness. Blondie shielded her face with a manicured hand, ducking her head sideways. Kiki, you never told me he hates your guts. We should leave. I see at least your cousin's parents aren't related. Good idea, I'll show you to the door. I stepped back to give them space to stand up, knowing we were drawing the attention of other diners and still not giving much of a shit. I loathed this man with a capital L. If I could serve him a piece of extra cold revenge for everything he had put me through, I didn't mind the page 6 headline. Nothing kissing a few babies and signing a nice check to an animal shelter couldn't fix. Kieran stood up unhurriedly, showing no sign of embarrassment, and his cousin followed suit. Hadn't realized I cut you so deep I carved you into an asshole. Don't flatter yourself. I brushed off invisible lint from his designer turtleneck. You're no more than an anecdote. It just so happens I don't feed bullies. They're already full of shit. Now kindly fuck off. I ignored Ryland's stunned face, along with the dozen phones directed at me, agape mouths, and hushed whispers. Did you just throw out a customer? Ryland jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Diners were shifting uncomfortably in their seats. I wasn't worried. Chefs were known to be douche rockets. Gordon Ramsay's entire career was built upon the ruins of other people's hopes and dreams. One of the most popular soccer players on earth at that? He's no Messi. I glanced at Kieran's plate, noting it was completely empty. No, but you are. Rice scrubbed his face, probably itching for a joint. Messy as fuck, not to mention reckless. Resign. Been there, done that, he reminded me. Can't fucking wait to kiss this job goodbye. You can keep the kissing part. I've no interest in your herpes. Now if you'll excuse me. I stomped my way back toward the kitchen. A hand reached out to me from one of the tables. Slender, cold fingers laced around my wrist. I turned to look at the person. It was a brunette in her early 30s, sharply dressed. Mr. Casablancas? She flashed a seductive smile that did nothing for me, the lilt of a French accent ribboning around her words. My name is Sophia Vent. I'm a reporter for Cook's Illustrated. I never gave interviews, unless it was a part of my contractual obligation for a TV show promo, in which case I had my people go over the questions in advance with a fine-tooth comb. My past was too tangled, too complicated for me to open my life up for the world's entertainment. I was wondering if you would... No, I cut into her words. You didn't hear my question yet, she pointed out smartly. Unless it ends with let me suck your cock, in which case the answer would be no but thank you, the answer is still no. Hey there! Ryland slid between us, chuckling good-naturedly. Sophia Vent's face looked like I'd just slapped her, and I didn't blame her. There was no excuse for this level of assholeness. Normally I reined it in much better. Rye bowed his head at Sophie, looking genuinely horrified. He was a damn good actor, and an even better liar. So first of all, apologies for his crassness. Easing him into civilization has been a step-by-step process. Clearly he escaped his cage. Ryland rearranged the utensils on her table, his heartthrob smile working extra hours. Second, your dinner is on the house and will be accompanied by a lovely 1998 Chateau Lafite Rothschild and an exclusive 10-minute interview. That wine was close to $1,700, and my time was priceless. Nonetheless, Sophie's expression remained unimpressed. Did he just... I wish I could tell you he didn't, but we have an audience, so let's focus on how to remedy the situation and make you happy. She curved an eyebrow. You can make me happy, I'm sure. The suggestion had been clear. Consider it done, sweetheart. Now... Rye patted her shoulder, his American Psycho smile still intact. Please allow me to direct all my attention toward my volatile genius boss. Be right back to take your order. And number. He winked. He slapped a hand over my back and led me to the kitchen, his face turning from pleasant to murderous. What the hell was that? He punched a wall as soon as we closed the door and were out of sight. The whole building rattled. He pointed at the door. Every single person in that restaurant was staring at you like you were crazy. Know why? I had a feeling I did, but waited for him to confirm it. Ryland opened his arms wide. Because you are crazy. Kieran made my life hell in high school. I perched against my station, picking up a Georgia peach and having it with my knife. I tossed it into a pan along with a spoonful of lemon juice and some sugared rum, tipped the pan down and let it flame and caramelize. The fire danced in yellows and oranges between me and Rye, who rested his fists on my counter. Yeah, I remember. I had a front row seat to that horror show. You two had a 4-year-long pissing contest, and everybody got rained on. Ryland pushed off my counter, pacing the small space between us as I lowered the flame. But you're no longer in high school, and he might no longer be a dick. It's a free country. I can serve whoever I want. I tilted the pan here and there, letting the peach simmer in its own juices. And I choose not to serve male genitalia. What I needed was a cigarette. Didn't give a shit that it was probably giving me cancer. Didn't have much to live for anyway. Fine, Kieran is a sore subject for you, so I'll let it slide. That thing with the journalist, though? He pointed at the door. That's sexual harassment. I said I don't want to fuck her. I glowered at him, sliding the peach onto a plate. You said she wants to fuck you. Where's the lie? I flicked my gaze over his shoulder to watch through the partition window as a server handed the Sophie chick our best wine. If I had a drink for every journo who made a pass at me, I'd be Hemingway. Rye tucked his iPad under his arm, shaking his head. Women don't like to be told they aren't desirable. You'd know that if you ever bothered talking to one. You're making me sound like a misogynist. It's not like I talk to men either. I'm an equal adversity person. Well, the good news is now tonight can't get any worse. Ryland stared out the door's window. Chef? Taylor came to a screech in front of me holding onto my butcher block. Yeah? The grill station is on fire.
Chapter 5. Cal. McMonster. Still alive. Obituary. Just barely. McMonster. Reassuring. Obituary. You sound disappointed. How is my beloved NYC? McMonster. Same way you left it. That bad? Obituary. Worse, actually. McMonster. What happened to take you back there anyway? Obituary. My father passed away. Obituary. Sorry I didn't say anything. It just seemed... Well, honestly, I'm really raw right now. Just typing it out and facing this as my new reality is difficult. But it wasn't a surprise. He'd been sick for a while. McMonster is typing. McMonster is deleting. McMonster is typing. McMonster is deleting. McMonster. Sorry for your loss. This was a very weird response from McMonster, who was usually so attuned to my feelings I sometimes suspected I was being catfished by a female therapist. I'd been speaking to him almost every day since I'd signed up to the Androphobia forum some years ago. My actual therapist had thought it was a good idea for me to talk to people who shared my experience and dread of men, but as it turned out, it was just this specific person I clicked with. My fears felt intimate, too private to share with strangers. But the thing about McMonster, he didn't feel like a stranger at all. Chapter 6. Cal. Torn, Natalie Imbruglia. You should do something with yourself. Mom pressed her frozen foot across my cheek on my 6th day in stain drop, making me yelp in protest. We were both strewn over the couch in the living room, eating ice cream and watching a reality TV show about lavish LA realtors who dressed like Barbies. I slapped her foot away, screeching, I'm trying, Mamushka. Running a true crime podcast is a career, okay? So far, I'd been dragging my feet about getting a real job after graduation because the idea of doing my own podcast with the occasional guest appealed to me more than becoming an intern in some marketing agency that refused to pay me enough to subsidize my weekly subway pass. I'd even gone as far as writing a few episodes on my laptop, but always ended up canning them for being too long, too graphic, too informative, too quirky, and just too me. I was currently in the research phase of the operation, which in practice meant I was occasionally Googling how to start a true crime podcast. Now all I needed was written episodes, a studio, a producer, a marketing manager, and motivation. Clearly I was this close to making it happen. I'm not talking about your work in New York. Mom shook her head, sticking her spoon in a mountain of pistachio ice cream to flick a lock of hair off my face lovingly. I'm talking about this place, this town. If you're going to stick around for a while, you need a job. Oh, sure, right. I stared at her skeptically. And where am I going to get that? Stain Drop wasn't exactly the big apple of opportunities. It was more the small raisin of unemployment. I knew she was right. I did need a job. I'd just figured that job was going to be selling my internal organs on the black market or being a phone sex operator for old married men. Let me tell you where you're not going to get it. This couch. I'll get a job. I waved her off airily with confidence I definitely did not feel. You better, because I don't want it on my conscience if you lose your New York apartment. It's rent-controlled. Don't worry. I diverted my attention to my cookie dough ice cream to avoid eye contact. I'll figure something out. And you need to start reconnecting with people, too. Mom was on a roll, poking me with her elbow. I know how much you miss Dylan. I'm not sure what happened between you two, honey, but what you had is sure worth fixing. I tried. Along the years I'd sent letters, text messages, birthday presents, telepathic pleas. I'd have tried smoke signals if I didn't know she was borderline asthmatic. She had never replied to any of them. Try harder. Do you want me to stalk her? I stabbed the spoon into my ice cream, losing my appetite. Aggressively court her, Mom corrected. Your generation is so touchy about personal space. Mamushka. I felt my nostrils flare. I don't think she wants anything to do with me. I'd hate to be a pest. But I wasn't so sure after Dylan's behavior last I saw her. Then again, it was literally my father's funeral. Maybe she cut me some slack because it was a special occasion. A good friend is a treasure, and treasures are hard to come by. Then why did she give up her treasure? Though really, I ought to try one last time. My out-of-control anxiety aside, Dylan wasn't horrible to me at the funeral. Mom twitched her mouth back and forth, pondering the question. I'm thinking maybe you did something that made Dylan think you weren't her treasure anymore. Is it possible you hurt her, so she decided to hurt you back? She was right, of course. I was the one who'd betrayed Dylan. I was the one who needed to atone for my sin. I thought about what Mom said when I went to bed in my childhood bedroom later that night. Darkness clasped me like loving arms. It was like being cocooned in a time machine. My obsession with the 90s was a result of acute longing for a time I hadn't been here to witness, a time without social media, before the internet took off. It represented anonymity and serenity to me, two things I cherished more than anything. And this room almost made me believe I was right there in the 90s. The faded purple walls, Beverly Hills 90210 and Green Day posters, heavy quilts piled up on my single bed. Polaroid pictures of Dylan and me were pinned onto a detective board, strung together by red string. Dylan and me roller skating. Dylan and me in a snowball fight. Dylan and me at prom, as each other's dates, obviously. Dylan and me at a Death Cab for Cutie concert. Dylan and me doing cartwheels in the sun. Almost every happy memory I had was attached to Dylan Casablancas, and she was now going to be a mother. Mom had a point. Patching things up wasn't just about Dylan being there for me. I wanted to be there for her too. I stewed in memories and regrets for a few hours, wide awake and tormented by all the time lost, before flinging my blanket off and padding barefoot to my closet. The clock signaled that it was 2:30 in the morning. Shut up, clock, I muttered as I tossed my closet doors open and rose on my toes to reach the tallest shelf, where a Doc Martens shoebox decorated in plastic rhinestones and doodles rested. The shoebox of dreams. The box where Dylan and I threw little post-it notes with our bucket list items, our hopes, our birthday wishes. Walking back to bed, I sat crisscross on the duvet, flicked on my phone's flashlight, removed the lid, and picked up one of the heart-shaped folded notes. Bucket list, bungee jump, Cal. Bucket list, visit all 50 states, DY. Birthday wish, the perfect 90s CD burned especially for me, Cal. Bucket list, flash a president, DY. I tilted my head, frowning. How much weed had we smoked senior year? Too much was the probable answer. Birthday wish, make me the best dessert ever using only ingredients that start with an M. DY. I went through the box the entire night, alternating between giggling and sobbing. Bucket list, kiss Stephen Henry, and Kyle Cohen, and Ray Moringer. Cal. A miserable smile slashed my face. Teenage Cal had pretended to be boy crazy. I didn't even remember these boys' faces and definitely hadn't wanted to kiss them for real. But I had longed to appear normal like other girls. Dylan had been privy to all of my made-up crushes during high school. I'd fed her lies about who I liked, who I wanted to kiss and date. No wonder she hated that I'd hooked up with Ro. She thought her brother was just another notch in my belt. Birthday wish. Cake made out of something gross like broccoli or cauliflower so I can force everyone to celebrate with me by eating it. Cal. This last one made my heart stop in my chest. 3 years ago, on my birthday, I had gotten a special delivery of a gross cake during a shift at the restaurant where I had been working. It had had broccoli, cream cheese, rhubarb, and a few other cake-looking ingredients and had actually been surprisingly decent. It had tasted like a veggie casserole. I had figured it was a joke my mom had played on me and hadn't worried too much when she'd vehemently denied sending it. Could Dylan be the one who had sent it? Was that her way of reaching out to me? Had I missed this crucial sign? Well, I wasn't missing any more of them. I was going to win Dylan's friendship back. As soon as the sun pierced through the clouds, I started working. Chapter 7. Cal. Obituary. I think I'm going to make a move. McMonster. Like, ask a guy out? Obituary. OMFG, no. I'm going to try to win my old best friend back. McMonster. Sweet. McMonster. What made you grow apart? Obituary. Ugh, I did something stupid. McMonster. Question mark. Obituary. Her brother. McMonster. Question mark, question mark. Obituary. JK, he is not stupid, just scary, and hot, and scary. We slept together. McMonster. Is he why you are afraid of men? Obituary. Actually, no. In fact, he is the only person I've managed to be intimate with since I got scared off in the first place. McMonster. Sounds like a nice guy. Obituary. Nice? No. Good? Yes. There's a difference between the two. He taught me the hard way. Chapter 8. Cal. Basket case. Green Day. It was a humbling experience standing in the pissing rain on Dylan's doorstep, with a baking dish swathed in foil shivering in my ladybug rain boots as Zeta Casablancas regarded me with the suspicion of a prison guard. Cala, cucciolota, I am so sorry for your loss. She sniffled through the tiny crack in the door. Not sorry enough to let me in, I thought uncharitably. Is she waiting for you? She peered beyond my shoulder, still blocking the entryway. Mrs. Casablancas was a distrustful woman, though I had a nagging feeling she hadn't always been this way. Zeta was as tall as treetops and as glamorous as the sun. She had given up her career in Milan to move here with Dylan's late father Doug, after meeting him on a night out in New York. Someone who up and left their entire world to enter someone else's couldn't be a person with trust issues, right? Something had made her the way she was today. I couldn't recall one time I'd seen her happy. Growing up, I'd always assumed she missed her family in Italy. Well, not exactly. I shivered, drenched to the bone. Mrs. Casablancas made no move to let me in. It stung, because she used to love me like a daughter, used to braid my hair and laugh at things I said. Most of them weren't jokes, but still. Dylan is pregnant. It's not good for her to get too excited, Zeta explained. I just want to apologize. I bent my knees, not above begging. For what? Screwing your son? Our misunderstanding 5 years ago. Her gaze lingered on my face, fingernails drumming on the old wood, their sound pleasant but unnerving. She sighed. "I'll go check if she's accepting visitors." "Thank you." "If I don't come back in 3 minutes, leave." "Yes, ma'am. I promise." The door slammed in my face. I proceeded to dance in place in an attempt to dodge the rain. Spoiler alert, it did not work. The Casablancas' house was a 20-minute walk from mine, nestled at the foot of the tree-covered mountains. The place was a far cry from the pastel-colored historic structures of the street my family resided on. This felt more like a cabin in the middle of the forest, a great spot for a murder mystery plot. Pacing, I wondered if there was even a point in sticking around. I knew my former best friend. If holding a grudge was an Olympic sport, Dylan's neck would break from all the medals. A minute passed, then 2. 5 minutes melted into 7. The rain fell down harder, in thick sheets. God, what was I doing here? Soaked to the bone, pining for a childhood friendship that had collapsed in a spectacular fashion? This was silly. It had been 5 years. It was time to let go. "Not yet, Kalichka," Dad chided in my head. "Have faith." "Shut up, Dad. You were an atheist." 7 minutes passed, then 10, then 20. 20 whole minutes. "Sorry, Dad. She isn't coming out," I murmured. I took one last look at the Casablancas' cottage, dilapidated, the rotten wood wet and sagging, yellowish windows and a rickety front porch. I tried, Dylan. I really did. I put the dish down on the first step, turned around, and walked away. A screeching sound assaulted my ears, an old window cracking open. "Kala Polina Litvin, you are such a quitter!" Dylan's head popped through the window in her attic. Her dark locks danced in the wind, thick and glossy. She was waving a white shirt in her fist. A white flag. "It's like that time we went to the regional hockey finals and you bailed 10 minutes in because there weren't any hot players." "Hey," I yelled back. "No one on that rink was over a 6 and you know it." I stabbed a finger in the air in her direction. I remembered that day. I had left because Dylan was clearly PMSing and needed cake, not eye candy. "Whatever, Dot. We were 15. It's not like you were going to reproduce with one of them." "Did you stare at me through your window to see how long it'd take me to break?" I squinted, somehow still unable to be mad at her. She mimicked zipping her lips and throwing the key out the window. I pretended to catch the imaginary key and tossed it back to her pointedly. She unlocked her lips and sighed in defeat. "Ugh, fine, yes. But in my defense, I hardly have any source of entertainment these days. I've watched everything worth consuming on Netflix." I pressed my lips together, fighting a smile. "May I come in?" She rolled her eyes. "Guess so. It's high time you say your piece." "Actually, I am pissed. You let me stand in the rain for 20 minutes and watched?" My mouth hung open in disbelief. "Hey, you let me have sex with Tucker Reed," she pointed at me. "I would never." I clutched my chest, staggering backward as if she had shot me. "You shunned me from your life, so I couldn't be there to remind you that you were all that and a bag of chips and deserve so much better. You betrayed both of us." "Not me, my vagina." "Dylan Maria Casablancas," her mother roared from downstairs. "Watch it before I wash your mouth out with soap." "What about your betrayal?" Dylan demanded, ignoring her mom. "Which part of your body was in charge the night you—" "I regret that night every single day of my life." A lie. I didn't regret it, even though I should have. I only regretted getting caught. Ro was the only man other than my dad who made me feel safe. Whoa, Dylan puffed her cheeks. Was he really that bad? Not bad. Not at all. I pretzeled inside my soaked clothes. Great. Now I had offended her beloved brother. He was great. Wonderful. She made a gagging sound. But he is, gifted. Like, talented? Like, the length of my height? Dylan, my goodness, I'm coming out there with a broom, Zeta threatened from inside the house. China crashed noisily in the kitchen, followed by more cursing in Italian. I spilled all my minestrone. God forgive both of you girls because my ears never will. Dylan and I stared at each other before dissolving into deranged laughter. I grabbed the foiled dish and made a beeline for the door. She opened it before I could knock, and we were face to face, flushed, panting, shaking with exhilaration, and me possibly also with hypothermia. Holy crap, you look so pathetic, Dylan said cheerfully, gathering my cheeks in her hands. I love me some good groveling. Inside, the house looked totally different from how I remembered it. Growing up, nobody in this town had a lot of money, but the Casablancas took the blue-collar cake. Doug had been a solo fisherman with a rickety old boat, and Zeta was a homemaker. Some days, especially at the end of each month, the electricity hadn't worked, and they'd rationed cans of food. Until Ro had started working when he was a teenager and turned things around. Now I saw that the inside was completely refurbished. The wooden floors were gleaming and brand new. The lights were bright, the furniture substantial and modern, and there were shutters. Ro's doing, no doubt. As if reading my mind, Dylan tipped her chin up proudly. Ro's building Mom a whole new house, 4,000 square feet, white picket fence, red roof. It's almost done, just off Main Street and Winchester Road. Oh, wow, I breathed out. Ro was a total pain in the butt, but no one could deny he loved his family something fierce. Yeah, Dylan's face clouded. He is kind of forcing me to live there too, since... Never mind. Anyway, we're battling it out. I don't need his charity. I had no interest in talking about the person who had made us fall out right now, so I tried to refocus her. So I brought you a few things. Edible things? Dylan squinted, rubbing her belly through her yellow satin nightgown. 50% of them, yes. Yummy edible things? Dylan elevated an eyebrow. Because Mom and Ro are making me eat all kinds of healthy shit full of iron and magnesium and whatnot. Dylan, you're on bed rest. Zeta materialized from the kitchen like something that needed to be purged, brandishing a kitchen towel as though it were a weapon, clad in a house robe. You don't look very restful, and you're definitely not in bed. Bring your apology offerings upstairs. Dylan snapped her fingers and tilted her head to the stairway with a flourish. I followed her, my heart in my throat. On our way up, I asked, Are you and Tuck still... together? Yeah. Guess so. She offered a little shrug, throwing the door to her room open. Holy crap, Ro really did gut this place and redo it. It looked fantastic. All pastel colors, throws, and decorative pillows. The room Dylan had dreamed about when we were teenagers. The room she deserved. Though I'm not so sure how much of it is Tuck wanting to be with me, and how much of it is Tuck not wanting to die at the hands of my cranky brother. Your brother is frightening, I admitted, looking around in astonishment. But I don't know anyone who'd agree to spend the rest of their life with someone they don't love just because they're afraid to get punched in the face. You haven't met Rose Punches. Tucker has, and he is not a fan. Still, this must be exciting for you. I mustered a smile. I was excited about her having a baby. I was not excited that she was still with Tucker. The new construction is supposed to house Tuck, me, and the baby. Dylan fell to her bed, sighing miserably. The deed is going to be in Mom's name so Tuck won't get any greedy ideas after we get married. Guess Ro wanted all of us together somewhere pretty and new so he wouldn't have a guilt trip when he leaves again. You're getting married? I whispered. Dylan nodded miserably. Tuck popped the question. Aw. After Ro almost popped his knees. Oh, that's sweet? I remained standing, waiting for an invitation to sit down. If Tuck had 2 brain cells to rub together, he knew Dylan was eons above his league. Unfortunately, I seriously doubted those 2 cells were in existence. I mean, you're engaged, having a baby, getting a new house. I threw one hand up excitedly, hoping my fake enthusiasm was contagious. My only achievement in the last 5 years is staying alive, and even that was purely accidental. Thing is, I'm not sure I want to share this magnificent new house with him, or if I want to share anything with him at all. Other than the baby, of course, which I don't have a choice about. We've been together for 5 years. 5 years. Sweet Jesus. But he also has a terrible temper, is about as intellectual as an expired bag of trail mix, and we can't agree on anything other than the indisputable fact that the worst La Croix flavor is cherry blossom. Heavy silence fell between us before she added, Plus, what if I don't want to live in a big fancy house in Staindrop? What if I want to live in a small, cool apartment in Boston, or go back to being a PA in Greenwich? I didn't even know that had happened. I feel like all my decisions were made for me the minute I got pregnant. People who are trying to take care of me are actually suffocating me. She was making a snow angel over her unmade bed, staring at the ceiling hollowly. Is Tucker really that bad? I whispered. Dude, the worst. He has no sense of humor either. Before he went off lobster hunting, we attended a 24-week ultrasound checkup, and when we were in an elevator full of people on our way to the sonographer, I asked him very loudly, So, when are you going to tell your wife about us? And you know what he did? I pressed my lips together, stifling a laugh. Dylan was so fantastically herself, it sometimes took my breath away. Peed his pants cackling as he should? You'd think so, right? But no, he got all mad and started yelling at me that I was immature and too much to handle. What does that even mean? Her eyes, a shade darker than rose, sparkled with unshed tears. Shouldn't the person you love be the perfect amount for you? Well, I'm no expert in love, but I think that if someone loves you the way you deserve to be loved, they could never get enough of you. Rage scorched through my body. Dylan was clearly unhappy, and that made me want to use Tucker's arteries as shoelaces. The jerk. Dylan, I cleared my throat. You should do what makes you happy. I know. She worried her lip, sitting upright. But Chris Hemsworth is married and lives in Australia. I'm not built for long distance, Dot. That made both of us laugh somberly. Hey, at least you got a baby out of it. I reached to rub her belly with my free hand, which looked like a prosthetic glued onto a supermodel's body. You've always wanted a baby, and you gotta admit, this is so much better than stealing one. Not if you have to push it out of your body. Plus, if I steal one, I can have my pick. She pouted. I pinched at my puckered lips. You have a point. If only kidnapping children weren't illegal and stuff. Oh, Cal, what have I done? Dylan moaned, throwing an arm over her eyes. Tuck and I are the least compatible people on Earth. We both come from families of giants. I'm only 31 weeks along and the baby is already like 5 pounds. It's going to come out your size. Hey, I've been told I'm pocket-sized. I swatted her knee. For an adult? That's a very big word for what I am. I was torn between being devastated for her and happy for myself that we seemed to be friends again. So, why were you with him? Before the pregnancy, I mean. Boredom? Loneliness? Temporary insanity? She hitched one shoulder up, drawing circles over her nightgown with her fingernail. Everyone left for college. You all lived your cosmopolitan lives. I stayed behind to take care of Mom. My universe was small and insignificant. I bussed tables every day, got back home, ate my frozen dinner in front of Netflix, slept, rinsed, repeated. Tuck was there, making a good buck and easy to boss around. He took me to nice restaurants, weekend getaways, movies. He was a great distraction. She paused. Oh, and he really loves giving oral. Like, I'm talking 30-minute sessions and multiple orgasms. Wow, he really didn't strike me as the giving type. I know, right? I've met plastic utensils more charitable. She popped her head up from her pillow, patting an empty space on her bed. It's probably an ego thing, but at the time I did not complain. But enough about my life. Let's see what you brought over. It better be good. Oh, it's the best. I inched toward her with my offerings. First, I put the foil-covered cupcake pan on her nightstand, unpeeling the edge for easy access. Found our shoebox last night. You mean the one that you stole from me? She gave me the stink eye. I didn't steal it. We had joint custody over it, remember? Giving it back was never an option because you were mad at me. Anyway, I started going through our notes. One of your birthday wishes was a dessert made out of M-lettered ingredients. I did my best. I had made her marshmallow cupcakes with milk, M&Ms, and Maltesers. Yeah, I'd had to cheat and use eggs, butter, and flour, but overall I had brought my M game. Looky here. She removed the foil, bringing one of the cupcakes to her lips and taking a bite. It looked moist and soft on the inside. My heart swelled with pride. Damn, she murmured, mouth full. I don't know if it's amazing or if I'm just not used to eating junk anymore. It is amazing. I flipped my hair, black-tipped for obvious morbid reasons. And there's more of them coming, including foot massages and doing your nails if you forgive me and take me back as your BFF. A foot massage can get you into premature labor. Dylan's eyes widened in horror. Hard no to that one. Guess I'll have to fan you with a palm leaf and tell you how pretty you are. I stuck my finger into the frosting of one cupcake, popping it into my mouth. Well, Dylan licked the frosting off her thumb sulkily. I am very pretty. I perched my ass on the edge of her bed, careful not to wet it with my clothes. Dylan took another bite, craning her neck to peer at the plastic bag behind me. What else did you bring me? Siri, play Material Girl. I slapped her hand away when she tried to snatch the bag from around my body, laughing. Siri, play My Best Friend Screwed My Older Brother. She finished her cupcake in one bite. Oops, never mind. No one wrote a song about a betrayal so cutting and deep. I'm sure there's a country song about it, I muttered. It's not like I slept with your boyfriend. If you'd have slept with my boyfriend, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Why? Dylan snorted. I'm not a medium, silly. I can't speak to the dead. I was glad I had come here. Chop chop, Dylan clapped. What's my next gift? You can't squeeze any of the Hemsworths into a bag so small, so I already know it's not what I want. I sincerely hope you are not on any FBI watch list. I sighed, producing a burned CD from the plastic bag and handing it to her. I made you a playlist of baby shower songs. Dylan flipped the CD to its back where I had slid a piece of paper with a handwritten song list. This better not have Isn't She Lovely? Oh! She jutted her lower lip out and nodded, impressed. Plug in, baby? Epic intro, I confirmed. Baby got back? Her gaze skated my way, eyebrows arched. Fun, right? I beamed. There goes my life! Dylan gasped, punching my arm hard. Hey, that's what the rumors say. I rubbed my arm, chuckling. Whatever happened to no kids before we hit 30? You broke the pact. No, he broke the condom, and you're horrible. You still love me. A reluctant moan escaped her lips. Ugh, I really do. It's such a curse. I kicked off my boots, crossing my legs over her bed, my heart galloping happily in my throat. I pulled her nightstand drawer open, knowing tiny hairbands were waiting for me in a small tin box, and patted my thigh. Begrudgingly, she rested her head on said thigh, staring up at me, blinking at her ceiling. So I have a question, I said. No, you cannot be the godmother. Shush, of course I'll be the godmother. I began parting her hair into neat sections, getting ready to Dutch braid it. I wanted to ask if you sent me a broccoli cake for my 19th birthday. Her eyebrows shot up. That's random, but true. I peered into her face, brushing each piece of her hair with my fingers. No, the only thing I wanted to send you over the years was anthrax, and I was too scared to get caught. Dylan shook her head. Not me. Sorry, Dot. I'm asking because you're the only person who knew about my gross cake wish, I explained, even more confused than I was before. If it wasn't Dylan, who was it? Oh, Christ. She rolled her eyes as I began braiding her satin-soft hair. Christ what? I frowned. Christ Jesus? She pressed her lips together, eyes flaring in her alarm like she had said something she shouldn't. Tell me. Shut up. She clamped her mouth shut. Come on, Dylan. She leaped up, grabbed one of the red and pink cupcakes, and shoved it in my mouth. She missed by a few inches, and it landed on my ear and hair. I gasped audibly. This was a declaration of war if I ever saw one. I picked up a cupcake, hurling it in her face with surprising force. It hit her eye. Dylan's jaw slacked. No, you didn't. Did too. I crossed my arms over my chest. She picked up the cupcake she'd shoved in my face from my lap, smearing it all over my face. I, in return, shoveled cupcake crumbs and frosting into her mouth. Soon we were flinging cupcakes at each other while making squeaky sounds. I got her cheek, she got my hair. Dylan's church bells laughter filled the room. I was laughing too until I remembered she was on bed rest and wasn't supposed to get too excited. That was when I raised my arms in the air in surrender. I was pinned under her, trying to scoot back and sit up. Stop! You're on bed rest! Dylan, who had been about to shove a cupcake down my throat and suffocate me, collapsed backward on the mattress and groaned. Oh, right, I have to take it easy. Why are you on bed rest anyway? I straightened up onto my elbows, peering at her frosting-covered face. They scheduled me a C-section. They think the baby's gonna come out the size of a St. Bernard, like 10 pounds big. I'm the poster child for safe sex, Dot. We stared at each other silently. Pieces of cupcake dangled from our hair and lashes. Her face was a red and pink mess, and I guessed mine looked much worse. We both started laughing, toppling over in her bed. I didn't even know why we were laughing, just that we needed that laugh very much, even if for different reasons. Me, because I missed Dad, the only man in my life I'd ever loved, and because my fear of men stopped me from pursuing my other dreams like the podcast. Her, because she was with a man she didn't like, on a journey she hadn't chosen. We were laughing like there was no tomorrow, a never-ending giggling sound, when the front door slammed downstairs, and I heard the voice of the man who had nearly made me come in my dress on my kitchen floor a few days ago.
"Where's Dylan?"
Oh, shit. Chapter 9. Cal. McMonster. Had a hellish day at work. Obituary. Hey, at least you have a job, show off. McMonster.
"Didn't you say you worked in the food industry yourself?"
McMonster.
"Oh shit, you're unemployed now, aren't you?"
Obituary. Thanks for reminding me.
McMonster. "Hey, always happy to be of help."
Obituary. I'm super broke. Might lose my apartment if I don't find something soon.
McMonster. "I'm sure something will come up."
Obituary. In the small town of Staindrop? Fat chance.
McMonster. "You should have more faith in yourself."
Obituary. Why?
McMonster. "Because you're you."
Chapter 10. Cal. Why can't we be friends? Smashmouth.
"Great. Now we'll have to sage the whole fucking house."
Ro was glaring at me like I'd just crawled from a sinkhole to suck the soul out of his mouth. Standing next to him was his BFF Ryland, who I remembered as sex on legs with a dry sense of humor. Ry was wearing black cargo pants, designer sneakers, and a white V-neck. Ro was wearing a gray Henley, dark jeans, and the expression of a man who'd love nothing more than to attend my funeral. That was my initial thought, Dylan said levelly, placing a reassuring hand on mine. But then she tried bribing her way into my good graces with treats and gifts. Dylan collected her hair into a crusty, cupcakey bun. I have no principles and a sweet tooth, so you can guess how that went. Ro and Ryland had run upstairs when they'd heard our breathless giggling. Ro had said we sounded like distressed seals trying to communicate carnage.
"What's on your face and hair?"
Ro demanded, his eyes swinging between us with a frown. He really ought to look less sexy. He made my hormones go wild. In fact, even though I thought he was a prick, I never feared him like I did most men. He rarely made my eyes tick either. Cupcake, Dylan answered airily. Dot brought me some sugar bombs.
"Then proceeded to bombard you with them?"
Her brother quirked an eyebrow.
"She started it,"
I coughed into my fist. Snitch! Dylan slapped my thigh with a gasp. I winced. Dude, he is big and bad-tempered and already hates me. He won't touch you.
"Yeah,"
Ryland's eyes ping-ponged between us.
"But he sure as fuck would touch Cal, as history has taught us."
That earned Ryland a slap on the back from Ro.
"Aw, too soon?"
Ry laughed.
"Behave yourself."
Ro's voice was a lot of things. Calm, menacing, and blood-chillingly threatening. Surely he didn't know I feared men. Even if he did, why would he care? Ryland seemed unbothered by the chiding.
"When have I ever? Too late to start now."
I scooped pieces of cupcake out of my bra, dropping them into my palm. Ryland whistled low.
"In other news, Cal Litvin is all grown up and looking delicious, all puns intended." "Seriously?"
Ro turned to him again.
"Look away before I pluck your eyeballs out with a spoon."
Ro's gaze flicked along my locks briefly when he realized that I had changed the tips, but he didn't comment on the matter. Ryland pressed his lips together, shaking his head.
"Goner."
This time it was done faster than a light laundry cycle, Dylan told Ry. I had no idea what they were talking about. I just knew that with each sentence, they brought Roe closer to obtaining a criminal record.
Cal, leave,
Roe barked. No, Cal, stay. Dylan nodded her arms over the top of her belly, staring at him pointedly. Wow, way to make me feel like a Labrador getting trained to be a service dog. I looked between the siblings, itching to remove myself from the situation. Who should I listen to?
The person who can toss you out the window without breaking a sweat,
Roe recommended dryly,
and has every inclination to do so.
The person whom you'd like to make amends with. Dylan dipped a finger into my bra and sucked some icing into her mouth. And is also on bed rest and shouldn't become upset. I firmly planted my ass back on her bed, sending Roe an apologetic grimace. Sorry, buddy. Not gonna make the same mistake twice.
Speaking of mistakes, how's that baby cooking, Dylan?
Ryland asked conversationally, leaning his shoulder against the doorframe. Roe shot him a pissed-off look, which, in my humble opinion, was the only look he was capable of.
Hey, shithead, don't you have new staff to find me?
You need new staff? Dylan cocked her head. How come? Actually, I was intrigued too. He owned a bougie restaurant. The tips must be divine. And I was used to working for top-notch eateries in Manhattan. Plus, it would show Dylan that I could keep my hands to myself this time. I was going to be platonic and professional with that mountain man. Also, did I mention that I needed to pay my New York rent and utilities and general existence?
2 of our waiters ran off to elope and do a coast-to-coast.
Ryland lazily perched against a wall, popping a thick eyebrow up skeptically. His main job seemed to be leaning against sturdy objects and looking sensual, kind of like Jason Momoa, with better hair product. Ugh, so romantic. I fanned my eyeballs, feeling teary-eyed. Then I saw the look Roe gave me and quickly added, and irresponsible. Totally irresponsible. Especially with the time it takes to learn every ingredient on the menu and correct timings. I would never. I paused, then clarified. Leave without at least a month's notice, not get married. Although, judging by my love life, ain't nobody needs to save up for a wedding gift. My inability to exist without saying or doing something stupid never ceased to amaze me. They said the spotlight can either make you shine or melt. I knew where I was standing. My eyes ticked like crazy. Ryland gave me a once-over.
Did you say timings?
I nodded enthusiastically. Mom was right. Getting out of the house was a great way to find job leads. Yeah, I looked at Descartes online. You do a prefix menu, right? Rye took a step deeper into the room, in my direction, looking enchanted.
Table d'hôte. Don't even think about it, Rye.
Roe raised his finger to his best friend, and I swear that thing was thicker than an oak trunk.
Don't even think about thinking about it.
Too late. My mind was reeling. The money I would make could set me up not only with rent and utilities, but also with maybe renting out a little studio to record my podcast. Or perhaps just the equipment to set up in my own apartment.
Ever worked as a high-end server, Cal?
Ryland asked. I'd read on the Descartes website that he had a management position there. Growing up, Rye was to Roe what I was to Dylan, but I couldn't imagine him doing something so straight-laced. He was more the type to bull ride and axe throw, run away from a burning castle with a princess tossed over his shoulder. He had always been too charming for his own good. Yes? I exclaimed, ignoring Roe's death glare that was currently burning a hole through my temple. I worked for Avant Garden for 2 years while I was in college, and just finished a 2-year contract at Tsukamishi.
Don't care if she won the Georges Baptiste Cup for Best Server for 7 consecutive years.
Roe jabbed his thumbs into the belt loops of his jeans.
She isn't hired.
I was also a chef de partie at Teddy's one summer. I perked up sunnily, flashing Ro what I hoped was an adorable smile. I have 3 references and a bevy of experience working under pressure, and under assholes, too. Ryland barked out a laugh, clapping at my little performance.
She's the one, Ro. Glad you're familiar with assholes.
Ro checked his phone, tucking it back into his pocket.
Because the only job you'll be getting in this town is scrubbing toilets, and not mine.
Honestly? Dylan ignored her brother. You sound perfect for the job, doesn't she, Rye?
Chef's kiss.
Ryland touched his fingers to his lips.
And other party favors if this guy has his way.
He wiggled his brows and looked at me just a moment longer than he should. I stiffened. I didn't like men's eyes on me, even if I knew Ryland.
You're about to be 6 feet under if you don't knock it off.
Ro's lips barely moved, and my muscles immediately uncurled and relaxed. One thing hadn't changed. He was still protective of me, because I was an extension of Dylan. Growing up, Ro was always one phone call away if I needed a ride home, even if he spent the entire drive ignoring me.
My interest in Cal is purely professional,
Ryland drawled, and he wasn't only good-looking. He was good everything. He had that aura that made him look famous somehow. People gravitated toward him, like planets circling the sun.
No offense, but I like him with a bit more meat and edge. You look like an infant saint in a medieval painting.
A cherub, I burst happily. That's the best compliment.
It's an insult he'll pay for, Ro countered. And it's not happening. Get your head out of your ass. She has experience.
Ryland threw a hand in the air, losing patience.
We can't afford to pass that up.
Besides, she is the only person who would agree to work for you. Dylan laughed evilly. You're dead to everyone else in this town, and I'm too pregnant to pull doubles like yesteryear. Why was Dylan vouching for me? Did that mean our beef was officially squashed? Or was working for her brother her idea of a cruel punishment for me?
He isn't dead to people here, but they're sure about to kill him,
Ryland corrected with a smug smile.
This reminds me. Ro, you do have life insurance, right?
Ro opened his mouth, no doubt to give him one final warning before he broke his nose, when the door whined open. What's going on here? What's the commotion? Zeta stuck her head in the door, scanning the 4 of us. Dylan sat dutifully on her bed, looking like a birthday cake had exploded on her. I was by her side, Ryland was standing next to us, and Ro was on the other side of the room, looking 50 shades of pissed off. Ro is 2 servers short, and Cal just offered to fill in. She has experience. Dylan threw out her hands in a can-you-believe-it gesture. Talk some sense into your son, Mama. You'd be crazy not to hire her, Zeta tutted, palming her cheek worriedly. No one else would work for you in this county.
I think you miss the R in country.
Ryland took out a small tin box from his pocket, rolling himself a joint. Whoa, what had Ro done? And why wasn't he in jail for it?
In less than 2 months, the restaurant will be permanently closed. Cal is probably looking for long-term.
Ro's jaw ticked in annoyance. 2 months from now, I'll be leaving. I'm flying back to New York January 1st, so actually this is perfect, I countered.
Of course you are.
He scrubbed his face, muttering, Shit. What now? I sighed. Was there anything I did that he didn't find appalling?
I'm flying to London the same day, he explained.
Why, what a coincidence. Ryland looked between us, amusement adorning his sculpted face.
You can share an Uber to the airport. In the meantime, you only have 8 weeks to suffer one another. Doable, right? Wrong.
Rose said at the same time I exclaimed, "Easy peasy!" Seriously, what was his deal? "What happened to your faces and hair, girls?" Zeta took us in for the first time, her grip on the doorknob loosening. "Cupcake fight." Dylan pretended to flex her biceps, kissing her non-existent guns. "I won." Zeta's eyes landed on my face. "I see you played dirty and aimed for the eyes." Dylan laced her fingers under her chin and blinked innocently. "What can I say? I fight like a girl, which means I always win." Something amazing happened after Dylan said that. Zeta's features softened for the first time since I'd known her. "You're smiling again." Zeta's eyes glittered, her attention fixed on her daughter. "Look at you. You're happy." "Don't be ridiculous, Mom." Dylan wiped the smile off her face instantly, shooting me an embarrassed look. "Even if I were, it's not because of Cal."
"Apropos, Cal, you're hired as a waitress at Descartes," Ryland announced dryly, pulling out his phone and tossing it into my hands. He tucked his joint behind his ear. "Program your number and email in and we'll hammer out the small print. Congrats, kiddo."
"Yes!" I jumped up in the air, mustering some courage and offering my open palm for Ryland to shake. He stared at it dispassionately, not making a move.
"No thanks, sweetheart. Touching you is not on my agenda. I like my limbs exactly where they are."
Tucking my crusty cupcake hair behind my ear, I said, "I won't let you down, I promise."
"I won't let you in."
Ro marched toward Ryland, fury rolling off him like vapor.
"She isn't hired." "I'm vetoing this one, Sir Frowns-a-Lot."
Ryland clapped Ro's shoulder.
"You need employees, and I need you off my back. Fair trade-off."
"Ro, can I speak to you alone, please?" I pretzeled my fingers together. I didn't want this opportunity to go to waste. Plus, we'd been at each other's throats ever since I had gotten here. If I was going to worm my way back into Dylan's life, I needed to patch things up with him regardless of my potential employment.
"No,"
he said point blank. "Ambrose Rhett Casablancas, where are your manners?" Zeta shrieked.
"The trash," Dylan guessed. "Buried 20 feet under, next to radioactive waste,"
Ryland suggested.
"Maybe he left them in the womb before you pushed him out,"
Dylan theorized, picking frosting from her split ends. "What happened? You used to be fond of her." Zeta wiped her forehead with her elbow, a smear of spaghetti sauce running across it. "Give the girl the time of your day."
"Last time I gave her the time of my night, she ruined it."
He bared his teeth at me. I turned crimson red thinking about the night he had taken my virginity. "Can't we let bygones be bygones?" I asked hopefully.
"Stop saying bye and gone without leaving."
Ro's scowl deepened.
"You're giving me false hope here."
"Please be reasonable." My voice was low and steady. I was beyond qualified, and he needed the help. Couldn't he look past his dislike for me?
"On the contrary, I'm very reasonable. I'm reasonably sure you and I are not going to get along as coworkers. Look, it's a small town, and I will probably run into you, but by God, I'm not going to actively let you into my goddamn sphere."
Sensing the urgency of the situation, I flung myself over to his corner of the room, pressing my hands together and bending my knees. My fingertips accidentally brushed his muscular forearm. A shock of electricity shot through my spine at our fleeting touch. "Ro, please." He pulled away fast, hissing as though my touch wounded him.
"Jesus Christ, get off me."
Get off him? I had barely touched him. A look of pure panic must have shown on my face, because I flushed hot, and cold shivers ran through me at the same time. Worse still, I felt my eyes stinging with tears. "You're not going to cry, girl. Not over a boy and not over a job." Fuck. His fingers caught the back of his hair, and he tugged roughly on the velvety strands. "You're hired." He pulled away from me like I was literal fire, rubbing at the spot where we'd touched like he wanted to clean himself. "Happy? You start tomorrow. Bring comfortable shoes and an entirely different personality. And don't, I repeat, do not get anywhere near me. The kitchen is off limits, you hear?" "Ambrose!" Zeta put a hand to her heart. The overlapping chatter stopped, and everybody was staring at him as though witnessing something greatly tragic. "You." Ro ignored her, turning to Ryland. "Send her a contract and our menu to learn. If she fucks up once, she is gone. If she fucks up real bad, you pay out of pocket for whatever she breaks. Understand?" Ryland saluted at him, using only his middle finger. "I won't let you down." I cleared my throat, but Ro didn't hear me, still laser-focused on Ryland. "If you come on to her, I will kill you. If you make me regret it, I will resuscitate you, then re-kill you. If she screws anything up, I'm killing both of you. I want her out of my sight, out of my mind, and out of my fucking way. Capiche?" Ro continued. Ryland flipped him off with a smile, then curled his middle finger and gave him a thumbs up. "Clumsy me. Yeah, got it." He turned to me now. "No verbal diarrhea, no offensive attire, and no arguing. Got it?" "My attire is not I started protesting before thinking better of it. Right. Sure thing, boss." "Isn't she a ball of sunshine?" Ryland all but clapped with delight. He loved seeing Ro reining in his primal instinct to throttle me. "Isn't he a bouquet of grumpiness?" Dylan gestured to her brother. Ro raked his fingers along the back of his neck, fisting his hair. "God damn it." He turned around and stomped out of the room. "You won't regret it," I crooned after his descending back as he took the stairs down. "Already fucking am." Chapter 11. Cal. Crush, Jennifer Page. 5 years ago. It was the first summer Ro came back from Paris, and the town was reeling with his presence. Even though he wasn't yet famous, people lined up to meet him at the Casablancas' door like he was Mick Jagger, hoping some of his stardust rubbed off on them. They kissed the ring, gushed about his success, and begged for recipes they could wow their families and neighbors with. For the first time since Dylan and I were in kindergarten, Ro didn't pay me any attention. Didn't tug my braid with a teasing smirk, sneak me the last piece of cherry pie, or give me a piggyback ride upstairs, purposefully banging me against the wall to make me laugh. Every time I visited my best friend and he was there, he'd award me with a silent nod and walk off. I was air, invisible and unnoteworthy. To make matters worse, my traitorous hormones decided to notice him. I'd always known Ro Casablancas was hot in the same way I always knew the sun was. You needed to be a moron not to recognize this simple fact of life. Yet that summer, he'd returned with a new foreign glow. An erotism my 17-year-old self simply couldn't ignore. It stunned me that I couldn't take my eyes off Ro because I didn't find guys attractive. Scary? Yes. Untrustworthy? Always. Their physical advantage unnerved me. But not Ro. Apparently Ro was in a different category than everyone else. "Stop looking at my brother like that," Dylan warned me one day when we were lying on towels in her backyard working on our tans. Ro and Ryland were across the lawn by the edge of the forest, chopping wood for wintertime. They were both shirtless, sweat glazing their skin, Ro's golden cross necklace dangling between his sculpted pecs, glinting like the smooth surface of a sunlit lake. Thump. Like what? I pushed my sunglasses up my nose, feigning innocence. Like you're interested in his wood and not the kind he's chopping. She hiked up onto her elbows, ripping her sunglasses from her eyes to award me with a scowl. He can't be your next conquest, Cal, okay? Her words were ridiculous, but I only had myself to blame for the misconception, because I was a lying liar who lied and wanted to make sure everyone around me thought I led a normal, happy life. I was careful to tell Dylan I had crushes on boys and that I kissed them often. I didn't want her to know that, on top of being the one who blinked all the time and suffered from social anxiety, I also had a violently fearful reaction to men. So I occasionally told her I made out with guys. I was careful to swear her to secrecy so as not to start vicious rumors about other people. Dude, I'm only looking at him because he is blocking my view of Rye. Lie number 3,447,358 slipped past my lips. You are a terrible liar. Dylan took a slow sip of her iced tea. Quit ogling my brother, Dot. Unless, of course, you're catching feelings for him. Thump. Wood splinters flew sideways under Ro's axe. The scent of pine oil tinged my nostrils sharply. Ro's abs contracted with each movement. He looked like an Abercrombie & Fitch Super Bowl ad. I waited for the part where I wanted to run away from him to kick in, but it never did. Feelings? For Ro? Dude, no way. I sat up straight, horrified. Luckily, my complexion hid my intense blushing. I was already purple from trying to get a tan. Thump. Dylan scrunched her nose. Wow, it's not that hard to believe, you know. He's a great guy. He is. Nonetheless, I'm not crushing on your brother. I lied. I was. Stalking his Instagram 200 times a day, even though he was too cool to be on top of his social media. Tormenting myself by imagining all the chic European girls he hooked up with. Thump, thump, thump. Ro's bronze deltoids and triceps bulged delectably under a thin coat of sweat. You better not be. Dylan jerked the straps of her bikini top down her shoulders to allow for an even tan. He deserves a fairy tale, not some meaningless hookup. I don't even do that many hookups, I protested weakly. 0 was the number of hookups I'd had in recent years. Even that was exaggerated. Still, you only do crushes, never relationships. Not in the mood to be reminded how Ro was way above my league, I picked up my Daisy Dukes from the lawn and hopped up, slipping them on. I better head home. Dad wants to teach me how to pickle eggs. Jesus, Cal. Ryland stuck his axe's blade in the ground, retying his man bun. Some of us want to eat in this century. Don't slam it before you try it, Rye. I winked, pretending that he didn't scare me. He did. A little. In a manageable way. Ro had his back to me, still chopping. He was pretty far away, but I could see the new tattoos snaking up and down his skin, swarming with colorful ink. I wanted him to turn around, to award me with his sleek, predatory gaze that turned me inside out. Fucking humidity is making it hot enough to scald a lizard. Ryland grabbed his shirt from the yellowed grass, slipped it on, then began rolling himself a joint. I'm tapping out. Cal, want to bum a ride? I did, but I also didn't like the idea of being alone with a guy who wasn't Dad or Ro. Thanks, but I'll drive her. Ro hurled his axe against the tree trunk he'd used to chop the wood, burying the blade inside. He picked up a kitchen towel and wiped off his hands. Gotta buy some ice anyway. Can't you just shave some off your heart? Oh, I don't want to burden you. I braided my hair over my shoulder awkwardly. Ro threw me a dry look. You're about a decade late and $1 short. Get your stuff, Dot. Hopping in the shower, then we're leaving. Don't let her proposition you. Dylan cupped her mouth, yelling to him. She made out with like 4 guys from our grade this year alone. Never know what she's carrying. I kicked her ribs lightly, a smile on my face. A sharp stab of guilt sliced my chest open. I hated lying to her. Thanks, Ro. Dylan lingered in the backyard, working on her tan and flipping through a magazine. Wait in the living room, Ro instructed, shouldering past me on his way up the stairs. I followed him with my eyes, waiting for the faint sound of the shower to hit my ears, accompanied by the whining of the rusty pipes behind the walls. I took the stairs up to his room on my tippy toes. I wanted to get a glimpse of Ro's universe, uninterrupted, something I'd never had a chance to do before. I didn't feel too bad about snooping. Ro never had given a crap about privacy. Once I entered the room, I breathed as shallowly as I could without losing consciousness to mask my presence there. I didn't know why I was feeling so self-conscious all of a sudden. It wasn't like I had a chance with him. Dude had fished chicken nuggets and queso from my hair when I drunk vomited into his toilet in the middle of the night 2 years ago after Dylan and I had stolen his dad's vodka and gotten shit-faced. He'd once caught Dylan popping a zit the size of Montana on my chin. There was no allure or mystery where I was concerned. Ro was taking his sweet time. The shower was still running, so I treated myself to a small tour of his room. In my defense, it was barely even his room anymore. Zeta had been using it as a makeshift pantry for all the sauces and olive oil she made and sold to the locals. I opened drawers, sifted through dilapidated vintage books, and rummaged through his closet. Most of his stuff was gone, sold or taken to Paris, but there was one drawer in his closet that seemed stuffed, full to the brim. It was jammed, so I had to yank it open using force. As soon as I did, huge stacks of paper greeted me. Documents, books, pictures? Yup, there were pictures there too. Funny, he didn't strike me as the sentimental type. I recognized one peeking out from the bottom of the mound of me and Dylan at a county fair and plucked it out with a smile. My beam collapsed when I realized he had cut me out of the picture, scissored a square where my face had been. What the... With trembling hands, I started going through the pictures in his drawer. There were dozens of them. All of them of me and Dylan, or just me. In all of them, my face had been cut out. What the hell? Why would he do this? We weren't friendly anymore, but we weren't enemies either, as far as I could tell. Tears prickled my eyes, but I didn't let them loose. The bedroom door opened with a familiar old house grunt. I twisted around savagely, my cheeks stinging pink. He stood there, his six-pack on full display, his hair a damp mess. A towel was wrapped around his slim waist. "What the fuck are you doing here, Dot?" Hot, liquid anger swirled in my gut, making my entire body hum with fury. Why? I raised a stack of ruined pictures in my fist, tilting my chin up daringly. Why do you hate me? What did I ever do to you? There was no other way to explain the sudden change in his behavior. His eyes met mine across the room. Surely he couldn't break my heart before I gave it to him. He had no permission to do so. What was I talking about? I had no heart to give. It had been smashed into powder, ground into dust. Then why is it pulsing so loudly between my legs now that it's just the two of us?
It's not what you think,
he said woodenly. His voice sounded foreign, detached. My knees buckled. He didn't deny it. God, what excuse could he have for doing something this mean? This creepy? You don't know what I think. A miserable smile slashed my face. But tell me how it is anyway.
Can't.
Face expressionless, eyes dead, muscles stiff. Why?
Reasons.
Reasons? My neck and face heated further with rage. That's not even an answer.
Of course it is.
He ambled deeper into the room, unfastening his towel. I looked away, squeezing my eyes shut. Why was he a ruthless douchebag all of a sudden? What had I done to deserve this?
I don't know you jack shit, Dot. You aren't my friend. Just my little sister's annoying sidekick.
By the rustling coming from his direction, I gathered he was getting dressed. You used to like me, I heard myself say, and hated how childish and whiny I sounded.
No, I used to tolerate you,
he amended.
Still do.
My eyelids fluttered open, my pride overriding my fear. Luckily, he was already dressed in ripped jeans and a worn-out white Henley, the clothes clinging to his defined muscles like they were sewn onto him. Cutting my face out of all of Dylan's pictures is actively hating me, I breathed out.
Maybe you're not as lovable as you think.
He tucked a cigarette behind his ear, smirking at me. I stared at him, dumbfounded. I didn't deserve this. Either he was going to tell me what the hell I'd done, or he could take a hike. Know what? I grabbed my backpack from his floor, slinging it over my shoulder. I'll walk home. Thanks for sending Ryland off just so you could be a major dick to me.
Speaking of dick, heard you've been getting lots of those recently.
Yours is not going to be one of them, so if that's why you're bitter. I crouched down to tie my shoelaces. Hope you stew on that fun fact. I stormed out of his room, taking the stairs 2 at a time. My pulse was pounding between my ears. His parents weren't home, and Dylan was still outside, so there was no one to witness whatever shit show this was. I heard his feet pounding on the rotten wood of the Casablancas' stairs, and my heart dropped to the pit of my stomach. His hand caught me by the shoulder, spinning me around. He pinned me against the rails, panting hard like he was running. We were flush against each other when I noticed his hands caged me from either side, fingers curled over the banisters. Our faces were so close I could see the individual pieces of stubble on his face. My whole body drew in a breath, my nipples pebbling against my swimsuit, brushing the ragged fabric. Heat pulled beneath my navel, and I swore I could smell my own arousal. Could he too? Crap, I hoped not. Rose's jaw flexed.
Don't do this,
he warned. I waited for the fear to finally arrive, for the terror to kick in at our proximity, for my tics to make an appearance. But all I felt was burning desire and unbearable anger. Those two feelings danced together seamlessly, flooding the space between my thighs with heat. My breaths quickened, pulse pitter-pattering across my skin. Do what?
Jump to conclusions.
His throat bobbed, and he looked like he was struggling with something. His eyes dropped to my lips.
I don't hate you.
The alternative, that he liked me, had never occurred to me. Because even though Ambrose Casablancas always spared me his wrath, he was also too impossibly dazzling, popular, and gorgeous to notice me. He'd always had the most glamorous girls flung over his arm, and breaking hearts and noses were his official hobbies. There wasn't one woman in this town who wouldn't let him warm her bed. "Why did you do this, Ro?" I licked my lips, swallowing hard. I held his gaze, ignoring the confusion teeming inside me, the liquid honey that uncurled behind my belly button, and how empty I felt, how unsettled. "Are you really that dumb?" His lips hit my ear. The hair on my arms stood on end. "Are you really that rude?" I stomped on his foot. "Just answer the damn question." He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, then opened them again. "Remember the paper ring I gave you?" I rummaged my memory bank for a paper ring but came up empty-handed. "No?" Ro's jawline was a hard, square line of annoyance, and he barely moved his mouth when he spoke. "You were in first grade. Everybody fake married their classmates. Nobody offered for you, so I made you a paper ring to stop you from crying. You were a mess." I stared at him, shocked. He had. Now I remembered that he had. But back then he had just been Ro, Dylan's awkward big brother. "And when you were in 9th grade and forgot your lunch?" There was a desperate, determined zing in his eyes, like he wanted me to read between the lines. "I drove to Wendy's to buy you some, skipping physics." "What are you trying to say, that you were once nice to me so now you have a free pass to be a douchebag?" I thundered. "No." His eyes crinkled with disappointment. Whatever I was supposed to understand, I didn't. "I'm saying I don't hate you and never have. I just don't want to be around you, and you should fucking respect that." His breath smelled of spearmint and cigarettes, and I wanted to kiss him. Wanted to know if he tasted as good as he smelled. "But why?" "Because you're temptation." He released the banisters, slamming his fists against them with a loud thud. I jumped a little. "Look at you, with the sun on your skin, freckles everywhere, mouth red as a cherry. My dick swells just from knowing you and I share the same zip code. Whenever you speak, all I can do is stare at your mouth and imagine it wrapped around my cock. You're a shiny apple. And do you know what people do to shiny apples?" His nose glided down mine, and I could almost feel them, his pouty, perfect lips. "What?" I croaked. "You eat them." We were chest to chest, heartbeat to heartbeat. To the core. Oh, fuck. Best blush? Anything coming out of Ro Casablancas' mouth. I got it. We couldn't do this to Dylan, act on this attraction, throw caution to the wind. Nothing was worth letting her down. Not even a taste of heaven. And besides, what good would it do me? I'd probably puke in his mouth from fear once he had his hands on me. My whole body felt like he'd set it on fire, tight and sensitive to the touch, and I wondered what would happen if he actually did touch me. His gaze glided to my lips. I felt like he wrapped me in a soft, warm blanket, like the universe had shrunk around us and we'd become the very center of it. Mostly, I felt safe, because even when he was angry, he was my comfort object. My voice was strangled, pained. I just can't stand the idea that you hate me. I don't know why. I just can't. I don't hate you. He couldn't help himself. He raised his hand and picked at the string of my bikini, careful to avoid my skin, rolling the thin material between his thumb and finger. We both watched, transfixed. I so don't hate you, it's not even fucking funny. I pressed myself against the railings, closed my eyes, and enjoyed his proximity. No touching, no lines being crossed, just his heat pulsating next to mine, feeding off each other's energy. Your little sister's annoying extension, right? I gulped. No, Cal. His nostrils flared. Nothing about how I feel for you is sisterly. His fingers rolled south, still only touching my bikini string, skimming the area where the cord met the triangle covering my breast. It was so obvious my nipples were hard. I opened my eyes and saw how his stare glided to my breasts. My own gaze slid down, and I found him hard behind his jeans, his dick nearly poking my center. On instinct, I arched my back from the banister, my pussy meeting his cock through our clothes. Neither of us breathed for a second. This was wrong. We were crossing a line now, and we both knew it. Ever wondered what it might feel like? He surprised me by asking. What? My voice was hoarse, my heart hammering its way out of my chest, cracking the bones embracing it, one beat at a time. Kissing each other. All the time? No. I shook my head, arching farther, my center meeting his, the imprint of his dick jamming the slit of my pussy through our clothes. So delicious, so empty. Never. Fuck, Dot. He gave my bikini string a rough tug, loosening its hold. The right triangle dislodged, falling slightly, exposing the plump mount of my breast and one pink nipple. You're always pretty, but especially when you lie. You think I'm pretty? I bloomed beneath his gaze like a flower opening its petals to welcome the sun's rays. His eyes were on my breast, and panic swirled through me. The forbiddance of it all turned me on. The idea that Dylan could walk in on us any minute now and catch us. It made me even wetter. I think you're a liar, too. His tongue traced his lower lip, eyes still on my nipple. I think you lie all the time to make people around you feel better. Don't you care about that? No. I struggled to swallow, feeling his dick pulsating, growing even harder and thicker between my thighs. Because now I think I know why you cut me out of all those pictures. I was bluffing, lying again, because it frightened me that he saw through me, through my act. He placed his rough, warm palm on the base of my neck, stepping back to remove his dick from my core, and tilted my head up so our eyes were locked in a war, releasing the most devastating words I'd ever heard in the English language. I wasn't the one who cut you out, Dot, he said. Dylan did. Chapter 12, Cal. Obituary. Well, I'm officially employed. McMonster. Should I pop the champagne? Obituary. No, save it. I'll smash it on my new boss's head when I get desperate. McMonster. Promising start. Obituary. The man legit despises me, Mac. McMonster. I have a nickname now? Obituary. Focus. McMonster. Right, shitty boss. Why does he despise you? Obituary. I think because I once slept with him and it ended up with a lot of drama and 0 orgasms for me. He was my first, and, well, my last. Pathetic, right? McMonster. IDK. Maybe if he knew all that background, he wouldn't hate you. Obituary. LOL. If he knew all that background, he'd make fun of me until the cows came home. McMonster. What does it mean that you chose to sleep with him, even though men make you anxious? Obituary. That I have terrible judgment. McMonster. Or, playing devil's advocate here because that's apparently what he is, he doesn't make you feel threatened. Obituary. Don't take his side, Mac. McMonster. I'm not taking any sides. I'm just making you look at the big picture. Obituary. The picture is wonky and about to make me work my ass off. 10-hour shifts. McMonster. Suck it up, Buttercup. Chapter 13. Cal. There she goes, 6 pence none the richer. And then what happened? Mom chased her vodka shot with a pickle and some herring to take the bite off the alcohol. We were cocooned in our kitchen. I brought my shot of vodka to my lips and knocked it back with a pained groan. Seamus, a.k.a. my sociopathic cat, was sitting in my lap doing his best rumbling engine impression, purring his life away. He'd been peeing inside my sneakers ever since I'd moved back home, putting the message across that he hadn't appreciated my 4-year absence. Then he said I was hired. I hiccuped. Well, actually, he might have said I was fired. It was hard to tell, seeing as he looked like he was going to kill me. Ro was always the dark and moody type. Mom let out a dreamy giggle. It's part of his charm. They don't make him like that anymore. What, murdery? I squeezed one eye shut, scrunching my nose. Alpha E. It's all about cinnamon rolls and consent these days. Yeah, consent. So gross, right? I pinned her with a pointed look. Mom laughed. Oh, you know what I mean. I didn't, but I had bigger fish to fry. Why does everyone hate him around here? What did he do? I sank my nails into the seam between Seamus's tail and back. He lifted his butt, eyeing the herring longingly while I massaged him. Oh, that nonsense. He's a scapegoat. I actually think he is trying to be helpful. Mom nibbled on a piece of raw onion. Small-town folks really know how to blow things out of proportion. Blow what out of proportion? Extracting information from my mother was like milking a shark. I moved to rub Seamus behind the ear, knowing full well he would try to bite off my finger whenever he decided he was done with my ass. Every pet had its own theme. Cat's trope was enemies to lovers, hands down. Cal, gossip is the lowest form of conversation. I don't engage in it. Mom kicked back in her chair, staring up at the kitchen ceiling. Especially about someone so... Don't you dare say nice, Mamushka. I was going to say brilliant. Nice is such a mediocre thing to be. Ro is extraordinary. Your father cared deeply about him. This was news to me. When I found out that Dad and Ro knew each other and cared about one another at the funeral, it gave me an unexplainably fuzzy feeling, like returning to a home-cooked meal after a shitty day at work. Anyway, I'm so happy you got a job. She reached to pat my knee. Seamus slapped her away. So am I murmured into a bite of my shuba salad. Happy wasn't a word I would use to describe my upcoming employment at Descartes, though. Terrified? Sure. I could also get behind worried, nervous, and vomity. Now that I grew out of my awkward kid phase and was just awkward, period, I was going to get the undiluted version of him. And judging by what I'd seen on TV, I was in for a world of pain. But enough about my glamorous career. Mental health check. How are you feeling, Mamushka? I reached to pat Mom's knee. It comes and goes. One moment I feel fine, normal even. The next I can't breathe. She paused pensively before adding, This morning I found a note Dad left me in my nightstand drawer. Nightstand drawers had been Dad's favorite format of communication. He had left us notes there frequently. He'd liked the surprise element of it. What did it say? I licked the shuba from my fork. He asked me for a favor, the cheeky man. She burst out laughing. Are we buying a yacht and cruising the Mediterranean? I asked hopefully. We could really use a vacation. Let me amend. He asked me for something that won't devastate me financially. Mom poured herself a third shot of homemade vodka with garlic, babushka's recipe. Something I've been wanting to do for a long time anyway. Sell your mittens? My eyes widened, my fingers finding Seamus's chin and neck for a little rub. Mom had made hundreds of pairs of mittens over the years, gifting them to anyone. NICU babies, friends of the family, and anyone else who was willing to take them. She nodded sheepishly. People like mittens, right? Babushka, of course. What's not to like about mittens? They keep you warm, they're stylish, they rhyme with kittens. Can it get any better? I think not. Mittens are proof that God exists and that we're his children. She laughed. All right, I'll think about it. How do I even go about it? You open an Etsy shop and sell them online. Super easy. I can set it up for you. A beat of silence passed between us. He might have left you something too, she said. Oh, I wouldn't count on it with my luck. What are you talking about? She gasped. Honey, your luck is fine. Halfway through her sentence, Seamus bit my finger, drawing blood. I was just bringing a pickle to my mouth and jerked back, the pickle juice squirting into my eye. Mother fluffer! I fell flat on my ass, causing the disloyal cat to jump for safety, but not before sinking his claws into my thighs to remind me who was the boss. I rolled on the floor, screaming, My eyes! My eyes! Never mind. Go rest, Kalichka. I'll do the dishes. Chapter 14. Cow. Gold sounds. Pavement. Before I went to bed, I glared at my nightstand. It was covered in green leopard print that was peeling and curly. I was afraid to open the drawer. What if Dad hadn't left me a request, a message, a keepsake to hold on to? I started making up excuses for him in my head. Why should he have left me a note? It wasn't like I still lived here. He'd had no way of knowing I'd end up staying home for any amount of time. And he had seemed so forgetful, so spacey the months before he'd moved into hospice. Just open it, Cal, you big stupid baby. My heart felt like a mangled piece of paper ready to be torn. Decisions, decisions. In the end, hope trumped fear. I pressed my eyes shut, curled my fingers around the knob, and pulled the drawer out inch by inch. I opened my eyes, holding my breath. There was a small USPS envelope resting inside it, neatly sealed atop a pile of decade-old nail polish. My body wilted with relief. It was so supremely Dad to use a USPS envelope. He liked free stuff. Our ideal dinner used to be Costco samples with their sundae for dessert. Padding over to my study area, I pulled a small metal ruler from my bleached denim pencil case and used it to rip the letter open. I tugged the single A4 page out along with a postcard, struggling for breath, knowing these were going to be the only new words I'd ever get from him. My eyes burned at the sight of his familiar handwriting. He had the most distinctive penmanship. Cursive and neat, it looked like it belonged in another century. Dear Kalichka, if you're reading this, it means that I'm gone. I hope you decided to spend a few weeks with your mother. I think you can both use the time together. And while I'm not sure what kept you away from Stain Drop this long, running away from a problem never gets rid of it. Problems are like monsters. Fearing them only feeds them and makes them bigger. Please remember you are stronger than whatever wall is standing in your way. All you need is the right momentum. Newton, Laws 1, 2, 3. My chest filled with warmth. The first thing he'd wanted from me I'd already pledged to do. I was going to spend some time with Mom. A little riddle to break the ice. Question: why did the scientist take out his doorbell? Answer: because he wanted to win the Nobel Prize. Kindly pretend to laugh at this. If I find it extremely funny, even in my current state, then so should you. Now that you're in an agreeable mood, I need you to do a few things for me. Allow me to point out that you are not in a position to turn me down, complain, and/or argue because I'm 1. Dead and therefore cannot hear you, 2. Always right, 3. 100% going to haunt you if you fail me. I have a lot of free time right now, Kalichka. Do not try me. I thought long and hard about what it was I wanted from you. Birthdays, if you ask me, are overrated. It is death days on which you are granted all your wishes. And sure, I could have asked you to finally start your podcast, get things moving, take the plunge. But I believe that you cannot rush art and growth. So I'm going to let you take your first steps into your career at your own pace, even if I find it outrageously slow. I snorted. My dad had been a teenager when he'd moved to America. He'd still had this Soviet air about him, a sternness that had collectively labeled anyone without a steady career, 2 degrees, and the durability to drink their own body weight, an utter, useless slacker. These are my 2 requests for you, and remember, you cannot say no. 1. Take me somewhere nice and spread my ashes. Let me explain. I'm afraid your mother will use my presence in her living room as an excuse not to move on. She deserves to move on, deserves to fall in love, to laugh, to enjoy the remainder of her days. Which brings me to my next point. I would really rather not be there on the mantel when she and her new partner make out for the first time. Yes, I want her to move on. No, I don't want it happening in front of my face, or rather, dust. Spread my ashes somewhere beautiful and tranquil, somewhere with a great view, somewhere I can be free. 2. Remember how much you loved running? You stopped for the wrong reason. Whatever it wasn't worth it. Pick it up again. You're not truly free until you break the chains of your fears. And you, Kalichka, are afraid of running. Once you get rid of that anxiety, you will become invincible. You will record your podcast. You will push the envelope. You were made for stardom. So go on, touch the sky. That's where I'll be waiting for you. I've enclosed a little something for you to consider. Just an idea. And always remember what I told you. The darkness envies the moon because it helps the dark shine. Don't let people tell you you are anything less than perfect. Love you more than a flower loves the sun, Dad. I was crying so hard it took me 10 minutes to manage to read the card Dad had included in his letter. It was a 10K run for a children's hospital in Portland. The run was set to take place here in Stain Drop on Christmas Day, less than 7 weeks away. Admittedly, the slogan, 10K for Kiddies, wasn't the height of sophisticated copywriting. It sounded diabolical, not to mention extremely illegal. But I got why Dad wanted me to do something like this. It would make me commit to running every day, something I hadn't done in years. It would be for a great cause, helping children. And it was also taking place right here, so it would force me to stick around for at least a few weeks. Jesus, Dad, you know I don't run. I shoved his letter and the postcard back into the envelope. In truth, I loved running. I just couldn't disassociate it from the worst day of my life. Also, where am I going to release your ashes? I shook my head. A knock on my bedroom door startled me. I blew out a breath. Open. It's me, Mom piped from the other side. For some reason, I wasn't relieved she wasn't Ro. She wedged her head between the door and the wall. Well? I picked up the envelope and raised it, smiling with exhaustion. Mom cupped her mouth, suppressing a gasp. What did he ask you for? To spread his ashes somewhere nice and make sure you move on and make out with someone on the couch. Oh, dear. She blinked, digesting my words. He was heavily medicated the last few weeks. I snorted. No, Mom. He loved you enough to want you to be happy, even if it's not with him. That's a good thing. She struggled to swallow, waving a hand in the air. Too soon to talk about this. I decided to change the subject. He also asked me to take up running again. She bit down on her lower lip, towing a circle on the carpet through her silk slippers. Seamus materialized from behind her, meowing and looping himself through her legs. He curled his tail around her ankle and gave me a "bitch is still here" look. I picked you up from the shelter, you ass. Mamushka, was it really that important to him I run again? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Yes. The way I'd given up on my passion and the unknown reason for it was traumatic for everyone in my household. My parents never quite believed my story of how I got the injuries. I still limped whenever I was excited or exhausted, even though I had gotten the all clear from my doctor years ago. You were really good at it, she admitted, wincing apologetically. It made you happy, and your smile was his favorite view. Well, I'm too rusty. I slammed the envelope into my nightstand drawer, banging it shut. I can barely walk without breaking a sweat, I lied. I was in good shape from years of bussing tables and navigating through New York, carless. There are 70-year-olds running marathons. She readjusted the belt of her robe. Besides, you seem in great shape to me. It's not that simple, I huffed. Running wasn't just about running. It was also about other things. It signified pain, humiliation, and uncertainty for me. Besides, if God wanted us to run, why had he invented Zumba and Pilates? They were so much more fun. Simple? No. She wrapped her knuckles over my doorframe. Worth it? Definitely. I don't think he wanted to make your life easy, though. No? I looked at her miserably. What did he want to make my life, then? Better. Good night, Kalichka. Good night, Mamushka.
Chapter 15. Ro. Obituary. Do you have a girlfriend? McMonster. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Obituary. I just realized I never asked. McMonster. What does it matter? Obituary. Dunno. It just does. Would you answer? It's not a government secret. Obituary. It isn't a government secret, right? Because I have the tendency to get myself into all sorts of unideal situations. And let's just say I cannot take part in a witness protection program. I'd blow my cover before I chose a new name. In fact, how can one choose a new name? It's going to take me forever. So many options. McMonster. I don't have a girlfriend. Obituary. Boyfriend? McMonster. No. Obituary. Any kind of sexual/intimate partner? McMonster. The answer is no. Obituary. Same for me. McMonster. I know. We've discussed it. Obituary. Why are you single? Haven't found the right girl yet? McMonster. Oh, I found her. Obituary. Then what is the problem? McMonster. Only one of us fell. Obituary. Wow. I cannot imagine not falling for someone like you. Silly girl. McMonster. That's the worst part, though. McMonster. She isn't silly at all. She is fucking brilliant. Chapter 16. Row. Well. If it wasn't the consequences of my fucking actions. I was breaking out in fucking hives. And why wouldn't I be? I was allergic to Cal Litvin and about to spend a whole lot of time with her. All because of Rye, that thunder cunt, who'd decided to make a point. If money was what she needed, I could have written her checks to keep her away. Yet here I was, about to pick Cal up for her first shift at the restaurant because little Miss Broke-Ass didn't have a bike to her name, let alone a car. Her mom did own a car, but she also had errands to run. It always amazed me, the lengths I went to for my sister and mother. They had talked me into this disastrous arrangement. Rowie, you smell so good. Is that a new aftershave? Mom crooned as soon as I walked through her door, the scent of her eggplant parmesan hanging thick in the air. No, I grumbled, trying to break loose from her leathery clutch as she pressed a kiss to my cheek. Same cologne, which I haven't worn since I was 16. Not that today was a special occasion or anything. I'd happened to find it in my bathroom cabinet when I was going through old medicine. Completely coincidental. Where's Dylan and what's-her-face? I peered around. Upstairs, making excited giggly sounds again? Mom couldn't contain her grin as she perched her arm on the stairway handrail looking up. I guess Dylan forgave her for whatever she did, huh? Guess so. I hadn't, though, and my grudge was as big as my cock. Once upon a time, I was in love with Calla Litvin. She had broken my heart in two. Whether she had done it knowingly or klutzily didn't matter. I wasn't letting her anywhere near that organ again. The wood plank stairs rattled under my boots as I made my way upstairs to Dylan's room. Squeaking and shrieking filled my ears. Wherever that damn woman went, laughter followed. She was practically a clown. Staying the hell away wasn't going to be hard the second time around. Don't you dare! Dylan crowed behind the door, snort-laughing. Dot, it hurts! What are you doing? This is treason! If you leave a scar, I'll give you an irrational fear of colanders. Cease this fuckery. A scar? What the fuck was she up to now? Trust me, okay? I read a manual on the internet. I'm 83% sure this will work. Cal sounded breathless like she was wrestling a bear in there. Normally, a certified nurse or a doctor does that, right? Dylan sounded unconvinced. Sure, but I've seen videos, and I'm a pretty fast learner. Cal reassured her. Other than that time I built an IKEA chair upside down, but I had one too many eggnogs, and it was 4 a.m. What the fuck? I wasn't going to let this woman-child hurt my unborn niece. I banged the door open with my fist without knocking. Get the hell away from my sis... Both of their heads flew up in unison. They were sitting on the bed. My sister had one breast in Cal's hand, covered by Cal, thank fuck. Little plastic shot cups scattered everywhere around them. Sweet Jesus, Ro! Dylan quickly shimmied her shirt down, protecting her modesty. I'm not decent. Unfortunately, that's not new. I screwed my fingers into my eye sockets. Hey, Ro, Cal chirped. Hey, pain in the ass. You're 20 minutes early. Cal raised one clear shot cup, squinting at it. So now it was a crime to be punctual? Why were you trying to murder my sister's breast? I glowered at Cal. The tips of her hair were lavender now, which probably meant she was feeling somewhat hopeful. Don't worry, sweetheart, I'm about to rectify that situation quickly. Cal perked up in her denim vest and kilt. If the phrase, you are what you wear, were a thing, she would be a color-blind toddler. At least she wore Blundstones, a good waiting choice. I'll have you know I tried to squeeze colostrum for the baby so that when she arrives, she'll have all the nutritious goodness. It was horrible. Dylan hung her haunted glare on my face. Squeezing colostrum is basically bullying your boobs until they cry. Too much info. I brought a palm up, shaking my head. Too little alcohol in the world to erase the mental image. Dot, grab your shit, we're leaving. Ah, but it's so boring here alone in this stupid bed. Dylan rubbed at her belly, blowing a lock of hair from her face. How many serial killer documentaries can one consume before becoming one? I'll come back soon. Cal placed a hand on Dylan's shoulder, rubbing it soothingly. With Sour Patch Kids, tamales, and refried beans. And you'll leave my nipples alone? My sister's lower lip jutted out in a pout. No promises. We need to make sure baby Reed has everything she needs. Cal hopped up to her feet, bending down to pick up her backpack, giving me an eyeful of her ass. I redirected my gaze to the ceiling, fighting a blush. My sister barked out a laugh. I hated everyone and everything. Fuck my life. I should not be affected by this woman's unremarkable ass when I had supermodels throwing themselves at me on the rig. So, Cal, do you still find my brother hot? Dylan tutted. No? Cal's ears pinkened. God, no. No. I wanted to say the feeling was mutual, but unlike her, I wasn't a liar. Even though I despised her, it had to be said. Cal looked like a porcelain doll with those huge, glittery sapphire eyes and strawberry mouth. The only things that made her look fully human were those freckles peppered across her nose, like poppy seeds. Dylan's laugh transformed into a wicked cackle. Oh God, you two. Don't worry, he hates me now. Cal shot me an accusing look. Right, Ro? I turned around and started down the stairs. It was going to be a long-ass 7 weeks. Chapter 17, Ro. The drive to Descartes was spent mostly in silence, which was usually my favorite soundtrack. Not so much right now, though, because the person sitting next to me was full of funny tidbits, fascinating opinions, and quirky ideas my adolescent self itched to hear. Cal tried to strike up a conversation, but I cranked up the radio each time she did. Worked well, as there was some kind of Backstreet Boys special, so she was dancing in her seat, pointing at me every time she belted out the lyrics. She was a little ball of sunshine, and I was a big gray cloud that wanted to piss acid rain on her parade. At some point, I lit up a cigarette and rolled the window down. Her giant pair of blues immediately glued to the side of my face. She stared at me like I had just informed her I was kidnapping her to sell to the highest bidder. Could you not? She cleared her throat. Could I not what? She had better not tell me what to do in my own fucking car. Give me cancer not even a week after I said goodbye to my father who lost the battle to the illness? Shit. With a groan, I tossed the still-lit cigarette out the window. You should probably quit, she said. You should definitely shut up. Hey, I'm just looking out for you. She sounded genuine, but if that were the case, she wouldn't have broken my fucking heart all those years ago. It annoyed the crap out of me that she was now contaminating my new Silverado. I'd had to get rid of the Mustang a couple years back because her white musk and apple stench had been engraved into the seats. Now here I was, surrounded by her scent again. I was determined to keep Descartes afloat until we closed down. Showing Ryland that I didn't feel jack shit for the woman was a side bonus. I never backed out of a challenge. As soon as we arrived at Descartes, I disposed of Cal with the maitre d' and told the latter to make sure she didn't set anything on fire. Especially the customers. I raised my index in the menace's direction. Cal's sapphires flared. That happened once. Who told you anyway? I thought Ryland was the one who talked to my references. Jesus Christ. Apparently Cal had been trained in the days since my idiot best friend had hired her. Ryland claimed she wasn't a complete disaster, but seeing as the klutz had walked into every glass door in town over the years and had once burned Mr. Wallace's toupee while trying to light his birthday cake candles, I had my doubts. Anyway, I'd like to begrudgingly admit that this place is breathtaking. Cal tugged at her Dutch braids to loosen them. Everything she did was annoyingly sexy. The way she fixed her hair, sipped from her Stanley cup, breathed. Shit, I thought you noticed, I said. Noticed what? I have eyes and don't need you to state the fucking obvious. Descartes was a work of art, every damn inch of it. Live ivy crawled up the arched ceiling. Makeshift trees spurted out of the center of each rustic table. The sleek iron bar and hand-painted china made the place a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and that was before they tasted my orgasmic food and heavily curated imported wine. "You chose callas for flowers." Her eyes smiled right along with her lips. She picked purple and white flowers from one of the vases on a table, bringing the petals to her nose. "Aren't they the most beautiful thing in the world?" "No, not even close." I swallowed. "They're devastatingly toxic," I drawled. "Reminds me of someone, actually." "It's probably going to be sad saying goodbye to this place." She ignored my snark, looking around. "Nothing will trump the happiness of not seeing you again," I maintained. She put the flowers back in the vase carefully, her eyes ticking. "Can you at least pretend not to hate me?" "Probably." I threw a batch of keys into her hands. "But it's not worth the effort. Go to the back office and get changed into your uniform." Cal glared at the dozens of keys resting in her palm. "Which one is it?" "Your guess is as good as mine." "Ro, there are like 30 keys here." Her cheeks stained red. I hated being an asshole to her, but it had to be done. I couldn't let her worm her way back into my heart. Not even my dick. She was danger, and anyway, I was best alone. 44. Better get going. The maitre d' Katie winced at her. "Chef is an acquired taste." "Uh-huh," Cal muttered, scorching my face with a blazing scowl. "Tastes like ass to me." Katie gasped. A muscle jumped in my jaw. "Do you want this job or not?" Her tic returned in full force. Blink, blink, blink. She tried to control it by averting her gaze to the ceiling. "I'm starting to rethink it." "That's a surprise. I just couldn't shut up, apparently. Thinking was never your strong suit." She took a deep breath, flattened her lips, and tipped her chin up. Finally, she walked off toward my office upstairs. I punched the double swing doors to the back of the house, heading into my lair. "Chef!" Taylor looked up from his station, dipping a spoon into a simmering sauce and tasting it. "Good afternoon." "We'll see about that." I slipped into my chef's shirt mid-walk, buttoning it up. "How much Wagyu beef is in the house?" I parked my ass in front of the sink, scrubbing my hands and arms clean. My kitchen was neater than a hospital, all white uniforms and squeaky quartz tops. It had earned me a reputation as a frightening boss, but whoever survived under my reign for over a year was usually snatched by the competitors or went solo to see great success. "About 20 pounds, chef," one of my calmest chefs called out. "About?" I snapped my head up, shooting him a death glare. "Did I ask you to fucking guess? You better take your inventory before I step into my kitchen." I fastened the buttons of my uniform shirt at rapid speed, scowling at everyone in my radius. "Yes, chef. What I meant is 22 pounds exactly, chef," choked out the rookie. "That's better. Thank you, chef. Where's my Wusthof knife?" My chef de partie muttered, "The last thing I'd give this man is a sharp object." "Run that mouth again, chef, and you'll be running to the unemployment center near you next." But I wasn't that much of a dweeb to fire someone for speaking the truth, especially when that someone worked 14-hour shifts 5 times a week for me. This was a demanding, harsh business, not for the faint of heart, and I fucking loved it. Loved that it was stressful, full of tension, hard on the body and the soul. Loved that most people in my position were nursing a fucking cocaine habit to keep them functioning. Running a Michelin-starred kitchen was like waking up and going to war every day. I felt like Napoleon, high on that power. Food wasn't just food. Food was community. It was passion. It was art. It was the stepping stones of the body, nutrition and science. It was chemistry and facts, and at the same time creative abandon. Food was everything. A knife was handed to me by a brave soul, and I began sifting through my 4-hour braised, point-cut brisket. I tuned out the world and started working. I cut, slashed, and scythed expertly, minding the overlapping muscles. My hands flew over the meat. This was my zone, my talent, my thing. Making food was like stitching up a fantasy. Food was an erotic experience. Cal's voice drifted into my mind. "I'm starting to rethink it." Normally, I didn't mind being a dick to people, but with her, I cared. She didn't like men for whatever reason. She might not like me, but at least she wasn't scared of me. though that was about to change if I continued acting like a dickhead. I slammed the knife against the tender meat, suppressing a grunt. Tastes like ass to me. She hated me. Why wouldn't she? I had spent every moment since she'd gotten back reminding her I hated her. My fingers tripped over the knife, almost dropping it. I cursed softly. It didn't help that I couldn't look directly at her, that her existence was a stench I couldn't unsmell. She was here now, not only in my territory, but deep inside my head, running circles in her little boots. I was just not used to having her in my vicinity. I'd get over my weird fixation in the next few weeks, maybe even days. You've gotten over her. She's the past. But if that was the truth, why didn't I tell her I was McMonster? My suspicion Cal was obituary had been confirmed the day she'd told me she was back in Stain Drop. I'd put two and two together, and still I didn't fess up. A sharp pain ripped through my forefinger. Shit. Blood oozed from my index, a thin river of crimson snaking along the cutting board. A fragment of my skin was nailed to the meat, which would now need to be thrown into the trash. Shit, boss, are you okay? Taylor rushed in my direction, tearing a wad of paper towels and pressing them against my finger. I'd be better if you'd fuck off, I muttered. I hated being coddled. It was the first time I had cut myself in the kitchen in over a decade, and it was a great reminder of what I already knew. When Cal was around, I bled. My mood got progressively worse as the evening went on. Not because we were short on staff. We weren't. Rye had managed to hire 2 qualified temps from Vermont at an outrageous hourly rate. Still, I was distracted, uneasy. I checked on Cal through the window slit between the kitchen and the bar to make sure she wasn't vomiting in anyone's soup or accidentally falling in their lap. Seemed like she wasn't. Another thing she was not, a fine dining server. Her timing seemed acceptable. She properly cleared the tables, was well-groomed, and held a flawless posture. My issue was that she was friendly, too friendly. Her giggle was in my ear all the fucking time, contagious and joyful, even through the pockets of chatter and utensil noise. She stopped to chat with tables she wasn't in charge of, often and at length. Leaned down and cooed over photos people showed her on their phones. She even helped one of the patrons with the zipper of her dress. It was unprofessional, it was tacky, and it was getting on my last nerve. Looking at her from the outside, you couldn't tell she had anxiety. But I knew better. I knew how she lied, how she bottled it all up to show a perfect front. Knew that deep inside she was frightened of showing her true colors, her true feelings. Like right now, Cal was standing in front of an elderly couple that screamed old money and appeared to be playing a game of charades with them. Either that, or I was witnessing her having a stroke. She contracted her face, then did a little dance that had the woman tipping her head back, laughing and clapping. Rye glided in my kitchen, armed with his iPad, going over inventory mid-shift. I grabbed him by the collar and dragged him over to the kitchen window, drawing petrified looks from my employees. Ryland, I seethed. Ambrose? He was entirely unaffected by my behavior, even giving me his, I know you're having a terrible time, smirk. I see you're in a good mood. I'll be in a better one once you explain yourself. What the fuck am I looking at? I pointed at Cal through the partition. She fluttered around the room, a colorful butterfly flapping its wings. She landed at a table with 2 businessmen who eyed her like she was fucking dessert, and seemed to be in the middle of a fervent conversation with them, one that included whiskers by the way she wiggled her fingers next to her nose. I did notice she stood as far away from them as possible, like she worried she'd be pounced on. The subject of your desire? Ryland braced an elbow on the windowsill. What is she doing? What you should be doing. He grabbed a cherry tomato from a nearby bowl, popping it in his mouth. Working. She's making a spectacle of herself. Look at her. One of the businessmen sat back and clapped, like she was a circus monkey. A dark flame kindled in my chest, urging me to dismember him like a lobster. Ryland shoved his head in the wide slit of the window, scratching his golden stubble. I'm seeing a woman so lovable she just got tipped 4 Benjamins and refused to part ways with them when I explained to her we use a tip pool. Things almost got physical. But then you remembered I'd pelt you head to toe, turn you upside down and stuff your inner organs with wasabi if you so much as lay a finger on her. His grin widened. You're so good at not loving her. Highly convincing. Shut up. I honestly haven't seen acting this bad since Tommy was so. He smirked. You deserve a Razzie Award. I hate you, I grumbled. My best friend's chest rumbled with laughter. He tapped my back with the intention of breaking a bone or two. Point is, people respond to her. She is personable, knows the entire menu by heart, cocktails and wine included, and never keeps customers waiting. Don't worry about her. She's doing great. That's what I was worried about. It would be so much nicer to slip a check into her mailbox every weekend and forget she existed, a charity of sorts. These fecal matters are looking down her shirt. A muscle in my jaw twitched. The uniform is a turtleneck? Ryland's brow knitted in confusion. I ignored him. Throw them out. Ro, you can't start beefing with anyone who sniffs around Cal's ass. What a ridiculous thing to say. Of course I could. I'd been doing that since she was in middle school. That someone had still managed to somehow hurt her along the way, make her find men distrustful, was something I took as a personal failure. Thought you said you were over her. He grabbed another cherry tomato, tossing it high in the air and catching it in his mouth. I am. Now I'm just paying it forward by making sure she isn't ruining more lives. Don't bother, Rye. Taylor, wiping the residual accents off plates of poached lobster and fennel salad, sighed. Chef's been like this all evening. Can't rip him away from that window. Am I no longer allowed to check on my own restaurant? I turned to pin Taylor with a glare. Also, your fennel-cucumber ratio is wrong. Start from scratch. There are no mistakes in art, Taylor pointed out. There are when it's in my fucking kitchen. Start from scratch. Sorry, Taylor. Gotta steal your boss for a few seconds. Rye placed a hand on my back, leading me from the kitchen to the industrial pantry at the back of the restaurant. All yours. Taylor gladly handed me over like a problem child who had shit on his daycare cot. Can you replace his batteries before you bring him back? He's out of focus today. I watched as Ryland closed the door to the cool, sprawling room. 5 rows of 14-foot-high sub-zero metal shelves engulfed us. I leaned against the green leaves section, parsley poking into my ear. Crossing my arms over my chest, I asked, What do you want? Rye smoothed out his suit, looking at me like I was an abandoned, drenched puppy. Thought it was going to be funny, but now I see the error of my ways. I may have stepped out of the Overton window, strong-arming you into hiring Cal. I wanted to make a point, and I made it. Since I now found replacements for Heather and Don, we're not firing her. My nostrils flared. I didn't want to give Cal more power than she already had. Her existence in my domain didn't throw me that off-kilter. You can't concentrate for shit, Ryland said matter-of-factly. She demonstrated the Macarena out there at some point. I pinched the bridge of my nose. She's like a car accident, hard to look away from, but horrifying nonetheless. Just because she's got my attention doesn't mean that it's positive. I'm over her. Over her, my ass. Every time she bends over, you look like you need a cigarette. Look, I can give her a back-end job. We need someone to do the filing anyway. You'll never see her. She's a decent server. You said so yourself, right? Rye pursed his lips, his expression uncertain. She's a highly endearing individual, like the human answer to a unicorn. This can't be news to you. She's still off limits, I barked out. He raised his palms up. Hey, no problem there. I'm not ready for children yet, and she definitely is one. I'm worried, though. Why? You gave her too much power over you. A sarcastic smile found my lips. Power is never given, you fool. It is taken. And anyway, I'm more pissed off than enamored. I shrugged. Keep her. What about you? He gave me a skeptical look. I'll survive. I had once, hadn't I? A knock on the door was followed by Taylor sticking his head inside. Chef? What? Are you getting rid of our new server? I clenched and unclenched my fists. Was there anyone in this zip code who didn't want to get into Cal's pants? No. Why? Because the entire kitchen loves her. I think she is singing an Adele song to one of the patrons. Taylor beamed, using a baguette as a microphone. Chapter 18. Row. The doors to the Silverado slammed behind us. Cal immediately reached to turn on the radio. I covered the volume knob with my palm before she could touch it. "We need to talk." "Why?" she moaned. "We get along so much better when we don't." "We get along best on different continents," I grumbled, ready to be done with the conversation before we'd begun. She cocked her head, turning her entire body to look at me, the seatbelt clasped inside her little hand. She breathed out a tired sigh, letting her head fall backward. "Please don't fire me. I just earned $1,300 in tips, and I think I might actually be able to afford renting some recording equipment when I get back to New York. I could finally start my business. I've been dreaming of starting a podcast since I was..." "Slow your roll, little Miss Crapshine. 1, I'm not going to fire you. 2, I don't care what you do with the money you earned. Waste it, burn it, donate it to Satanists in need. If we're going to work together, we need to set up some ground rules, though." "Oh." She sat back, nibbling on the skin around her nail. "Sure." The engine roared to life, the vehicle purring as I turned to face her. She was a sexy train wreck, decanted into a cheap uniform. Her light brown hair was tangled in disarray. Pink tips framed her face. Her cheeks matched them in color, and she looked so thoroughly fucked, all I could think about was laying her down on my truck bed and fucking every single hole in her body until it was the shape of my cock. Watching her waiting for my words made my dick hard. Come to think about it, watching her breathe made my dick hard. She could probably pick her nose and smear it all over my windshield and my dick would still go ramrod straight, awarding her with a standing ovation. My issue was, there was no one else like Calla Litvin. I'd met plenty of sexy women over the years. Smart ones, successful ones, drop-dead gorgeous ones. But their qualities always carried that sameness that bored me. Cal was different. I never knew what was going to come out of her smart mouth. She approached everything she did with the enthusiasm and curiosity of a child and the body of a very grown-up woman. It was time to douse her eagerness with a truth bomb. Not sure what you're used to doing down in Manhattan, but in Descartes, you will not be playing charades, dancing to infamous 90s songs, or singing Adele ballads to customers. You've made a fool out of yourself under my roof, and I won't tolerate it. She blinked rapidly, digesting the words that seemed harsh even to my own ears. There were better ways to drive the point home. I could have had Ryland put in a word. Unlike me, he had the tendency not to offend entire nations every time he opened his mouth. "I understand," she said finally. "You do?" My gaze swept skeptically over her face. "Mm-hmm." She forced a smile on. I hit the accelerator, scowling at the road ahead. Her eyes clung to my face like they were the glue to keep it from falling. "Problem?" I growled. "Several, actually," she nodded. "Where shall I start?" "How about telling me why I should care?" "Because you have a conscience, and because, no matter what you say, you're a good-hearted person who historically stands up for what's right. When people's feelings are involved, there's..." "Spare me the big Disney speech, just spit it out." I clutched the steering wheel in a death grip. "Use as few words as possible." "So I finally found out why everyone hates you. Suzanne, who owns the spa down the street, was one of my customers tonight. She filled me in." She puckered her lower lip, pinching at it between her fingers. "Here we go." "Are you really going to do what they're saying you're going to do?" Cal asked worriedly. "Yep." I itched to light up a cigarette. "But why?" Descartes was built over an old railroad that was no longer in operation. I'd bought the land, all 5 acres of it, for a pitiful price and restored the train station building, turning it into a dazzling restaurant. Gutted it and spent most of my savings on it. I had attracted tourists, revived this shithole and put Staindrop on the map. 6 months ago, when I'd received a jaw-dropping offer from GS Properties, one of America's biggest construction companies, to sell the land and everything on it, I hadn't thought twice. I'd needed a way out and a fat paycheck from my next venture, and they'd needed space to build a luxurious monster mall attached to a hotel close enough to the Canadian border. I wanted to get out of here, fast. I'd already achieved what I came here to do and saw no need to stick around in Buttfuck Creek. That was why the locals were angry at me, for cashing out and handing the town's keys to a bunch of corporate suits who, in their eyes, were going to kill its quaint charm and small-town legacy and inject it with Botoxed designer stores. Why not? I stroked my jaw. Descartes was a vanity project. I came, I saw, I conquered. Time to move on. Selling the land is the logical thing to do. For you, maybe. But what about the people in this town? The small business owners? The folks who grew up here and stayed because they loved the old-fashioned lifestyle? Her entire body was angled toward me. I had her undivided attention, and suddenly I felt like someone had poured lava down the pit of my stomach. You're not smitten, you're horny, which is a form of excitement that can be dealt with using your right hand and some shower gel. The local morons couldn't spot a good idea if it hit them in the face with a sub-zero fridge, I drawled. Building a 5-star hotel is exactly what this place needs. Employment is non-existent. Opportunities are scarce. And once Descartes shuts down, people won't even make this a pit stop to get gas and take a piss. Whatever family businesses are still open here are struggling and would only benefit from the rush of tourism. Even if what you're saying is true, the station is the crown jewel of this town. It is the second oldest train station in America. It's historical. It's a holiday draw. It's dead. I cut her off through gritted teeth. I didn't usually give a crap about criticism, especially not regarding this subject matter. But being seen as the villain in Cal's eyes didn't sit right with me. You haven't been here in 5 years. Business is at a standstill. The population is in decline. The median salary is 30% lower than the national average. It's mostly elderly people and poor folks forced to stick around who are left. If building a hotel and a mall means cannibalizing one draw card, I'll take my chances. It's not for you to decide, though, is it? She tilted her chin up courageously. Let them vote. It's a democracy. The country is. My wallet isn't. I corrected her. I'm selling. They'll never forgive you if you go ahead with it. I took a right turn and entered her street with its manicured trees, white picket fences, and ice-cream-colored houses. Good thing I don't give 2 shits about what people say, huh? You think you're cool because your hackles are so far up you can't see past them. She shook her head. Don't patronize me, Dot. What the fuck? What are you saying? I'm a self-made millionaire, not even 27. The shit I've achieved, you haven't learned how to spell yet. I needed to shut the fuck up and do it as soon as possible. I didn't like myself around her. The gap between Roe and McMonster was insane. Cal stared at me speechlessly. Bite me. Thought you'd never ask, just say where. She looked pissed, but she didn't look scared. And I didn't know why, but it made me very fucking pleased that my sexual innuendos didn't scare her. I parked in front of her house and unbuckled. I'll walk you to the door. She undid her seatbelt. No thanks. It's literally less than 10 steps. It was a statement, not an offer. She massaged her temples, drawing an exasperated breath. You're the only man I know who manages to be chivalrous and a complete jackass in the same breath. It's a talent. One of many. The rest of the sentence died in my throat when I spotted Kieran fucking Carmichael loitering outside her door at 2 in the goddamn morning. What was he doing here? Was dying this week on his bucket list or something? I didn't want her to feel targeted by some huge jock. He was obviously going to be a threat to her, which meant I had a great excuse to finally beat him to a pulp. I tossed my door open, advancing toward him. With each step, the anger inside me simmered hotter. His stupid face was illuminated by the blue light shining from his smartphone, probably rereading his favorite book, How to Be a Dick Face, the full guide. What's even the point of walking me to my door when you run ahead of me? Cal moaned behind my back. Kieran's head snapped up from his screen, and his languid expression melted into wariness. Casablancas, what are you doing here? Was about to ask the same question, channeling your inner Richard Ramirez. Heard Cal's in town. Kieran leveled his gaze with mine. Came to say hi. In the middle of the night? I got into his face, my toes brushing his. He wore a popped collar polo and futuristic sneakers. All he had left was to tattoo the word douche across his forehead. Cal appeared at my side, wheezing from running after me. She slid between us, blocking me. Thanks for the ride and the truly riveting conversation, especially the part where you made me feel like shit. I'll take it from here. I'm not leaving before he does. I pointed at that asshole. I wasn't being protective, I was being responsible. I didn't want something happening to an employee of mine on my watch. Yes, I'll go with that. Cal pushed me away with a huff. Kieran is here because I invited him. She'd invited him? I had no idea these two even knew each other. Kieran had graduated from high school the same year as me. They had no friends or hobbies in common. You know nothing about her new life, shitface. They might be besties, with matching friendship bracelets and half-heart necklaces. For some reason, the last thought made me want to dip Kieran's head in a bleached toilet full of piranhas. I had been so comfortable in the knowledge she didn't have a boyfriend, didn't have sex with other people, didn't date, that I forgot to factor in Cal was a liar. She could have lied to me as obituary. But no, that didn't seem right. She was truthful with McMonster. That was what made it so fucking hard to stop talking with her. The idea that I was somehow saving her, becoming her lifeline. What if she'd invited Kieran over for a hookup because McMonster had helped her overcome her fear of men? I was going to kill Kieran 50 times over. How do you know him? I demanded, as if I had the right. Not that it's any of your business, but he tutored me for English through middle school and high school. But as she said this, she folded her arms, shivering as she looked at him, and not from the cold. Was she uncomfortable? Had he done anything to her? Got extra credit for it, Kieran added with a smirk. This tracked. Even though he was a smug piece of work, Kieran wasn't stupid, and he'd done a shit ton of extracurricular stuff at school to pad his CV. You don't need another asshole, Cal. You already have one, I pointed out. Kieran, leave. Did you just comment on her rectum? Really? There was no rock bottom when it came to my attitude with Cal. Rye was right. Maybe we did need to move her to do some filing in the back office. Still a charmer, Ro. Kieran's lips twisted in a smirk. The People's Prince. You know, Cal, he kicked me out of his restaurant last week. His ego couldn't handle a better-looking man sitting there, Cal guessed, stopping a good 10 feet away from him. Yeah, she was definitely wary of him, even if she tried to hide it. Are you saying I'm handsome? Kieran smirked. I'm saying Ro isn't. She quipped back, burrowing deeper into her jacket and taking another step back from him. Seriously, what had I done in a previous life to deserve this kind of karma? Decapitated puppies and kittens in the town square? What's he doing here? I repeated, my tone cold. You're an employee and I'm not leaving until I know you're not in some kind of danger. Cal's expression turned timid. I've been having difficulties falling asleep since Dad passed away. She clutched at her arms, hugging herself. The wind swept those cherry blossom hair strands over her face, and her cheeks turned a similar shade. That sobered me up. She had just lost her father. I need company. Someone to talk to keep me away from my own thoughts. Could have taken you to Dylan's. I felt my nostrils flare. Dylan needs to rest. Could have talked to me. Seriously, no. Rock, bottom, none. Sometimes I want to talk to someone who doesn't scowl or berate me. Specify next time, then. I'm not a fucking mind reader. You aren't? Well, then I won't keep you guessing. I want you to go away. Now. The tips of her small red mouth curved upward and she brushed invisible lint from my shoulder. The touch was short-lived, but it was enough to make me swallow a hiss of depraved desire. She touched me. Willingly. She never touched men. It had taken me a while to figure it out growing up. She'd hidden it with her half-assed lies about hooking up with randoms. I'm okay, I swear. Kieran won't hurt me. She dipped her chin, holding my gaze seriously, but her eyes told me another story. Her eyes told me to stay, to fight, that she wasn't feeling very safe at all. Her eyes or your delusions? Rye's voice inquired in my head. I can stick around. Ro, go. I didn't want to leave her with Kieran. Didn't want to give them the opportunity to reconnect, laugh, talk. But it wasn't like I had a choice. And there was something else that pissed me off. The idiotic hope Kieran would make her feel better somehow. Inhaling sharply, I turned around, descending her porch without a goodbye. Will you pick me up tomorrow? Cal piped up behind my back. I kept on moving toward my truck, not looking back. If you're at Dylan's, Mom's house is on my way. It wasn't, but I clung to the last shreds of my self-respect like it was the edge of a cliff on Everest. She'd been here less than a week, and already I had hired her and driven her around like a chauffeur. Way to maintain fucking distance. I swung the driver's door open and started the engine, flicking the wipers on to get rid of a thin, icy crust on the windshield. "Hey, Casablancas!" Kieran put his fingers in his mouth, whistling loudly before waving his hand. "Safe trip, buddy." I flipped him off as I drove past her house and into the night. I rounded the curb, then parked in front of an unfamiliar house, choking the steering wheel with my fingers and grunting in frustration as I glued my forehead to the horn, letting loose a long, continuous blare. I then took out my cigarette pack and smoked 4 cigarettes in a row until I became dizzy. Cal was back, and so was my fascination with her. I was officially, royally, and completely fucked. Chapter 19. Row. McMonster. You said you work as a server. Obituary. Yep. McMonster. How do you handle working with men? Obituary. I'm mostly scared of men in private settings, like when I'm alone with a man in an elevator, which is never, I always leave, or when I'm alone on the street. When it's in a room full of people, I'm pretty certain no one is going to pounce on me. That's why I said we should meet for coffee. If we meet at a Starbucks, I am less likely to run away. McMonster. Less likely? Meaning it could still happen? Obituary. Hey, everything's on the table until you prove to be sane and not a cartel lord. McMonster. Gotta love a woman with high standards. McMonster. Are you an extrovert? Obituary. I think a lot of people would assume I am because I'm happy and upbeat, but I'm just a people pleaser. There's a difference. McMonster. What's the difference? Obituary. I act perky and happy because I want to make others feel better, not necessarily because I feel good. I just give them the obituary they want. McMonster. A smart person would want the obituary you really are. There's no better version of you than your real self. Obituary. Uh-huh. Did you get that from a fortune cookie? McMonster. Brat. McMonster. So, obituary. So? McMonster. There's something I need to tell you. Obituary. Oh? Obituary. Are you a serial killer? Because that's going to be amazing for my podcast and disastrous for our friendship. Plus, you can forget about that coffee meeting I have planned for us when I come back to New York. McMonster. I'm not a serial killer. Obituary. Is it going to make me like you less? Whatever it is you're going to tell me? McMonster. 100%. Obituary. Then don't. McMonster. Question mark? Obituary. Seriously, don't. I like you. I don't like men. I want to continue liking you. Please don't burst my bubble. I feel like you're helping me make progress. I don't want to lose it. McMonster. I'm not a liar. Obituary. You're not lying to me. You're omitting information I am disinterested in. There's a difference. McMonster. No, there isn't. Obituary. Well, I'm a liar. So, meet me in the middle. Jeez.
Chapter 20. Cal. McMonster. Good night. Obituary. I don't recall you ever contacting me in the middle of the night before. Has it been a good night for you? McMonster. It's actually been an epic shit show. Obituary. Anything I can do to help? McMonster. Yes. Let me tell you what I need to tell you. Obituary. Other than that, I really want to stay friends. I don't have many, and I'm still on probation with my childhood BFF. McMonster. My, you can be selfish when you want. Obituary. Only with you. McMonster. That's all right. Obituary. Why? McMonster. Because you're the only person I'm selfless with, too.
Chapter 21. Cal. Alive, Pearl Jam. My alarm clock notified me that it was 6 a.m. by blaring into my ear in decibels that shook the purple walls of my bedroom. I smacked it off and rolled onto my stomach, moaning into my pillow. Even after a trillion-hour shift at Descartes and crying to Kieran for 40 minutes straight about Dad, I still couldn't fall asleep last night. My mind was on overdrive, replaying my interactions with a certain sulky, tattooed chef the size of a prehistoric animal all night. Ro was right. Yesterday, Kieran's presence had caught me by surprise. I had texted him that I was feeling too sad and anxious to sleep, but I'd never expected him to show up at my house. Then again, I'd never expected Ro to refuse to evacuate my premises. How did he know I felt uncomfortable around Kieran? How did he know I was scared? Well, I wasn't scared per se, but I had sat on the other side of the wraparound porch of my house across from Kieran like a freak, clutching my phone, 911 already saved on the screen just in case, as we'd talked into the night. Now I needed to both keep my promise to Dad to pick up running again and somehow appear to be a functioning human for work today. My spidey senses told me there was a lot of caffeine in my near future. Dragging myself to my closet, I stuffed my legs into neon green leggings, slipped on a pink dry-fit shirt with a matching headband, and grabbed a fanny pack for my keys and scrunchie. I also put on 2 yellow wristbands for the cuteness factor. I wasn't hoping to bump into Prince Charming. With my luck, I was more likely to bump into Ted Bundy. But Dad had loved this outfit. He'd said it screamed Cal, and it was an homage to him. Mom was still asleep when I tiptoed my way out of the house. Cool, briny breeze assaulted my nostrils. I did a few torso twists and leg stretches on my front porch as I scanned my surroundings, dread, drip, drip, dripping down my belly. You can do this. There is nothing to be afraid of. Only there was, which was why I hadn't run in so many years. My worst memory was attached to running, but I couldn't let my father down. He hadn't known what made me stop running, but he had known that running was important to me. I needed to at least try. There will be no evil men, no lonely woods, no bad people, just you and the music. And your maddening urge to pee every time you run, probably. Squaring my shoulders, I squinted beyond the mountains stretching along the coastline. I decided to take a 2-mile route downtown, make a U-turn at the harbor, then jog back home. It was a familiar route, one I'd run with my dad often before my injury, and I knew there would be at least a handful of pedestrians around. After watching a 10-minute TED Talk about motivation on YouTube, I began power walking down the street. At first, I strode fast. This was no issue. I was used to walking. I was a New Yorker now, after all. Then gradually I picked up speed. See, it's just like riding a bike, minus the crotch pain and freezing fingers. Soon the soles of my shoes pounded the pavement. The first few minutes felt fine, good even. Physically, I broke the barrier. I was running again, fast too. Then I realized I was running. Just like that time when my life had turned upside down. A shock wave of anxiety zipped up my spine and my whole body turned to ice. Do it for Dad. Don't quit now. Fear clogged my throat, cutting my oxygen supply. My heart pulsated violently in my chest, and my hands felt like 2 pillars of salt, heavy and foreign to the rest of my body. A persistent, dull pain throbbed in my right shin, reminding me of that day all those years ago. I was reliving that moment all over again. The memory crisp, vivid, and in full color. The woods, the blood, the laughter. Leave the weirdo to die. It's not like anyone's gonna miss her. Air. I needed air. I sucked in a breath, but my windpipe was crammed with lint. My vision swam. My eyesight became milky, fogged with terror. My mind screamed at my feet to stop moving, but they continued running of their own accord, going harder, faster. I looked around frantically. I wasn't on Main Street anymore. At some point, I had veered off course. There wasn't a soul on this residential tree-lined street. No one to help me. Calm down. Everything is okay. You just need to figure out how to stop moving. But my brakeless feet wouldn't slow. My body was a broken vehicle, and all I could do was swerve it off the pathway to try to soften the blow. She dead yet? Smells dead to me. I think it's the cabbage. Dirty Russian whore and her stinky food. Quick, let's go before her nerdiac friend finds out and gets us in trouble. Tears needled my eyes, and I choked on the little air that still swirled in my lungs. Why had Dad asked me to do this? How careless could he have been? How cruel. This was a mistake. I'd have to thwack. Dirt filled my mouth, cold and crunchy. My face was pancaked over loose construction sand. I spat grit, slowly digesting that I had fallen down, tripped over a stone and dived right onto my face. My right leg was scorching with pain. I needed to move, stand up, call for help, but found that I was too paralyzed to do anything at all. The floodgate of memories had been broken, and the trauma I kept at bay was rushing like a river, drowning every positive thought in my head. Look at her leg. Ugh, gross. She's never gonna run again. Dot? The last voice belonged to the present. It also belonged to someone who absolutely despised me. What was Ro doing awake anyway? Did he ever sleep? Was he a vampire? I mean, he was painfully beautiful and permanently sulky, though he did cook with garlic and wasn't destroyed by fire. Are you hurt? His low, husky baritone rumbled over my head. My face was still stuck in the mud, which was currently my preferred location. Now was not a good time to face your former crush-turned-boss from hell. I shook my head without lifting it up, feeling so thoroughly mortified, I prayed for a deadly heart attack to spare me the conversation. Can you move? He gruffed. Are you asking because I'm blocking your path or because you're worried about me? I moaned. Can't afford to be one server short. And they say romance is dead. My lips moved around the clay-like mud. Plus, you're on my property, and I can smell an insurance claim from miles away. Normally, I was the first to appreciate a good sarcastic quip, but I was currently spiraling worse than a slinky over my pathetic attempt to run 2 miles, so all I managed was whimpering into the mud. I felt like an injured animal, cornered by a big bad wolf. Is it okay if I touch you? His voice hovered above my head. He sounded like he was standing on a treetop. How tall was this man? Just want to make sure nothing is broken. I am broken, Ro, permanently so, even if my body is all healed. Gently, I croaked, feeling so pathetic I wanted to cry. Of course. Ro placed his palm between my shoulder blades. It was warm, heavy, and reassuring. A hint of a tremble danced through his fingertips. It wasn't too cold out, so it gave me pause. Maybe he was an alcoholic. That could also explain his mood swings. You gonna stay there for long? He inquired. Maybe enough for a quick power nap, I mumbled into the dirt. I thought you were going to check my leg isn't broken. It's not your leg I'm worried about. I hated that he always did that, seemed to know so much more about me than anyone else. It was ridiculous, but sometimes I felt like he knew me better than Mom. He always knew when I lied and when I needed something I was too chicken to ask for. Like right now, I really needed that big, warm, reassuring palm on me. "How did it happen?" he asked quietly, his hand still on my back. I wanted him to keep it there forever. I also wanted him to go away and never come back. "I was jogging. My legs kept running when I told them to stop. And then I kind of lost my vision for a moment and my breathing got all weird. I think maybe I'm broken." My voice cracked a little, and I felt like the tiniest, stupidest creature on planet Earth. "Best if you leave me to die here." "You're broken" is still the most whole thing I've seen. Maybe I was hallucinating, but I could swear I heard McMonster. But of course I hadn't. McMonster was down in New York, and I'd never even heard his voice, known his name. This was Ro. Infuriating, sexy, my best friend's brother, Ro. "What?" I raised my face from the dirt, peeking at him. Didn't say anything. Ro clasped my shoulders very gently, lifting me up to collapse over his broad chest. He was on his knees in the dirt, right there with me, and I wanted to throw a tantrum like a toddler because now I couldn't even hate him all the way. Underneath his relentlessly cold exterior was a compassionate creature who built the women in his life their dream house and literally pulled people from the mud. God, please don't let me crush on him again. My heart couldn't survive season 6 of This Is Us. What makes you think I can withstand him? I wanted love. I wanted sex. I wanted all the things other people had, and I didn't. But I wanted them with someone I could trust. And that someone was McMonster, not Ro. "Just leave," I moaned into his neck. He smelled like himself again, not the cologne I'd smelled yesterday when he'd come to pick me up. Of winter and leather, warm spices, and Ambrose Casablancas. My skin hummed with pleasure. "Dot, I'd never leave you like this." There was a 2-second pause. "You're a construction hazard. Someone could trip all over you." That made me snort out a laugh, which resulted in snot shooting out of my nostrils. In the absence of a tissue, I balled my shirt over my fist and quickly wiped my nose with my sleeve. "You didn't see that," I mumbled. "See what?" He tugged me up to my feet, tucked me under his arm, then ushered me in the direction of the construction site I'd decided to fall in. I guessed it was Dylan's gift house. The place looked almost ready to move into. My wiping my nose... Oh, I see what you did there. I sniffled, burying my face into his pecs to avoid eye contact. "Sorry about the, nervous breakdown." "That's all right. No one wears nervous breakdowns better than you." He gave my shoulder a squeeze. Being in his arms felt good. No, not just good. Divine. I could see myself getting addicted after that first hit. I felt like nothing could hurt me as long as he had his arm wrapped around me. Which was dumb because Ro was the very thing that could rip me into shreds. He shoved one fist into his front pocket. "So what do you think?" He jerked his chin to the property in front of us. "Tell me while I take you inside and break in that first aid kit." I blinked the dirt out of my eyes. Oh, wow. This pretty much summed up my feelings toward the mansion. It was huge, one of those modern avant-garde architecture thingies that looked like an origami piece. A low, wide, white block of concrete. A wraparound pool engulfed the property, and bare cement steps led to the heavy front doors, which we ascended together. It looked futuristic and clinical, One of those homes you saw in reality TV shows and wondered how people actually lived in them.
Come on, Dot. You used more words than that to describe a tissue yesterday.
He pushed the doors open. Hey, that was a super soft tissue. My nose was very grateful. Was it the Costco brand?
Answer the question.
He chided softly, and I knew what he was doing, taking my mind off my obvious panic attack, keeping me engaged. Am I interrupting anything? I looked around. My echo bounced across the walls and ceiling.
No, I made a pit stop here before heading to the restaurant for an inventory count.
You visit the restaurant before you pick me up?
Yeah, I get there at around 10, help with prep and inventory, staff meeting, marketing, then go back home for a quick shower before picking you up.
Then he stayed until we closed shop at around midnight. Do you have a life? I blurted out.
A what?
He feigned confusion, walking over to a beige luxury kitchen and popping open an exotic quartzite drawer. He produced a first aid kit.
You hate the house, don't you?
Hate is such a strong word. I only hate political grifters and frosted tips as a hair trend. Even David Beckham couldn't pull it off.
Are you going to tell me what you think about this house any time in the next century?
He grabbed me by the waist and hoisted me onto one of the two kitchen islands facing each other. Like a lightning strike, every hair on my body stood on end. To make matters worse, he didn't let go of my waist while he pulled a wad of antiseptic wipes from a container. I wondered if he felt it too, like he was brought to life by a simple touch. Calm down, girlie. He doesn't like you. Just wants to make sure you don't die on his property.
Should I check you for a concussion?
He scowled.
You haven't said anything in over a minute. I'm starting to get worried here.
The house is modern. I cleared my throat.
And you don't like modern?
He propped my right leg up, straightening and holding it by the back of my ankle. Pulling my legging up, he exposed a nasty-looking scrape. It looked worse than it felt, oozing blood and dirt.
Gonna sting a bit. Pinch me if it gets to be too much.
He slung one of my hands over his rock-hard shoulder. Swoon. Modern is great. I swung my gaze upward toward the ceiling, refusing to be turned on by this innocent, tender moment.
Liar. You think it has all the charm of a Walmart warehouse.
It's not what I'd choose for myself, I admitted. He wiped my scraped shin with the antiseptic wipe, and I dug my fingernails into his shoulder with a wince. It burned worse than acetone on a paper cut.
Right, you'd go for something Victorian. Lots of arches, iron railings, church-like steeply pitched rooftop.
That was freakishly accurate. Are you able to read people's minds? Like that Mel Gibson rom-com? Is that like a medical condition?
Absolutely not.
He patted my shin clean of blood and dirt with the tenderness of a loving parent. And I dug my nails deeper into those jacked-up deltoids, this time not because it hurt, but because I hadn't touched a man in years and was extremely deprived.
I make it a point not to read anything. Reading might lead to opening my horizons. I like 'em narrow and flat.
You're not as bad as people think you are, I admitted begrudgingly. More than anything, I think you're misunderstood.
You sound like every woman who's ever tried to fix me.
Don't worry, I won't try to do that. I don't have superpowers. I decided to change the subject. So where do you live?
The half-mile inn, up on Main Street.
He dumped the used antiseptic wipes into a nearby trash can and ripped open a gauze wrapper with his teeth, pressing it against my wound. You live in an inn? My eyes bulged out. Yup. He draped a bandage around the gauze, securing it to my shin, still laser-focused on his task. Have been since I moved back here. Why? He shrugged. Don't want to get comfortable somewhere I don't plan on staying. I purchased an apartment in Chelsea, though. I plan to stick around in London for at least 8 years. My heart deflated like a balloon, floating aimlessly before crashing in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't tell if it was because it meant the next goodbye would be morbidly final, or because I was jealous he was in a position to buy a whole-ass apartment when I couldn't even afford to rent a bike in New York. Either way, the pang of sadness unsettled me. That's awesome. I hopped off the marbled counter, all bandaged and good as new. Thanks for wrapping me up, and for the distraction. You're welcome. He leaned against the opposite island, arms idly crossed across his chest, making his biceps bulge. More staring, 0 words. I didn't move and neither did he. In fact, we were both frozen in place, waiting for something, anything, to happen. It was just that it was the first time since he'd taken my virginity that we weren't enemies. And I liked it. I missed it. Too bad he has better things to do with his time than engage in a stare-off with you. I should leave, I blurted out again at the same time he said, Want to see the rest of the house? Yes, I shrieked. I didn't want to go. Didn't want to be alone with my thoughts. He shook his head and chuckled, the international, you're cute but ridiculous, male gesture, and it felt like my face had been licked by a group of squishy puppies. Start with the living rooms. He cleared his throat, tilting his head sideways. I followed his back, inwardly patting myself on the shoulder for my cunningness. Now I could ogle his butt and triceps to my heart's content, make impressed sounds, and he'd think it was the house I was admiring. Roe weaved through the 2 living rooms, giant pantry, dining room, kitchen, 2 downstairs bathrooms, and the adjoined cabana that spilled onto the backyard portion of the pool. There was a lot of house. I sincerely hoped Tucker's sense of direction was better than his grades in high school, otherwise the man was bound to get lost here frequently. Why'd you decide to take up running again? Roe asked when we were going up the stairs to the 2nd floor. His butt was 12 out of 10, by the way. My dad bullied me into it, made it his last wish. Can you believe it? I grumbled. Guilt-tripping me beyond the grave. That's some next-level helicopter parent shit. Roe made a sound. He didn't know what had happened to me that day. Even Dylan wasn't privy to the entire story. What's so terrible about running? I kind of have PTSD. We ambled along the colossal hallway of the 2nd floor where he showed me the nursery, the guest room, and the laundry room. From doing something healthy? He taunted. From running. Why? It reminds me of a very nasty injury and a situation I never want to be in again. You won't be, he said decisively, stopping by the double doors of the master bedroom. Know what you are? What am I? I had a feeling whatever he was going to say was going to change my life, so I had to listen carefully. Beef Wellington. Okay, maybe not. I'm not following. I batted my eyelashes. What business did I have batting my lashes anyway? Why was I flirting with this man whom I found out yesterday wanted to destroy my childhood town, the place my beloved mom still lived in? Literally erase its identity and replace it with plastic, mass-market, easily digestible junk. You're a Beef Wellington, Dot. All soft puff pastry on the outside, but once you take a bite, you realize the inside is almost always too raw.
I'm not raw.
You do the happy-go-lucky shtick, and that's why you're stuck. Because you don't dare. Your father's right. Running again should be a priority for you. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck in the same place forever.
Thanks for the quick psychoanalysis.
I picked up my pace, which he matched easily. I was irrationally annoyed now.
But you know nothing about my life.
I know enough. Yesterday, you said you want to start a podcast. What's stopping you? His expression was calm, his tone deadly.
Life? I work a full-time job at a restaurant.
I tossed my hands in the air. 5 days a week? He nodded his arms over his chest. 2 spare days to do whatever the fuck you want.
Actually, I pulled some doubles in the last few months.
To help pay Dad's hospital bills, but he didn't have to know that.
Anyway, I need money to rent recording
The top-notch stuff, yeah. But some people start their podcasts recording themselves on their phones, he said, cutting me off. What's your next excuse? I clamped my mouth shut, then opened it again.
I need to think very carefully about my first episode. If it's not good enough,
then you make another badass episode. Record it from scratch, send all the demos to your friends, and get better after they give you feedback. I burned my first 3 omelets. The second one I almost set fire to my entire house with. Didn't make me quit.
Your medal's on the way.
He suppressed a smile, folding his arms and making me turn cherry red. Next.
Stop. Just stop.
I poked his chest, partly because he was pissing me off, but mostly because I wanted to see if it was as hard as it looked. Suspicion confirmed.
Nobody asked you for a pep talk.
Well, I'm giving you one on the house. He stepped out of my way so I'd stop jabbing his chest. You need to start running or you're never going to get anywhere worth visiting.
You saw my panic attack out there?
I pointed at the door.
I can't.
Of course you can. It will be hard, uncomfortable, but worth it. He leaned forward, popping the doors to the master bedroom open. And if running alone scares you so much, ask your mom to run with you.
That made me snort out loud. Mamushka's only cardio involves unscrewing the ice cream tub's lid every evening after dinner. And Dylan is pregnant with an entire daycare.
My shoulders slumped with a sigh. Maybe I'll take Kieran. He paused, his back to me, before pushing the doors open. Good idea, if you need some dead weight. Fox Sports said his leg is busted. Yesterday, Kieran had mentioned that he and Ro weren't each other's greatest fans. He hadn't gotten into what had caused the rift, but alluded to it being his fault. That he had been a dumb, power-drunk teenager, and that he regretted the way he'd treated Ro. This made me feel guilty about mentioning Kieran at all, especially because Ro's instincts last night had been right. I hadn't wanted to stay alone with Kieran. He had sort of ambushed me, and I'd felt like a caged animal throughout the entire duration of his visit. Ro continued, and this is the master... A blood-chilling shriek left my mouth, drowning out his last word. Shit. Ro backed out of the room, plastering his palm over my eyes to shield me from the image in front of us. Too late, it was already permanently seared into my brain.
Is it dead?
I slapped his hand away, peering behind his massive shoulder. Violent nausea slammed into the back of my throat. There was a coyote lying right in the middle of the empty room. It looked like roadkill, its eyes open, dead and empty, its guts spilled onto the floor. My eyes watered at the smell, and I palmed my mouth to keep myself from heaving. Unless the tire marks on its body are a fashion statement, I'm pretty sure it's dead. Ro tugged me by the arm out of the room, turning me in the other direction and forcing me to march out into the hallway. This is sick. Agreed. But Ro seemed more pissed off than surprised, which begged the question, had he been the target of something similar before? Who could have done this? I glanced over my shoulder at his face. Ro advanced toward the hallway window in a daze, his scowl deepening, trying to see if someone was lurking nearby. Any one of the 928 people living in this town. Every single one of them is a suspect, seeing as they all hate my guts. This happened before? I've had people pranking me, but this is some next-level shit. Vandalizing my property is a step too far. He squared his shoulders. I'm going to break some skulls. Well, this was terrible news to me, because just as he said that, I keeled over, emptying my stomach onto his brand new lush carpets.
Chapter 22. Ro. Ro, you okay? Cal. I was a second ago. Now a stranger is texting me and I'm a little freaked out. Who is this? Ro. Ro. Cal. Oh, hi boss. What do you want? Ro. To see if you're okay, hence my above question. Program me in. Cal. Casablancas. Are we having a moment? Ro. Of regret. You're my employee. I wanted to know whether you were good for service tonight. Get over yourself. Cal. Boo. Ro. Are you okay or are you not okay? How hard is it to answer a yes or no question? Cal. I'm okay. Ro. Good. Cal. Are you okay? Ro. Now that I'm about to finish this conversation, very. Chapter 23. Ro. There were countless things I disliked in this world, a never-ending list of shit that ground my gears. To name a few, overcooked seafood, foreign films that won Oscars, any music made after 2015, the vast majority of humans, and porn that had more than 3 minutes of plot. But the thing I loathed more than anything else, hands down, was getting visitors while I was working, especially when I had to leave early for some bullshit town hall meeting, which was why I was currently every shade of pissed off under the sun. No visitors, I maintained to Rye, charring an octopus at my sous chef's station. Had I or had I not said I hated overcooked seafood? Rye wedged his shoulder between the metal shelves, which were laden with containers full of produce. The kitchen was approximately the temperature of the sun. Listen, man, I get the frustration, but you gotta hear her out. No, I don't. I slid the perfectly browned octopus onto a plate with a poached egg, blackberry jam, and a mandarin salad. Being accommodating is your trait. Being an asshole is mine. She's your ex-girlfriend. He puffed out his cheeks. Ex is the operative word here, but she had never been a girlfriend either. Allison Murray and I had seen each other a handful of times when I'd first moved back. It had lasted barely a couple weeks. She was like a Range Rover, pure status symbol and unreasonably high maintenance. Her entire allure was that Cal seemed to hate her, and Cal didn't hate anyone. Right. Rye blew out an irritated exhale. How about you need to see her because she's the mayor of the town you live in? I tossed another octopus into a buttered pan, sprinkling it with herbs. Not for long. It's probably about GS Properties. Rye unscrewed a bottle of S. Pellegrino, taking a long sip. She might have info she doesn't want you to be ambushed with later today. That got my attention. I grabbed a dishcloth from my station and wiped my hands, dumping it onto the butcher block. Give me 5. I'll meet her in the upstairs office. I made a Rose Kennedy double the vodka, her favorite, before trudging my way upstairs. Allison and I had never meshed well. She was the wrong type of go-getter, the kind that ran people over on her way places. She had tried too hard to impress me, to keep me, to seduce me, which resulted in me breaking things off before I'd even had a chance to take her for a spin. When I pushed open the door to my office, Allison was already there, perched on the edge of my L-shaped desk, legs crossed in a tight gray pencil skirt and a white blouse, the first 3 buttons undone. She had scarlet hair and matching lipstick and red-soled heels higher than Willie Nelson. At 26, she was the youngest mayor in the United States. Impressive, even if Staindrop had fewer citizens than some sheds. Amby. She looked up from her phone, setting it down and uncrossing her legs, a la Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct. I see you brought me my favorite. Her ruby lips parted alluringly. Pardon my shitty manners. I placed the cocktail on the desk and stepped back, resting a shoulder against the wall. But what brings you in, Al? I gotta wrap things up before the town hall meeting tonight. Actually, the meeting is the reason I stopped by. She took a demure sip of her cocktail through the tiny black straws, blinking at me through synthetic lashes. Allison always checked the pulse to see if I might be interested in taking her out for dinner and having her as my dessert. It always flatlined. Monogamy wasn't my thing. I didn't want a family, didn't want kids, didn't want any dependents. The less responsibility I had, the fewer chances I had to fuck something up. Artem's voice chuckled in my head. Simple math never lies. What's more, I had no idea why she was interested in me. She had seemed just as bored as I was the couple times we had gone on dates. Anything I need to know ahead of the meeting? I pulled a cigarette from behind my ear, lighting it up. No Cal around to chide me for killing myself, thank God. Yes, there is. She glided from the desk, smoothing her hand over her skirt and trotting her way toward me. She slid one hand up my chest, her fingernails toying with the collar of my shirt, scraping the skin beneath it. The nails were red, like the rest of her. Anger flared through me. Yesterday, I'd been hoping the hot, desire-soaked need to plow into Cal and fuck her until she was boneless was the result of being abstinent for too long. But no. Carrying a muddy, disheveled, panicked Cal to safety apparently made me harder than having a willing woman in a full, sexy librarian outfit try to undress me in my back office. Clearly, there weren't enough years in my life for the amount of therapy I needed. Spit it out. I clasped her wrist, removing her hand from my chest. And don't start with the regulatory bullshit. I spoke to the developers. They said the zoning falls just outside of the historical landmark's limit. It is? Well, technically, I guess. Her manicured fingernail trailed down the seam of my chef jacket again. Still, I would feel so much more comfortable if you withdrew from the deal altogether. I'm not compression socks. My jaw clenched. I'm not here to make you feel comfortable. Amby, be realistic here. She balled her fists, pounding them on my chest before letting out a brattish snarl. This town has been historically maintained for the 110 years of its existence. I cannot have it all go down the drain on my shift. You know how much money Daddy spent to make this happen? She motioned toward herself. I didn't come this far only to come this far. The famous Tom Brady quote. Only Allison and Tom both had it wrong. Sometimes you needed to know when to quit. It was no secret Mr. Murray had dropped serious bucks to make his little darling the most important person in this zip code. He wanted Allison in Congress and had the means to make it happen. I knew Staindrop was just a pit stop on her way to D.C. I slanted my head sideways. I think what you mean to say is this place has been at a standstill for decades longer than it should have been. People are fleeing it by the dozens. Your population's been shrinking for 9 years straight. Those who stay here like it the way it is. She curled her fingers with a pout, checking her pointy fingernails. They're going to blame me for letting it happen. What did they expect you to do? Murder me? I arched an eyebrow. If that's what it takes. She screwed her lips into a scowl. I contemplated this, but the odds weren't in my favor. With your size, I'd be lucky to give you a paper cut. Anyway, people are blaming me for what you're doing, and that's disastrous for my career trajectory. It's not ideal, I agreed. See? She perked up. Totally not ideal. It's not too late to, but it is also not my fucking problem. Ugh, come on. She threw herself at me, and now we were chest to chest, face to face, groin to groin, and my anger morphed into fury. This woman was all over me, and my dick was softer than a bath sponge. Yesterday? Up to, fine and including, the time I'd found a dead fucking coyote on my property, my erection could have been detected from Mars. In fact, that Cal hadn't noticed I was sporting a stiffy the size of the Empire State Building while showing her around, attested to how out of it she had been. I wasn't horny. I was just horny for Cal. Problem was, if I scratched that itch, I'd shed my flesh until I hit bone. I also didn't want her to do McMonster dirty, which was fucking deranged, because I was McMonster. Do you really want to go down in the history books as the person who let the powerful boot of capitalism crush the romantic town of Staindrop? Allison penetrated my thoughts. I looked around the room, scratching my neck. Don't flatter this shithole. No one is going to write a book about it. Ambi, I'm serious. Me too. Not even a leaflet. I doubt we're even on the map. If it's money that you need, respectfully, Al, fuck off. I was no charity case. If there was one thing I hated, it was people waving money in my face like I was a problem in need of fixing. You can't sell the land. It's historic. It's special. It's haunted. She threw her arms out desperately. That's a well-known fact. I advanced toward the door. Look, I appreciate the last-ditch effort to try to save your career, this town, or whatever it is you're fighting for, but it ain't happening. It's a good deal, and I'm taking it. I just built a house for Dylan and my mother and bought my own apartment in London. The cash flow will help, and I actually think the plan's good. I did. Not that it mattered to anyone. People couldn't see past their anger once you moved their cheese. You bought an apartment there? Her throat bobbed, and she had that look in her eyes of a kitten that had been kicked to the curb. I strangled the doorframe on a sigh. Told you, I'm leaving for good. I thought... She rubbed at her temple, frowning. I thought you meant in a few more years, not like now. 7 weeks, and not a moment too soon. So you're basically killing this town, then bailing on it? Her expression hardened, and she was pretty, but she wasn't Cal pretty. Her skin glowed, but wasn't punctuated by freckles. Her eyes were blue, but they didn't sparkle. And when she smiled, the world didn't stop spinning. Sadly, I'm bailing before. I bowed my head sarcastically. The developer said they aren't going to break ground until next year. Blueprints are ready, though. And what is it that I'm hearing that Kala Litvin is working for you now? Allison changed the subject sharply, her eyes roaming my face wildly. She's the poster child for useless. Are you doing your sister a favor? I thought Dylan finally ditched her all those years ago. Are we done here? I folded my arms over my chest. Allison shook her head. She's a weirdo. Yeah? My hand grabbed the doorknob. Well, normal people are boring and ordinary and average are fucking synonyms. Who wants to be that? Wait, Ambi, come back here. We're not done talking. She started chasing after me. My answer came in the form of the door being slammed in her face. Chapter 24. Row. Obituary. Can you send me a picture of your ear? Obituary. Any ear would be fine, but left is best. McMonster. Have you been day drinking? McMonster. Why? Obituary. I find ears attractive. Like, when I look at a man, in pictures, I'm mostly too horrified to check them out in real life. I always look at the ears. I'm trying to see if we could be a good match. McMonster. I thought you only wanted to be friends. Obituary. You are a master negotiator. Trade-off? McMonster. I don't mean to sound rude, but I really couldn't give two craps about your ears, bitchy. Obituary. Well, Mac, I was thinking more like a picture of my lips. McMonster. Which pair? Obituary. Sheesh. Obituary sent an attachment. McMonster. Very kissable. McMonster sent an attachment. McMonster. Verdict. Obituary. Also very kissable. McMonster. You're weird. Obituary. But you love it. McMonster. But I love it. Chapter 25. Row. Staindrop's library was a 2-story red brick colonial building with bottle green shutters and a sage roof to match. Both the American and Maine flags danced in the wind on either side of the arched white entryway. By the number of cars parked along Main Street, I gathered every single asshole in the town was in attendance. I slammed the Silverado's door and trudged my way in, muttering profanity all throughout. I went past security, guessing such a measure had been taken precisely to prevent someone from putting a hole through my head. Thank you, Allison. An unfamiliar guard patted me down with inappropriate gusto, swore he copped a feel when he reached my nether region. It was nice to see an unfamiliar face, though. Then he started talking and ruined everything. Where are you working out? You're buff. Nice definition. He tried to make small talk while running his fingers over my biceps and maintaining eye contact. Just moved up here with the wife from Alabama and looking for a good gym. Not into the CrossFit nonsense and all that jazz. Just need an old school place. I work out at running a kitchen for 16 hours a day. I provided dryly. He laughed. I didn't. His smile vanished. I see what it's like. Good day, sir. That ship sailed. I shouldered past him, going through the double doors of the conference room, which could easily moonlight as a high school theater. It was stuffy and windowless, with old creaking floorboards and a stage that had seen better days, probably during World War II. Allison was already sitting on stage behind two classroom desks pushed together, her lips pressed against a microphone, wearing a sensible blazer and too much makeup. She looked flustered. Contrary to general belief, I didn't enjoy seeing people suffer. I just didn't care much unless they were blood-related. Next to her were her assistant, Lucinda, the council member's spokesperson, Melinda Finch, and a clerk recording the meeting, old Robbie Smith. The room was crammed with wooden library chairs, which were occupied by townsfolk who stared at me like I'd just stirred their soup with my dick. Allison acknowledged my presence by letting out a prissy huff and giving Lucinda a pointed look, jerking her head in my direction. 10 minutes late, but at least he made it, ladies and gents. A sugary grin stretched across the mayor's face. Wouldn't miss it for the world. I proceeded inside. If I was going down, might as well do it in a fashion. People booed from the crowd. I ambled nonchalantly past them. Mr. Casablancas, please join us on the podium to answer questions regarding the impending deal with GS Properties. I'm still not sure where the recording button is. Robbie beside her stabbed his laptop keyboard, recoiling quickly as if it were going to bite him. He had cotton candy white hair floating over his head like a halo, suspenders, and thick-framed glasses. Go, Rowie, we love you! My sister pumped her fist in the air from the ocean of wooden chairs, letting loose a loud whistle. Woot woot! I kept my pace even, my posture straight as I shot her a glare. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on bed rest. Her beaming face nestled among 100 scowls in the crowd. You're my beloved big bro. If you're to be publicly crucified, you know I'll always be there. To support him? Mom smiled. To live stream the entire thing. My mother began huffing and making dissatisfied faces while Dylan waved me off. But seriously, don't worry about me. Mom is here to keep me safe. Dot too. She's my bitch now. Sure enough, I spotted Cal, with her black overalls and white turtleneck, and that face that was equally fascinating and painful to look at. My own personal sun shining too bright and too hot. She gave me an awkward wave, and I almost tripped. It threw me off so badly. Then I noticed Kieran. He was sitting next to Cal, wearing a designer pea coat with the collar popped straight like a Succession character. Was he vying for the douchebag world championship? If so, he could count on my vote. Also, why wasn't Cal at work? Guess it was her day off. I made a point of not checking the schedule to prove to myself I didn't care. Great job, ass face. Very convincing. I took my place on stage between Robbie and Allison. The old man was still wrestling with his laptop, physically grabbing and shaking it into submission. He whipped his head in my direction. Got any idea how to record on this thing? Scooting my chair closer to his, I peered at the screen and double-clicked the recording software. Is it connected to the camera on that tripod? Should it be? The man's bushy white eyebrows flew to his forehead. I'm filling in for Helene. Don't have the greenest clue how to operate this thing. It took me 8 more minutes to connect the camera to the computer so that my public crucifixion could be documented in full-color HD. When I retook my seat, Allison announced that she would moderate the town hall meeting, in which the topic at hand would be me signing the GS deal and what it meant for the future of Staindrop. Also, just to address the elephant in the room, even though Mr. Casablancas and I used to be partners, I assure you I will be treating this with the utmost professionalism this town deserves. We had never been partners. This shit had gone too far. I turned to look at Cal despite my better judgment. Her face was blank, caged up. What did I expect? To see her bawling into her ridiculous Lego-shaped purse? She'd never wanted me. Even when I had been balls deep inside her, she'd been doing it so she could fuck off to college hymen-free. Thank you, Miss Murray, for being less discreet than a 10-foot dildo, I drawled, perching back lazily in my seat. People gasped. Excuse his unpalatable sense of humor. Allison sent me a flirtatious smile from across the panel, even though I knew she wanted to kill me for that last comment. Now, please raise your hand if you have any specific questions regarding the contract with GS or what it might entail. A group of elderly women shot up from their seats in the front row. The Righteous Gang. I knew them well. They were town hall staples, there to yell when the first Starbucks had opened in town, then closed 3 months later, when I'd transformed the old train station into Descartes, or when a kid had ridden their bike on the street between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. Everything from the width of the crosswalks to the fucking weather offended them. We made a song of protest. Agnes, the one with the orange-green sweater and hat made out of leaves, rose to her feet. Of course you did. I slouched back in my chair, folding my arms over my chest. What's that supposed to mean? Mildred, clad in a bandana and a peace sign necklace, thundered. What happened to the lovely boy who used to mow my lawn? She referred to me, but that didn't stop me from answering. He probably moved down south where the minimum wage is at least $5 an hour more. This is why you should want me to sell. You need more jobs in this shithole. A collective gasp filled the air. I ignored it. I spoke the truth and let everyone squirm and deal with the consequences. Perhaps this isn't the best time for a song? Allison's crisp, impatient smile reeked of fury. Any questions, concerns, input? I don't think this thing is recording. Robbie squinted at his screen. We're singing our song. Gertrude, the founding member of the Righteous Gang, declared solemnly, shaking her walking cane in our direction. Our voices will be heard. Would you mind? Allison glanced at me, uncertain. I want to get this thing going. Channeling my inner Simon Cowell, I nodded. Floor's yours, ladies. The three lifted their faces upward and belted out their song in a cadence they 100% had ripped off from Eminem's Stan. Dear Ro, we wrote to you, but you didn't answer. We also left messages in your voicemail, texts, and whatnot. Are you even listening? This town ain't just yours, it's also mine. You know what ruining it would be? Yeah, you guessed it, a crime. Especially as you haven't even been around in so long. There's a word for how you treated all of them people on TV. It's called wrong. Anyway, hey, you know, the thing about Maiden Cliff's old train station? It's been there since before your parents were born. It's one of the founding railways of our nation. We used to be your biggest fans. That's the saddest part. We even screened your Thanksgiving cooking special in the Museum of Art. Now you're nothing to be proud of, just a villain in Staindrop's story. Mark our words, you'll be the last one to say you're sorry. Gertie dropped an invisible mic to the floor, folding her arms over her chest and doing a peace sign with her fingers. Mildred slipped on her shades casually. The entire room stood up and clapped, cheering and whistling. I had to hand it to them. That was pretty neat. I'd have given them my Grammy if I didn't think they'd use it to maim me. Well, Agnes probed. What do you say, Mr. Casablancas? Well, I enjoyed your little stunt. Wasted talent, by the way. I like the sound of getting $8 million richer next month even better. That's when I'll be signing the contract, by the way. That caused a little more commotion. And when I say a little, I mean a fuck ton. There was screaming involved. Bad apple, patronizing prick, and Satan's spawn. were all hurled my way, as well as some personal items and one orthopedic shoe. Randy, forever the overachiever, threw a chair toward the stage, but missed by at least 3 feet. Chaos erupted, with everyone's wrath focused on me. I just sat there, cool as a cucumber, wondering what to make myself for dinner. Allison shot up from her seat. "Everybody needs to calm down. There is no need to get physical. This is not the stain drop way to settle things." "Ah, zip it. If it wasn't for Daddy buying you this job, you'd be glazing donuts at Dahlia's diner down the street," Lyle rumbled into his thermos from my right side.
"I would never have her,"
Dahlia proclaimed from the depths of the auditorium.
"She'd probably lick them a la Ariana Grande." "This is going to change the entire makeup of the town. Business owners are going to go hungry,"
another woman piped up. "Who's going to pay my kids' college fees? My utility bills once money stops rolling in." Randy barked from the end of the room, ripping his baseball cap from his head and dumping it on the floor. "I run a goddamn food mart. They're bringing in a Hannaford."
"What about my inn?"
Gertie patted her nose with a crumpled tissue.
"The one you're staying in, young man. A mall would stand out here like a sore thumb."
Melinda Fitch sniffed from the other side of the table we were occupying.
"I would hate for big modern eyesores to stain our unique landscape. People come here from all over to admire the quaint view."
"Too bad they don't stick around to buy a cup of coffee, pump their gas, and get a souvenir," I shot back. "You're running this place into the ground, and just because you don't like change doesn't mean you don't need it. If you'd see the blueprints..."
"Absolutely not."
Allison shook her head vehemently.
"They'll be overwhelmed and even more upset if you show them what kind of monster you want to build here."
It wasn't that I didn't understand where the townsfolk were coming from. It was that I, A, thought the pros outweighed the cons in opening up the town, and B, didn't give a shit either way. I had come here for vengeance and gotten it. It was time to move on. Letting out a provocative yawn, I explained. "Folks, I do apologize, but I don't have time for songs and dances. If you've got a specific question, I'll answer it. I've read the plan, studied the blueprints, and know the vision for the hotel and mall they're planning here. Otherwise, let me go back to the only business in Stain Drop that's currently not losing money." I spun the ring on my pinky finger. "And while I've got your attention, I would refrain from pranking my ass with roadkill and hate mail. In case you haven't noticed, I don't play so well with others, and when I hit back, it's much, much harder." Randy snorted from the end of the room. "Not as hard as the punch I've got saved for you, boy." My eyes slowly lifted to his. "I smell a fucking challenge, Randy. Let's go outside and test it out."
"No!" Allison yelped. "Stop this nonsense. No one is punching anyone. I don't need this headline attached to my name."
The town hall meeting lasted for another 40 minutes, during which I got grilled about the details in my as-yet unsigned contract with GS Properties. I answered questions honestly and to the point, reminding people every now and then that I was volunteering information they had no business asking me for. By the time the meeting was over, so was my will to live. I had a migraine that threatened to split my head in half and was in no mood to return to Descartes. I waited for the room to empty and helped Robbie with his laptop while people filed out. Mom, Dylan, Cal, and Fuckface loitered near the stage, with the latter helping stack chairs into a tall pile, one on top of the other. "Man, that was brutal." Captain Obvious, a.k.a. Kieran, wiped invisible sweat from his forehead after pushing a stack of chairs to the far corner of the room. "You okay, bro?" "Not your bro." I hopped off the stage. "And not your business." "Dylan," I spun on my heel, facing my sister. "You shouldn't be on your feet. Let's go."
"Is it just me, or does Allison have more plastic on her face than the Container Store?"
Dylan chatted happily, ignoring the tension hanging thickly in the air as she rubbed the small of her back.
"Did she have a mini facelift? And why? She's younger than some of the cans Mom has in the pantry. Honey, you handled it so well."
Mom laced her arm through mine, smiling sympathetically. I peered at Cal, but she seemed busy reading something on her phone, determined not to give me the time of day. Was she pissed about Allison? If so, good. "He held back on the snark," Kieran agreed. Why was Fuckface being so nice to me? He had nothing to gain from this. Maybe he wasn't a world-class prick anymore. though I highly doubted it. But there was still no need to suck up to me, unless he wanted to show Cal he was a good guy. The thought made me want to kill him violently, creatively, and slowly. He only offended 80% of the people in the room, if that.
Honestly, who cares about that train station? Dylan puffed, rubbing at her belly as she wobbled toward the exit. Before Ro bought it and made it a restaurant, it was straight up deserted. It smelled of piss, weed, and garbage. People are afraid of change, Signorina, Mom said quietly, a shudder only I noticed moving through her. That's why we keep making the same mistakes. Only Cal remained curiously silent. Ironically, it was her words I craved more than anyone else's. I nudged her with my elbow. Earth to Dot. Now's your turn to lay into me. Your 5 minutes start now. Pass. She took a sip of her coffee. Probably some offensive pumpkin latte bullshit. What they did to you was brutal, and I believe everyone deserves a bit of grace, even and especially those who don't give it to others. I will, however, give you a generous piece of my mind tomorrow when you pick me up for work. She tried to smile, but I didn't see any teeth. That gives me a full 12 minutes, not 5. Are you timing our rides together? She hitched one dainty shoulder up. The arctic gusts of wind from your scowls give me chills. Pumpkin spice latte? She aimed the coffee at me. Thanks, I'd rather use Tabasco as eye drops. I'm enjoying that mental image. She wiped a thin foam mustache off her upper lip, and I wanted to trail the same path with the tip of my tongue before sealing her mouth with mine. Anyway, I tallied every time you used profanity on my phone. She raised her ancient iPhone in the air between us. You should donate $1 to the local elementary school's baseball team for every cuss word you used. I'll go bankrupt. A fitting punishment for your sins. She smiled happily. Want to know how many times you cursed? Not really. 44. That's an average of more than 1 a minute. That's bullshit. She flipped an invisible notepad open and pretended to cross something off with an imaginary pencil. Make that 45. I see you're eager to buy Staindrop Elementary another field. Someone is being mouthy these days. Not that I had any complaints. I'd come for seconds and thirds of that attitude. Oh, did you mistake my anxiety for weakness? Her eyes flared. Rookie mistake. My tongue is more lethal than any man's fist. I bet so, sweetheart. I was waiting for her to give me shit about Allison, but she didn't. Instead, Cal swung her gaze to the ceiling and chewed on her lip, looking thoughtful. I may or may not have also recorded the protest song on my phone and put Stan in the background. Liar. I pursed my lips. Dylan, Mom, and Fuckface trailed behind us, though really, they might as well have been on another planet. Their beat was something fierce. She stopped dead in her tracks and swiped her phone screen. The Righteous Gang's version of Stan filled the air. I couldn't help it. I let out a chuckle and shook my head. You're a nut. When I checked the BPM, I realized Gertie is a straight-up musical genius. She rose on her tiptoes and plastered the phone closer to my ear. My favorite part is when they call you a villain. I could listen to it until my ears fall off. I was smiling. Why was I smiling? This was ridiculous. She was ridiculous. Besides, I never smiled. Smiling was reserved for other people who were capable of being happy. The height of positivity I could reach, emotionally, was being not pissed off. Dylan pushed between us, flinging an arm over each of us. Look at you two, not even trying to scoop each other's eyes out. It's good progress from the time Cal bought you cupcakes. Mom caught up with our pace, nodding in approval. Having everyone home is so much fun, Dylan sighed. Tucker isn't home, though. Cal frowned. I said what I said. Dylan rolled her eyes. Fuckface turned to me, changing the subject. Hey, didn't know that you and Allison used to knock boots. I took her to prom, you know. Had no idea she was contaminated. I'll scrub extra hard today in the shower, I drawled. Be sure to use bleach, too. We were drunk that night and some funky things went down. Karen tipped an imaginary hat, making my mom choke on her takeout coffee. Thing is, she doesn't seem like your type. What's my type? I humored him. Karen stroked his chin. Someone who isn't completely dead inside? Someone cheerful to level out your darkness? You need a yin to your yang. He gave me a once-over. Your yang is kind of terrible. Glancing quickly at Cal,
I noticed not only did she not have any opinion about my short affair with Allison, but she didn't look too bothered by the revelation either. Why did it drive me up the fucking wall that she wasn't jealous? Because you still care, and she is still not interested. I wanted to yell at her. I'm McMonster. I'm your fucking fantasy. Me, the same guy who has always been there, in your periphery, waiting to save the goddamn day and not take any credit for it. I taught you how to drive. I made your birthday cakes up until your sophomore year. I fucking took your virginity because you asked not so nicely, even though I knew it was going to undo me. I pushed the exit door open and held it for everyone other than Fuckface. He could hold his own damn door. When I stepped outside into the frosty winter evening, I bumped into my mother's back. She was standing frozen to the sidewalk, staring at the street. So were Dylan and Cal. Mom? I peered down at her face to find it was pale as a sheet. Honey. Her jaw nearly hit the floor. I followed her line of sight. My Silverado, which was parked across the street, had all 4 tires slashed to ribbons. They were so badly ripped the barrel was completely naked from the tire. A rush of heat climbed up my neck. Motherfucker. I stomped my way to the truck, bending down to take a better look at the prankster's handiwork. My blood simmered to a dangerous temperature. The dead coyote had been uncalled for. I had let it slide, filing it as a last-ditch effort by some punk before the town hall meeting. There was the mysterious hate mail too, but getting trashed was no news to me. I was used to it from being A, a celebrity, and B, a major asshole. Now this was personal, not to mention inconvenient. I couldn't go anywhere without my truck. Someone was following me around and making my life hell, and I was going to get to the bottom of it. I looked around the street for cameras, tugging hard at my overgrown hair. Don't even bother. Dylan appeared by my side, clutching her lower back with a pout. None of the cameras work. I tried getting the city to pull out some footage last week because this dumbass gave me a parking ticket for taking a quick nap by the fire hydrant in my car. You're shitting me. I gritted my teeth. What kind of main street didn't have one working camera? I know, right? Dylan bristled. Taking a catnap is a basic human right when you're in your 3rd trimester. We should normalize that everywhere. Fuckface popped into my periphery, staring at the wheels and scratching the side of his neck. Shit, man. Those tires are done. Do you ever say things that aren't fucking obvious? I ground out. Karen shrugged, unmoved by my attitude toward him. Not usually. I'm fuck hot and on the brink of becoming a billionaire. I could be as dumb as a rock and people will still be interested. That's not true. You're very bright. I'm sure you can tell him something he doesn't know. Dylan encouraged with a dreamy grin. Try it. Before Alex Ferguson took over Man United, Aston Villa was the more successful club. Bet you didn't know that. I didn't, Dylan chirped. Did you, Cal? Nope. Cal perked up. Did you know there was another pilot with Amelia Earhart when she disappeared? His name was Fred Noonan. I knew that. Dylan snapped her fingers. He was hot. This vandalism bullshit didn't fly with me, no matter how angry people were. Who could have done this? Randy. Randy could and would. He was my most outspoken adversary in town, with plenty to lose if the deal went through. You keep talking about boring shit. I turned around and marched straight down Main Street. Be right back. Hey, where are you going? Dylan called out. I have a sucker punch with Randy's name on it. He'd be at Dahlia's diner eating his sad discount senior meal. Randy and Lyle had a Thursday routine. Ro, no, Dylan yelped. What are you doing? He's like 1,000 years old. You don't even know that it's him, my mother pointed out, her voice becoming fainter as I put some distance between us. I didn't care at this point. Someone was targeting me, and I needed my pound of flesh. Once upon a very long time ago, I had been someone's punching bag. Never again. Lesson learned. These days, I always hit back and twice as hard. They hollered my name as I zipped down the street, past the food mart Randy owned, the auto shop, and the gift shop not one soul had stepped into since 1998. Dahlia's diner appeared before me in all its modesty. Neon red roof, glass bricks, and red door with an open sign nailed into it. Christmas lights adorned its roof, flicking on and off. I spotted Randy through the window, sitting in the corner, digging into his biscuits and gravy. I was about to slap the door open and rearrange the organs in his face when I heard a voice behind me. "Don't you dare open that door, Ambrose Rhett Casablancas." Cal. My steps faltered, my hand already on the handle. I didn't turn around to face her. "Go back to your date," I hissed out, remembering that she was here with fuckface. "You don't know that it's Randy. Even if it is him, he's an elderly gentleman who is dead afraid of losing his family's only source of income. Have you no conscience?" I didn't grace the question with an answer. She sighed. "All right. What about a beating heart? Got one of those?" "Yes, and you need to stay the hell away from it." Her words washed through me, going in one ear and out the other, but the touch of her fingertips as they fluttered between my shoulder blades did not go unnoticed. There was a jacket and a Henley between us, and still, where we touched, my skin tingled, coming alive. It was a weird sensation, like being awakened from a long bout of sleep. I inhaled sharply, clinging desperately to my anger. She thawed me where I wanted to stay iced. The last thing I needed was another complication in my life, and Cal made me feel. She made me feel. That was the main problem. "I won't be bullied again." I ground out the words. I had always pretended to be untouchable. Athletic, popular, successful, talented. I had been a great student, on the rowing team, Letterman jacket, a sports car, and a harem of fangirls. I never showed weakness, and didn't plan on starting now. "Again?" She tilted her head to the side. "Nice going, asshole. One touch and you start spilling secrets." "The coyote," I mumbled, then scowled, twisting my head to glance at her. "And why do you smell like the apocalypse?" She didn't smell like her usual green apples and white musk. "Seamus has been peeing in my shoes to make a point ever since I got back." She sighed, not even a little self-conscious. "Seamus is your cat?" I clarified. "Please let it be the fucking cat. If it's a stalker, I'll get a life sentence." "If he were a human, would I be so calm about it?" She pinned me with a look. I stifled a smile, just barely. She made not smiling impossible. "Anyway, can you give me 2 minutes to talk you out of making a ginormous mistake?" "No." "Then I quit, and I'm taking my expertise and 10-ton bucket of charm with me." She was blinking hard, a tick that told me she was nervous. I didn't have the fucking heart to deny her. I groaned. "You're going to be the death of me." "Here's hoping." She crossed her fingers. "How would you like me to kill you?" "A chain of 300 orgasms while buried inside you." "Let me smoke however much I want and shut up about it." "No can do. You mean the world to Dylan and she means the world to me, so can I have 2 minutes?" "You can have 1. Make it quick." We were both looking at an oblivious Randy and Lyle through the diner window. Cal's profile was a vision. Cute, pert nose, bee-stung lips, a dusting of freckles on her nose and cheeks. Even the curve of her eyebrow held grace. "Look, I get it. They don't understand you." Her shoulder brushed mine, and for 1 second I forgot how to fucking breathe. "You're a mythical creature, Casablancas. Too big for this world. I spent my entire childhood watching you, and I still don't think I figured you out." Her voice sounded like it came from the bottom of her soul. "It's aggravating, seeing someone treat this world like it's their personal oyster, and it's frightening when that someone takes something you know so well and decides to turn it into something else entirely. Give them time to adjust. They're not bad people." "Are you fucking fuckface?" I blurted out. Jesus, had I caught her verbal diarrhea virus? I knew the answer to that question, but I still needed the reassurance. She whipped her head toward me. "Excuse me?" "You heard me. It's a yes or no question." "He's my friend." So, I'd had plenty of friends who could recognize my dick in a 30-cock lineup. That wasn't what I was asking. "Well, that's the answer you're getting, so deal with it." "I don't want you anywhere near him. He's a bad influence." I recognized that was rich coming from me, a man whose entire existence was deplorable. "And Allison?" Her eyebrows shot up. "What kind of influence is she?" It was pathetic how pleased I was she had fallen into the trap I'd set up for her. "You knew I disliked her." Cal's throat rolled with a swallow. Yet you still went and dated her. That was a feature, not a bug, I admitted, my voice coming out harsh and hot. I had wanted to hurt Cal, dig under her skin, team up with her enemy. So long as she hadn't known it, as long as it was all in my messed up head, it had felt good. But now that she did know, I couldn't bear being the one to make her feel bad. I turned around and walked back to my truck. She trailed behind me. Holy shit, did I just manage to talk you out of beating an elderly person? She giggled, a bounce in her step as she chased me. Does it mean that I earned my place in heaven? Hope so for your sake. If we're neighbors in hell, I'm stealing your trash can. I'll egg your house, she retorted, catching up with my step. I'll butter your floor. I'll send embarrassing deliveries to your doorstep. You'll be a social pariah. She evil laughed before her smile dropped. Fine, maybe not. You'd probably like that. How come you're so comfortable around me? I asked. I always found her no-filter prattling adorable. You barely have tics, and you don't mind us standing close together. It's less prominent when I'm around someone I know, Cal explained. When I'm around someone... She trailed off. I, trust. You trust me? I asked. My heart picked up speed. Probably a minor heart attack. Nothing to worry about. Not to kill me, I guess. We were headed toward Mom, Dylan, and Kieran, who were still loitering by the Silverado, pointing at faulty street cameras and making some calls. Bystanders were bracketing them, gasping and taking pictures. Great. More humans. Wasn't I lucky? Have you started running again? I asked. Next question. I pierced her with a look. She reddened, picking up an orange leaf from the street and twisting it between her fingers by the stem. It's hard, okay? Anything worth doing is. I stopped by my truck, fighting the urge to kick it in frustration. I also wanted a cigarette, but I didn't want another lecture. Cal shoved the leaf into her hair like it was a feather in a cap. So, Kieran clucked his tongue, looking between us. Uh-huh. What was he going to do next? Tell us that the night was dark, winter was cold, cats were superior to dogs? My car's parked right here in case you need a ride. He motioned toward a gunmetal Maybach. My feet thank you, good sir. Dylan patted his back, already strutting toward his car. Mom followed her, and Kieran unlocked the car so they could slide in and wait in the warmth. Thank you, Kieran. How lovely of you to offer. Mom rearranged the thick, silky scarf on her neck as she slid in. Cal looked between me and him, and for a moment I had the idiotic hope she was going to choose to stay here with me and figure out my truck shit. Ro, are you coming? Cal asked. No, I said stiffly. You go. She tilted her chin up, squinting at the sky. Gonna rain soon. I ain't made out of sugar. Don't I know it? A tired smile twisted her pink lips. Cyanide, maybe. Don't be so stubborn. Come. I'm good. She shook her head, throwing me a frustrated look. I swear, your ego is the most giant thing I've seen. That's not true, and we both know it. That made her blush down to her toes. Her face was so pink she looked sunburned. See you at work tomorrow? She bit at the side of her thumb. Unfortunately, fuck, no more rides together. I should not feel as disappointed as I did. I hated our rides together, spent the majority of them lecturing her. Okay, so, bye? She squeaked. Bye. I kept my back to Kieran's Maybach as I called my insurance. Maybe the bastard was reformed after all, but it didn't matter either way. Nice guys didn't always finish last, but if this specific one wasn't careful, he'd end up in my trunk. Chapter 26. Row. Obituary. Okay, I have a confession to make. McMonster. If it can end up with a criminal charge, I'd rather not know. Obituary. I'm starting to have feelings. McMonster. What kind of feelings? Obituary. Horny ones? McMonster is typing. McMonster is deleting. McMonster is typing. McMonster is deleting. Obituary. Are you okay? Obituary. It's been 20 minutes and I can see that you're online. McMonster. Sorry, had to go scream into a pillow. McMonster. Anyone specific that makes you horny, or is it just general horniness? Obituary. My not-so-nice dick of a boss? Obituary. Who also happens to have a very nice dick? McMonster. The plot thickens. Obituary. Not just the plot. Obituary. Sorry, I'll stop. No straight guy wants to hear about some other dude's penis. McMonster. So what are you planning to do about it? Obituary. Nothing. He's my best friend's brother and pretty horrific most of the time. Obituary. Plus, I really like you. McMonster. I really like you too. McMonster. I should really tell you that's something. Obituary. Tomorrow, okay? Promise. I'm pooped. Good night, Mac. McMonster. Good night, bitchy. Chapter 27. Row. Ugh, this is so good my mouth just orgasmed. Dylan threw her head back, closing her eyes. What did you put in this? Peas, salmon, risotto, my entire fucking soul. I sat across from her in my mother's kitchen, sorting out a Rubik's Cube. Your soul? I can't eat anything raw, dude. What the fuck? Her plate of asparagus risotto and pea sauce and honey-glazed salmon was balanced over her huge stomach, which served as a table. She was mid-bite, the green sauce dripping down her chin. Your soul is perpetually bleeding. I can't have that. I didn't look up from the cube, an unlit cigarette tucked in the corner of my mouth. You're extremely funny. Pissing my pants here. Mom! Dylan cupped her mouth. Ro said a bad word. Ro, give your sister $50. Mom called from her bedroom. I pinned Dylan with a glare. It used to be $1. Dylan shrugged. Inflation, baby. Besides, you can afford it. How's Tuck doing? I changed the subject. Dylan didn't want to accept my gift in the form of a house I'd built for her. She thought it was too much and didn't want to be a charity case. Truth was, she wasn't. It was a way to calm my raging guilt for leaving her and Mom behind. Not sure. He stopped calling since I never pick up. She dragged her finger along the sauce on the plate, sucking it. And I never pick up because he's a jerk. Why the shit are you marrying the man then? I tossed the sordid cube on the table. It never took me more than a minute to solve. She stood up, carrying her plate to the sink to wash it. I made a move to help her, but she shook her head. Absolutely not. If you don't let me do something around here, I'll go mad. I think I'm halfway there already. She squirted enough soap to bathe a baby whale and began washing the plate. You and I both know why I'm marrying him. Mom. I'm already a huge disappointment. No, don't give me that look. I know I am. No college, no prospects, a baby out of wedlock. The least I can do for my child is marry her father. The least you can do for your child is do what's right for you and give her an example of an independent, fearless woman choosing her own path in life, I countered. You hate Tuck, and I don't blame you. I still had no idea what had inspired her to waste so many years with that tool bag. What kind of... Look. She raised a wet palm up to stop me, grabbing a rag from the counter and wiping her hands with it. I don't want to talk about Tuck. How are you feeling about Cal being here? Indifferent? I raised an eyebrow. She rolled her eyes, walking my way and patting my knee. Oh, Roey. It was a childhood crush. My cheekbones stung. I don't have any feelings for her anymore. Well, just so you know, if you want to jam the clam, I no longer care. She dropped onto the seat next to me. Why would I want to jam a clam? I stared at her, vaguely disturbed. Is this a fucking TikTok challenge or something? You know. Her eyes flared for emphasis. If you want to sour the kraut, so to speak. I glowered, still not getting it. Kraut is not soured, it is fermented. It's actually easy. All you have to do is salt the... Oh my God, what I mean is you guys can screw each other for all I care. I won't stand in your way or throw a big fit. Dylan tossed her hands in the air. This caught me by surprise considering her epic meltdown 5 years ago. I squinted at her. Why the change of heart? She flipped her dark hair to one shoulder, looking for fuzzy individual hairs she wanted to pluck with a careless shrug. I didn't want you two to hook up because I was afraid your feelings were going to get hurt. I love Dot to death, but she's never been in a serious relationship with a guy. I mean, she claimed to have hooked up with a bunch of people, but I mostly saw her actively running away from them when we were growing up, especially after freshman year of high school. It's like something in her switched, and she became this distrustful person. I was the only human outside of her parents she could open up to. Dylan wet her lips. I guess deep down I was always afraid Cal wasn't capable of love, or at least not the kind of love you deserve. I guarded your feelings, but since you obviously loathe her right now, I no longer care. You are both adults, you can do whatever you want. Not that I'm actually considering this. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Greatest fucking lie to ever be recorded on Earth, by the way. But are you saying that if Cal and I hooked up tomorrow, you wouldn't care? Not in the least. Because I don't have feelings for her? My eyes narrowed. Because you hate her and will never fall in love with her again, she corrected. I studied her intently. Why did I want to call bullshit on her? Maybe because Dylan knew me like the back of her hand and knew I hated Cal like Hemingway hated a good drink. She was planning something. I'd ask her what it was, but I had just gotten a free ticket to do what I wanted, my baby sister's best friend, and the less I read into that, the better. As I said, I have no interest in Cal. I sat back, toying with the cigarette between my fingers. Of course you don't, you sweet summer child. There was a pregnant pause in which she dragged her teeth against her lip. Can I have a treat now? She knew she wasn't supposed to have sugar. 1 cookie, I allowed. Yay! She pumped her fist in the air. It's sugar and gluten-free, by the way. Nay! Her 2 thumbs dove to the floor with a pout. But I personally made it, so it doesn't taste funny. Thanks. I promise I won't tell Mom.
Chapter 28. Cal. Obituary. What was it that you wanted to tell me yesterday? Obituary. Mac? Hello? Obituary. Super ready for your big secret over here. Obituary. Rude. I hate it when men with perfect ears think they're too good for this world just because they have superior lug holes. Obituary. Yes, I just used the word lug holes. Obituary. Mac? Obituary. Sad face. Chapter 29. Cal. Gonna make you sweat. Everybody dance now. CNC Music Factory. Everybody dance now. The unreasonable demand blared directly into my eardrums, jarring me into action. It was way too early, and I was still in my bed, blinking at the ceiling after another sleepless night. Was I hallucinating now? Hoped not. I really couldn't afford therapy. My head whipped to the alarm clock, 6:20 in the morning. The singer urged me to take a chance, to come and dance, for guys to grab a girl, not to wait, to make her twirl. The music shook my flimsy walls, but I had no idea where it was coming from. It was probably Seamus, my nemesis, who had decided to up his warfare from sneaker peeing and messed with the stereo. Was he the one who'd slashed Rose's tires? He certainly had the bravado. I checked my phone on my nightstand. The music app wasn't on. I scrambled to my feet in my oversized sweatshirt and dug for my Walkman in my backpack, but it was turned off. Ugh! If I didn't find the source of the song soon, it was going to wake Mom up. Everybody dance now! I raced to my window, flinging it open and slapping my hands over the sill, poking half my body out. What I saw underneath made my heart fall apart like alphabet letters on a fridge, scattering into pieces at the bottom of my stomach. It was Ro, clad in sweatpants with a teal jazz design, a yellow headband on his forehead, and a colorful windbreaker 3 sizes too small he must have borrowed from Dylan. His phone was hooked up to a speaker, jamming out one of my favorite 90s songs. I rubbed my eyes, blinking the cobwebs off. Nope, he was still there, looking like he had gotten tangled in every item in Nicki Minaj's closet. He appeared to be a list of things: hot, ridiculous, charming, adorable, and completely out of place. My eyes stung and I couldn't breathe. All the jealousy and soul-numbing pain I had bottled up last night when I'd found out he'd dated Allison Murray dissipated into mist, leaving my body. "Well?" Roe glared at me in his Richard Simmons gear, running in place as the song continued playing. He looked supremely unhappy about the situation, tossing a still-lit cigarette butt on the ground in a huff. I bit down a laugh. "You gonna come down here and run or what, Dot?" He had done this for me? He had come here at 6:20 in the morning to drag me out for a run? "Ro, what are you doing?" I balanced my ass on my windowsill, shaking my head in fascination. The smile on my face was so big and wide it threatened to split my cheeks. "What does it look like I'm doing?" His frown deepened. "Being fucking delightful and helping you overcome your fear." "Why?" "Got my reasons. Come down." Running had not been on my agenda today. Or, ever, after the horrific incident on his property the other day. "Rain check." I clutched a hand to my heart, just to make sure it didn't beat out of my ribcage. "Too anxious." "Gonna be right here with you." "Might get another panic attack." "Brought an inhaler right here with me." He patted his pocket. "I'm out of shape." "False. Your shape is fucking delicious. It's the rest of you I have a problem with. Next." "What if I fall again?" I choked out. "You won't," he barked out impatiently. "How do you know?" "Because I'll always catch you." He threw his hands out, exasperated, as if the mere idea revolted him. "When have I ever let you take the hit for something, Dot?" Now that I thought about the question, never. Grumpiness aside, I could always count on Ro to give me a job, drive me around, fix my problems. Still, this wasn't a problem. This was straight-up PTSD. He couldn't get into my brain and rewire it. "Ro, I covered my face, heaving and feeling like an idiot. "I just can't." He turned off the music and set the speaker on the ground, shoving it sideways with the tip of his sneakers. "Who told you that? Not only can you, but you do. You've done your own thing ever since you were 18. You're talented, smart, independent, and a badass. Most importantly, you're your father's daughter, and you know this was his last wish. That's the reason you can't fall asleep." He pointed at me with his long, thick finger. "Because you're not keeping your promise to him, and it's killing you. So get your ass down here, and let's keep some promises." "Arg!" I hung my head between my shoulders, white-knuckling the windowsill. "Stop making sense and go back to offending people. It's so much easier to shut you down that way." "I fully intend to offend you throughout this whole ordeal. Also," he readjusted the headband on his forehead, slapping it against his skin, "you know you want the entire town to see me running around looking like John Fonda." "John Fonda?" "You know, the male Jane Fonda." Laughter fizzed in my chest, bubbling up my throat. "Baby, you wish you had her thighs." "She wishes she had my thighs," he countered. Our eyes met. He was smirking. That lopsided smile hit me like a rusty dagger straight into the heart. "You've got 10 minutes to get ready." He pushed his sleeves up, lighting himself another French cigarette. "Coffee's on you when we reach Main Street." "I hate you." I bumped the back of my head against the window frame. "Right back at ya. And, Dot." He tipped his head up to look at me, and for the first time since we'd both moved away, I felt like I saw him. Really him. No masks, no bravado, no quips. Just old Ro. What?
He winked. You can do this.
Chapter 30. Cal. Whatever, en vogue. I can't do this, I wailed barely 15 minutes later, slugging behind Ro as we jogged on a tree-lined street. My arms dangled by my side like 2 strings of overcooked pasta. I quit.
Quitting is for quitters.
Quitters are my people. I pounded my chest with my fist. I'm so much of a quitter, I didn't even start. Never recorded that podcast, remember? Rose slowed to match my pace, and I noticed the bastard didn't even break a sweat. Rain peppered our faces. It was a drizzle, the kind you barely noticed.
Are you tired or triggered?
The rain accented his delicious scent, and I had to remind myself it was creepy to lean into him. Then again, it wasn't my fault he was tall, dark, handsome, and so inked he looked like a desk at detention. I'm triggered, I bit out unnecessarily harshly. Do you really think I'm that out of shape?
Tell me why you're triggered.
I keep remembering what made me stop running, having flashbacks of that day. The way they fisted dirt from the ground, dumped it on me, burying me alive. A tremor rolled down my backbone. I stuck my tongue out to catch some rain like I used to do when I was a kid. No dice. I normally needed my coffee to kick in before reality did, but this morning I'd had none. Ro knew better than to dig into whatever had triggered me.
You need to focus on the now,
he said decisively.
Look around you. Tell me what you see.
I see it's raining. Let's head back.
Nice try. I want you to pay attention to your surroundings.
He grabbed my shoulders, anchoring me in place.
Try it.
A paper boy leisurely rode his bike hands-free, tossing newspapers at doors. The steep road was decorated with green street lamps and clouds of orange-leafed sweet gums and maples. The roar of waves crashing against rocks nearby reminded my bladder I hadn't peed before I left the house. Noticing Ro's unusual outfit, the paper boy followed us with his gaze, bumping into a trash can with his bike and flying onto a soft pillow of leaves. I winced. You okay there, bud?
Yup, great. Never better,
he called out, sticking a hand out of the pile of leaves and waving it at us.
Hi, Mr. Casablancas.
Hi, nosy little shit.
Name's Bert. Okay, nosy little shit.
Hey, you're the one who chose to look like a Eurovision participant, so don't be testy. I poked an elbow into Ro's ribs, mainly to have an excuse to touch him. We slowly returned to jogging. Speaking of Eurovision, are we ever going to address the fact that Australia partakes in the competition? I mean, it's a Commonwealth country, but so are Singapore and Trinidad. Where do we draw the line? He listened to me talk about Eurovision for a few minutes. I was a big fan, but didn't have much to contribute to the conversation. Soon we fell into silence, still jogging, and my mind drifted back to that moment in the woods, washing away all other thoughts like a current. Smug faces framing the sky as they peered from above me, sneakers digging into my ribs, kicking me. I want to stop. My voice shattered inside my throat like broken glass, and my eyes burned. I appreciate you trying to help, but...
Why green?
He snapped, desperate to keep the conversation going, to keep me moving. Huh? I sniffled, frowning at him as we continued jogging down the road.
Why did you change your hair tips to green? What does the color represent?
Jealousy because you dated Allison? Peace, I heard myself say. I want peace, I want tranquility, I really want to get some damn sleep. So I colored it green to manifest that kind of energy in my life. Now tell me why you want me to run. We were at the bottom of the road and took a right toward Main Street, which was farther than I'd run last time. "Dylan," he said, picking up speed, desperate to keep me jogging. I pushed myself to keep up. "What about her?" "You asked why I was helping you. I'm doing it because of Dylan. She missed you. Bed rest has been brutal on her. You know she can't stay still. Used to pull doubles at Descartes, then go partying into the night in Portland before the pregnancy. Ever since you came back, she's been smiling more. It's like a part of her that died has been resurrected." "I missed her a lot, too." I pressed my lips together. "Is that the only reason you're helping me?"
"Isn't it enough?"
"It is. I'm just wondering if there's something else."
"No," he harumphed. "Wait, yes. Now I remember. I also want to fuck you again."
I tripped over my own feet, about to dive into the ground. He caught me by the hem of my shirt, jerking me upright.
"I'll always catch you. When have I ever let you take the hit for something, Dot?"
"You did not just say that." I slapped branches out of my way as I regained my balance.
"Did too. Fair warning. I want much more than fucking this time around. I want dates. I want laughs. I want you to be honest with me. All the stuff that freaks you out for some reason. No strings attached, no commitment, just fun. A perfect do-over."
"Why do you need a do-over?"
"So my last memory of us won't be you almost vomiting because we had sex."
"I almost vomited because your sister caught us," I shrieked. "Which is exactly why this won't happen again. You're high if you think I'm betraying her trust a second time around."
"Thought you'd say that. I have great news for you."
"What?"
"She no longer gives a fuck."
"That's not true."
"It is. Ask her yourself."
The confidence with which he'd said that made my heart twist like Play-Doh. What had changed between then and now? Why was she okay with us hooking up all of a sudden? "Why wouldn't she care?" I asked in a panic.
"Because it no longer matters."
"How
Come on, bitchy. Put two and two together."
Bitchy. He'd called me bitchy. The rain intensified, knocking on our faces. I skidded to an abrupt stop. A wave of memories crashed into me all at once, nearly knocking me down on my ass. Everything became crystal clear in one swift moment. Ro defending me when Dylan caught us having sex. Ro teaching me how to slow dance in his room before my very first prom, because I knew I would be too terrified to ever dance with anyone else and didn't want to miss out. Ro and I sitting on the hood of his car in front of an endless ocean, the moon and the stars. Me saying, "Isn't it beautiful?" and him answering, "Yes, you are." Ro being essentially in love with me. I couldn't even touch the other revelation right now. It was too much to process. Bitchy, bitchy, bitchy. McMonster. Selfless, sweet McMonster, who seemed to know me inside out, who could read me like an open book. Could it be? But it couldn't be. No, it couldn't. Not him. Not the shiniest boy in Staindrop. "No more running." I planted my feet on the pavement, clutching my knees, panting. Tears prickled the back of my eyeballs. Ro looked on high alert. Neither of us seemed ready to acknowledge the fact that he was McMonster and I was bitchy. For the first time since I'd known him, he looked like a boy. Not a heartthrob, not a world-famous chef, not a formidable boss. Just a boy. My head swam with so many questions. I had to comb through them, to wait before I launched on the elephant in the room. "I'm going to go back to the bitchy confession in one moment. I just have to—" I held my head with both hands like it was about to explode, pacing the small corner of the street. "Why doesn't Dylan care about us anymore?" I straightened. "Give me the truth." Raindrops framed his face, his hair clinging in coal strands over his forehead. He stole my breath, and I had a feeling he was about to steal a few other things if I let my guard down. His chest fell and rose. His lips parted, condensation rolling out of them. She moved on. You're lying. My tears were falling freely now, mixing with the raindrops. I am, he admitted. She wasn't the one who moved on. I did. I moved on. That's why it doesn't matter anymore. I'm so stupid. So stuck inside my own head I didn't see the signs. All the little tidbits, the romantic moments, the sweet gestures, the compliments you never seemed to pay anyone else but me. Tell me I'm crazy, that I'm hallucinating, sleep-deprived. I grabbed the back of my head, folding over and letting out a yelp. But I think, once upon a time, you wanted me. As a girlfriend. You had feelings for me. You... Say it. Don't be scared. He is safe. You know he'd never hurt you. You liked me. My epiphany was sharp and painful, like a blade twisting into my stomach. There was not enough air in this world to keep my lungs from burning. Let's not get carried away over here. He walked backward, away from me. She was feral when she caught us, Ro, and Dylan is normally chill. I was chasing him now, on the verge of running. I tried to snatch the soaked sleeve of his windbreaker. She didn't want us to hook up because she thought I'd hurt you. He said nothing, just stared at me, looking slightly alarmed. I'm sorry it took me this long to figure it out. I jogged after him, picking up speed. He kept walking backward, staring at me like I had stripped him of his clothes at gunpoint. You had feelings for me. That whole time I had felt unworthy. The shiniest boy in the world had thought differently. That was why Dylan was so mad at me when she found us. That was why you stayed that night to give me a ride home, even though I was horrible to you and completely blew it with the way I handled everything. That is enough. His jaw was so tense, it looked like it was about to snap out of his skin. It's why you taught me how to dance in 10th grade. I ignored him, stumbling toward him blindly, happily, excitedly. Why you were never grumpy with me. I was in a trance, my tongue as loose and unhinged as my thoughts. And when we bumped into each other under the mistletoe when I was in 11th grade, you pressed a Hershey chocolate to my lips and smiled. You said, "Same place next year?" Actually, that time I was turning you down politely. He was swatting me off like I was a fly that had slipped into his shirt. You made me a paper ring. Jesus, how long had he had feelings for me? You had an O. Henry in your drawer for me to steal every time I came over because I once told you they were my favorite. You always had one ready, every single time. I stopped running, wheezing. They don't even make them anymore. How the hell did you find them? How did I find... Does it matter? He shook his head, raindrops flying from his hair everywhere. What mattered was that your skinny, anemic ass ate them. You were severely malnourished as a teen, lived off chicken nuggets and chips. I stopped running. He came to a halt, too. Everything was drowned out. The world stopped moving. Ro flung his hands in the air, turning to me fully. Bitchy, I said simply. I'm bitchy, and you are... Mac. He completed the sentence, a mocking sneer finding his lips. Feel cheated? I shook my head. No, I didn't. I couldn't explain it without sounding deranged, but I had always known on some level I was talking to Ro all these years. How did you find me in this forum?
I didn't.
His jaw jumped again.
One night I searched androphobia because I was curious about something.
He rubbed his cheek with his knuckles.
I was in between shifts working for this asshole chef in Paris. I stumbled upon this forum. You had to sign up to be able to read the threads. You started talking to me.
I had. I'd liked his name. I'd liked that he'd liked all my comments without ever contributing to the conversation. It had made me feel like there was someone on my side. Ro looked everywhere but at me, avoiding eye contact. Wait, why did you search androphobia? I narrowed my eyes. You're not afraid of men?
I was afraid of a man.
His jawline turned stony.
Everyone is fighting their own demons, Dot.
So, we just happen to have the same problem? I scratched my head, confused. That seems highly unlikely.
Believe it or not, I had no idea that it was you until you came to Staindrop. I mean, I had my suspicions, but I never confirmed it.
You lied about your life, I noted. He'd said he lived in New York and was a measly sous chef, that he was originally from Philadelphia, that he lived with roommates.
What was my alternative? Telling you that I was a millionaire famous chef who made it to People's Hottest 30 Under 30?
He arched an eyebrow. Touché. Well, you could have told me the second you found out.
I tried.
He wrenched a cigarette from his pocket, took one look at my face, and tossed it on the ground, stomping on it in annoyance.
Repeatedly. You kept telling me not to.
McMonster was Ro. Ro was McMonster. The man I'd thought I might fall in love with was the same man who hated me so much these days he couldn't even look at me. I didn't know what to do with this information. I couldn't even unpack it. Something occurred to me then. How did you know I'm, not comfortable with men?
How did I...
He squinted, like I was ant-sized and he had to look carefully to see me.
Maybe because I notice every fucking thing about you?
I blinked. 1, 2, 500 times. He did? Ro tilted his head upward, letting the rain pound on his face, a dark, humorless chuckle escaping him.
Fine. Want the truth? Here's the truth. No, I didn't have feelings for you.
He air-quoted the words with a sneer.
I was in love with you. Honest to fucking God. Full-blown, snatch my heart out and let you use it as a stress ball in love with you.
He looked disgusted with himself for uttering each word.
And you didn't give half a shit about me.
That wasn't true. I had been busy weeding through my adolescent trauma and distracting myself with 90s memorabilia. Reimagining my life without Instagram and Snapchat and WhatsApp. I had been drowning while simultaneously pretending everything was going swimmingly. I had felt so broken, so unworthy, the prospect of precious Ambrose Casablancas hadn't even occurred to me. Ro had seemed as bright and far as a star, ethereal, out of this world. Whichever galaxy he belonged in, I wasn't welcome there. You fell in love with me? I stepped forward, my eye tick out of control. I didn't care. I never cared when Ro and Dylan were privy to them.
I didn't fall.
He emitted a sharp, irritated huff.
You fucking tripped me.
I thought you pitied me for being, I don't know, weird and eccentric and awkward, I whispered, torn between glee and grief. That you saw me as your little sister's annoying best friend.
I did. Ro ran his hand over his wet hair, tipping his head back again and closing his eyes. Until I didn't. It was stupid. We would have never worked out. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed with a visible swallow. Which was why it fucking killed me. It killed me that all I had to settle for was a quick fuck on the hood of my car, and that all you had to say about it was that it was a mistake and meant nothing to you. So Dylan was doubly pissed off, both about your betrayal and about shitting all over my heart. Tears ran down my cheeks, warm in contrast with the rain. We were standing in the middle of the street, drawing curious glances from the few people who ran for shelter, holding their umbrellas and coats over their heads. I'm so sorry, Ro. I wiped my face with my sleeve. I thought I was an oddity to you, the ugly duckling who loitered outside your room hunting for scraps of attention. When I asked you to be my first, it was because I trusted you. And as you're well aware, I'm skittish around men. Humans scare me. That's why I'm obsessed with true crime. So I figured... My throat constricted around my next confession. I figured you could never love me, could never want something more, and wouldn't hurt me. A good deal for everyone involved. I was getting rid of my virginity, and you got some no-strings-attached action. He scrubbed his face, ignoring the rain that kept on pouring. Doesn't matter now. It's done. Over. I have no feelings for you anymore other than mild annoyance. I know. I swallowed, but the lump in my throat only grew larger. I can see you. I can see you. Your pain, your struggle, your heartbreak. You're wrong. I cared. Before you were famous, before you were rich, before you got into People's Sexiest Men Alive list, which, by the way, should not have put George Clooney before you. I always cared. You were always so dear to me, not as a friend, not as a lover, as Ro, the most magnificent man to ever walk the earth. Your lips are blue. Let's get inside. Ro jerked his chin toward the Christmas-decorated door. It's Friday. I need all hands on deck at Descartes today. Can't afford you getting sick. Liar. I sniffled, finding glee in my avalanche of emotions. You just want that free coffee I owe you. You read me like an open book, he sighed. In German. We jogged inside. The place was full to the brim with locals who sent us judgmental looks behind the rims of their coffee cups. Ignoring them, Ro collapsed into the only red vinyl booth available. I slid into the seat opposite to him. We were both soaked to the bone. Stop looking so happy. You're ruining my day and my appetite. He craned his neck, trying to catch the attention of one of the servers floating between curved booths. Can't help myself. I squished my cheeks, grinning. This is not an ego stroke. This is an ego masturbation. You were kind of my brain boyfriend. Brain boyfriend? He tilted a thick eyebrow, instinctively wiping the table clean like it was his restaurant. As opposed to ass boyfriend? Because that sounds like more my speed. A brain boyfriend is the guy that you make movies about in your head. You play staged dates and vacations and romantic getaways, like daydreaming. Before I went to bed, I would play our meet cute in my head and fall asleep imagining what it would be like. It had been a very safe way for me to imagine what a relationship would be like without actually participating in one. I wasn't asexual. I liked dicks, with my entire heart and my whole vagina. I was just wary of the people attached to them. Meet cute, he frowned. But we'd already met. In my dreams, I was someone else, someone new. Ah, the irony. He sat back, folding his arms.
In my dreams, you were you. Did Dream Row at least get some NC-17 action?
There were a few notable moments. I coyly collected my wet hair into a high bun. One of them on a washing machine, even.
Were they as traumatic as the real thing?
I mean, in one of them I put a red shirt in a cycle full of whites. I flicked a balled-up straw wrapper his way. What do you think? His lips twitched, fighting a smile, but it broke loose anyway. Oh my, a smiling Ambrose Casablancas could light up the world better than the rising sun.
What other brainy dreams did you make up to avoid the real thing, Dot?
Oh, too many to count. I absent-mindedly flipped through the song list of the little jukebox. Dream job, ultimate kiss, apartment. I can pretty much imagine anything if I put my mind to it. I tapped my temple. This baby is all free, and inside it I'm living my best life.
It also doesn't require you to lift a finger, fail, get burned. You're missing out on all the real things.
Reality is never as good as the dream. I shrugged. Why try?
Reality is better, he argued. It's gritty and three-dimensional. What's your dream kiss scenario?
It keeps changing, but there are a few ingredients that stay the same. Moonlight, music, and a chin tilt. I paused. Shouldn't you be writing this down? I needed to stop flirting with him, but I was too excited about this new discovery, and I'd just found the perfect distraction to take my mind off the misery of losing Dad.
No need. My memory has never failed me.
He brushed his thumb over his lower lip, awarding me with an arousal-induced brain aneurysm. I laughed awkwardly. Well, I think we had our run. Hey, wait a minute. I straightened my back, my eyes widening. Ro, I ran.
You did.
His lips twitched again.
Bitched about it the entire time, but you did 4 miles and some change.
No, you don't understand. I ran. I stood up, pounding my hands on the table between us, making customers jolt with surprise. Ro folded his arms over his chest, leaning back in his booth smugly.
Told you you're pretty great.
I am, aren't I?
Now you can do it every morning.
Are you crazy? I fell back onto the vinyl, my smile collapsing with me. You distracted me with a love declaration. I can't do it without you.
Are you crazy?
He unzipped his windbreaker, revealing a tight, short-sleeved white Henley and muscle definition that would make Channing Tatum weep with envy.
I'm not running with you every morning. I just wanted to prove to you that you can.
But I want to run the 10K for kiddies, I cried out.
Sounds like a you problem, Dot.
We are all one according to Buddhism, so technically your problem too.
Grew up Catholic, so technically I can tell you to fuck off, then confess I was an ass and say my Hail Marys and still go to heaven. What's taking them so long to serve us?
He looked around. He was right. It had been 10 minutes and we still didn't even have menus. Maybe it's your B.O. I threw another balled-up straw wrapper at him.
Maybe it's your B.S.,
he retorted, tugging a napkin over, squishing it, and tossing it in my face.
Stay here. Gonna inform Dahlia her staff is slacking off.
Please don't be... I trailed off, wincing. Rude? Disgusting? Overbearing? He stared at me expectantly. You, I finished, gulping.
Gotcha. I'll try to be Kieran. If you see my tongue trapped in someone's rectum, send help.
He gave me a once-over.
Unless it's yours. That's intentional.
Oh my God. Rose slipped out of the booth before I had the chance to combust into a trillion pieces.
He headed toward the red-checked Formica counter, where Dahlia was chewing gum in decibels more fit for a Taylor Swift concert and banging an order into the computer with her mile-long nails. I perched my chin on my knuckles and drummed my fingers on the table. My mind was still reeling from the revelation that Roe had once loved me, that he was McMonster. I couldn't wait to get home and reread our entire conversation thread starting 3 years ago. Calm your tits, Cal, and while you're at it, tell the rest of you to chill. It wasn't like we could ever be something now, and for plenty of reasons. 1, he was a famous multimillionaire with 1.7 million Instagram followers, a Netflix deal, and Michelin-starred restaurants, and I was so broke I couldn't afford to feed the rats that were squatting in my apartment. 2, he was moving to London and I was returning to New York. 3, regardless of what Roe had said, Dylan still might not be on board with us knocking boots, and I definitely wasn't pushing my luck a second time. 4, just because I wasn't scared of Roe physically didn't mean I wasn't scared of forming a relationship with him. Through the heavy fog of my overthinking, I heard "These Boots Are Made for Walkin'" by Nancy Sinatra jamming through a nearby jukebox. I whipped my head to see what was taking Roe so long and found him by the register, still talking to Dahlia, a bombshell of a woman in her 50s with a strong Louisiana accent, big bleached hair, a slim waist, and enough makeup to cover the state of Idaho. Dahlia was all about Elvis, Jesus, and horses. Her only fear was God. Even he, I suspected, couldn't comment on her business and get out of it in one piece. One of her faux-lashed eyes was twitching, a telltale sign she was angry, while Roe appeared completely blasé, save for the red tips of his ears. Ropes of dread tightened around my stomach. This didn't seem like a conversation as much as it did a standoff. Roe turned away from her, approaching me with his head held high. "Rain check on that coffee, Dot." "Why?" My voice trembled, but I stayed put in the booth. From behind Roe's back, Dahlia peered at me apologetically. "Let's just go," Roe grumbled. "Are they refusing to serve us?" I scanned the hostile looks daggered at our booth, blush creeping up my neck. "No." His nostrils flared. "They're refusing to serve me. Now can we fucking leave?" That was why they'd chosen this song on the jukebox. Unbelievable. My inner kindergarten teacher came out swinging, ready to put the whole town of Staindrop in some serious time out. Not before I give her a piece of my mind. I shot up to my feet, ambling over to Dahlia at the counter. She flinched when I stopped in front of her. Roe trailed behind me like a mortified teenager whose mother had decided to go full-blown Karen on kids from his school. Maybe it was because of his love declaration earlier. Hell, maybe it was because I knew Roe needed a break, even if he didn't show it, but I couldn't sit there and watch others treat him like dirt. "Cal, honey!" Dahlia popped her gum in greeting, snatching my hands and squeezing them over the bar. "You look beautiful. Heard about your old man. So sorry. What is this bullcrap about you not serving us?" I pulled my hands away, planting them on my waist. My eyes twitched nervously, but I pushed through the tick. Surprised by my directness, Dahlia choked on her bubblegum, slapping her coffin nails to her rib cage with a cough. "Honey, you're always welcome in this establishment. There's a uniform with your name on it if you ever need to make an extra buck, although you do look like you might need a size up." Her eyes quickly zipped over my body. "But see, Ambrose here's another story. The way he's been doing this town dirty. He saved this town." My palm landed on the counter with a smack, rattling the utensils and coffee cups on it. "Brought at least 30 jobs into Staindrop when he opened Descartes.
And he is building the only new construction here in a decade. And. I looked around me, registering the agape mouths of every patron at the diner. The righteous gang was there too. Agnes, Mildred, and Gertie were huddled around their pioneer breakfast. He talks about Stain Drop in interviews all the time. He told The Atlantic that it has the best views in America and that everyone should come to see it at least once. To the New York Times, he said that Dahlia's Diner was the first place he'd ever tasted poached eggs. This man is a regional treasure. How can you treat him like an enemy? Okay, so I might have Googled him 1,000 or 3,000 times since he'd re-entered my life. Sue me for being thorough. Serial killers came in every shape and form. You could never be too careful. Melinda and Pete were seated in the far corner of the room, murmuring intensely between themselves. A few other locals I recognized from the town hall meeting were following my unfolding public meltdown. Sorry, honey. Dahlia scrunched her nose. Ambrose Casablancas isn't our own anymore. Mayor Murray told us all about what he has in store for us. He's ruining this town, and in Stain Drop, we don't forget. Let me tell you something, doll. I pointed at her with a squint. If he's not welcome here, then neither am I. People are treating this man like he is subhuman, vandalizing his new construction, slashing his tires, sending him hate mail. All right, little Spitfire, time to leave. Rose's fingers curled around my bicep. Desire twirled around my limbs like ivy, sending shivers down my spine. Crap. Keeping him out of my corduroy flared jeans was going to be a struggle. I'd rather pass a kidney stone than sip the shitty coffee here anyway. Ro pinned Dahlia with a provocative look. Excuse me? Dahlia, whose face was now the color of a crime scene, straightened her back. She flung an accusing finger his way. You didn't seem to have any issues with my cup of joe while growing up. I have since developed this thing called taste, he answered, deadpan, eyes raking her. Judging by what you did with the place, I trust it doesn't ring a bell. He eyed the turquoise walls with distaste. It was going to be hard to make Grumpy McGrumpson here win people over. He didn't mean it. I smiled politely. Yes, I did. Rose stood his ground, his hand still on my bicep. The fog of desire made it hard for me to breathe. Take that back! Dahlia's nostrils flared. Nah. He flashed a half-moon smirk. And your skillet dish? Drier than fucking Lent month in Italy. That's it! She pointed at our booth. Sit your ass back down, and I'll serve you the best damn coffee your mouth's ever tasted. Dahlia! Melinda gasped, a fork full of maple-drenched pancake midway to her mouth. We had an arrangement. I hereby unarrange it. Dahlia's lips thinned into a snarl, and she seemed determined to prove Ro wrong. She rounded the counter, grabbing 2 menus and the lobe of his ear. He called my eggs dry and my coffee shitty. So is your customer service. Ro doubled down, head tilted to one side. Laughter bubbled in my chest. Ro remained Ro, even famous and rich. Your mother won't be happy to hear from me about your manners, young man. I'll be exchanging some words with her later today, Dahlia threatened. Words are fine as long as you don't exchange recipes. My sister won't survive your cooking. I touched his arm briefly, trailing behind him. Not helping our cause of winning hearts and minds, Casablancas. That's your dream, Cal, not mine. He wormed out of Dahlia's hold, throwing me a mischievous smirk. I'd rather be hated for who I am than loved for who I'm not. Of course he was a Kurt Cobain fan. He had the same grungy, don't-give-a-fuck air about him. Thanks, Dahlia, for serving us that coffee. I shoved Ro back into our booth. We'll take it with 2 eggs, sunny side up, hash browns, sausage, and a side of fruit. No cantaloupe. Don't want to stay where I'm not welcome, Ro grumbled. At this point, I was just pushing him as an excuse to touch him more. And I definitely don't want the heart attack that comes with whatever she calls breakfast. Well, we're staying here as a matter of principle. I don't like the way these people are treating you. We are not letting them win. We sat back down. Even if we lose? He scowled at me. Even if we lose. I nodded, aggressively unwrapping my utensils. We're going to eat every bite, drink every ounce of coffee, and by God, we are going to pretend to enjoy it.
Chapter 31. Ro. Obituary. Hello. McMonster. Hi. Obituary. So, obituary. I went back and read through our chats. I totally admitted to you that I'm attracted to my shitty boss, didn't I? McMonster. Yup. Obituary. Enjoying the ego stroke? McMonster. I'd enjoy it more if you aim south and, use your tongue. Obituary. I'm never going to be able to look you in the eye. McMonster. May I suggest other organs that will welcome your attention then? Obituary. I'm so terrified I'm going to yield to temptation. McMonster. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll fuck it up before we get to it. Obituary. Why are you even interested? You could have any woman in the world. McMonster. And you're that woman. Where's the mystery? Obituary. I'm completely normal. McMonster. Respectfully, Cal, you're not. Obituary. LOL. I meant average. McMonster. You're not that either. Obituary. What am I then? McMonster. If I have a say about it, mine. Chapter 32. Ro. Space. I needed it. All of it. 3 oceans between me and Kala Litvin would be ideal, though I didn't rule out helping Elon Musk populate Mars and relocating altogether. Why the fuck not? People would have to eat there too, and I was no stranger to shitholes. I had grown up in Staindrop, for Christ's sake. What had I been thinking, showing up outside her window like a lovesick puppy in a goddamn 90s outfit? I hadn't been, of course. It was my dick that had come up with the plan. All puns intended. I remember vaguely feeding myself some bullshit excuse about doing this in honor of Artem. The man had helped me turn my love for physics and numbers into becoming a Michelin-starred chef by dragging me into the communal teacher's kitchen and cooking with me, and something about Dylan being happy. Point of the matter was, I had done something selfless for someone who wasn't an immediate family member, and that was unsettling. I'd done good deeds before, but I had never gone out of my way to make them happen. Giving a shit was dangerous. It led to all kinds of issues, and I had a history of giving Cal whatever she wanted without asking for anything in return. Then there was my retroactive love declaration. What the fuck was that all about? I wasn't in love with her anymore, but it was still embarrassing to admit. Maybe because the attraction was still there, despite everything. I mentally wrote it down on a blackboard 1,000 fucking times a la Bart Simpson. You don't like her. You don't like her. You don't like her. But I did. Both Cal and Bitchy. A lot. It was the middle of service, and Descartes was so packed you couldn't squeeze a needle inside. 99% of the patrons were out-of-towners, and the one person who wasn't had a birthday, and her family, from Massachusetts, didn't know this place was Satan's favorite section in hell, so they booked a table here. I didn't mind being the most loathed man in Staindrop. What I did mind was not having a goddamn truck. I had gone to get a rental from the next town over yesterday, and all they'd had left was a pink Jeep Wrangler. I had opted to stay carless until my Silverado returned from the shop, and now had to walk everywhere. Descartes was down the street from the half-mile inn, so this wasn't an issue, but I had to get a taxi to visit Mom and Dylan, and fuck knew who had given Cal a ride here today. Even if it's Kieran, you can't say shit about it. You're not her boyfriend, not even her friend. Chef, can I ask you a question? Taylor caught up to my steps, smoothing a hand over his jacket nervously. I was doing the rounds between stations, making sure everything was operating smoothly. Is it food-related? I grumbled. No? Same answer then. The entire kitchen looked up. One of my sous chefs accidentally dropped a bowl. The dishwasher burst into tears. Taylor grimaced but soldiered on. You're extra prickly today? What happened? I'd made a conscious decision not to sneak a peek at the enchanting two left-footed professional oversharer during her shift tonight. That was what had happened, and of course I was pissed off about it. Not because I couldn't see her, obviously, but because I needed to check on my patrons and staff. Really, what a dumb decision to make. I should head over to the partition window right now and take a look. Nothing happened. What do you want? I made a pit stop at our chef patissiere station to let her know the raspberries looked older than an IHOP early bird customer. Taylor was glued to my side. What's going to happen to all of us when this place closes down? He demanded. Everyone stopped working and stared. My mother had once told me I was like a newborn. I only seemed to acknowledge a person's existence when they were right in front of me. I had never stopped to think of the lives I'd be leaving behind when I moved to London. My real answer? How the fuck should I know? I'm no fortune teller, was on the tip of my tongue. But Taylor didn't deserve my real answer, and neither did anyone else here. Some of the people working for me had to drive an hour each way to get here. They chose to work at this restaurant because it was important for them to get the experience, to nail this thing called upscale gourmet dining. I leaned a hip on Taylor's counter. GS Properties is planning to build a mall. Last I checked the blueprint, the food court alone is going to contain 20 restaurants. Most will be high street, but chain companies offer insurance, 401k, all the frills of a steady job. I tied it into the deal that all my staff would get employed in the establishment of their choice once they start operating. They were also going to get a contract comparable to the one they currently had with Descartes. I don't want a steady job. I want to make art. Taylor's eyes zinged with determination. I moved through to the seafood station, snatching a head of garlic from the chef's hand. Garlic goes in the pan last. Pay attention or hang your apron. I crushed the garlic over a butcher block with the base of my palm, glancing at Taylor. Employers will be clamoring for you, considering your experience. Then there's the hotel's restaurant. The investor said they want it to be fine dining to the highest degree. Seasonally updated menu, 9 courses, European executive chef. I'm talking a Bib Gourmand awarded eatery at the very least. Yours has 3. Taylor folded his arms, curving a brow. I shrugged. Genius is hard to come by and impossible to keep. Will you write us letters of recommendation? Melanie peeped up, one of my chefs de partie. In case some of us decide to move away and try our luck in a big city? I stopped to lift the lid of the saucepan she was working on, sniffing. I'll sign whatever you print out. She nodded briskly, drawing a breath. Thank you. What about the existing small businesses? Do you think they'll survive the change? Dustin, the busboy, rubbed the back of his neck fidgetily. His dad had a mom-and-pop shop down the street. Most of them, I replied honestly. I dug into GS Properties' proposal, and they seem to focus on the swanky shopping experience. They're not going to open a Walmart here. Dustin's shoulders sagged in relief. Sweet. Thanks for letting me know. What about your new restaurant? Taylor ran his tongue over his inner cheek, contemplative. The one in London. Are you bringing in any local enforcement? Rye's done with my ass. I shook my head. He's moving to Manhattan. I meant anyone you think is a good fit. The penny dropped. Poor kid wanted to come with me. Problem was, I didn't do baggage. I'd only ever had Ryland tag along because I knew he wasn't dead weight. Even during our heyday working together in France, Italy, and Monaco, Ryland and I had always done our own thing. Different apartments, different social circles, schedules, hobbies, women. He was allergic to routine and I was allergic to humans, I guess. Speak of the devil, my best friend rushed into the kitchen. His face whiter than the Brady Bunch cast. He grabbed my shoulder. Ro! I turned around, sending him a leveled look. What's up? We've got an injured staffer. Rye pushed his sleeves up his massive arms. Cut forehead. What was he telling me this for? I only knew one way to treat people, like crap. Do they need medical attention? I spooned a handful of sauce from a pan, bringing it to my lips. Too much rosemary. I chided my chef de partie. Unsure. Rye scratched his neck. Want to come see? Do I look like a doctor? Ask them, I said slowly. Or better yet, call an ambulance. We don't need another Usher lawsuit. First of all, OSHA. Second, I wanted you to know because unless they bled into someone's plate and a health inspector just walked in to witness it, I really don't see. It's Cal. He cut into my words, face thunderous. Cal is injured. All the blood drained from my face. It rushed straight to my feet, which started moving, running. I pushed Ryland out of the way. He collapsed against metal shelves laden with bowls and whisks. The contents spilled over the floor with noisy clanks. I stormed to the dining area, whipping my head, looking for her through the white-hot panic clouding my eyesight. How had she cut her forehead? What the hell had she done now? Bang her head against a steak knife as a party trick? Had someone hurt her? A man? Where the hell is she? I took her to the upstairs office to avoid a commotion. Rye appeared by my side, rubbing the back of his head with an accusatory glare. Zeta is taking care of her. She dropped by with some lasagna for your dinner. Only my mother could pop into a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant to deliver her chef's son a meal he probably had to microwave. I took the stairs 3 at a time, Rye at my heels. How was she doing? I was foaming at the mouth. Now was a good time to admit to myself that I did give a shit. Lots of shits, if I was being honest. An entire fucking sewer. Your mom or Calla? I shot him a glare behind my shoulder. He grinned. Pretty good. He redid his man bun as he took the steps. The cut looks kinda nasty, though. Your face looks nasty. Supremely mature. Also a bit rich coming from you right now. I could fill up an entire Olympic pool with your sweat. Chill the fuck out. It's hot in the kitchen. Had we always had 5,000 stairs? You're used to the kitchen heat. It's the Cal heat that throws you off balance. Shit, he snorted out. You're worried, aren't you? I've never seen you this way before. I slapped the door open so hard the handle made a dent as it slammed into the wall. I didn't know what I was expecting to see, but it wasn't Cal, resting on the upholstered brown leather couch next to my desk, with her head propped against the armrest. My mother sitting on a chair next to her, pressing napkins to her forehead. The napkins were red as fine wine. Naturally, it didn't stop Cal from making a long, pointless speech. All I'm saying is that objections at weddings exist solely to make the lives of overworked scriptwriters easier. Like, when did anyone ever oppose a wedding in real life? Also, the legalities of a marriage are established when you apply for a wedding license. Look, don't get me wrong, the while you were sleeping objection scene was epic. No complaints here. But when you think about it, you're bleeding. I rushed to her side and fell onto my knees by the couch, fingering the batch of sticky napkins on her forehead. She looked sleepy and beautiful and fuck. That was another reason I didn't do relationships. Imagine caring for someone, then letting them wander the world, exposed to all kinds of shit. This girl was prone to dying from her klutziness. That she had lived this long was a miracle. Cal's enormous, cloudless sky eyes peered back at me, soot-lashed and innocent. Duh, I was there when it happened. I didn't know whether to laugh or berate her. Wow, you're really pretty. She touched my cheek dazedly. I mean, you're always pretty, but today you are extra pretty. Extraordinary. Shit, I hoped she didn't have a concussion. Does it hurt? I croaked. Since when was I croaking? I was a grunter, a groaner, a bellower sometimes, not a croaker. Not really, but I think I'm getting a little woozy. You're anemic. Oops. Was not supposed to know that. I am, she said brightly. Oh, that reminds me I need to refill my iron prescription. I haven't done that. She scrunched her forehead and the bleeding started again. In 3 years or so. How did you know anyway? She had mentioned it once during a sleepover at Dylan's when she was 15. That was why I'd kept all those O. Henry bars everywhere. She was bound to faint if she didn't take care of herself. Ro? Mom put a hand on my shoulder, and that was when I realized I was cradling Cal's head in my hands like she was dying in my arms. Her forehead probably needed stitches. There was a shit ton of blood. She got hurt. She isn't dying. Are you a doctor? I bit out. Mom blinked, surprised by my harsh tone. Well, no. Then spare me your medical assessments. I twisted my head toward Ryland. Take Mom downstairs and call a doctor. I can just drive her to urgent care. Rye ran his knuckles over his stubble. Right, like I'd put her in the same car with a man who wasn't me. No, call a doctor. I don't want her sitting around in a clinic the entire night. After realizing how it sounded, I added, she still needs to finish her shift. Ambrose Red Casablancas, Mom gasped. You force this poor girl to work tonight and you'll be needing stitches too after I'm done with you. Cal cackled. I could marry you right now, Mrs. Casablancas. Thank you, sweetie. The constitution of marriage disappointed me once. Not interested in trying again. That was the most she'd said about her marriage to my father in 30 years. Come on, Zeta, follow me. Rose stocked up on the rosé you like. Ryland approached Mom, resting a casual hand on her arm. She flinched at his touch, scooting away. I had to work my jaw back and forth to avoid cursing. Rye faltered, his face pinking. Sorry about that. Don't be ridiculous. Mom mustered a weak giggle, rising up and sliding her purse over her shoulder. Got an electric shock, that is all. Cal, you feel all better soon, okay, Cucciolana? She tapped Cal's arm. Doubtful with your son around, Cal grinned. Mom let out a laugh, reaching to tuck a lock of hair behind Cal's ear. I see you are handling him just fine. I swatted Mom's hand away. She's injured, you could hurt her. Mama ruffled my hair. You're my favorite son. I'm your only son. Same difference. Cal blinked at me as the door clicked shut behind them. What's Cucciolata? She's been calling me that for years. Little puppy. She picked up on my golden retriever energy. A smile teased her mouth. Don't smile. Any movement you make might reopen the wound. I chided her. She sighed. Can you please stop treating me like I've been run over by a semi-trailer? Now that's an image for my spank bank. I tucked her flyaways behind her ears softly. Can I take a look? She flinched. Will you be gentle? When have I not been? I growled. Her eyebrows shot to her hairline in response. That time you threw me and Dylan into the pool when we were in 4th grade and I accidentally bumped my head, and in grade 9 when you stepped on my toe and broke it when I asked you to teach me how to slow dance before prom. Oh, and there was also that time. It was a rhetorical question. Yes, I'll be gentle. I scowled. At least now I knew it wasn't a concussion. I slowly peeled the damp napkins from her forehead, holding my breath. How did you manage to hurt yourself? Easily, as per usual. She focused on a point on the ceiling to brave the burn that came from the dry blood gluing her skin and the cloth together. I was running to get one of the patrons the wine menu. You were running? I snarled. She gave me a pointed look. I thought you encouraged me to run. In open spaces, away from sharp objects, with a fucking helmet preferably. Way to charm her pants off, Casablancas. Ryland's voice chortled in my head. I'm sure she's seconds away from printing out your wedding invitations. It's not even how I felt, okay? She tapered her eyes. I was trying to show Katie I can do a straddle split. I didn't know whether to laugh or bash my own head against the wall. Fuck. Why was she so unapologetically, wonderfully herself? What made you think you could do a straddle split? The fact that I was an athlete in high school and that I'm awesome? She blinked at me seriously. I'm extremely flexible. Would love to test that theory. I shed the napkins from her forehead, dumping them on the floor. The cut stared right back at me. It didn't seem too deep, but there was a small chunk of skin missing, and I knew it would leave a scar. How do I look? She gulped. Her head was still nestled in my arm. Beautiful, I admitted dispassionately. I was an asshole, not a liar. I meant the wound. She chewed on the edge of her thumb. Is it hideous? Ghastly? Frightening? It's small, crescent-shaped. I licked the pad of my thumb and rubbed away some dried blood around it to take a better look. Don't say it. Don't. And it's perfect because it's on you. Her lips quirked into a tired smile, and she pressed her cheek into my palm. Hello, McMonster. Nice to have you back. You never lost me. You're only saying that because you're hopelessly in love with me. Don't make me kill you. Why not? The corner of her lip moved along my rough palm. It would make for a perfect excuse to procrastinate. Sorry, I can't come tomorrow. I'll be dead. Nice try, but you are showing up to the shift tomorrow, even if it's in a coffin. I actually want to be cremated. Not gonna work. You're already too hot. Is that a pickup line? Her eyes flared. That depends on whether it's working or not. Well, it's cheesier than a deep dish pizza. She tried hard not to laugh. I think I finally found something you're bad at. You're terrible at flirting. That's because I've never had to work very hard to get women to fall into my bed, I said, not an ounce of cockiness in my voice. You're ruining my stats. Don't be so touchy. I like cheese. I would do heinous things for fried halloumi. This is a no-judgment zone. She laced her fingers through mine on her cheek. For the first time in years, I experienced a moment of true happiness. It revolted and alarmed me. I pulled away, resting her head on the armrest. You're bleeding again. Oh, shit. She raised her hand to touch her wound before thinking the better of it. Her eyes widened in horror. That couple never got the wine menu. I need to... She tried standing up, but I shoved her back down to the couch. Who cares about their wine? You, Mr. Stickler? She poked my chest. Ugh, I'm getting lightheaded again. I stood up and walked over to my desk, opening the left-hand drawer. I ambled back toward her, unwrapping an O. Henry and thrusting it into her hand. Sit up, I ordered. She did, leaning against the headrest and snatching the candy, staring at me intently as she tore a bite off the chewy bar. The corners of her mouth lifted. Tastes like heaven. Wonder why you kept one in your drawer. You're not the only one who likes O. Henry, I seethed. We both know I am. She set around a huge chunk of chocolate, her smile widening. Which is why I can't find these puppies anywhere. Where are you getting them? The black market? A time machine that's taking you to the 90s? Come on, share the wealth. A thin river of blood snaked from her forehead down her cheek. Where was that damn doctor? There was a knock on the door. Ryland walked in. Kitchen needs you. Kitchen can go I stopped, realizing Rye's lips were a breath away from forming a shit-eating grin. I'm busy right now, I corrected myself. Busy doing what? He propped an elbow against the doorframe. Are you blind? Are you? Cal's forehead seems under control. Rye took one look at her, and even that was enough to jack up my blood temperature. And Taylor's having a moment. Someone sent their steak tartare back. They want it cooked. Tartare means raw. Fixing stupid is above my pay grade. Respectfully, your pay grade is too generous for anything short of curing cancer. Rye sauntered in, grabbing a stress ball from my desk and giving it a squeeze. Anyway, he wants to know what to do. If Taylor wants a shot at wiping tables at La Vie en Rouge, not to mention joining me in the kitchen, he needs to pull himself together and rise to the occasion. We don't serve well-done steak. They can go to Applebee's for that. You need to go to the kitchen, Rye reiterated, setting the ball back down. Row, Cal said tentatively. No, I barked, still staring at Ryland. Final answer. Now leave. Cal glanced between us sheepishly, slowly rising to her feet. Not you. I whipped my head in her direction. Him. I don't want to cause any trouble. Cal shook her head. I can wait here by myself. I mean, I'm stuck on this best fiends level anyway. A knock sounded from the door. What now? I stood up ready to murder someone. Kieran, ideally. I'm sorry he is a sociopath, Rye told Cal. It's okay. She gave him 2 thumbs up. Totally not your fault. A man in an old-school leather jacket and a checked accountant button-down shirt walked in, pushing his glasses up his nose. Hello, I'm Dr. O'Hara. Thank goodness you're here. Cal slapped a hand to her chest dramatically. Chef over here needs you to remove the stick from his ass. Oh, and while you're here, mind stitching my forehead?
Chapter 33. Cal. Obituary. Favorite movie? McMonster. The Wrestler. Obituary. Rude? Ask me what's mine. McMonster. I already know. Obituary. Well, McMonster. Little Miss Sunshine. Obituary. Wrong. McMonster. Right. Stop lying. Obituary. Fine. It's a masterpiece, and I stand behind my decision. Steve Carell's best work to date. McMonster.
Gotta have a good memory when you lie all the time. You need to keep track. Obituary. Exactly. Keeping my brain active. That's smart thinking. Favorite color? Don't say black. McMonster. Purple. Yours is orange. Obituary. How do you know all this? McMonster. I pay attention. Favorite word? Obituary. Ujedinjene. Obituary. It's Russian. It is the state of being alone without being lonely. Yours? McMonster. Well, now I can't tell you mine because it's not half as good as yours. Obituary. There are no right or wrong answers. McMonster. Titties. Obituary. Okay, I take it back. That is the wrong answer. McMonster. I like the sound. I like the organs. I like the meaning, the prospects, everything. It's a great word. Obituary. This is bad. McMonster. Hey, you asked. Obituary. Not the word. This. You and me. McMonster. Why? Obituary. Because we're utterly inevitable. Chapter 34. Cal. Baby, can I hold you? Tracy Chapman. After my forehead got stitched and bandaged, Ro insisted on walking me home. An ordinarily chivalrous offer unless you took into account the fact that I had an actual ride home in the form of Kieran Carmichael and his comfy Maybach. Apparently, Zeta had told Dylan about my injury. Dylan had called Kieran and demanded he save the day. I'll walk you, Ro declared when I grabbed my backpack and coat from the break room. You're not getting into that moron's car. Pretty sure I am. I collected my hair into a high ponytail. I was exhausted from lack of sleep, my head injury, and his constant bullcrap. I also didn't know what to make of Ro's behavior toward me. One second he told me I looked perfect while bleeding, the next he seemed annoyed by my existence. Ro removed his chef jacket, revealing a tight-fitting olive green Henley. It's not safe. How is bumming a ride with Kieran unsafe? He looks like a substance abuser. Ro slipped on his flight jacket. Laughter spluttered from my mouth. No, he doesn't. As a professional soccer player, he gets tested for drugs all the time. Those panels don't check for mushrooms. You're reaching. Yeah, the end of my fucking patience. You don't like being with men in a private setting, remember? Yes, I huffed, not liking that he brought up things I'd told him as obituary. I also remember trying to get over myself. Having Kieran take me home is a great step forward. Grab your umbrella, Dot. We're out of here. He ignored what I said. He was dropping everything mid-service to walk me home, and I wasn't sure what to make of it. As if reading my mind, Ro jammed his beanie over his head angrily. It's the second time you've been injured on my property. Just making sure you're up and standing. Don't get any ideas. I didn't say anything. You looked happy again. Is it a crime? I suppressed a laugh. He was ridiculous. It should be. We said goodbye to our colleagues and exited through the back door. Chill grazed our faces as we stepped into the crisp winter. Staindrop looked like a tipped-over snow globe, the dandruff of snow feathering the ground. I stuck my tongue out in delight and caught a few flakes. First snow of the season! I twirled, opening my arms. I had on Mom's kick-ass mittens. Dad loved the snow. My father and I would wake up on winter mornings to a white-covered world. We'd run outside and make Minecraft-inspired snowmen. We'd hold their twig hands days later as they melted and say our teary goodbyes. They'd all had names, backstories, and motivations. Dad had said not to be sad because the snow melted into everything we touched, and the same could be said about losing a loved one. The person who left us was still there, soaked into memories, objects, and other people. We all left a mark on this world. It was only now that I understood Dad's greatest gift to me wasn't the bike I'd gotten for Christmas or even the Barbie house he'd gotten me when I was 6. He had taught me creativity and imagination, and they were my safe place. I turned around to check if Ro was still there. He was, and he was staring at me in a way that made me feel naked, yet somehow all fuzzy and warm inside. "Let's go, Dot." Descartes was a 20-minute walk from my house, but it was a steep hill down toward the harbor. The street was lined with small shops adorned with pine wreaths, naked trees tangled in Christmas lights, and fluffy pillows of snow decorating rooftops. The first few minutes were spent in silence. I tried to keep my mouth shut. We both needed a second to wrap our heads around what had just happened today. Do not start a conversation. Do not. No matter how much you want his words. And his smiles. And, fine, even his frowns. "So why did you and Allison Murray break up?" my mouth inquired. "Damn it, mouth, you're grounded." "What happened the day you broke your ankle?" He ran his tongue over his teeth, and I didn't know if he'd speculated the connection between the two subjects, but my heart skipped a beat. "That's personal," I grimaced. "Same answer." Silence. Then, "Jesus, look at you, you're shivering." He dumped his bag on the ground, slid his jacket off his shoulders, and wrapped it around me, even though I already had on a big puffy coat. His jacket oozed warmth that seeped right into my bones. "You can't do that, you only have a shirt on," I protested, only to have him rip the beanie from his head and slam it over mine, rolling it down. "Here, that's better." He said that because my face was covered all the way. Bastard. "You'll be cold." I pushed the beanie up, blinking at him. "Don't worry about me." "Someone needs to." "Yeah, well, no one did, and I turned out just fine." It was ridiculous, but I knew arguing would bring us nowhere. He was a Taurus, for crying out loud, so I quickened my pace. He shoved his hands into his front pockets. He had a leather messenger bag slung across his shoulder. Pink stained his high cheekbones. He looked like fan art of a fantasy villain. I dug my teeth into my lower lip, dying to know what had made snooty, bitchy Allison worthy of being his ex-girlfriend, other than the banal stuff like how she was a knockout, smart, ambitious, and had a killer wardrobe and, an actual career. "Those brain wheels of yours are a little rusty," Ro muttered, still staring ahead. "I can hear them turning all the way from here." "Let's trade info," I bargained. "I'll tell you about my injury, and you'll tell me about your relationship with Allison." "That desperate for gossip, huh?" He chuckled humorlessly, but I could tell he wanted to hear my story. "You never had a girlfriend growing up." I shrugged defensively. "I'm interested to know what made her different." "At the price of telling me something you haven't shared with anyone?" I swallowed. "Secrets are burdensome. Maybe I want you to carry some of my baggage." Maybe I've been wanting to tell McMonster for a while now. "Will you carry some of mine?" I nodded, not breaking eye contact. I didn't know why, but I really, really wanted to carry some of his baggage, even if it meant showing him the most embarrassing, scarred part of me in return. Maybe if he knew what I'd gone through, he would understand why I didn't do relationships. "So what do you say?" I held my breath for his answer. He halted his steps, turning his head toward the other side of the residential street. "Hey, wasn't that your hangout spot?" I swiveled to follow his line of sight and saw we were on the edge of Staindrop's Community Park. A lousy excuse for a playground. 2 slides, 2 swings, 1 seesaw, and monkey bars. In high school, Dylan and I had come here in the summers to drink and gossip. A slice of heaven, I said breathlessly, my cheeks stinging with a smile. I twisted my head to face him. Detour? For old time's sake? I couldn't read his face in the dark, but I thought I heard him smile. Heaven better buckle up. He treaded in that direction, giving me his back. Because the devil's about to drop in for a visit. Chapter 35. Cal. What's up? 4 non-blondes. I discarded my backpack on the ground, rushing toward the swings. I grabbed the frosty chains and planted 1 foot over the rubber seat, hoisting myself up, finding my balance, then started rocking my body, creating momentum. Now all that's missing is a stolen bottle of your dad's Tito's. I howled into the night, a cloud of condensation rolling through my lips. Rose sighed like a wary parent, producing a bottle of vodka from his messenger bag and raising it between us. I wasn't sure whether he'd planned this or if it was just another item to add to my evidence file that he was an alcoholic. First shaking hands, now this. Ambrose Rhett Casablancas, I shrieked, beaming in delight. You knew our darkest secret. That was a secret? He scowled. I've met thongs more discreet than you two. Ro trudged toward me, holding the vodka bottle by its neck. He perched on the swing next to mine and cracked the bottle open, taking a swig and passing it to me. I sat down and took a gulp, kicking my feet to sway back and forth. I squinted at the mountains draped by the night. Suddenly, I had the distinct feeling I was in exactly the right place, at the right time, with the right person. A tiny part of a 1,000,000,000,000-piece puzzle that neatly fit into this universe. So, Ro received the bottle from me, unscrewed the vodka cap, sipped, then handed it back to me. Start from the beginning. What happened that made you stop running and swear off humans? He swished the clear liquid in his mouth. Who did this to you? Sure you want to find out? How else would I know who to kill? His face told me he wasn't kidding. My heart told me he was a safe person to open up to. I was bullied at school. The words rolled off my tongue without prior consent from my brain. Like Ro's heartbeat next to mine was enough to squeeze the truth out of me. Actually, it started in preschool. That's when kids realized not only was I an odd bird, but I also came from an eccentric nest. My parents would send me out with socked feet and sandals in the summers. I looked ridiculous, and ridiculous makes 5-year-olds laugh. It was silly for my throat to clog up about something that had happened almost 2 decades ago. But what my peers found amusing in kindergarten, they found worthy of antagonizing me about in elementary school. I dressed odd, I spoke odd, I lived odd. I had my eye tick every time I was nervous, which made me shy away from all the plays, parties, and major school events. To rub salt on a corroding wound, my parents were thrifty, so instead of eating at the school cafeteria, they sent me with cold meat sandwiches. They'd buy liver sausages and pork tongue at a deli and tuck them in my sandwiches. My lunches smelled from miles away, and I'd be teased for it mercilessly. Why didn't you tell your folks sandals and socks don't go together? That you prefer jelly and sunflower butter on your sandwich? Ro's thick eyebrows slammed together angrily. I pressed my lips together. Because what people saw as quirks were actually my parents' upbringing. They grew up in Russia. It was the makeup of their DNA, the way they'd been brought up. I didn't want them to think they weren't doing a good job or that I was ashamed of what we are, of who we are. My nose stung, and I held back tears. It was all so silly. Water under the bridge. Then why did thinking about it make me feel like I was drowning? I think being an immigrant can go two different ways. You either preserve or you hide. My parents chose to wear their heritage like a badge of honor, and so their legacy became mine. Every day I was taunted. I kept reminding myself of how lucky I was. I had 2 languages, 2 cultures, 2 worlds to enjoy. I could read Tolstoy in his native tongue. How lucky was I? Roe's sunset eyes were glowing embers in the dark. He stared at me wordlessly, and in that moment, it did feel like I was unloading my baggage onto his broad shoulders. You chose to get hurt so your parents wouldn't. I get it. The bullies were gone now, but the scars they'd left lingered. Anyway, I sniffed. Kids didn't like me, other than Dylan. Dylan had had total main character energy from the get-go. She had been there to shoo the bullies away, to snitch on those who'd pulled the chair from under my butt. She had chosen to sit with me at lunch unfailingly, and one day was even brave enough to try my tea sandwich with the liver, even though it had smelled like a whey protein fart. She stood up for what she believed in, and she believed in kindness. Roe nodded in my periphery. How many people are we talking about? Like 60% of my grade? I let out a snort. It made it worse that I didn't want to fit in. I didn't try to dress, look, and talk like everyone else. I had the audacity to like my baked milk cookies and pork stew lard and hypnotic poison. I still wore the latter. People always tell you to be your true self, but when you're unapologetically you, it pisses them off. Roe grumbled. It's the chicken and the egg situation. I sighed. I'm not sure what came first, me having social anxiety and being bullied for it, or being bullied to the point I developed a fear of interacting with humans. You don't fear interacting with humans. You interact with them all the time. You moved to New York, got a degree, work in hospitality. It's the fact you don't bend to boring social norms that makes you stand out. Roe elevated an eyebrow. I'm here to tell you, don't ever change. Why? Because your quirkiness is one of your best fucking features. A delicious sensation of pride and warmth washed over my entire body. He rubbed his palms over his legs to gather heat. Anyway, back to your story. In high school, the bullying got worse. Before, I was weird but meaningless enough not to warrant any special attention. But now I'd started taking up space. Boys began noticing me. I joined the track team. I was an award-winning mathlete. A lot of people decided to overlook my weirdness and befriend me. They all wanted something from me. But I was so hungry for positive attention, I was happy to give it to them. That's when the lying began. When I realized I could mold myself to be whatever people wanted me to be, and that made them stay, at least for a while. For the first time in my life, I actually had friends who weren't Dylan. My stock went up. And that's when shit went down. They were jealous. His eyes darkened to 2 black holes, threatening to suck me in whole, and his mouth latched onto the vodka bottle angrily. Jealous? I kicked the ground, throwing my body backward on the swing. Doubt it. I don't think these girls wanted to swap places with me. They just didn't like me in their sphere. The track team was the worst. I squeezed my eyes shut. I was really good. Competed for first place in my freshman year with this girl who was desperate to get a scholarship through track. She was a senior and neck and neck with me. She always had a nasty remark at hand when I passed her. I called her Queen Bitch. In my head, anyway. I was incapable of being rude, even to the most awful people. Roe passed me the vodka. When I grabbed it, it seemed much lighter. We were both whimsically drunk. in that existential spot where the world made more sense because you'd stepped out of your point of view for a minute. The clear liquid scorched a path down my throat. Finally, I got to the part I'd never shared with anyone, the part that had carved me into who I was today with a rusty Swiss knife, a girl who'd sworn off men forever. Worse than potentially taking the first spot from Queen Bitch as the fastest female runner at school, she found out one day that the boy she liked, Franco, was my secret boyfriend. He was 18. I was 14. We did stuff. Almost went all the way. Stupidest thing I'd ever done to be liked. It was wrong. I knew it was wrong. I still did it. He was the captain of the hockey team. Made me feel seen, grown up, and beautiful. He said we were his favorite secret. I agreed to lie for him, not even telling Dylan about us. Franco had been using my body and my pariah status to get his rocks off. I'd always known that in the back of my head, but 14-year-old me had been desperate to make a friend in the popular hockey hero. Roe hummed with hot, furious energy. I could practically feel his fury trickling into my system, hiking up the temperature in the park by 10 degrees. He glided his tongue along his upper teeth, stifling a curse. Continue. It all came to a head when Queen Bitch caught us in the locker room. Well, me, giving Franco, head. I couldn't say it, but I didn't have to. Roe's nostrils flared and he closed his eyes, bracing himself for the knockout confession. Franco could have gotten in insane trouble for messing around with me, but he thought himself so untouchable it didn't even cross his mind. My heart was about to spill out of my chest like a broken egg. I felt so raw talking about it. You were abused. Roe's lips curled over one another like burned paper. You should have never gone through this alone. When she caught us, Franco just laughed. I wasn't sure how I was expecting him to react, but I knew it wasn't that. He told her I was a groupie, a stupid little whore. He pushed me off him so carelessly, and when I hit the back of my head on the grimy floor, he let out a snort. She tried to laugh it off too, I think, to show that she didn't care. But I think it was just too much for her. I was the weirdo freshman. I wasn't supposed to take her scholarship and the guy. I don't even know why she wanted the scholarship so bad. It's not like she didn't have money. So during one of our morning 5-mile rounds around the woods, she went after me. An icy shiver licked over my skin, along with everyone else on the team. They all looked up to her. Bigwig dad, money, looks, reputation. Everyone on the team wanted to please her. What was her name? His voice was low, husky, deadly. But I was in a trance, transported back into the moment. What started as a routine practice ended up as a bloodthirsty chase. They'd had enough. I was drawing too much attention, making too much noise. Coach wasn't there that morning. It was just us girls. Queen Bitch, the ringleader, said, "Time's up, Litvin. You didn't really think you were going to get away with it, right? Being normal and popular and shit." I still remembered every word like it was yesterday because each had left a scar on my heart. The woods stretch out for hundreds of acres from either side of this town. I kept my eyes on the ink-black sky, avoiding his pitying look. I knew I stood no chance against all of them. It was just me and them and their hate. Roe's fingers were screwed tightly into his eyes. Dot. His voice was gruff. That time you broke your ankle. You didn't fall, did you? Everyone had thought my injury was a freak accident. After all, I was a klutz. I closed my eyes. They chased me. Let's see how fast you run now, you little shit. Said they'd skin me alive when they got to me. It took them 20 minutes to catch me. The irony wasn't lost on me. Turns out I really was the fastest. But then my teammates were everywhere, snaking between trees, lurking behind bushes. Queen Bitch was the one who ended up snatching the hem of my hoodie. Well, well, if it isn't Franco's little hussy girlfriend. You know he only dates you because you're a Russian whore, right? She dragged me by my feet toward the river. I kicked and screamed, clawing at the wet ground. 2 of my fingernails snapped out of my skin. I begged for help. Aw, she's a feisty one. Franco said your tics go crazy when you go down on him. Is that true? It was, and I had been nauseous with humiliation because he'd shared the most intimate, shameful part of me with my enemy. You know he told me he put pictures of you naked on porn sites? Your face is all over the internet with you cupping your tits. What kind of freshman whore even sends a senior naked pictures? Jesus! The revelation had poured hot, renewed rage into me. I'd managed to kick her in the face. She had stumbled back, bracketing her nose, blood gushing between her fingers. Catch her, Becky! Queen Bitch had called out to Rebecca Stanton, who'd stood limply on a tree trunk watching with horror. She's so fast, though, Rebecca had whined. Just do it! Disoriented, Rebecca had pounced on me. She'd grabbed my foot and tugged it sideways sharply. The cracking sound it had made bounced with an echo over the treetops. A shriek had pierced the air. The pain had been so sharp I couldn't breathe. I sometimes wondered why I was so afraid of men when girls were the ones to physically abuse me. I once touched that subject with a therapist, though, and she said something that resonated with me. After the abuse, it was women who picked me up and saved me. It was Dylan. It was Mom. It was the therapist herself. They were my safe haven. Everybody freaked out. I blinked furiously, my eyes matching the drum of my heart. Queen Bitch said they should mercy kill me, because my legs were my best asset, and now that I couldn't open them to seniors or run, I was truly useless. We could get away with it. No one will be looking for her for hours. Queen Bitch decided burying me alive was the ultimate solution to her problems. At first, everyone was so shocked they just went along with it. The power of herd mentality, I guess. They flung dirt on my face and body as I cried and screeched and begged her to rethink it. They knew I wouldn't snitch on them, knew I would never go against the powerful teammate who led this thing against me. Clout in small schools is everything. My entire body rocked back and forth as I came face to face with the memory. They were screaming and arguing by the time I couldn't breathe. I had so much mud on me. I could barely hear them, their voices muffled. I don't know who convinced them to stop or how, but they did. Queen Bitch wanted to kill me for real, but the others were too scared, I guess. 2 girls dug me out of the shallow grave and yanked me up. They ran away before I could ask for water, for help. I tried to swallow the bitter lump in my throat. Failed. I had to crawl my way back to town with a broken ankle. I let the vodka bottle slip from between my fingers. The liquid sloshed on the sand. The silence around us was a big, loud wall. I wanted to scream to penetrate it. The worst part? I heard my voice floating between us, and I knew that my lips were moving but wasn't sure what was going to come out of my mouth. Is that when I finally reached the edge of the woods, where the forest kissed the residential street, the thought crossed my mind to make a U-turn and die. I didn't want to face my life post this incident, post the attack, post Franco. I had already made up my mind not to tell my parents what happened. It would have crushed them. I'd just had to keep on lying, spinning the untruths like cotton candy on a stick, fluffy, sugary, and inviting. Franco hadn't lied. He had put my pictures on some small porn sites, probably to appease Queen Bitch and show her that I had meant nothing to him. I'd go on these sites years after the fact to punish myself for trusting, for believing a guy like Franco could love a girl like me. I felt violated, ripped to shreds, and robbed of my consent. And Franco? There was a slight tremor in Rose's voice. A wave of queasiness washed through me. He visited me at the hospital, but only to tell me he was now dating Queen Bitch and not to interfere. He said he'd ruin my life if I said one word about what had happened, that he'd kill me with his own hands if I took away everything he built, because he'd have nothing to lose. I was 14 and scared shitless, crushed from the rejection, injury, and betrayal. Bottling up everything, feeding my parents lies so they wouldn't be worried, lies like I had an accident. I fell. I was actually close with my teammates. It turned out not only were Franco and I nothing, but that he actively hated me for putting everyone in a bad spot. I air quoted Franco. He ended up dropping out of college a year or so later, in and out of jail for selling drugs. You know, I thought it'd make me feel better how bad his life turned out to be. It didn't, though. His misery didn't erase mine. His failure didn't diminish the fact that he took away from me the ability to trust a man. He made me see every strange man on the street as the enemy, as the villain. He's dead now, Rose said, his voice devoid of emotion. I wasn't surprised or moved in any way. Didn't feel anger, joy, or relief. A mutual friend told me a few months ago. Overdose. Shame. Shame? I raised an eyebrow. I'd have loved to kill him myself. That's a nice sentiment, but I would never want you to screw your life over for someone so meaningless. Queen Bitch is still around. I stared at my feet, flinging them in the air to keep me warm. All the other girls are here too, as far as I know. I need a name. There was something in his tone this time that indicated he would shatter the earth to dust if I ignored him. I need to know who did this to you. Allison. My eyes met his across the swings. Queen Bitch is Allison Murray. Even though I'd kept my mouth shut about that day, my dislike for her had been public knowledge. Dylan had even made a voodoo doll of her for my entertainment for one of my birthdays. We'd never used pins on it, but I'd once given it a nasty haircut. The silence engulfed us like thick smoke, trickling into our lungs, suffocating us. I couldn't look at him, but from the corner of my eye I saw the shift. Ro was normally pure power, greater than life and self-assured. Now he fished his cigarette pack from his front pocket and flipped it open with his thumb, pulling a cigarette using his teeth and lighting it up. His hand tremored in the dark. Fuck. He smoked half the cigarette in complete silence, staring into nothing and trying to calm himself down. Finally, he flicked the cigarette out to the sand. Dot, But I interrupted him, quickly wiping my tears away. Whatever. You know what they say. What doesn't kill you makes you acutely emotionally damaged to the point of having dysfunctional relationships with everyone around you. Thing is, no matter how much time passes, I will always be that girl who was running away from her problems, from her bullies. I will always live with the consequences of not telling on a bunch of people who wanted to kill me. They should have been punished. They should have. He agreed, bracing his elbows on his knees, drawing closer. But that girl who ran away, she grew up to be a strong fucking woman with zero outside help. You shouldn't be so hard on her. She did her best. I wished it were that simple. I couldn't bear how raw and self-conscious I felt, so I changed the subject quickly. Tell me how you got to romancing my nemesis. Spare no detail, unless she's a better kisser than me. I really don't want to know that. He snapped his mouth shut, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. She was a mistake. I snorted out a laugh. Are you saying that because of what I told you right now? I'm saying this because she was like putting a Band-Aid on a decapitated fucking head. I'm saying this because... He spluttered, running his fingers through his moosed hair, looking adorably, uncharacteristically boyish. His edges smoothed and his claws withdrawn. I didn't even touch her, okay? What? I blinked, confused. I didn't even touch her, he said, slowly now, his eyes glittering in the dark, boring into mine. We went on a few dates, mainly in hopes you'd find out and see that I've moved on from your ass. I don't remember where. I don't remember what she wore, what we talked about. I only remember how she made me feel. How? Bored to fucking tears. She wasn't what you were looking for? I licked my lips, feeling guilty about drawing so much pleasure from hearing this. She wasn't you. My jaw fell open. I wasn't completely unaware. I knew Ro was attracted to me, that he wanted us to be something, at least for the duration of our time in Staindrop. I hadn't realized your feelings ran that deep. Unfortunately, I'm not as good a liar as you. I can't stop thinking about you, and it's killing me. Killing me that I somehow ended up wanting the only woman I could not have. That someone came along and ruined you before I had the chance to even show you how great it could be. That this someone was fucking Franco. It's killing me that I now need to spend the rest of my life trying not to kill Allison Murray, despite her being highly murderable. It's killing me that we could have been there for each other, but we weren't. That we could have healed each other, but instead we just cracked deeper and harder. Most of all, it's fucking killing me that I only feel alive when you're around. This was his moment. His moment to kiss me. We were inches from one another, drunk, vulnerable, sad, full of so many emotions and cloaked by a silky sheet of starlit night. But he didn't kiss me. Instead, he pulled away, releasing his hold from the swing and ruffling the back of his hair, staring down at his feet. He noticed. He croaked. Huh? I sniffled, still stuck on the fact that he liked me. My dad. You were wrong. He noticed when you and Dylan stole his vodka. My stomach tightened. How come he never said anything? Ro licked his lips, squinting hard at the houses across the street, gracefully stacked together like in Monopoly. I took the fall. Ro, why? Doesn't matter. Don't tell me that. We could have apologized. Wouldn't have worked. But what? Because. The roar ripped from his mouth. He would have hurt you, and I'd have killed him if he did that. Stunned, I watched as he yanked his phone out of his pocket, tapped the flashlight, and tossed it into my hands. He stood up from the swing and turned his back to me, slowly raising his shirt. I aimed the flashlight at his back. My chest caved inward. Scars ran like a busy road map across his triangular back under the elaborate ink. Long, jagged, faded, roaring poems of pain. Some pink, some white, some shallow, some deep. All told the story of unbearable pain, years of abuse, and unforgivable trauma. My fingers quaked around his phone. Violent nausea washed through me. His back was still to me when he spoke. My father was a raging alcoholic. He drank himself to near death at least twice a year. Whenever he wasn't catching fish, he was getting hammered and causing all kinds of trouble. Most times he went fishing in the middle of the night. I lay in my bed praying the boat would flip over and he'd drown. Never come back. You didn't know because Mom and I wheeled him away from view, tucking him in their bedroom whenever Dylan had company. We tried to make her life as normal as possible, or at least not as screwed up as ours. It had worked. I'd had no idea. I mean, yeah, Mr. Casablancas hadn't been the nicest person in the world, but I'd never thought he had an alcohol problem. I'd just thought he was naturally grumpy, like Ro. I wish you'd have told me. I rose on unsteady legs. His back was still to me, and I had a feeling he preferred it this way. Or Dylan. Someone. We wouldn't have stolen his bottles. We thought no one noticed. I can't believe I caused this. His shoulders trembled with bitter laughter, and he slid his Henley back down, spinning in my direction. Molten amber eyes met mine. You didn't cause shit. You were just teenagers doing teenager stuff. He'd have found something else to get pissy about and hit me. I mostly managed to keep him away from Mom and Dylan. Not always from Mom. She had to tolerate some abuse. And Dylan? My voice was brittle, crisp, a crunchy autumn leaf under a boot. He shook his head. I don't think she knows. We did a great job, and he worked long hours, disappearing days at a time when he was in the midst of his binges. I thought back to the flippant comment Dylan had made about her father passing when she had come to Dad's funeral, and didn't know if Ro was right in his assessment. Knowing Dylan, she did know, but figured Zeta and Ro took comfort in her obliviousness. Taking a step toward him, I said, "That's why your mom flinched when Ryland touched her." The column in his throat rolled. He'd drag her around the house by the hair when Dylan was at school, kick her ribs. One day he stopped. I put my hand on his chest. His heart was beating wildly. Our scents, heat and breath swirled together, and I felt closer to him than I'd ever been before, even when we'd had sex. "You can tell me," I whispered softly. "I want to be your safe space, too." One day Dylan was sleeping over at your house. You stole his Tito's. It was his last one, and he was too broke to buy another. I told him it was me. I was afraid he'd drive to your house and fight you for it or something. He'd cracked my rib only 2 weeks earlier, so this time Mom tried to protect me. He hurled her against the stove while it was on, gave her a second-degree burn. Her entire arm was pressed into it. The skin melted onto it. Was that why Zeta always wore long sleeves, even in the summer? Then, when she was sobbing on the floor, clutching her arm, he took his dick out and pissed on her. "There, honey, that'll put out the fire." "Ro." My fingers curled around the fabric of his Henley, clutching him tight, breathing him in, putting him back together. "Ro. Ro. Ro." I'd always felt this kinship between us, like our souls were a 2-part friendship necklace. Now I knew why. Because we'd both tasted darkness, looked evil in the eye and survived. We were always destined to connect, Mac and Bitchy, Ro and Cal. Ro's eyes dimmed. When I saw him do this to her, something snapped in me. I couldn't take it anymore, living in this never-ending nightmare, losing sleep over the idea he'd hurt Mom, or Dylan, or you. There was a tense pause. I beat the shit out of him. So bad I punctured his lung and broke his jaw. I could imagine the entire scene in my head. Ro taking back his power, finally controlling the narrative. Mom was hysterical, more about me landing in jail than anything else. The only reason I didn't finish the job was because he wasn't worth shitting all over my future. I'm glad you didn't. Your conscience wouldn't have survived it. You are too good. Incorruptible. I shook my head, tears flying off my cheeks. What happened next? He came back home after a week and a half. No one went to visit him. We told Dylan he had a stroke and that he didn't want her to see him like that. She never questioned it. I made it clear to him he wasn't welcome in the house unless he sobered up. So, he did. Just like that? I squinted. No, I'm giving you the bullet point version. A rueful smile touched his lips. There were tears, arguments, and meltdowns, furniture and promises broken. He scrubbed his jaw. We couldn't afford rehab, so I had to lock him in my room. He climbed the walls. He begged and bargained, tried to assert power over us again. But in the end, I tired him out. He kicked the habit. A ragged breath passed between us. It felt like we were sharing oxygen. Ro continued. But it was no victory. There was no happy ending. The trust was gone. Mom was scared and resentful, and Doug became a shadow, moving around, casting darkness everywhere he went. How did he die? I rasped. Liver failure. The damage was too much even after he quit. Can't say it was a sad day for me. I never forgave him. Unpopular opinion. I trailed a finger up his chest. It's okay not to forgive people who destroy our lives. Ro clasped my hand over his heart. He leaned into my palm, and it felt like the universe was giving me the rarest gift, tying us together in a red satin bow. I wondered how drunk we were, if we were going to regret our confessions tomorrow morning, or if it would finally break the corroded wall we'd built between us all those years ago. Opening Descartes was my fuck you moment to him. A broody chuckle escaped him, and he was especially gorgeous now, bare and vulnerable, swimming in the dusk like a mythical creature. He'd always wanted to open a restaurant. It was his dream. He went to culinary school when he was young, had to drop out when Mom got knocked up with me. A sharp exhale. I was a mistake, and Mom's Catholic parents didn't like out-of-wedlock mistakes. So in a way, I stole his dream twice. Once when he quit school, and a second time when I got accepted to one. You never asked to be conceived. I rubbed the edge of his neck with my finger distractedly. His erection was pressed against my belly, but now wasn't the time to concentrate on it. He wanted to show the world he was more than a blue-collar drunkard. Ro sucked in his teeth, but the truth was, he wasn't. You opened an entire restaurant to spite a dead man. I shook my head, chuckling at the madness of it all. That is so unlike you. Why? He asked. You normally don't care. Oh, I care. He looked away, turning his head as if the truth had slapped him. I care too fucking much. That's the problem. A snowflake landed on my nose. Ro scooped it with the pad of his thumb, slowly popping it into his mouth. I grinned. What? His forehead creased. I wanted to see why you always taste the weather. Verdict? Tasteless. Our mouths were less than an inch away. A rush of warmth and adrenaline coursed through my veins. My lips gravitated toward his. Ro pulled away slightly. I groaned in frustration. He flattened his hand on my stomach, walking me backward toward the swings. Anyway, I learned from a very young age that hope was the cruelest form of punishment. You offer me hope, Cal. It's a tempting deal, but I'd be a fool to take it, knowing who you are and who I am. He was still backing me toward the swings while I watched his face, mesmerized. Who am I? I whispered. A person who can't fall in love, doesn't want to fall in love, and has deep trust issues with men, flaky and unreliable. He continued walking me backward, and I continued stumbling in his desired direction. And who are you? I gulped. A man who can't fucking resist you. He dragged his fingers through his mane. But I'll be doing both of us a disservice if I don't state this outright. I don't care about the consequences. I want you. And what I want, I get. But I didn't really know what I wanted to say. That maybe I could fall in love? That I was afraid if we started something, I would be left destroyed? He removed his hand from my tummy, plastering a finger over my mouth to shut me up. The backs of my thighs crashed against the swing's seat. Don't, Dot. Don't try to convince me you're unlikable. I want you. You're funny, authentic, sassy, and have the best ass I've ever seen. And I'm not being hyperbolic. Pause. We're going to have a brief, no-strings-attached hookup while we're both in this shithole, and then we're going to go back to our respective lives. Whatever state I've gotten myself into after this thing is my business and my business alone. If I can't have the heart, I'll take the pussy. I could do this. I could do casual. With him, my body could open up. It was my heart I was worried about. We're two passing ships. He cupped my cheek. His hand was warm and inviting, and I wanted to press into it, to get lost in him. Did he say this to assure me or himself? Now that we've established we're both messed up. He threaded his fingers in my hair, tugging it slowly to extend my neck and tilt my head up to meet his gaze. How about we make tonight interesting? Was this evening not eventful enough for you? I spluttered. He chuckled, rubbing the spot next to my bandaged forehead soothingly. Remember you and Dylan had a game? You called it Swingers. Is that what we called it? I snorted. Clearly we did not think it through. You stood up on the swings, and whoever fell first lost. I remembered that. Amazingly, I should add, considering the amount of concussions I'd suffered as a result. What are we betting on? I probed, feeling beautiful and alluring and worthy under his gaze. Every girl needed a Ro Casablancas to make her feel seen. If you fall first. He bracketed his arms on either side of me, gripping the swing chains and trapping me in place, his vodka breath skating down my face. If I fall first? I whispered, wondering if we were still talking about the swings. You let me kiss you. His words soaked into my skin. Goosebumps rolled over every inch of my flesh. And if I win? I said slowly, watching him as his eyes traced my lips hungrily. You make me and Mamushka a 3-course picnic lunch. We're going to spread Dad's ashes, and I want to make a day of it. Done, he said without missing a beat. I pressed my finger to his chest. And I would be the one in charge of the menu. You'd choose cheese sticks and corn dogs. He looked disgusted. Hey, I have a little more class than that. Lies. He studied me skeptically. What are you thinking?
Pop-Tarts, curly fries, and soy burgers.
Soy?
He gagged, glancing around, making sure we didn't have an audience. He lifted a finger between us.
Nobody, and I mean nobody, can know I made those.
Dishes? I smiled brightly.
Culinary crimes.
Shouldn't have told me that. Now I'm fully prepared to blackmail you with this piece of information when the day comes.
It's not gonna come, since you're not gonna win.
He worked his jaw back and forth.
Fine. Deal.
We were up on those swings in seconds. Me standing straight and clutching the chains in a death grip, and him crouching down so his head wouldn't bump against the metal frame. We ready, set, goed, then started swinging. I cheated a little, barely moving back and forth, then gained more speed and force when I realized Roe was moving with so much momentum the entire frame shook. He almost tipped me off with every move of his body. "Can you tone it down?" I grumbled. "I might need more stitches after this game."
Here to win, not make friends.
He swung himself faster and harder. Dread filtered into my system. I didn't want him getting hurt. In fact, the idea of Roe feeling any kind of pain made me want to scream, especially after what he'd told me about Doug tonight. "Roe, you'll hurt yourself."
Used to the pain.
"Are you serious?" He shrugged, swinging harder, looking like a boy determined to slay an imaginary dragon, the unoiled cylinders of the swing frame squeaking under our weight.
Why do you think I have so many tattoos? Pain is the only thing that reminds me that I'm alive.
I want you to remember you're alive for all the right reasons, through smiling and laughing and kissing, everywhere, anywhere on your body. Without thinking about what a colossal mistake I was making, I hurled myself off the swing, landing face first on the cool, snow-sprinkled sand. My face was pressed against the ground. The cold felt good on my forehead wound. I heard the rusty chains of Roe's swings screech, followed by the heavy thump of his body landing next to mine.
Shit, Dot. You okay?
He rolled me over to my back and covered me with his entire body, lying flat on me, pressing himself against me. His bulging muscles warmed me. His erection nestled between my thighs. Desire shot up my belly like an arrow straight from my center, making my breasts swell, nipples stand on point, and mouth pool with saliva. "Your heart." I curled my fingers against his chest, in awe of how warm he was. "It's going wild." His Adam's apple moved with a swallow. He brushed a finger along a constellation of my freckles.
Yours too.
I lost the bet. I gazed up at him, my lips stung with expectation. My heart was a hummingbird, flapping its wings against my ribcage, desperate to escape. I noticed. His eyes dropped to my mouth. Silvery snowflakes fell from the sky, framing his gorgeous face.
On purpose.
Gulping, I tried to change the subject. "Speaking of hearts, you know what I don't get? How anyone ever thought My Heart Will Go On is a fitting theme song for Titanic. I mean, how on the nose is that, after Jack literally saved Rose while slowly dying of hypothermia in front of her very eyes? And yes, there was enough space on that door for both of them. They have the audacity to use a song with lyrics that say she will go on, move on, to live her best rich bitch life."
Dot.
Shut up. I opened my mouth, closed it, opened it again. "Make me."
Baby, thought you'd never ask.
There was no hesitation in his next move. His lips came crashing down on mine hungrily, sucking my oxygen and ripping my mouth open savagely, his tongue claiming mine in a kiss that made me whimper. I became lightheaded as our tongues entwined.
He cradled my head in his rough palms to keep me contained, but I still thrust and thrashed, catching his lips whenever he pulled away for breath, biting and groaning, begging for more. The bandage on my forehead rustled, unfurling between us as we devoured one another. The kiss was impatient, demanding, feral, like he was already rooted deep inside me. Like this was the main dish and not an appetizer, not an item to cross off a checklist and then move on to something else. I scooped his lower lip between my teeth, sucking it into my mouth, tracing it with my tongue. I snaked my hand between us and shoved my palm into his pants and boxers, cupping his dick and squeezing hard. The fat tip of his cock dripped warm pre-cum into my palm. He let out a hiss of pleasure, pressing into my hand, and liquid warmth spread inside my chest. "Shit, fuck," he hissed into my mouth. In a frenzy, I circled my fingers around his shaft from the base, my thumb struggling to meet my index, he was so thick. The kiss became wetter, sloppier when I began pumping his dick, stroking while massaging his balls with my pinky each time I hit the root. A feral growl of pleasure left his mouth. He grabbed my ass with quivering fingers, grinding against my hand with punishing force, releasing one of my ass cheeks only to slip his hand under the layers of jackets and shirts I was wearing, finding my bra and twisting one of my nipples through it. A shot of pleasure arrowed through me, and I moaned loudly, my center exploding with heat. My phone began ringing somewhere from the depths of my bag. I recognized the ringtone. Friends by BTS. Crap. "Dylan," I groaned into our kiss. "Wrong sibling," he grumbled huskily, sucking and licking, exploring my mouth like it was ancient ruins in Greece. He rubbed my nipple with his thumb, pinching and teasing it, making the rush of heat between my legs unbearable and uncomfortable. I needed release. "But fuck, you can call me Stalin and I'd still stay for the pussy right now." "No, Ro, Dylan is going to kill us." I flattened a hand on his chest, ripping my mouth from his as I tried to sober up. I jerked my hand from his crotch, blindly patting the snow from my bag as the ringtone kept on singing. Ro reluctantly unglued his mouth from mine, breathless and off-kilter. His hair was a delicious mess. I tugged the phone from my backpack, but he grabbed it before I could answer and tossed it a foot from us. "She knows." What?" I must have misheard him, a side effect of all my blood moving to my clit. "I told her." Ro bracketed my ears with his elbows, thumbing away my flyaways, staring deep into my eyes. "Told her what?" "That I was going to fuck you in every position, on every surface in this town, in every hole in your fucking body." He was dead serious, looking me straight in the eye. "She said she's okay with it. Oh, and that you're prone to ear infections." I was, and I appreciated the fact my best friend didn't want me going deaf because of one horny, ill-advised decision. "You told her you want to screw me?" I blinked. "No, Dot. I spared her every obscene thing I want to do to you, like how I want to watch my cum dripping from between your lips, fuck you against windows and doors and national goddamn symbols." He was still staring, and our genitals were still pressed together, waiting for the okay to pounce on each other. "So instead, I just mentioned I wanted to pursue you, scratch that itch, to put it diplomatically." I wanted him to scratch the itch. Hell, I wanted him to peel me sheet by sheet until I was completely raw. And it scared me that I wanted all those things with him, that I wanted anything at all with a man after what Franco had put me through. "Cal, are you crying?" He frowned, looking concerned. That's Not something that happens too frequently when I get together with a woman. Oops. My face felt extra cold and wet. A little. I rushed to wipe off my tears. I'm just moved that Dylan's forgiven me is all. Technically not a lie. I won't do anything until I ask for her permission, though, just to be on the safe side this time. He gave me an exasperated look. Fine. My dick's about to fall off from the cold and erection anyway. A giggle laced into my hiccup. I swatted his chest. Move, then. Hey, bitchy. He stopped. Yes, Mac? You're okay with what we just did, right? He kissed my temple, still pinning me to the ground, and I had a feeling he was still on top of me because he was afraid I'd fall apart and break, and was keeping me together to ensure I was all right. I nodded. I wanted to do it again, naked and often. I wanted more kissing and touching and nipping and sucking, but I wanted the other stuff too. The conversations and the movies and the hand-holding. To be his. For him to be mine. Yeah. He tilted his chin down, assessing me. Yeah. I started, not sure what I wanted to say. I don't want either of us to get hurt. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to need to collect my scattered pieces when this is all over. It took me years after Franco. Years. Ro looked away, at the ground, his ruddy, high cheekbones flaring with heat. I'll take what you are willing to give me. I could give him just the sex part. I could. I didn't need the boyfriend stuff. It would keep both of us protected. I nodded. Okay. He hopped up to his feet, then offered me his hand and pulled me up. Dust the snow off, Dot. Now, how many Pop-Tarts should I make you?
Chapter 36, Row. McMonster. Hi, McMonster. You can't be mad, McMonster. I'm not even your boyfriend. I don't need to tell you where I go and when I leave. McMonster. London is lovely this time of the year. McMonster. You should come visit sometime. McMonster. You should also come, period. McMonster. It would help loosen all this pent-up rage. McMonster. I volunteer as tribute. Chapter 37, Row. Heaven's sake, Ambrose, is that duffel from Target? Tate Blackthorne, the CEO of GS Properties, leaned an elbow against his red Gulfstream G650ER, ripping his Ray-Bans off his eyes. Walmart, I corrected. Nice wheels. Tate scowled disapprovingly in his Tom Ford suit, fighting his gag reflex. Yeah, Bill Gates owns the same model. His is older, though. He yanked off his dark leather gloves one finger at a time. He's doing this whole green thing now. What's it called? Global warming? Yeah, that liberal nonsense. I took a slow, calming breath and counted to 10 in my head. At least he hadn't called it a hoax, although I couldn't put anything past this man, mass murder included. Thanks for the ride. I carried my duffel bag along the tarmac of the small private airport outside of London. I'd spent the last couple of days checking in on the progress at La Vie en Rouge, my upcoming restaurant, a perfect excuse to remove myself from Staindrop and from Cal. I was in the neighborhood, had business in Geneva. Tate started up the stairs. And you're a hard man to pin down these days. Got this pesky little thing called a day job? I followed him up the stairway into the plane. Takes hours of my time every day. Unfamiliar with the concept. I specialize in empires, not jobs. Tate Blackthorne was a shark. The kind of New York, old money asshole who possessed a second brain instead of a heart. He'd invested in one of my restaurants when I'd started out, and now he thought he owned my ass, even though I made him a shit ton of money. In Tate's world, anyone who wasn't born with a silver spoon and a trust fund was indebted to him if he paid them any kind of attention. And if all of that didn't make him insufferable enough, he always struck me as a raging playboy, the type to have spawn out of wedlock and at least the double digits that he didn't even know about, and a string of exes who'd love nothing more than to attend his funeral. Tate shouldered past a starry-eyed flight attendant. Gotta say, I wasn't expecting to be ghosted by anyone, let alone someone who's about to receive a fat check from me. Didn't surprise me. Tate was the kind of man who was sought after, not the one doing the chasing. That's an observation, not a question. I entered the plane, taking a seat by the window. The interior was lavish and in your fucking face, just like its owner. Velvet burgundy seats, golden fixtures, a heavy wood bar. The place could moonlight as a brothel, which I had no doubt sometimes it did. You want a question? He fell into the recliner in front of me, scooting to the edge and lacing his fingers together. Fine, I'll give you one. What's the holdup, and why don't I have this damn contract signed yet? I normally liaised with Tate's team, mainly because he was too busy to care about this bumfuck nowhere side project, but since it was just the two of us, I figured it was time to face the music. I read your official proposal, dug into the plan a little. I stuck my tongue into my inner cheek. And? He tilted his chin down expectedly. It's shit. Shit, he asked calmly. How so? The provisions, the architecture, the structure, the brands attached to the retail project, pure crap. I'm jamming this project down people's throats, so I have to sell it to them. There's nothing marketable about your plan for Stain Drop. My shitty mood had begun the moment I'd boarded the commercial flight to London the day after kissing Cal. I found myself replaying the kiss in my head time and time again and remembered Cal's brain boyfriend remark. Itching for a distraction, I had decided to dig through the blueprint Tate had sent me when he'd made the offer and nitpick every small fucking thing about it. I didn't actually think it was bad. Tate was a terrible human, but a top-tier businessman. He had the talent and ability to turn the town around. But the real answer, that I didn't want to sign the contract because I wanted into Cal's pants, wasn't acceptable. Not to my business partner, and not inside my own head. My mood had taken a further nosedive later that day when I'd checked on La Vie en Rouge, not because the progress wasn't to my satisfaction. On the contrary, everything had gone according to plan. The stained marbled bar was pristine. The black granite walls were already up and covered in eclectic art and graffiti. The handmade upholstered leather stools were lined up over the shiny parquet floor, and the bulbed chandeliers looked like a Milky Way constellation map. Everything was perfect, and yet I couldn't, for the life of me, find any excitement and pleasure in it. Let's try again. Tate sat back, lacing his fingers and tapping his indexes over his mouth. I'm going to pretend you have the greenest clue about city planning and ask why you think this proposal, designed by 3 of America's boldest and most prestigious architects, is shit. It's like planning the Woolworth building in a cornfield, completely out of character for the town. It's like putting a profitable, high-end business in a shithole, breathing life into it, he countered, his lips thinning impatiently. Of course it'll change the town's makeup. That's a pro, not a con. What's wrong with the retail lineup? Nothing. You killed it. Problem is, it's killing my chance to be with Cal. I knew she didn't like I was shoving this plan down the townspeople's throat. Too bougie. Prada and Gucci in a small Maine town. That's not running out of business. It's sprinting away from anything remotely lucrative, kicking and screaming. The town is only a couple hours' drive from the Canadian border, and there isn't an outlet or a 5-star hotel in a 50-mile radius. We've done our research. The numbers track, Tate assured me. Rich assholes always want to put their credit cards to good use. I'm here to help. How gallant of you, I grumbled. Still, this plan isn't going to work for a town like Stain Drop. With all due respect, which is currently at an all-time low, by the way, that's not your problem, is it? Tate sat back, crossing his legs. Both of the flight attendants he'd hired stole glances over their shoulders at us. Can we get you anything, Mr. Blackthorne? One of them cooed. A logical business associate would be nice. Tate unbuttoned his blazer, eyeing me like he was dying to throw me off the plane. I'm all but illogical, I countered. You know numbers, but I know stain drop, and I'm telling you, a mall this big and a hotel this glitzy is the wrong way to go. You're here to sign the dotted line and hand over control, not to make suggestions. Stain drop is going to be in good hands. Trust me. No offense, Blackthorn, but I'd sooner trust a broken condom. I folded my arms over my chest. And when this all goes to shit and you move on to your next venture, you're going to leave my hometown with 2 huge-ass structures that are unusable and ugly as sin. And you care because... He lifted one eyebrow. He had me there. Giving a shit wasn't in my nature. It wasn't like I was going to stick around. Dylan and Mom would still live in Stain Drop, sure, but their future was secured, cushioned by my never-ending stream of cash and quarterly visits. I didn't have any reason to care, other than the fact that Cal didn't like this idea. "Take off in 2, echoed the pilot's announcement above our heads. "Whiskey?" One of the flight attendants parked her ass on my armrest, smiling down at me suggestively. "Pass." I slid to the other side, rejecting both the drink and her. Tate checked his phone, waving a dismissive hand in her direction. "Keeley, I'll take a double, neat, and a charcuterie board. No carbs." I guessed he was one of those pricks who ate every single hour to keep their metabolism as fast as they were in the sack. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and checked my messages, too. Mom asking if I was okay. Dylan venting about the 50-pound baby who was currently squeezing her bladder like a WWE contestant. Her words, not mine. Rye telling me he sincerely hoped I spent my time in London buried in women who weren't my childhood fantasy to scratch that itch. I pushed away my disappointment. What was I expecting? Cal to send me nudes? That ship had sailed thanks to fucking Franco. I wanted to resurrect him just so I could kill him again. Tate returned his attention to me. "Where were we?" "I was telling you your proposal sucked and you were throwing a fit," I said matter-of-factly, happy to be anchored back to the present. "I'm reconsidering it." "I am? Why the fuck? I needed that check. Opening a new restaurant, building a house for my family, and buying a luxury apartment didn't come cheap." The plane began takeoff, rolling on the tarmac, gaining momentum. Tate tossed his whiskey back in one gulp. "Am I in a bidding war?" He slammed the empty decanter on the table between us. "No," I said honestly. "I'm just trying to do the right thing here." "No, you're not. When given the chance, you always do the fun thing, not the right one." He studied me intently. "Something's changed. You've changed." "Why?" "Grew a fucking conscience. Sue me." I shrugged off his attitude. "Tempted to." He stroked his chin. "Unfortunately, you haven't signed anything yet. How about we play on it?" "On an $8 million contract?" I snorted. "Fucking pass." God damn, an old money white billionaire was a level of thrill-seeking I'd yet to meet. "Come." He tapped my knee fatherly, a taunting smirk on his lips. "You know you want to." I really didn't want to, but we were going to have to burn the time somehow, and I had a feeling he was going to screw the flight attendant right in front of me if I didn't keep him busy. "Fine. What are we playing?" "Your favorite object, Casablancas." "Knives." Chapter 38. Row. "Where I look at it, selling is your only option." Tate sent a charcuterie knife careening toward the target hung on the wall in front of us. The blade sliced through the bullseye so deep it probably left a dent in the interior. So, Tate Blackthorn was a sociopath. Just my fucking luck. We were a quarter of the way over the Atlantic Ocean, and I was wrong. He had fought off the flight attendant's advances several times, between picking up the phone and screaming his throat out at his PA, a woman named Gia. "Oh yeah?" I unpinned the knife from the target, walked over to him, and hurled it at the bullseye, unblinking. "How so?" He took a sip of his second drink, putting it down on the table. "Everyone in Stain Drop already hates your guts. You've got nothing to lose. This community you were a part of, the old-timers, local artists, they're not your tribe anymore. Now you're one of us, the suits, the hustlers, the capitalists. Admit it, Casablancas. You sold your soul to the devil. Your place is in hell right along with me. Hell is my playground. I'm no newcomer to the zip code. I ran the blade of the knife along my finger, watching the edge glint along my skin. See, I'm a hedonistic creature like yourself, Tate, and right now there's something I want far more than your millions, and you're standing in my way. Finally, the cat's out of the bag, he laughed sarcastically, and the pussy's fucking worth it. Though I was interested in much more than fucking her raw, and that was a problem. However lovely she might be, my ability to pad your bank account is even comelier. Plus, I don't like being jerked around. Why not? Must feel right at home, seeing as you're a first-rate jerk. Buddy, no offense, but you are not rich enough to entertain second thoughts, he quietly seethed. I had a feeling most people who weren't forged under the abusive hand of a raging alcoholic, found him frightening. You need the money. You just bought a bachelor pad in London and built your family a mansion. Spoiler alert, King Charles is not as lax on taxes as Uncle Sam. You'll swim in debt if you don't sell. Not to mention, I'm an investor in La Vie en Rouge, and I'll be feeling very uninvested if you shit all over our deal. I'll chance it, I hissed. His eyes raked over my face. Is she worth it? He asked finally. She's worth much, much more. My phone pinged with a notification and I fished it out of my pocket. Tate grabbed a knife from the holder, but instead of hurling it at the target, he whipped around quickly and threw it at me. I caught the knife by the handle without lifting my eyes from my phone, still reading the weather forecast. Good instincts, he whistled low. I looked up nonchalantly. You missed. He gave me a pitiful smile. No, Casablancas, I spared. I won't be so charitable next time. Sign the fucking contract. I advanced toward him, suddenly feeling trigger-happy. This man could have cut my throat half a second ago. I wasn't one to respond well to threats, even from people who were used to getting their way. Tate didn't cower, just watched me with lazy amusement as I wrapped my fingers around his neck and slammed his back against the wall. The two flight attendants gasped and rushed toward us, but Tate held up a hand to them. Sit back. This is finally getting interesting. I pushed my face into his. Let's make one thing clear. Whether I sign this contract or not, this is the first and last time you threaten me. Next time that happens, you'll be enjoying a skydiving session sans the parachute. He smirked. Proud of you, son. You're no pushover. Son? I was maybe 2 years younger than this fucker. Keeley? I asked, still staring at him with my hand on his throat. Yes? I'm ready for my drink now. Chapter 39. Row. Obituary. This is a message for McMonster, not Row. McMonster. Okay. Obituary. I have a problem. McMonster. Just the one? McMonster. JK. McMonster. What's the problem? Obituary. Boy problem. There's a guy who kissed me and left town without a word. I'm extremely annoyed about this. What should I do? McMonster. How was the kiss? Obituary. 11 out of 10. McMonster. Liar. McMonster. It was at least a 20. Obituary. Can you stick to the point? McMonster. You're mad because you're interested. He'll be back soon. Obituary. Not interested in seeing him again after the way he went off the radar so suddenly. McMonster. You'll forgive him. Obituary. How do you know? McMonster. Because he's willing to grovel. Chapter 40. Row. The taxi driver spent the entire drive to Descartes trying to convince me to invest in crypto through a company he worked for. I didn't think he realized he was a part of a pyramid scheme, and I wasn't in a charitable enough mood to break the news to him. A snowed-in Maine zipped by with the car slowing down as we maneuvered into the narrow streets of Staindrop. My knee bounced against the passenger seat the closer we got to the restaurant. Cal didn't have a shift today. 2 days ago, she'd spread her dad's ashes. I'd prepared the meal for her in advance. Homemade chocolate cake, flavored toaster pastries, triple fried panko onion rings, jalapeno honey corn dogs, and spicy apricot soy burgers. Basically, I'd made all of her favorite junk food, but put my own twist on it. Strangely enough, it had felt good, depositing the 3 laden paper bags outside her door. I wasn't used to making people happy, but with her, it seemed like an instinct. All I'm saying is that diversification is key in this world. Just like you'd invest in gold, bonds, real estate. The taxi driver droned on. He rounded the curb toward Main Street where Descartes stood proudly. You should give it a go. What's the worst that could happen? He slowed down to a stop in front of my display windows, and that was when I noticed it. Descartes was trashed. About 24 broken eggs were smeared across the windows and doors. A pile of garbage spilled at the door. Traitor was graffitied across the length of the restaurant in black. The double-glazed glass door had been smashed. The fuck? I pushed the taxi door open, throwing a wad of cash in the driver's general direction. Taylor stood outside, a stunned look on his face. He wore jeans, sneakers, and a checked hoodie, and it occurred to me I couldn't remember him wearing anything other than his chef clothes because he always clocked in hours before I did. I had never grabbed a drink with him and asked about his life, which was a weird thought to have right now when my restaurant was demolished. What happened? I stalked his way, dropping my duffel bag on the ground. Taylor shook his head. I just got here and saw this. I called Rye. He's on his way. We have surveillance cameras, right? We did, and I had an app on my phone with access to the footage. I shouldered past him, entering the restaurant. Broken glass crunched under my feet. The place looked unspoiled inside, but the outside had at least $20,000 worth of damage, and shit knew how long we'd be closed. We were already overbooked. We'd have to cancel every single reservation for the next 3 days, minimum. Who could it be? Taylor's voice followed me from behind. Randy, I said, even though I didn't know if I believed it myself. Melinda and Pete, Allison, Lyle. At this point, it could have been anyone. Could have been Cal for all I knew. This whole thing had started after she'd arrived. Someone was sending me a message, and the more time passed, the bolder they got. Curious onlookers began gathering outside the restaurant, peering inside, taking pictures on their phones. I ran a hand through my hair and slowly felt my patience evaporating through my pores. I fucking hated this place. Always had. Stain Drop's only redeeming quality was Cal, and she was about to leave in a few weeks. Should have signed Tate's contract a few hours ago and gotten it over with. Called the police. Ryland's voice made both Taylor and me whip our heads toward the door. He elbowed a dangling piece of glass to clear his path into the restaurant. His phone pressed to his ear. Shit, that's gonna be a lot of cancellation calls. He said it with such indifference, I began wondering if he was the one who had done this. Fuck, I was becoming paranoid. Tate was right. This town would make my death day a national holiday. I shouldn't give a crap about handing it over to him. Pulling my phone out, I checked the surveillance camera app. Coast looked clear until about 5:30 in the morning when I spotted a car headlights entering the frame, then quickly turning off. I couldn't tell the car's model or make, since it was just the edge of the headlights. A black swathed figure in a balaclava got out of the car and sauntered to the surveillance camera with confidence, knowing exactly where it was. He had a stool in his hand, which he used to step on to reach the camera and then smashed the camera with a hammer. Whoever did this broke the camera. My teeth ground together so hard I could feel them crumbling into dust. Taylor frowned. Can you see who it was? Anyone we know? Yeah, I shot him an annoyed look. Just keeping you assholes guessing for the suspense of it. Rye clapped Taylor's shoulder. Don't worry, buddy. You get used to the verbal abuse. They broke it for funsies, I said, mostly to myself, replaying the video. The guy was wearing a balaclava and parked way out of the frame. Knew he wouldn't get caught. Well, what do we have here? Sheriff Mention strode into Descartes, tipping his hat down in my direction. Theo Mention was a 30-something young Brad Pitt clone with a no-bullshit attitude I'd have admired if it hadn't been directed at me. He slung a thumb into his belt and peered around. Looks like some rich folks are gonna go hungry tonight. Behind him, a meaty young officer snickered at his joke. Got a call in saying someone at this address wants to file a report. Mention popped one blonde eyebrow. What for? I threw my hand at the door. This little vandalism stint is going to cost me $20,000 at a minimum. That's before the loss of income. Tough sale. Mention clucked his tongue, unimpressed. All I see here is a second-degree misdemeanor. A couple broken eggs on your window. They broke the door. The sheriff smirked. You sure? 'Cause I just saw our old buddy Ryland here breaking a piece to walk in without opening it. You're serious right now? My fist tingled, ready to plow into his smug face. Mention didn't back down, eyeballing me right back. I'm always serious, Casablancas, and I'm seriously pissed off about what you're doing to this town. Allison says crime is going to get out of control. My department doesn't have the budget or capacity for this kind of crowd. Regardless of what you think about me, you need to investigate this shit. I'm not telling you how to flip a burger, so don't tell me how to run this town. He knew damn well I wasn't flipping burgers. It was just his way of flipping me off. Fine, I bit out. I'll talk to my guy at the FBI, tell him how you handled this case. I had no guy at the FBI. In fact, I was so antisocial the inn's cleaners barely knocked on my door. Mention sighed. Do you have any clear footage of who did this? No, but shoot, he said sarcastically. Investigation closed. Ambling deeper into the restaurant, he took in an eyeful. I could tell he'd never been anywhere this fancy, never tasted food like what I served. He was antagonized by everything this place represented. Wealth, power, sophistication. Mention ran a finger over the corroded stone wall. Gonna be real honest with you, Casablancas. We're a little understaffed right now, what with Thanksgiving and Christmas coming up. My to-do list is long and growing by the minute. We don't investigate petty crime unless we have a clear lead. This shit's beyond petty. I have a stalker. The same vandal also left a dead coyote on my property and slashed my tires. Mention sucked his teeth. Sounds real romantic, Casablancas. And we'll sure keep an eye out for a bunny boiler with a crazy zing in their eyes. Someone who buys eggs by the dozen. Now who might that be? He tapped his chin, turning to his sidekick. Sidekick beamed, delighted to be acknowledged. Mrs. Summerford buys 3 cartons every other day. Mrs. Summerford was 72 and a baker. Mention snapped his fingers, sidekick's way. Can you pin her picture in the center of our suspect board? We don't have a suspect board. Sidekick slanted his head like a confused dog. Humor me, Dalton. Mention clapped his shoulder fatherly. Oh, and add all those fancy red lines too. Nothing but the best for our famous friend. This was my cue to give Mention a piece of my mind, but Taylor beat me to it. You can't just brush this off. The kid stepped forward, looking upset on my behalf. This man is a tax-paying citizen, not to mention one of the most critically acclaimed CDCs in the world. Not sure what CDC is, but I know he's an ASS. Mention tisked. Which reminds me, that fancy-looking guy with the tight suit and brick-sized teeth was doing the rounds the other day, passing around a petition to build more roads, including a highway. Jesus, Tate was such a douche. He was practically a bidet. I hadn't even signed the contract and he was already trying to build roads here. I'll handle it, I hissed through clenched teeth. Good. You do that and I might sniff around for that eager admirer of yours. Mention winked, flicking invisible lint off my shoulder. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Ain't nobody needs roads here. I was left simmering in my rage in an out-of-commission restaurant.
Chapter 41. Cal. Obituary. I was promised groveling. Obituary. Hey, are you dead? Obituary. Please don't be dead. Obituary. I hate to admit it, but I've gotten a little attached. Chapter 42. Cal. I will always love you, Whitney Houston. Wakey, wakey, time to put those hideous leggings to good use. I knew that voice. That voice berated, belittled, and bewitched me at times. It was the voice of a man who had run with me every morning until recently at least, of someone who'd kissed me to the point my knees were still weak and my heart still beat irregularly every time I played the moment in my head, and I played that moment in my head at least twice a minute. Now my stomach flipped at the memory of being pressed against the snow beneath Roe 3 nights ago, of that kiss that had electrocuted me before he disappeared to London without as much as a goodbye. I'd had to hear through Dylan that he was on another continent. "Go away," I groaned. Seamus, beside me, doubled down with a loud, dismissive meow. "You're welcome for the free catering," Roe growled beneath my window. He appeared to be in a great mood. Had he murdered someone? Not that I condoned that type of action, but I hoped that Allison was the victim. I buried my face in my pillow. It was too early, too cold. Plus, I felt under the weather after spreading Dad's ashes in Moxie Falls a couple days ago. One promise down, another one to go. "Dot, I'm counting to 10. Good for you. What a milestone to celebrate just shy of your 27th birthday. Joke's on you when I get up there," he threatened. "What will you do to me?" I raised my head from the pillow, my curiosity piqued. Please let it be filthy and naked and full of bodily fluids. There was a beat of silence. What, no comeback from Mr. Sarcastic? I stared at my window with my heart in my throat. "Just come down, will you?" His voice sounded tired and defeated? Could it be? "Fuck. I'm trying to be there for you, but I'm out of my depth here. The restaurant is closed down for the foreseeable future, and I have a crazy stalker running around freely. Quit being difficult and come down already." "Oh, shit. Are you okay?" I bolted upright, brushing my hair with my fingers, running to the window. The mere sight of him soothed my soul. Oh God, I was so freaking screwed. "Yes. No." He scrubbed a hand over his face tiredly. "I don't know." "Give me 5. I dragged myself out of bed. Seamus stayed there, squinting at me patronizingly as I collected my hair into a bun and slammed my feet into sneakers. "Yeah, I know, you get to sleep in and lick your own balls. Such a winner, Shame." After splashing my face and brushing my teeth, I threw my door open and came face to face with Roe. He was wearing a black hoodie and gray sweatpants, his usual attire for our morning runs. As soon as he saw me, his frown melted into something else entirely. I loved that he looked at me in a way he never looked at anyone else, like I wasn't just a person, but an experience. "What happened?" I asked. Rose shook his head. "Been freezing my ass off here waiting for you. Let's start running and I'll tell you." "Fine, but I'm going to yell at you at some point," I warned. "What for?" he glowered. "Kissing me. We can't do that again, by the way, and leaving without a word. But first, tell me what happened to Descartes." Usually we spent our runs teasing each other, Rose's way of making sure I wasn't inside my own head or replaying my flashbacks with Allison. Maybe it was because Ro looked pissed off, or maybe it was because Dad was somewhere beautiful right now, floating in the wind, being the freest he'd ever been. But for some reason, I didn't concentrate on the running or my trauma when we started making our way down my street. We jogged lightly, minding the slippery sidewalk with the leftover melted snow. Ro brought me up to speed about what has happened to his restaurant as our feet pounded the pavement. I didn't know what part annoyed me more, the way people in this town were treating him, or how callous Sheriff Mention was about it. "I'm not even sure how long Descartes will be closed for. We have media appearances booked, food critics scheduled, a whole farewell party. This was supposed to be a fucking celebration, not a hastily closed business," he grumped. "It'll be open for the last week before Christmas," I heard myself say. God knew who had given me the authority or knowledge to make such a prediction. "You'll close it with a bang, and it will be legendary." We made it to downtown before I even realized I had run all that way. Something compelled me to announce, "Come on, coffee on me at Dahlia's Diner." He used the hem of his hoodie to wipe the sweat off his forehead, revealing a freakishly defined six-pack. Or was it an 8-pack? I was usually good at math, but not when my entire blood flow rushed to my vagina. "Nah," he shook his head. "Don't feel like another horror show." "Don't let them win," I chided. "I'm about to bulldoze over their town to get cut a nice check. I'm the one who was winning. Don't see a point in rubbing it in their faces, though." "Fine, wait here." I marched into the diner, returning after a few minutes with 2 steaming cups of coffee and a box full of pastries. I led him to a bench overlooking the harbor and flipped the box open. He reached for a custard-filled donut. I slapped his hand away. "You're going to have to earn your food, mister." "Sexual favors?" His gaze swung to mine, one eyebrow quirked up. "You did say we're inevitable." "Ugh, you and your one-track mind." I shook my head. "I'm going to ask questions, you're going to answer them. Question number 1, why are you helping me run?" "Because I like you despite my better judgment. Next question." I was somewhere between deliriously flattered and completely crushed. "Well, nothing can happen between us." "Why?" "Because I like you too, and I can't put my heart on the line. I have been hurt before. I cannot afford another public demise." "Because of Dylan." This wasn't a lie. It was my number 1 reason. My idiot heart came a close second. Question number 2, why didn't you tell me you were going to London? I couldn't keep the hurt from my voice. I had been off the entire drive to Moxie Falls after Dylan had casually mentioned Ro was away when I'd visited her to drop off more secret cupcakes. Ro looked puzzled. "Didn't think you'd give a shit." "I do. I am. I care," I admitted chokingly. "It's also basic courtesy." "Duly noted. I'll work on my manners. Anything else?" he asked, patiently impatient, eyeing the donut. "What are you going to do about your stalker?" "Kill them once I catch them." "Be serious." "Nope. Earned at least 1 pastry." He snuck his hand into the box and grabbed a donut, taking a big bite. He grinned at me, his straight white teeth covered in green and red Christmas sprinkles. "You were saying?" The green reminded me of something. "Did you ever send me a broccoli cake for my birthday?" "No." His cheekbones pinkened, and he dropped the donut back into the box. "Ro." "It was the culinary challenge, okay?" He trained his gaze on the ships anchored by the harbor, releasing a quick breath. "I was in New York for a conference and remembered your stupid birthday wish. Marcus, the executive chef of the restaurant you worked for, is an old friend. He told me you'd have a shift." "Dude, it was actually delicious. Do you have like a secret sauce?" His eyes traveled down to his groin, and I laughed, pushing his muscular arm playfully. Ro grabbed another pastry, shoving it past his lips. "My turn to ask questions. Why red?" Sugar-powdered fingertips reached to tuck a tendril of my flame-hued hair behind my ear. "Because that's the color I've been seeing ever since you left without saying goodbye." "It's that time of the month," I lied. I wondered if we were ever going to stop lying to each other, if we were capable of simply saying the truth when it came to us. He narrowed his eyes. "You're bullshitting me." "Want a check?" I snorted. "Yes." The laughter that fizzed out of my mouth sounded like 2 whales trying to communicate from different oceans. He stared at me stoically. The idea of him giving me a physical exam made my heart race and my insides clench with need. "I have another question," I announced. "Yay," he said flatly, his eyes on me. "Hit me." "Why did you really cut out my head from all of my pictures with Dylan when we were kids? My 17-year-old self was deeply offended." not to mention creeped out. I had never for one moment believed that it was Dylan. She had no motivation to do so. Tell her my 21-year-old self cut your face out, not your head. He paused. Because I wanted a reminder of you, and taking a whole-ass album was out of the question. I could only afford the one suitcase. You could have taken 2 or 3 pictures. Head shake. One thing you should know, Dot, is that I'm greedy when it comes to you. We stared at each other silently for a beat, an entire ocean of words raging between us. Oh crap. He was right. He was going to screw me at some point. One last question. I wanted to grab the drawstrings of his black hoodie, to loop them around my fingers, to tug him to me and kiss him until we were both out of breath. Shoot. Do you think I'll be able to complete the 10K for kitties? And there it was, the smile that made my heart melt. Dot, you are going to kill it. Chapter 43, Cal. Obituary. Are you okay? McMonster. Clearly not. When have I ever been? Obituary. LOL. Obituary. I mean mentally, because of the restaurant. McMonster. Hanging in there. Obituary. You might need a bodyguard after what happened. McMonster. The position is vacant. Obituary. I do need a job. McMonster. My bodyguard will need to be naked at all times. Obituary. What? Why? McMonster. It's my process as an artist. Don't question it. Obituary. What if it gets cold? McMonster. Why would it get cold, silly? We'll never leave the bed. Chapter 44, Cal. Human Nature, Madonna. Know what you should do? Don't say find a serious job. Being a server is a perfectly good Get laid! Dylan's eyes were covered with sliced cucumbers. She wore a purple face mask. Pregnancy-friendly whitening strips braced her already pearly teeth while she lay in her bed next to me. I'd set the white noise machine on water gurgles and bird chirps, and we were both in bikinis, pretending she was enjoying a baby moon in the Seychelles. I was in a face sheet and a hair mask secured with a nylon. I choked on my dill pickle chips, sitting up straight. What makes you say that? Let me think. Dylan reached for a grape in a bowl by her nightstand. The fact that you've been uptight ever since you came back home? I just lost my father. I'm sad. Sex releases endorphins. So does exercise, I pointed out. Yeah, but I'm being realistic about things you are actually willing to try out. Dylan spat out the grape, along with the whitening strips she'd forgotten were in her mouth. Pregnancy brain sucks, man. Luckily, it will be worth it because I plan to tell her 3 times a day, just remember I made you. Totally functional. I readjusted the nylon in my hair. And I'll have you know I've been running for 2 weeks straight. My muscles were sore and my feet were blistered. Ro showed up under my window every day. We'd laugh, tease each other, and talk about our future plans. Ro would give me business advice about my non-existent podcast. He made me think of it as a possibility, not just a dream. He'd shown admirable restraint for someone who'd found out his restaurant was going to be out of commission for 3 weeks. There was no doubt that the glazier he'd hired, Melinda's son-in-law, was dragging his feet about fixing the broken glass door because his in-laws had pulled some strings, but my grumpy boss barely even snarled and complained about it. You have been? Dylan acted surprised, yanking the cucumbers from her eyes and frowning at me. I thought you were triggered by running. Ro didn't tell her? Pushing through it. I'm planning on doing the 10K for kitties this Christmas. Holy shit! I hope you survive it. I've kind of gotten attached since you came back. I gave her a look. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Oops, what I meant to say is, yay, you're almost certainly going to survive it. She grabbed her Stanley cup and clasped her lips around the straw. Anyway, running doesn't do the trick. You still need a banana in your fruit salad. Even if I wanted one, there are no bananas in the, market. I shoved another chip into my mouth. Of course there are, she said perkily, sitting up so both our backs were plastered against her headboard and cradling her stomach. Aw, she just kicked. Sorry, I've yet to teach her not to eavesdrop. She loves bananas. Figures. She's not the one who has to deal with the constipation. Dylan snatched my hand and pressed it against her bare belly. Something hard and tiny dragged across her stretched skin, tap, tap, tapping, and my emotions were somewhere between extremely thrilled and completely freaked out. Is it true that they go nuts if you give them sugar? I rubbed her belly gently. She reached for a frosted cookie I'd brought over, took a bite, then chewed thoughtfully. Totally. The sugar wakes her up. But we're not changing the subject. Back to the banana part. What about Kieran? I shook my head vehemently. No. She gasped. Why? He's too dreamy. Exactly. He looks and feels like somebody else's fairy tale, like a Disney prince. You know, too perfect to be attractive. Speak for yourself. I'm in my Prince Naveen era. Dylan took a bite from a cookie, then a bite from a grape. I didn't want to tell her Kieran also gave off intense hiding something vibes. No man could be that perfect. It was all an act. Sheriff Mention, she suggested. Some would call him unlawfully arresting. Dude, no way. I made a cross with my fingers as if to ward him off. He is too G.I. Jock. What does that even mean? He feels like the type to wrestle a bear bare-chested, then steal its wife. The man hunts for fun and goes to gun shows. That's not a crime. Sure, but it's not my type either. Ryland? Her eyes lit up. Rye's everyone's type. Hot as Hades, all charm and style. I've yet to find one woman who'd turn him down, taken or not. He's too obviously attractive. Sure, we don't want that. Nothing turns me on more than missing teeth and some nose hair. Really brings out the allure and mystery in a man. My BFF's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. Hey, what about Ro? I was just taking a sip of my mocktail, so of course I sprayed it all over her bed, proceeding to cough in horror. My goodness, Dylan, I'd never... Oh, stop. You would because you did. You can't tell me he isn't your type. I've got receipts. Our eyes met, and she looked somber all of a sudden. We were both transported back to the night she'd caught us together. I'm not doing anything to jeopardize our friendship ever again. I swallowed hard. You wouldn't be jeopardizing anything. I hereby give you permission to pork my brother. Just please spare me the details. I'm dealing with awful reflux as it is. I thought back to Rose saying Dylan had told him she wouldn't mind if we hooked up. My stomach twisted. I was running out of excuses not to act on this attraction. He seems like a player. I began scratching away the cool, damp sheet on my face. And even if I went for something casual, I'd only be down for exclusivity. If Ro's a player, his game is hard to get, Dylan snorted. And he's really good at it. Don't believe what all the tabloids say. He isn't much of a man whore. So you wouldn't be mad if we... I left the rest hanging. Dylan stood up, waltzing over to the bathroom and returning with a damp, warm cloth, scrubbing away at her mask. Seeing her in a bikini was jarring. She looked like a pregnant supermodel. Nope. Cross my heart and hope Tuck dies. I promise I'll be totally okay with that. Why? My nose twitched. I love you both, and I want to see you happy. Can your brother really ever be happy? I asked, thinking about everything Ro had been through. I don't know. Dylan gnawed on her lower lip. But if anyone can make him happy, it's you. Well, banana gives me heartburn. I pursed my lips. Dylan tipped her head back and laughed. Just as long as it doesn't give you heartbreak. Chapter 45. Cal. Cal. Hi. Ro. Hey. Cal, can I show you something? Ro. Is that something going to end up in my spank bank or with me bailing both of us out of jail? Ro. Either way, the answer is yes. I just like to be prepared. Cal. It's a rough draft for one of my podcast episodes. I wrote the layout, bullet points, etc. Ro. Show me. Cal. Will you tell me if it sucks? Ro. Abso-fucking-lutely. I made a career out of putting people down. Ro. It's the sole reason for my success. I actually barely know how to operate a microwave. Best kept secret. Don't tell. Cal. Sent an attachment. Ro. BRB. Cal. It's 20 pages. Obviously take your time. Ro. I'm done. Cal. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Cal. It's been 25 minutes and it's the middle of the night. Ro. Sucked me in. Your fault, really. Cal. Are you saying that it's good? Ro. I'm saying that it's perfect. Ro. Exhilarating, funny, sad, heart-wrenching. Should I continue? Cal. Really? Because I plan to use it for one of my first 5 episodes. Ro. Record the podcast, Dot, and I promise you I'll be your first listener. Chapter 46. Cal. All I want for Christmas is you. Mariah Carey. The Christmas lighting in the town's square was the grandest event in all of Staindrop. Even as a kid, I remembered it as a monumental occasion. There were always food trucks, visitors from neighboring towns, a countdown, and one time the mayor had even managed to bring an actor who body doubled for Sharon Stone to flip the switch. Skipping didn't even cross my mind. Even though seeing Allison Murray always guaranteed an internal meltdown for me. The only reason I'd survived Ro's town hall meeting with her sitting up there on the podium was because Dylan had held my hand through it. But Mamushka loved seeing the lights go up, and she'd knitted us matching red and green mittens for the occasion. Besides, Dylan had gotten the all-clear from her OBGYN to attend, and I knew she wanted me there. Your father came to me in a dream, Mamushka announced as we strolled toward Main Street. Our arms were linked and we were wearing big faux fur ushankas and puffy coats. He did? My mouth quirked into a smile. What did he say? Mom pressed her lips together, fighting a grin. Know how I've been debating whether to start my mitten business or go back to teach another year? She asked. I nodded. Mamushka taught math at the local high school. Well, I didn't tell you this, but when we went to spread his ashes in Moxie Falls, I asked him to give me a sign, something to let me know it's time. And? Our feet crunched the thin layer of ice on the pavement. And when you went to pee behind the bushes, a feather landed in the palm of my hand. I tucked it into my bag. They say that when feathers appear, angels are near. It was just like me to miss this monumental moment because I'd overindulged with a venti pumpkin spice latte and nature had called. Mom continued. The feather felt meaningful, but I couldn't tell for sure. Well, yesterday in my dream, your father told me it was a stork's feather, and that storks represent new beginnings, like the one I should have. I Googled stork feathers and compared the one I kept. It matched. We both stopped on the corner of the street. We were still a few feet away from the crowd milling around the square. Food trucks, generators, and people were everywhere. There was a big red button hooked up to a generator barricaded by orange construction barriers. "What are you saying, Mamushka?" I squeezed her fingertips. "I'm saying I want to quit and sell my mittens. I'm saying I'm opening an Etsy shop. If you could help me, that is. You know I'm useless with technology." "Etsy," I grinned. "And it'd be my honor. We're going to open you one first thing tomorrow morning, and I'll even take pictures of your inventory. Make it look legit." I was pretty good with Photoshop, had taught myself in college. I was sure I could make her something presentable. "Thank you. What about you?" she frowned. "When will you record your podcast?" "Soon, Mom," I lied. Again. "Very soon." "You know, when I was your age, I really wanted to be a news reporter." She smiled grimly. "Your father and I had already moved to Staindrop. I got accepted as an intern for a local newspaper. I said no." "What? Why?" I hadn't even known Mom had wanted to be a reporter. It fit her much more than being a math teacher, though. Mom shrugged. "The possibility of failing scared me more than the prospect of succeeding thrilled me. I was a scaredy cat. I didn't want to get hurt. Another opportunity didn't come along. In fact, I was too scared to even apply to anything else, so I just took the job I thought I deserved and went along with it. If there is one thing I can guarantee you, your dreams don't wait around for you to get to them. That's why it's called chasing a dream. We keep running out of time. Don't postpone for tomorrow what you can do today. You're brilliant, passionate, and hardworking. Run after your dream, Kalichka, or you'll never catch it." She opened her arms, and I stepped into a Litvin hug. Usually it was a three-way hug with Dad, but for the first time since he'd been gone, the space he had left didn't feel like a wound between us. "Looky here! It's my BFF and her MILF!" Dylan's voice sing-songed from behind my shoulder. I turned around to look at her. She was wearing a huge rainbow faux fur coat I had made for her when we were teenagers, hot pink heels, and a pair of skinny jeans. She approached us with her mom holding her hand to keep her balanced. "What's a MILF?" Zeta frowned with suspicion. "Mother in lovely fur," I said with flourish, gesturing to Mom's coat. "Now that's a nice abbreviation." Zeta snapped her fingers, pointing at me. "I think I'll use that." Dylan's eyes lit up further. "Please, Mom, feel free to. Any chance you get." The four of us exchanged pleasantries before I dove into the thick of the crowd to find a chair for Dylan to sit on. When I came back with one I'd stolen from a vendor, Kieran was there. He was wearing one of those long, preppy coats, his hair tousled to perfection, chatting with Dylan, holding the small of her back casually to support her posture. She looked up at him, her smile so blindingly bright my heart was ready to explode, and I realized Dylan was truly happy without Tucker. I didn't want to see her smile dim when he returned. Mom and Zeta were deep in conversation, cradling steaming cups of chai. Kieran was holding little cardboard plates with food samples. As soon as I put the chair on the sidewalk for Dylan to sit, he handed one to me. It looked like a human liver, red and grainy, swimming in its own blood. "Are you, in the organ trafficking business?" I quirked an eyebrow. Kieran smiled, but his eyes were still trained on Dylan's face as she took her seat. "Beet kofta. Supposed to be really good." "Beets, you say? Well, they were my father's favorite root vegetable." I shoveled some onto a plastic fork and took a big bite. It was delicious. Hey, Dylan, remember that time we had beet salad and you peed in the public pool? Cal! Dylan shot me a murderous look. I stared at her mid-bite, confused. Dylan wasn't familiar with the notion of shame, not to mention mortification. Yet she was precisely the color of the kofta I was eating, jerking her head toward Kieran with arched brows. Oh. Kieran looked between us. Care to finish that story? It's a gross one. I smiled, still staring at Dylan. Don't hold back on my account, he chuckled. I like a good gory story. I was just reminiscing about that time I ate beets and peed in the community pool. I twisted my red-tipped hair. Kieran scrunched his nose. How old were you? 17. I raised my eyebrows at Dylan. Old enough to know better, wouldn't you think? She was in her staying a virgin forever era. Dylan turned to Kieran, sighing exasperatedly. I tried to civilize her best I could, but there's only so much one woman can do. Kieran's lips twitched, and his blue eyes turned warm and soft. Cut yourself some slack. Cal's a lost cause. So happy you are bonding over my shortcomings. I made a heart sign with my fingers. Oh, shush. Dylan patted my arm, a wide, toothy smile stretched across her face, eyes never wavering from her target. You're still atoning for your sins. I wondered if Ro was going to show up. The restaurant had just reopened the previous day, and he was busy doing press for his London gig and inviting food critics for a last-minute meal at Descartes. Oh, by the way, you kind of have to finish your 10K now. Dylan elbowed my side back up on her feet. Why wasn't she sitting down? But I already knew the answer to that question. Kieran, and his smoldering looks, and his big, adoring smiles. Ro was wrong. Kieran didn't want me. He wanted Dylan. I didn't know what to make of it. Dylan was pregnant and in a relationship with another man, and Kieran? He was one of the most famed, worshipped men on planet Earth. He was ridiculously photogenic, a filthy rich jock whose life was so private nobody really knew who or what he was, and hadn't his last girlfriend been a Victoria's Secret model? What would a relationship between them even look like? You're running the 10K for kiddies? Kieran turned to look at me, finishing his last kofta in one bite. Planning to. I gathered my hair into a messy bun. It was kind of my dad's last wish. Mine too. Dylan raised her hand in the air like she was in class. Now that I placed a bet that you would complete it and be one of the first 10 to finish, you can't let me down. There's nothing I hate more than losing. She paused to think about it. Other than a bikini wax, I loathe bikini waxes. No man is worth that kind of pain. Me too, Kieran volunteered. It's the worst. You get waxed down under? Dylan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He nodded. Helps with the running. Most soccer players shave, but I'd hate giving my lady friends third-degree carpet burns when we hit the sack just because I'm scared of getting my crotch hair plucked. Dylan pressed a hand to her heart. And they say romance is dead. If it is, I'll gladly resurrect it. Kieran flashed a winning smirk. Whoa, hey, back up now. I snapped my fingers, waving a hand in Dylan's face. Who did you bet with on me? And why? If she said Ro, I would have such a great excuse to touch him when I punched his face. The girls from your high school track team. Dylan braced the back of her chair to support her weight. My stomach lurched painfully. Of course. She had no idea they were the ones who had broken my ankle. She only knew I hated Allison.
Becky stopped by with some undercover churros the other day. I told her you were in town and doing the run. She bet me a Benjamin you won't finish.
I bet you a Benjamin she is the one who has trouble finishing, judging by how bitter she sounds.
Is she still with Derek Sutter?
He was a douche and a half who had body-shamed girls and belittled them on the reg while we were in high school.
Yep,
Dylan nodded.
He's good friends with Tuck, actually.
You don't say. My eyes roved the square, hunting for Dylan's brother.
I'll complete the run, and you will get your Benjamin. Good, because they're all going to be there.
They're running too? I was about to faint.
God, no,
she laughed.
They're doing the baking competition for the charity.
I bet Allison was going to be all over that event. She was the mayor, after all. A loud shriek came from my left. I whipped my head to see the source of the laughter, and my heart sank to the pit of my stomach. Speak of the devil. Allison was enveloped in a luxurious white cashmere coat and a black Gucci belt, sporting an elegant updo with tendrils of scarlet hair framing her face. She was standing next to Ro, giggling at something he said. Ro's face was as blank as a white page. Then again, Ro always had the flat, disinterested expression of a man who deemed anyone and anything around him unworthy. Unfortunately, his reluctance to be next to her did nothing to soothe the anger and jealousy swirling inside me. I'd confided in him about Allison, told him what she had done to me. I didn't know what outcome I expected. For him to ignore her existence completely was impossible. She was the mayor of this town. Technically speaking, they had a lot to discuss, what with him being about to sell his land and everything. And yet, Allison placed a hand on Ro's chest, batting her lashes with a beaming smile. She rose on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear. His stone-cold expression didn't change. His eyes scanned the square relentlessly.
My dear summer child,
Dylan put a hand on my shoulder, her voice sympathetic.
You're making a rookie mistake. Allison knows you're staring, and she thrives on drama. Look the other way and pretend you're having fun. Don't fall into her trap.
I ripped my gaze from Ro and Allison, refocusing it on the crowd. I tossed the empty kofta plate into a nearby trash can, feeling silly all of a sudden. In my weird hat and cheap coat and... No, you are not allowed to be embarrassed about your mittens. Mamushka made them. But hell, Allison looked like a movie star and I looked like a production assistant who was about to get fired for being an eyesore. What they do together is none of my business. My voice barely quivered. Jesus, Cal. Kieran's eyes ping-ponged between me and Ro. Don't tell me you like that prick.
That prick is my brother,
Dylan reminded him through pursed lips. That's literally the only positive trait he has going for him, Kieran informed her with a snarl. Sharing DNA with you.
Don't be salty because he hates you.
She wagged a finger his way.
You were terrible to him in high school. He told me.
I've grown up since. He should too.
Why does it matter? Not everyone is going to like you.
Dylan flashed him a curious look. It matters because there is something of his that I want. His jaw ticked, and he turned serious. Badly. They stared at each other for a silent beat. Oh no. They couldn't fall in love, could they? Not with Dylan about to give birth to someone else's baby in a few weeks. Disaster clung to the air like a stink bomb waiting to explode. I'm going to get us more food, I announced, not that either of them registered my existence at this point. I stumbled to the nearest truck and ordered pineapple pizza. If I was in a bad mood, everybody had to suffer with me. Melinda, Pete, Lyle, and Randy were standing by the side of the truck, munching on a deep dish pizza and talking amongst themselves. "We'll do anything for that man. The woman has no self-respect," Melinda complained. "He dumped her so fast I didn't have time to blink."
"Allison is a capable woman," Lyle disagreed. "And I ain't buying that she wants to get back with that heathen. She is probably going to convince him to give up the idea the old-fashioned way. The woman knows how to work her charm."
They were talking about Allison and Roe. I was going to throw up. I tapped my foot on the cement, waiting for my pizza. My gaze flickered back to Roe and Allison. He was now staring at Dylan and Kieran, while Allison continued nuzzling into him, trying to get his attention. Since when was I jealous? Why did I care? But the answer was clear. I had always cared. He hadn't been just a crush back when we were kids. He had been everything. And I had been so scared to admit it to myself after what had happened to me that I'd chalked up my feelings to a harmless crush. "Those wicked lies are going to kill you one day, Calla Litvin."
"Your pizzas, ma'am."
A pimply teenager shoved 3 paper plates with greasy pizza slices on them toward me. Great, I was a ma'am now. Could this day get any worse? I mumbled a thank you, tipped hard to rearrange the universe so my karma wouldn't suck, and went back to Dylan and Kieran, who were now, thank goodness, discussing the safe topic of jock itch creams.
"I have a prescription for hospital-grade stuff," Kieran boasted. "Itraconazole. You could run a marathon and chafe your thighs to death and not feel it. You know, if you ever need it."
"Thanks for the offer, but it's been weeks since I could reach my thighs," Dylan grumbled. "Longer for my ankles. The only proof I still have them is that I can walk, if you can call my wobbling walking."
"Oh, right."
Kieran pinkened, scratching his jaw.
"Well, I can always help out if you need a hand."
Her luscious lips tugged in a sly smile. "My brother would murder you."
"I can take him."
My God, had they just made jock itch romantic? I shoved the pizza plates in their faces, not in the mood to see other people enjoying themselves.
"Here you go."
"Pineapple?" Kieran frowned.
"What the fuck, Cal? Is this a call for help?"
"Dot, why do you look like you're about to cry?" Dylan dumped her pizza plate on top of Kieran's as soon as she took one look at me. The playfulness disappeared from her face. "What happened?"
"Nothing."
I let out a pathetic attempt at a laugh, glancing around me. Mom and Zeta moved closer to the barricades surrounding the generator. They had found a few of their bingo friends and were chatting with them.
"When is this thing starting? I need to wake up early tomorrow."
Kieran gave me a blank stare.
"It's 6:30.
Over his shoulder, Roe finally spotted me. Allison was still talking his ear off. He raised a hand and offered me a wave. I looked the other way, clenching my teeth. Childishly, I was mad at him. He was standing with the girl who had helped break my ankle, who had broken me. An angel and a devil rested on each of my shoulders. The angel said, "You don't know what they're discussing. Let him explain." But the devil said, "If someone shows you who they are, believe them." Kieran turned his head to see what I was looking at, then pierced me with a pointed look.
"Still can't believe you're into him. He looks like the kind of asshole to kill you, then join the search party."
"My guess is Roe is shitting bricks right now." Dylan stroked her belly distractedly. "He's been spending too much time in forced proximity with Cal, so now his self-destruction urge has kicked in, and he is trying to push her away by paying attention to Allison. Classic bad boy mechanism." "You're just trying to make me feel better," I said. Dylan let out a small laugh.
I'd never spare you the truth, Dot. I love you. Good friends never blow smoke up your ass.
Allison grabbed Roe's hand and dragged him toward the center of the square, past the barricades. He followed with all the enthusiasm of a war prisoner. She stopped in front of a microphone and tapped it with an excited grin. It made a loud, screeching sound.
Oopsie, sorry.
People quieted, watching her and Roe with interest. Tears needled my eyes. Jealousy festered inside my body like poison. It was a medical miracle I could still function with the havoc watching them together wreaked inside me.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for gracing us with your presence as we light up the Christmas decorations for the year.
Allison gave a big smile.
Traditionally, mayors in town have always tried to bring a celebrity to help turn on the lights. Most of the time, it's people who have no affiliation to the town and don't know our customs and traditions. So this year I thought, why not bring our most famous citizen?
She flung her arms to the side, giggling girlishly.
But then Kieran Carmichael politely declined.
She gestured toward our corner. Everyone whipped around to look at us, laughing at her fantastic joke. Kieran was more famous than Roe. Kieran stood shoulder to shoulder with Jesus Christ. In fact, the latter was marginally less popular, even in Catholic countries. There was a Brazilian city named after him. Kieran saluted Allison snidely.
You said no?
Dylan's brows furrowed.
Why?
Wanted to go incognito and not have the paps follow me here. It was one of the things I'd agreed to when Ashburn let me do my physical therapy and stain drop and take some time off. Too fucking late for that, thanks to Ms. Murray here. Oof. It was the first glimpse I'd had of the old Kieran, the one who was mean to people sometimes, and it made me wonder if his good guy act was all a persona he'd adjusted to, now that he was famous.
And so I had to settle for this guy.
Allison gestured toward Roe like a Price is Right girl.
Which was all right with me, considering I know how to butter him up.
She winked suggestively. I was going to be sick. Roe stared directly at me, his eyes burning with something unreadable. Hopefully acid, that prick. People chuckled, enjoying Allison's shtick. I felt as small and meaningless as I had all those years ago when Allison had hurt me.
So, without further ado,
Allison tugged Roe closer to the red button.
I present to you Ambrose Casablancas, chef, celebrity, and reality TV star with a combined 12 Michelin stars and the holder of the Guinness record for fastest sushi ever rolled.
Roe stepped forward, nodding stiffly at the crowd as I treaded behind Kieran and Dylan. I didn't want him and Allison to see me cry. They didn't deserve my tears.
Well, big man, now's your time to shine.
Allison draped a hand on Roe's shoulder, leaning into him intimately.
All you have to do is press that button right there. Even though he is a man, let me tell you, he has no problem finding these things.
She winked again. Laughter rang across the square. I shivered in my coat.
Ready for the countdown?
Allison flung her arms in the air. They looked perfect together. Perfect. These tall, photogenic people with their successful careers and superior bone structure. I was mad at myself for telling him what Allison had done to me, for believing him when he'd said he liked me. How stupid could I have been? Yes! The crowd cheered in unison. The first tear rolled out of my eye down my cheek, freezing an inch before it reached my jawline. 10! Roe's mouth quirked one way, revealing a dimpled smile. 9! I bet he'd run to tell her I'd snitched on her after that night we'd kissed, that Allison had found a way to explain everything to him, Maybe he was taking her side now. 8! Another tear ran down my cheek. Kieran and Dylan stepped away from each other, bracketing me on either side, shielding me from view. Dylan rubbed my shoulder, pressing a kiss to my cheek. Don't, Dot. You know I'm your no-bullshit friend, and I'm telling you as someone who can see the bigger picture here, there's nothing between Ro and Allison. 7! But even if Dylan was right, tonight proved I couldn't chance a heartbreak. 6!
Stop looking so miserable,
Kieran ordered through gritted teeth.
Allison is having a field day watching you.
5! Ro was staring at us with an intensity that burrowed into my bones. 4!
Arg!
Kieran ran a hand over his hair.
I hate being a good guy.
3! Allison shimmied her shoulders in anticipation, giving me her best Ursula in human form smirk. 2!
Fuck,
Kieran muttered, bending forward to catch Dylan's eyes.
Just so you know, the next thing I'm about to do doesn't mean anything and is solely done to impress you.
1! Kieran grabbed me by the waist, tipped me down, cradling the back of my head, and pressed the coldest, driest, most platonic kiss I'd ever been given to my lips. One of my legs tipped in the air, like in the iconic VJ Day nurse and sailor smooch. My breath caught in my throat. My eyes were wide with horror. Kieran kissed me. And I was cold all over, humming with terror and dread, scared down to my tiniest bone. Stop touching me, my mind screamed. Let me go right now. I noticed the sky was ink black, save for a few lonely clouds. No Christmas lights were turned on. Ro had never pressed the red button. The next thing happened very fast. Kieran grabbed me by the waist and the back of my neck, mumbled shit, and tipped me down so my hair nearly touched the ground. He pressed his lips to mine, and my heart stopped in my chest. Panic clawed through my flesh, and I felt like 4 invisible walls were closing in on me.
Motherfucker!
He is touching me. This man is touching me. My mouth fell open, the beginning of a scream making its way up my throat. But before I could yelp for help, Ro was pulling me upright to stand on my feet and shoving me into his sister's arms. In a flash, Kieran was flush against the back of a food truck, blood gushing from his nose. Ro had murder in his eyes, and I didn't know if it was because he knew I was scared of men, he was jealous, or both. Kieran tipped his head back, chuckling. He didn't bother wiping his nose, even though his designer coat was marred red.
You're welcome, asshat. Welcome?
Ro seethed, balling Kieran's shirt, pressing his nose to Kieran's, pupils dancing in fury.
I'm about to give you your farewell and you're telling me I'm welcome?
Jesus Christ! Dylan dumped me on the plastic chair I'd brought for her. She thundered toward the 2 men, shooing Ro away like he was an aggressive duck trying to steal a sandwich. Ro retreated, probably because he didn't want to take any chances with his heavily pregnant sister. She plucked a handkerchief from her purse and pressed it to Kieran's nose, tipping his head back and brushing his hair away from his face. I'm so sorry. My brother is a world-class idiot, and I'm probably going to write a tell-all and throw him under the bus after this.
Don't forget to mention that time he sold weed on school grounds and got suspended for 2 weeks.
Kieran grinned down at her, towering over my friend, who normally dwarfed all men other than her brother. He clasped a lock of onyx hair that fell across her eyes, rubbed it between his fingers, then slowly curled it around her ear. They both ceased to breathe, and I had to blink to make sure I wasn't hallucinating the entire thing.
Not done with your ass by a long shot.
Ro pointed at him, his cheeks ablaze. He took advantage of Dylan stepping aside and balled the collar of Kieran's shirt, bringing him closer. Everybody was staring, inching toward us. This didn't bode well for Kieran's quest for privacy. Our pineapple pizza had been discarded on the ground. Roe raised his finger in warning, his nose almost touching Kieran's. "Now you listen carefully, pretty boy. If I see your ass, let alone your lips, anywhere near Cal, You what?" Kieran snarled in his face cockily. Kieran might know how to play the good guy role these days, but he still had that villainous spark. "She is just your employee, right?" Kieran tilted his head sideways, popping a toothpick into his mouth. "Running partner, maybe? Any other titles that I'm missing?" "Let him go right this minute," Dylan demanded, wiggling a finger at Roe. "Or I will strangle you with all the wrath of a woman who has not seen her knees in 5 months." "Ambrose!" Zeta gasped from the depths of the crowd, shouldering the throng as she made her way to us. She pushed through curious bystanders. "What in the world are you doing?" "Making a headline we both don't need," Kieran answered indifferently, staring Roe down. Finally, I snapped out of the weird haze Kieran's kiss had put me in and stood up, stepping between the two men. I blocked Roe's way to Kieran, giving his chest a push. "Don't you dare go anywhere near him," I seethed. Movies and books had taught me that this was the part where Roe would soften, explain himself, calm down. False advertisement. In reality, he stared at me like I had betrayed him. Up close now, I could read his face, the words written across it in invisible scars. Pain, damage, despair, distrust, distrust, distrust. The edges of his snakeskin eyes turned scarlet, his jawline tensed, and he was panting like a wounded beast. "Amby," Allison purred behind my back, brushing past me as though I were air. To her, I probably was. "Are you coming?" But he ignored her completely, shoulder tackling my midriff and hoisting me over his shoulder. "Privacy," he clipped out shortly, pushing through the crowd as he made his way up the street and toward an alleyway between Dahlia's diner and an auto shop. "Showtime's over. Put me down before I destroy the crown jewels." I thrust my legs desperately, trying to get to his groin while raining my fists on his back and shoulders. "That would be on brand. You seem to destroy every other fucking thing in my life." He put me down carefully, my back pushed against a red brick building. His mouth was twisted into a scowl. We stared at each other, panting. I wasn't going to say something first. Not because I didn't have anything to say. I did, and the words were plentiful. But because I wasn't sure if I was touched by his concern for my phobias or enraged by his uncalled-for possessiveness. My ancestors had not burned bras on the street so he could treat me like a prize he could knock over the head and drag into his cave for a good time. "You know, it's my fault." He sucked his teeth. I sighed, relieved. "Finally, we're on the same page. If you want to remain friends, an apology would be accept—" "I promised myself I'd never give you the pleasure of making me feel like shit again." His nostrils flared, his words cutting me like a dagger. "Yet here I am, doing this song and dance with you again." My mouth fell open. "What?" "I let you in, and you let me down," he gritted out. "I told you I liked you, and you're giving me mixed signals. I told you I want to take you out, eat you out. And you're friend-zoning me, even though your nipples are harder than stones whenever we're in the same zip code. I told you how I feel about Kieran, and you went and kissed the crap out of him the first time we are all together." "First of all, he kissed me, not vice versa. Second, I told you how I feel about her." I hissed, my voice pained. I was glad Allison wasn't around because I wouldn't be able to speak freely otherwise. Pathetically, I was still scared of her. And I listened carefully, stayed the hell away. If you let me explain. No need to. I have eyes. You guys seemed chummy enough. A picture is worth 1,000 words. He ran his fingers through his hair, messing it further. Fuck. I keep making the same mistake, expecting different outcomes. He was being so hypocritical. We'd both confided in each other before we'd started hanging out, and we'd both kept a cordial relationship with the people who had hurt the other person. Besides, there was no symmetry between Kieran being a dickhead and Allison trying to kill me. Ro was acting like some kind of saint, not a man who'd let his ex, my enemy, dry hump his leg a second ago. Don't try to gaslight me. I have eyes, you know. You two came here together. I came here alone. He sliced through my words. I was planning to join you and Dylan. I was going to ask if you want to grab dinner afterward, at Descartes. As a friend, a worker, or as a date? His cheeks flushed, and he looked ready to murder himself for the confession. He had been going to ask me out? Misery slammed through me. I wished things hadn't gone so sideways tonight. The idea of doing something so normal and mundane, such as going on a date with a man without being deathly scared, appealed to me. Well, you hung out with her, I prickled, remembering he hadn't even approached us to say hello. I had my reasons. Which were? He shook his head. Doesn't matter now, does it? If you say so. I wanted to fight for his words, to explain that Kieran had only kissed me to piss him and Allison off, but the words perished on my tongue. I was too chicken shit to fix the situation. Showing him I cared made me feel raw, panicked, like I was peeling off my skin right in front of him, giving him a sneak peek at everything that was inside me. You had no right to hit Kieran. The words stumbled out of my throat messily, spilling between us. I had every right to hit Kieran. Rose stepped back, turning away from me, about to leave. Why? Because I knew you didn't like it. He spun on his heel, walking backward but looking at me. And I am utterly fucking incapable of letting you feel the slightest discomfort without doing something stupid and over the top. And there's something else. He was getting farther and farther away from me, and I was feeling the loss of him everywhere. I wanted him back. His warmth, his smirks, his grumpy attitude. What's that? I whispered. You weren't his to kiss. Chapter 47. Cal. Obituary is online. McMonster is online. Obituary is typing. Obituary is deleting. McMonster is typing. McMonster is deleting. McMonster is offline. Obituary is offline. Chapter 48. Cal. Love Fool, The Cardigans. Later that night, I tossed and turned in bed. Seamus was vying to snatch the International Asshole Award from Ro. Not only had he peed in every single pair of shoes I owned today, but he also decided to attack my feet whenever I had the audacity to shift in my own bed. I couldn't stop rewinding the disastrous Christmas lighting event in my head, thinking about Kieran's dislocated nose, which had been promptly relocated by Randy, who'd reassured him by saying, "No one has the right to look as good as you did, son. Wasn't it Shakespeare who said that you need your face to be a little messed up to be truly beautiful?" I believe the quote is, "There is no exquisite beauty without some strangeness in the proportions," Kieran had muttered, hissing as his nose bone was jammed back into place.
And that was Edgar Allan Poe. What a fancy-pansy name, Randy had mumbled into his gin bottle, which had been bundled in a brown paper bag. I'd twisted my hair into a braid to do something with my hands. Did you know that Edgar Allan Poe allegedly died of cholera, influenza, rabies, syphilis, and hyperglycemia? Wow, Dylan's eyes had nearly bulged. Clean living was obviously his passion. Allison was the one who had ended up hitting the button once Roe had stalked off, disappearing in a cloud of anger. Yellow lights had engulfed Main Street. Allison had slipped into her Escalade soon after, accompanied by her assistant Lucinda. Mom and I had retired early. She'd asked questions about Roe, so I'd had to pacify her by lying and saying Roe and I were sort of dating. Alexa, play Little Lies by Fleetwood Mac. This lie wasn't even a white one. It was a glaring neon lie, one that collapsed onto your head and killed you. But I'd had to find an excuse for why we were so intense together, and we want to have sex together but also want to kill each other was a pretty weak explanation. That kiss with Kieran had hurt him, and to add salt to the wound, I had done what I always did when I felt threatened. I'd bricked up with anxiety, refusing to give him an inch or show him that I cared. Just like the night he had taken my virginity, I'd made him feel disposable and meaningless. And the thought of Roe feeling those things made me feel nauseous with guilt. I needed to make this right, with the boy who'd made me a broccoli birthday cake, who had taken my virginity because I'd wanted to get rid of it, even though he had wanted so much more than just that, who had helped me face my trauma and fear in neon attire just to make me smile, who had an excellent track record of giving me employment, rides, and irresistible kisses whenever I needed them. Flinging my legs off the bed, I raced downstairs, shoving my feet into my sneakers on my way to the door. I stopped by the ugly key bowl, squeezing a Juicy Tubes gloss to my lips and extracting Mom's keys to her Subaru Crosstrek. I was sure she wouldn't mind. 66% sure, to be exact. I drove to the half-mile inn, my heart in my throat. I didn't know what I was going to tell him, only that it was time to lay it all out. I parked in front of the farmhouse turned inn. It was white, black-shuttered, and devastatingly charming. Pots and plants spilled out of every windowsill in vivid colors, and a handful of snow covered the roof like a little hat. Dim yellow light danced from beyond the windows upstairs. I got out and looked up at the moon. It glowed like a shiny pearl, round and full, achingly perfect against the dusky night. I swallowed hard, took my phone out, and put Roe's favorite song on, You Really Got Me by the Kinks. The song flooded out of my phone. I raised my arm and held it toward the windows, waiting for Roe's face to appear. It did appear, but it did not appear happy. He wore a white tee that clung to his tan, tatted arms as he slid the window up. Christ, Dot, it's 2 a.m. Time is an abstract concept, I yelled back, grinning. Jail isn't, and Gertie lives down the hall and is very trigger-happy. Turn that shit off. I did so dutifully, swallowing my mortification. Oops, hadn't thought that one through. Sorry, I winced. Is this retaliation for punching your little boyfriend? His scowl deepened as he watched me from above. What? No. Why are you here then? His eyes swept over me suspiciously. I couldn't sleep. I let out a huff, hugging myself. You said if I can't sleep, I can talk to you. He blinked, surprised but not completely thawed. I take it Kieran was busy. Kieran... I trailed off, exhausted from pretending Roe was just a friend. Kieran is not in the race. His throat moved with the swallow. Is that right?
Honest to God truth. Then, because it was time to fess up, I added, Look, I'm tired of running away from this.
From what?
From us. That seemed to smooth out his frown. He parked his elbows on the windowsill.
Allison ambushed me to turn on those stupid lights this afternoon. I told her to take a hike, but then she said it might be good to show people I still care about this town.
I shook my head. I should have cleared the air before I got mad.
No,
he insisted.
I should have, called, texted, explained.
He worked his jaw back and forth.
As soon as I showed up, she dragged me there in a panic. I wasn't doing her a favor, Dot. I was trying to show people in this town I'm not a villain because...
He sighed.
Because I know it is important to you.
Ro, I croaked, hanging my head down shamefully.
I'm sorry you saw us together, but our entire conversation was her sucking up to me and me telling her I'm fucking crazy about you and complaining you keep turning me down. I wasn't above wounding her ego to make you happy.
Pause.
I'm not above doing anything if it makes you happy, if I'm honest.
I nodded, wishing he were next to me, that I could touch him. I'm sorry, too.
What for?
I shrugged. Being so irresistible you had to punch Kieran in front of a full audience?
He chuckled, shaking his head. I'd have taken any excuse to punch Kieran.
You dislocated his nose, you know. I toed the frosty ground with the tip of my shoe.
Dylan brought me up to speed.
He kept his gaze locked on mine.
Anything else you want to tell me?
Ro quirked an eyebrow, one hand propped against his window. Yes, no, just come downstairs so we can talk. Jeffrey Dahmer gave his neighbors meat sandwiches, which some believe contained his victim's human flesh. I blurted out.
Nice one, Cal. Super seductive. Ro's lips twitched. I know someone who ate their own knee cartilage, said it tasted like pig.
Really?
I rubbed my palms together to gain heat.
I heard it tastes like chicken or tuna.
Ro shook his head seriously, and I suppressed a laugh. No one rivaled Ro's ability to handle my quirkiness. Straight up pork. She cooked it, too. Minimal seasoning.
Huh, I said. He raised his eyebrows in question.
Anything else?
Nope. I gulped. Glad we straightened it all out.
Great. Thanks for that before-bed tidbit.
So, I walked back, jerking my finger behind my shoulder to the car.
Cal, you coward.
I'll see you tomorrow, then, for the run.
I'll be there.
And work.
I'll be there, too.
I forced myself to turn around and cross the street to my car. Do not look back. He sent you on your way. You couldn't have been clearer.
Couldn't I, though? I had spoken to him about cannibal sandwiches.
Maybe this wasn't how one usually expressed their longing toward another.
With a sigh, I fumbled for the car key in my sweatpants, unlocked the Subaru, and reached for the driver's door handle. I pulled it an inch before a hand slammed it shut behind me, grabbing my waist and whipping me around. It was Ro, and he looked raw. Moonlight, music, chin tilt. You came here because you wanted me to kiss you, didn't you?
His tiger eyes gleamed like 1,000 fireflies in the dark. My knee-jerk reaction was to deny through my teeth. Damn anxiety. I plowed through that instinct like swimming against a heavy stream. I gulped. Yeah.
Fuck.
His shoulders sagged with relief.
I'm so glad I'm just slow, not completely dumb."
His mouth fused with mine, sucking away my oxygen and all rational thought. This time it wasn't awkward and apologetic like the first time, not explosive and frustrated like the second time either. This was new, hungry, and perfect. His tongue swept across the seam of my lips before prompting them to part with a flick. I opened up for him, our tongues tangling in an erotic dance. Ro cupped the side of my face, groaning fairly, digging his inked fingers into my hair. A tide of heat crashed inside my belly, sending currents of warmth to my nipples, spine, and the back of my skull. I clutched his shirt, burrowing into him as he deepened the kiss, tilting my head back, pinning me against the car.
"Dot."
He tasted divine, of toothpaste and a shot of whiskey and something unapologetically male, primal, hot, uncontained. My fingers wound tighter around the fabric of his shirt, and I felt the defined, tight ridges of his pecs and the dusting of hair on his chest. My toes curled, and I whimpered into a hot, wet kiss that didn't have a beginning or an end. It felt like we were fused together, a hot wire of mini orgasms. I needed more. I needed everything. I wasn't even sure what everything entailed. I ran my frigid fingers down his arm, lacing my fingers in his and guiding his hand to cup one of my breasts. I wasn't wearing a bra, and my nipple was tight and puckered, begging to be teased.
"Missed your tits,"
he hissed out huskily, sounding almost pained, as his thumb rubbed and flicked my nipple through my shirt. "Do you remember them much?" I explored his mouth like it was a forbidden fruit, devouring its juices, seeds, and flesh.
"I remember every inch of you."
A satisfied growl made its way from the back of his throat, and he pinched my nipple teasingly, just south of inflicting pain.
"Each individual cell."
His hand skimmed my rib cage, running down my belly, stopping at the hem of my sweater before snaking underneath it. He swirled my skin with his fingertips, all while angling his head to kiss me deeper. My knees gave out, and I clawed his shoulders to stay upright, heat racing down my body to the apex between my thighs. I could feel my pulse in my clit. My blood pumped inside it, making it unbearably sensitive and swollen. This was too much, and yet entirely not enough. His hand hiked up under my sweater, the pad of his finger rubbing my nipple, and I melted into him, sucking the bottom of his lower lip greedily into my mouth with a desperate moan. "More."
"How much?"
He kissed a path down my jaw, then neck, then collarbone. It was a sticky kiss, full of my lip gloss and its fruity, sweet taste. "All of it. I want you," I said.
"I need you,"
he hissed. He buried his face in the crook of my neck, thrusting his kraken-sized erection between my thighs. My clit pulsated against it through our clothes, and I swore he could feel it. His cock jerked, tap, tap, tapping it, bringing me closer to the edge. "Ro?"
"Dot."
"Jail isn't an abstract concept." I pulled away from our kiss, clearing my throat. "We should go upstairs before we get arrested." I didn't get the chance to finish the sentence because Rose scooped me up and turned around, carrying me into the inn. The lights were off in reception. A security guard snored peacefully in his chair in front of the monitors, his ranger hat tipped down to cover his eyes. I giggled in Rose's arms, kicking my feet up.
"Shh, you'll wake up the dead, and I'll be too busy with your ass to fight zombies."
He shoved 2 fingers into my mouth to shut me up, and I sucked them immediately, my thighs clenching with need as he took the stairs 2 at a time. He kicked the door to his room open, and I tore away from our kiss to register the place he'd called home for the past year. Freshly painted, crown moldings, heavy wooden furniture spaciously peppered across the room, zero personality inside it. Ro was ready to up and leave at a moment's notice. "We are just 2 passing ships. You can't handle more, Cal." But it was too late to back down, even if I knew my heart was about to sink like the Titanic. He placed me on his bed, then stepped back as if admiring his handiwork. I knew he was memorizing me between his sheets because he had no intention of keeping me there. I should have felt self-conscious in my sweatpants and Cookie Monster sweater, but I didn't. I felt beautiful, irresistible through his hooded eyes, like a flower in bloom, kissed by the unrelenting sun on a flawless summer day. Happy, alive, home. Ro rounded the bed, trying to work out what he wanted to do first. I was wide-eyed, a little scared, but mostly excited. I had gotten Dylan's okay. I could do this without any fear or doubt. He stopped in front of the foot of the bed, reached to grab the backs of my thighs, and dragged me to the edge. I gasped as he brought one of my legs up to rest on his shoulder, pressing a hot kiss to my inner ankle as he plucked my sneaker off. "You sure you want to do this?" "Never been this sure in my entire life," I admitted. This time, not a lie. "If you feel uncomfortable and scared," he started. "I won't," I promised, and our eyes met across the length of my body. "Good, because I'm going to eat your cunt like it's fucking ice cream and come for seconds and thirds," he informed me, businesslike, swirling his tongue over my ankle bone, my heel clasped inside his rough hand. A ticklish, delightful sensation traveled up my leg like a spark, detonating at my center. So unfortunately I didn't actually shave. "Don't care." He reached to remove my other shoe, repeating the process of kissing my ankle, my foot, down to my little toes. "No, seriously, there's a lot going on down there." "Sounds like fun. I'm eager to explore." My sneakers fell to the floor with a thud, and he tugged my sweatpants off, revealing my black cotton panties. His lips quirked with a smile as I lost all decorum, spreading for him, wide and eager. "Yeah, open those beautiful thighs. I want to see your pink cunt dripping for me. That's my girl." My girl. Heaven was a place on earth, and it was Ro Casablancas' bed. He rolled his hot tongue along my leg, inching north into my inner thigh, lowering himself to his knees inch by inch as he tasted my skin. When he reached my apex, he buried his face in my slit through my panties, inhaling deeply. A rush of heat ran between my legs, making every muscle in my body tense with anticipation. My breath hitched as Ro began kissing my inner thighs like they were my mouth, swirling his tongue, nuzzling his nose, making me open my legs wider. I grabbed one of his pillows and moaned into it loudly. A hand reached from between my legs, grabbing the pillow and tossing it on the floor. "No fucking way. I want eye contact." "But I'm embarrassed," I whined. "Being perfect is a lot of pressure. I get it." "Ro." I grabbed a fistful of his hair, tugging him closer, arching my back, my pussy quivering with anticipation. "Why'd we wait so long?" He raised his head from between my legs, scowling at me. "Because you are stubborn, annoying, indecisive, Okay. I pushed his head back into my crotch. "Go back to doing what you do best." He took his sweet time, kissing me through the fabric of my panties torturously slowly.
You smell like heaven.
One of his palms pressed against my inner thigh, his pinky hooked into my panties so that he tickled my tight hole. Not penetrating, but teasing it enough that it added more pressure to my building orgasm. His other hand snaked up my body, pushing my sweater up until it was rolled halfway on my breasts.
Dot.
I moaned and thrashed, close to climaxing before he'd even paid my pussy attention.
Play with your pretty tits for me.
I reached for one of my breasts and plucked a nipple, a shot of electricity running from my spine to between my legs. I hadn't realized how full and delicate my boobs felt.
Yeah, baby, just like that. So beautiful, so innocent, so mine.
He sank his teeth into my flesh through my panties, biting and dragging his upper teeth all the way down to my crack. I shuddered, my muscles burning, the desire so intense I forgot to draw a breath.
Slap your tit, Cal,
he instructed. I did. Oh crap, it felt good. Another rush of heat moved between my legs, and I knew he could see and smell how soaked I was. My panties were drenched. Ro, please. He scraped the edge of my panties away with his teeth, removing them bit by bit like a curtain being drawn.
Say it,
he demanded hoarsely.
Give me your words. For once in this goddamn life, you come to me.
I was about to come to him, at him, and on him. I popped my head up, and our eyes met through the valley of my breasts. We were both panting hard. Please shove your tongue inside me before I die.
Good girl.
Say that again.
You're my good, obedient girl. As such, you'll get rewarded accordingly. Eyes on me now. I want you to see the filthy things I do to you.
He pressed his thumb to my clit and pulled upward, dragging his tongue across my slit, bottom to top. His lips clasped around my clit. I flung my head back and groaned. My entire body was shaking as he pried me open, strong fingers spreading my ass cheeks and cunt, fucking me mercilessly with his tongue, in and out, his pinky stroking my anus playfully. Every time I squirmed or tried to move away from the intensity, he'd let go of one of my ass cheeks and slap one of my nipples. The pleasure was so intense and there was nowhere to escape. I never thought I could be so open with someone, so trusting, so bare again. I was leaking juices all over his mouth, his chin, and I felt my own wetness against his face every time his tongue drove into me.
You're so fucking wet, I'm about to come just for meeting you out,
he grunted, pushing his index finger inside me right along with his tongue, curling it to that coarse, deep spot inside me that made me go wild every time my vibrator hit it. My whole body clenched and soared, and I convulsed around him.
So fucking tight. Look how good you're taking my tongue and finger. That's my girl, letting me stretch you out like that. You'll be taking my cock so well, baby.
His praise licked at my skin like rays of sun. The pleasure was so intense, I felt like I was floating on a cloud. When he picked up speed, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed his head with both my hands and began grinding against him shamelessly, riding his face like I was at a rodeo. He laughed devilishly as he added another finger, as his mouth sailed up, clasping my swollen clit and sucking it hard. The sound of my juices slicking his fingers rang around the room. My nails dug harder into his scalp. No one told me sex could be this good, I moaned, every bone in my body deliciously heavy under the weight of an impending orgasm.
This isn't sex. This isn't even foreplay. Lick, suck, bite. This is merely an appetizer. By the time you get to dessert, you won't be able to stand straight. Oh my God. You've become better at it, I noted. No, Dot. His mouth moved against my clit, scraping it with his teeth. It was literally the hottest thing I'd ever experienced. We were always dynamite together. You were just too wrapped up in other things to notice. He flipped us over quickly, him flat on his back now, with me straddling his face. Hold on to the headboard, Dot. Why? I'm about to tongue you to oblivion and back. Deciding once again to be a good girl, I curled my fingers over the upholstered headboard and sank my pussy directly onto his tongue. He groaned with pleasure when I was fully seated on top of his face, and I was seriously concerned for his ability to breathe. Are you okay down there? Perfect. Ride my tongue, Dot. What if I break it? Your tongue is a muscle too. Worth it. Are you sure? I said what I said, baby. I rode his face like a cowgirl, his fingers sinking deep into my ass cheeks as he guided my movements and feasted on me like I was his last meal. Soon, heat bloomed over my skin, my muscles tightening, my mind becoming deliriously empty and clouded. The climax slammed into me with force, shaking me to the core. The little hairs on my arms stood on end, and my breath hitched as wave after wave of pleasure hit me. Tears stung the sides of my eyes before I collapsed on top of him, boneless and spent. He was still beneath me, breathing hard. He kissed the side of my thigh before gently raising it so he could roll out from under it. A moment later, his heavy body dropped next to mine. Our faces were aligned, and he was beautiful, always, but especially now when he appeared drowsy and content, his lips swollen and wet with my juices. Kiss you? He grinned, asking for permission. I nodded. He reached to give me a peck on the mouth. Ro, I rasped, rolling my finger over his full bottom lip, the earthy, musky taste of my own arousal invading my mouth. That was the best orgasm I've ever had. Yeah. He caught the tip of my finger between his straight teeth, nibbling playfully. Mine too. What? My eyes flared. I tilted my chin down, trying to peek, but he pounced quickly, kissing the living hell out of me, blocking the view of his crotch. I said what I said. He'd had an orgasm from eating me out? I needed to put a ring on it. Whoa, that is so embarrassing. He rose up and patted the nightstand, finding his pack of cigarettes and lighting one up. Amazing, I breathed out. Yeah, you certainly are. He puffed on his cancer stick. The words pierced through my skin, soaking into my soul. What now? I eyed him eagerly. Were we going to have sex? Was I going to redeem myself after that night 5 years ago? Well, he reached with the hand that held the lit cigarette, using his thumb to brush residual lip gloss from the corner of my mouth. I've been dreaming about your glittery pink lipstick smeared all over my dick. Chapter 49, Cal. Truly, madly, deeply, Savage Garden. I was fully prepared to give Ro the best blowjob to be recorded in the history of humanity. There was only one problem. Okay, two, if you consider the Guinness World Record people never actually timed blowjobs for their books. Ro fell asleep like a sack of bricks not even a minute after he made that sexy declaration.
I went to the bathroom to pee, and when I came back, the cigarette was in the ashtray, still not put out all the way. He was snoring, his cheeks smushed against a pillow, his long, curly lashes casting a shadow over his cheeks. Hello, awkward, my old friend. I put out the cigarette and emptied the ashtray, then slipped into the bed and turned my head to his nightstand. The clock said it was 3 a.m. He'd had a long day. So had I. But since not getting sleep was my new norm, I hardly ever felt tired anymore. It was time to do the walk of shame. If I still had any muscles in me, that was. That orgasm had sucked the energy right out of me. If this was an appetizer, Ro was right. Full-blown sex with him would leave me in a puddle of bodily fluids and a tattoo neck choker. Dylan would have a field day delivering the obituary. She died doing what she loved, fucking my older brother. But she was wrong. Privately, I knew Ro had never been just my best friend's older brother. He was the boy I'd confessed to that I had never learned how to slow dance before prom. It had been in his kitchen while Dylan was upstairs making out with Darren from the lacrosse team. I had been supposed to distract Ro by talking to him. Ro had regarded me with a frown, arms still slung on the open fridge door. You don't need to know how to slow dance. Boys are assholes, and you should stay away from them. I had given him a pointed look. He'd rolled his eyes in exasperation, slamming the fridge shut and rummaging in his front pocket for his phone. It's really not that hard. He had scowled, choosing a song, Truly, Madly, Deeply by Savage Garden, my all-time favorite 90s song. I had thought it was a coincidence. Kismet. He'd tossed his phone on the table and opened his arms. Come in. Entering his embrace had been like walking straight into home. He'd slung my arms around his shoulders. I'd had to stand on my toes to get there, and wrapped his hands around my waist. We'd swayed to the music, staring into each other's eyes, and in that moment, he had broken my heart, because I had known I would never experience anything remotely as perfect ever again. Now, I gingerly scooted toward the edge of the bed. As soon as I moved an inch, Ro's heavy arm fell directly on my chest like a tree, pinning me in place. That thing was at least 500 pounds before the fancy Rolex. I exhaled, toying with the idea of waking him up, but he looked so peaceful and tranquil, almost childlike. I patted the nightstand behind me blindly, grabbed my phone, and texted my mom that I was okay, alive, and sleeping at the inn, then put my phone down. I was fully prepared to stare at the ceiling until dawn. Blinking back at the darkness, I began sailing down the river of my thoughts. But something about Ro's deep, calm breaths, the weight of his arm against my chest like a heavy blanket, and the way I felt just right, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be, stopped me from overthinking. Then something truly wonderful happened. A switch flicked in my head. Something shifted in my chemistry, and for the first time in a long time, I fell asleep. Rays of winter sunshine filtered through the windows, but they weren't what woke me up. No, that was Rose snoring. I rolled to my side, eyeing him. Joy spread across my chest, filling it with giddiness. His arm no longer imprisoned me. It was now tossed over his eyes, blocking the sunlight from his face. I've been dreaming about your glittery pink lipstick smeared all over my dick. I took it as consent. It was time to return a favor. I reached for my pants on the floor and rummaged through the pockets, producing my Juicy Tubes gloss. I always kept one with me. You never knew when you needed to look fabulous. I applied a generous coat, smacking my lips together. I ran my fingers through my hair before flinging the duvet off him. His black sweatpants displayed his morning wood, and my mouth watered at the idea of him filling it. I peeled his sweatpants down an inch, glancing up to check if he stirred. He was still dead to the world. I inched his pants farther down. His dick sprung out. As far as penises went, this one was gorgeous enough to be on the cover of GQ, wearing a cowboy hat and a serious frown. It had a smooth crown, a long, veiny shaft, and just the right amount of trimmed groin hair. I wrapped my fingers around the root, licking my lips. He smelled earthy, warm, and delicious. Dry cum covered his tip from last night. His cock jutted in my hand, awakened by the sudden intrusion. Leaning forward on my knees, I took his tip in my mouth and suckled softly, the smell of my lip gloss filling the air. I swept my tongue across the tip, scooping up fresh, salty pre-cum before taking his entire crown in my mouth and sucking hard. A sharp intake of breath filled the room, and his thighs jerked forward with a pained hiss. "Dot?" he croaked. My head shot up. Sleepy, gorgeous golden eyes stared back at me. "Who else? Do not say Allison, I have your dick in my hand." His chest rumbled, and he sent a hand to stroke the nape of my neck. "Jealous? Should I be?" He shook his head. "Whether it's to have sex, go to a funeral, or start a heist, I'd always choose you over anyone else." "Why?" I probed. "Because you're it." He flashed me a sexy grin. "What's it?" "Everything, baby." My heart was drumming so fast and hard I became a little nauseous. "You're just saying that because my teeth are very close to your phallus." "I'm saying that because it's the unfortunate, infuriating truth." Ro brushed my hair from my face with his thumb. "And because I really want you to keep doing what you're doing, not that I'm not enjoying the conversation." I tucked my hair behind my ears and dove down, taking his penis in my mouth again. The tip was engorged, almost purple, a pearl of cum on its edge. His shaft was thick and long, veins running through the tan, velvety skin. I could feel his eyes on the crown of my head and his thick, briny pre-cum coating the walls of my mouth. Heat flooded my insides, and I started rolling my hips, humping against nothing as I curled my fingers around his shaft, taking him deeper into my mouth. I held my breath to tame my gag reflex when his tip brushed the back of my throat, feeling my eyes water as I made delighted noises, sucking him off. It felt so good to please him. I didn't know why, but making him happy was the biggest turn-on I'd ever experienced. Ro kept stroking my hair, his voice ragged and strained. "Fuck, Dot. What are you doing to me?" "Nothing in comparison to what you're doing to me." I was a novelty, but him, he was magic. Only one of us had a fulfilling, glamorous, and exciting life to return to when this was all over. All I had to show for myself was disabling social anxiety, a fear of men, a shoebox apartment, and unresolved issues. Trying to focus on the here and now, I curled my tongue into the shape of his shaft, licking him like a lollipop, jerking him off while swirling the tip of my tongue around his crown. He grabbed my hair from the back, twisting its length around his fist like the reins of a horse, and tipped my chin up just so, making his shaft grind against the roof of my mouth as he began fucking it mercilessly. "Is your little cunt aching for me, baby?" I nodded eagerly, my jaw straining as the tip of his cock hit the back of my throat with each thrust. He picked up speed. "Is it dripping for me?" Another nod. Hell yes, it was. My head was spinning. I was so drunk with desire. "Can I check for myself?" Tears prickled my eyes as he pounded harder and faster into my mouth, pressing to the hilt. He was an aggressive lover, and I liked that he didn't treat me like a fragile little thing, like damaged goods. I nodded eagerly. He kept one hand holding my hair in a death grip and continued fucking my mouth as he reached past my breasts, giving them an appreciative squeeze before gliding his big, tough hand down my belly. When he reached my legs, he slapped my knees open so I was spread as wide as I could be in this position. Curling 3 fingers, he brushed them along my pink, dripping pussy. Oh, God, I am going to combust. Fuck. Maybe you can take it this time like a good girl. What do you say? He picked up more speed, and it felt incredible. Him in my mouth, his fingers in my pussy, filling me everywhere. Well, almost everywhere. As if reading my mind, a low rumble trembled through his abs. Are you gonna come just from sucking me off, Dot? I looked up, pinning my tear-filled gaze on him, and nodded. I could. I really could. He removed his hand from my pussy and used it to trace the edges of my jaw gently, still fucking my mouth. May I play with your ass, sweetheart? I gurgled the saliva and pre-cum in my mouth as answer, gathering my breasts in my hands and using them to massage his balls with a small nod. I writhed, empty and desperate for my own release, grinding against the flat surface of his mattress. Please, please help me. I need this. I need to come. I got you, Dot. He grabbed me by the ankles, scooting me closer so my face was in his crotch, still sucking him off, while he grabbed one of my ass cheeks in one hand and slipped his index and middle finger into my pussy with the other and fit a pinky into my tight hole. He began playing with me, the slurping sounds my body made filling the room. A spasm volleyed through me, and I cried out, choking on my own saliva and his cock, stars twinkling underneath my eyelids as ripple after ripple of an orgasm washed through me. What was happening? Since when was I a sexually liberated woman who loved to suck cock and get her ass fingered? What was this man doing to me? I'm gonna come now, baby, Rose said huskily, wrapping my hair around his fist and tilting my head up to pull me off him. I stayed glued to his dick, nodding my head. Go for it. You mean? I nodded, not ready to part ways with his cock. He grunted. Shit, I knew you were perfect. Perfect. He thrust into my mouth. Perfect. With this praise, he came undone. A flood of hot, thick cum rushed into my mouth. I swallowed every drop, closing my eyes with his hand clasping the back of my head, his entire body shuddering. When the trembling subsided, I looked up at him. Ro? Yes, Dot. Your dick is covered in my lip gloss. He sat up straight, this smooth, large Adonis of a man. He looked down at his cock, still half hard, and the pink, glittery smears around it, and smiled. I think I might skip my shower today. Bad idea. Here. I rolled his sweatpants back on, tucking my lip gloss into his waistband. Just put some on your dick instead of lube next time you feel horny. His hand clasped mine before I could remove it from his waistband. Next time I feel horny, I know who to call. Calm your tits and the organ beating wildly behind them, Cal. You cannot afford to fall in love. Last time you opened up to Franco, he detonated your life. So, I licked my lips. Now that we're done with third base, I guess it's time for... I trailed off, raising my eyebrows meaningfully. Our morning jog, he finished for me, jerking his head sideways to the clock.
Almost 7. Better hurry up.
I was thinking about doing a different kind of cardio. I cleared my throat.
I've been thinking about that kind of cardio with you since I learned my dick is good for more than just peeing. Are you sure you're ready, though?
I loved that he asked, loved that he was considerate and, at the same time, still treated me like a sex kitten and not some fragile little ditzy girl while we were intimate.
I'm ready,
I said. He grabbed the back of my neck, tugging me forward to plant a kiss on my lips.
Now let's fuck the attitude you gave me this past month out of you. Be a good girl and go bend.
A rap on the door cut him off.
No.
Casablancas, Gertie's voice screeched. Cleaning's in 10 minutes. You better get your ass out of there by then or you'll have to wait until after the weekend.
Did you not see the Do Not Disturb sign on my door?
He called out, tucking me under his arm protectively like she had caught us. Such a stark difference from how Franco had treated me. My heart crumbled like a cookie. Sure did, she confirmed. Ruining your day is my only source of joy these days, seeing as your little deal is about to run me out of business. 8 minutes now. There was a thump, indicating the woman had left. Ro and I looked at each other for a beat.
Honestly, I don't think I'll last more than 10 seconds once I'm inside you, but preferably, I'd like more than 8 minutes to make sure you come too.
Fine, we'll jog, I pouted. He kissed my puckered lips.
That's my girl.
Chapter 50. Cal. Desert Rose, Sting. Since I didn't have any running gear, we made a pit stop at my house. Mamushka was drinking her morning tea at the kitchen table, mindlessly flipping through a newspaper and humming to herself. Hello, Ambrose. How are your knuckles doing? She grinned behind the rim of her mug as soon as we walked in, not bothering to raise her gaze from the paper.
Better than Kieran's nose, I hear.
Ro leaned down to kiss the crown of her head.
Good morning, Mrs. Litvin.
It certainly seems to be, at least for you two.
We brought pastries.
He slid a box of Dahlia's Diner's finest across the table. It was his idea not to come empty-handed. Suck up. Come, sit down. I'll pour you a cup of tea and ask you inappropriate questions about your relationship with my daughter while Cal gets ready for her run. You knew we've been running together? I asked, surprised. You weren't very discreet about it. Mom flipped open the pastry box, settling for a white chocolate croissant. I can hear your bickering from all the way down the street. I felt my blush charring my skin to the point of third-degree burns. Ro, please don't feel obligated to answer any of her questions.
Don't worry.
Ro smirked at Mamushka.
You can ask me anything you want, and I'll answer with unnecessary detail, explicit examples, and timestamps.
I hate you. I picked up a powdered sugar donut, licking the sugar.
Got a weird way of showing it.
He snaked an arm around my shoulder and dropped a kiss to my temple. Oh my, we were flirting in front of my mother. My head snapped up to look at him, shocked by the semi-public display of affection.
Is this okay?
He scanned me, his question barely audible. I nodded quickly. It's more than okay. It's a dream I don't want to wake up from. Eventually, it was Mom who broke the spell by fanning herself with a huff. Is it just me, or is it getting really hot in here? Ro, you can take off your shirt if the heater is too much.
The heater is not on.
Ro frowned. Mamushka, I chided, frowning at her. He finds it funny. Her innocent eyes clung to my face. See, he is laughing. Ro was, in fact, laughing, a low, husky rumble that dripped like warm honey into the pit of my stomach. "He's just being polite," I said.
"I'm never being polite,"
Ro retorted.
"Not unless I can help it."
"So," I cleared my throat, "I'm going to go get dressed now." Ro nodded, taking a seat next to Mom and looking completely at ease.
"Not my favorite state of you, but go for it."
"Ro!" I gasped. "Oh, come on," Mom laughed. "We both know you weren't playing Monopoly when you spent the night away from home." "The emotional scars from this conversation will never heal," I mumbled as I made my way to my room. Once there, I decided to take a quick, cold shower, mainly to calm my raging hormones down. Then I slipped into my sports clothes. "Kalishka, sweetie, I'm off to the supermarket and I'm taking the car," Mom called outside my door. "'Kay, Mamushka, love you." "Love you too." I blow-dried my hair quickly and put on minimal makeup, trying to atone for my Full Metal Jacket look yesterday when I showed up at the inn. From the other room, I heard Ro dropping his voice to a threatening whisper.
"Now you listen to me, Seaman."
Seamus, not Seaman. Also, was he threatening my cat?
"You're gonna stop pissing in Cal's shoes, or I'll come here personally every day to take a shit in your litter box. Now how would you like that?"
My educated guess was that Seamus wouldn't like it at all, but it was incredibly sweet. He had stood up against my bully. My bully just happened to be a 7-pound furball. Seamus meowed his response, and that was when I decided to walk out of my room. Ro gave me a slow, appreciative once-over, his gaze heating. "How's my outfit?" I twirled in place.
"Hate it."
"What? Why?"
"Blocks all the good view."
"Behave yourself, Mr. Casablancas."
"That's not on the agenda today, baby."
We both walked outside, hit by the frigid air. "Hey," I said, "are you coming to the Thanksgiving parade on Main Street next week?"
"Absolutely not."
Ro made a face.
"Filled my quota for stain drop events after the Christmas lights incident."
"It's not like it's going to happen again," I said, realizing that I really, really wanted him to come. "For starters, Allison is not going to ask you to cook the turkey she'll pardon, and I won't be kissing Kieran."
"If Kieran wants to keep this pointless life of his, he better not be on the same side of the street as you. Still, I'm not coming."
"Shame." I shook my arms, cranked my neck, and feigned nonchalance. "If you isolate yourself, you'll be missing out on all the good parts."
"Impossible."
He scooped my jawline in his palm.
"The best part is right in front of me."
Then he dipped his head down and kissed me.
Chapter 51. Ro. McMonster, can I tell you something? Obituary. Yes? McMonster. You remind me of those paintings of anatomical hearts with flowers bursting out of the arteries and veins. Obituary. I think that's the most romantic thing anyone has ever said to me. How sad is that? McMonster. Not sad at all. McMonster. To me, it sounds like a happy beginning. Chapter 52. Ro. I hated running, or any other type of cardio that didn't involve Cal's legs wrapped around my waist, to be honest. I didn't need a workout. I worked a physical job, hurling a shit ton of food crates from one place to the other, chopping, slicing, tossing, flipping, glazing, grating, all in a kitchen of about 30,000 degrees. I needed this morning run with Cal like I needed a second tailbone. Only reason I did it was so I could have an excuse to spend one-on-one time with her. My patience and virtue had paid off because this morning I'd had my dick inside her mouth and my pinky up her ass. Blood rushed to my dick just thinking about the things I was going to do to this woman. I was going to live inside that pussy every waking moment until I had to pay fucking rent. Too bad now that I'd had a taste, there was no way I was ever going to settle for just another meaningless, faceless hookup. She was exquisite, and she was all fucking mine. "You look happy." Rye eyed me accusingly when I walked into my upstairs office at Descartes, his pen still hovering over his bookkeeping ledger. "Is that a crime?" I slid a bottle of beer across the desk and took a pull of mine. We opened service in 2 hours, which meant that Cal wouldn't be here for another hour and a half. Not that I was keeping tabs or anything. "Depends on what lifted your mood." Rye sipped his beer, lounging back. "Is Kieran dead?" "Alive as far as I know, much to my chagrin." I fell into the chair opposite him, crossing my ankles over the desk, and his ledger. "How are the numbers looking?" "Great, insane profit margin. But selling the land was the right thing. This place is fucking toxic after the bullshit Allison pulled on us. If I'm selling." I'd been blue-balling Tate Blackthorne for weeks now. It was like ignoring a tumorous growth, though. I needed to sign the dotted line if I wanted him to release the funds from my new restaurants and the new mortgages I'd taken on. Blackthorne was right. I was in no position to fuck around and find out. "Toxicity is where I thrive, so no complaints there." I shrugged. "Don't change the subject. What's with the perpetual smile?" Rye frowned. "This wouldn't have anything to do with a certain green-haired girl, would it?" "Her tips are purple now," I informed him. "And I don't kiss and tell." "You don't have to. Your dumbass smile told me the entire story, including the graphic details." "Shit, dude, the ass too?" He uncrossed his legs and put them down. I stomped his foot under the desk, and he let out an agonized yelp. "Watch your mouth when you talk about this woman." How could I let her walk away? More importantly, how could I make sure she didn't run off? Calla was so good at running off. "Does she know how you feel yet?" Rye accepted his beer, tipping it over his lips and taking a big drink. "Hard no. If she knew how I felt, she'd sprint to the fucking hills. She loved New York, loved her independence, loved being alone. Any hope I entertained about her developing feelings for me in the process was bound to kill me faster than the smoking habit she hated so much. There was a knock on the office door. He pushed up to his feet, downing the beer and slam dunking it into the trash. "Pissed off with this town?" "Yeah," I said. "In love with every cell in her body." He advanced toward the door. "I'm not in love with her," I murmured into my drink. Ryland stopped with his hand on the doorknob, cocking a brow. "Cut the bullshit. What are you, 5? Another sterner knock. "Just remember she has 10 tons of baggage. Her anxiety issues always stand in her way, and I doubt she can form any sort of serious relationship with anyone, even you." What the hell does that mean, even me? Even someone who'd accept her exactly as she is, flawed to the core, and won't ask her to change. Damn straight. Her flaws were some of her best features. Protective anger simmered inside of me. I was about to give him a piece of my mind when he opened the door. Kieran stood on the other side. The universe must have picked up on my good mood and decided to shit all over it. The bastard waltzed in, looking like $1 trillion with his stupid pea coat, an even stupider smile, and a nose that, unbelievably, did make him look more ruggedly handsome. Young Clint Eastwood looked like a dumpster fire next to fuckface. "Hey, man." Rye and Kieran exchanged a handshake and a bro hug. "I'll leave you two to kill each other." Rye exited the office. I kicked the floor to turn around on my executive chair, narrowing my eyes at Rye as he added, "Just watch the carpet. Been meaning to take it with me to New York when we close this place up." "Fuckface," I said. "Asshole," Kieran replied. What heinous crime have I committed in a previous life to deserve this social call? I picked up a cigarette, rolling it between my fingers. "Don't be so humble. I'm sure current life you is on karma's shit list too." Kieran strode in, debonair and cocky as a man who earned 100 million pounds a year should be. Apology accepted, by the way. Apology not issued. I tucked the cigarette behind my ear. "Do I need to call security or do you want me to kick you out myself?" He sauntered deeper into the room, over to the drink cart behind my desk to fix himself a whiskey. I'd never seen Kieran Carmichael drink. He always struck me as a Patrick Bateman type, someone who was too busy shoving decapitated heads into freezers to have a stiff one with a buddy. So, this gave me pause. You should be thanking me, you know. My fake kissing Cal snowballed into your hookup. He poured himself 2 fingers of hibiki, then raised the glass to his lips. Had to give Lady Faith a little push. Neither of you had the balls to make the first move. And you know Cal and I are together because... I tilted an eyebrow. She left me a 3,000-word text message relaying your entire night together, lip gloss flavor included. He sipped his drink calmly. She didn't, I said, even though it sounded exactly like something Cal would do. Prime reading material. Highly recommended. He continued picking up random shit on my desk, snooping in my stuff. Probably wanted to send it to Dylan. Classic Cal move. For a moment, I allowed myself to imagine what life with her would be like. A ton of trips to the ER, foot-in-mouth scenarios, and spontaneous sex in exotic places. I'd sign on for this kind of life in a goddamn heartbeat. Now that you know she's not up for grabs, stay the fuck away. I itched to stand up and assert my power, but also didn't want him to see how territorial I was over Cal. She was a weakness, a blind side, a cruel reminder of my mortality. Trust me, Casablancas, there's nothing I'd like more than to ignore your meaningless existence. He finally propped against the door jamb, looking bored with the entire situation. Unfortunately, I can't do that. Because I rose to my feet, treading toward him until we were face to face. First of all, I hear we'll be neighbors next year. You're moving to London. London's big, and my hate for you is even more infinite. Don't worry, I won't knock on your door asking for sugar. Good. That shit's toxic, and I don't consume it. He plucked the cigarette from behind my ear, snapped it in 2, and tossed it into the garbage. When Cal and Dylan weren't around, he really lets his real asshole self come out. Strangely, I felt more comfortable with this version of him, the one that was mean to me growing up. At least I knew what I was dealing with. See, I needed to give you a good excuse to punch the daylights out of me yesterday, he said, a grin spreading across his lips. Because of what happened when we were kids? No, because I'm about to hit on your sister whether you like it or not. I was torn between dislocating his nose again and fist-pumping the air. He wanted Dylan? Was he fucking insane? I loved my sister, but she was a headache. Unruly, fiercely independent, mouthy as all hell and impossible to manage. She was the hard to Cal's softness, the ruthlessly bossy to her soft quirkiness. I was the first to like a challenge, but Dylan wasn't a challenge. She was a Squid Game obstacle course that ended with you speared to a wall by rusty metal spikes. Plus, I knew she'd never go for a guy like him. He was too smooth around the edges, too well-mannered, too rich. Dylan would never go with the obvious choice. Her favorite ice cream flavor was butter pecan. She is engaged and pregnant, I pointed out. And he is absent and stupid. Karen deadpanned in the same business-like flat tone. I remember Tucker Reed. He used to burn insects with magnifying glass and wedgie your sister. She deserves better. Agreed, but that applies to you too. I pulled at his ridiculously ironed shirt. You were a shit kid who spent every waking moment reminding me that I was the poor son of an alcoholic. Are you ever going to let the past go? Why would I? The past tells us a lot about what we should expect from the future. Ever wonder why I was the way I was? He snapped, growling at me. I was cruel because I was weak. My dad rode my ass 6 ways from Sunday about soccer, about becoming a star, being drafted to a European team in my teens. We weren't as rich as you probably thought we were, and most of the money was poured into my sport anyway. I was under an immense amount of pressure, and there you were, popular, hot shit, straight-A student, and already interning at a Michelin-starred restaurant outside of town. You had it easy, or at least your nightmare wasn't as elaborate as mine. Nobody put all their chips on you. Nobody told you that if you don't make it, your family would fall apart. He was jealous of me? Hadn't seen that one coming. Yeah, life was just a piece of fucking cake, I snarled. My dumb teenage self thought so. So what? You want my forgiveness now? No offense, but I really couldn't give two shits about whether you forgive me or not. I want your understanding. He pushed off the wall. Mostly, I want you to be out of my fucking way when I court your sister, because let me tell you, if I don't get around you, you bet your ass I'll get through you. Understand? My nostrils flared, and I stepped forward. Our pecs bumped into one another. You have some nerve coming into my establishment, running your mouth like you deserve anything more than another sucker punch. Karen met my gaze head on. I'll allow you one more punch to get it out of your system. After that, I'm throwing fists too. It had been a long time coming. My entire adolescence, I'd wanted to beat the crap out of him. I sent a knockout punch right into his abs. He folded, staggering backward, bracing himself against my desk. He pushed off the furniture, barreling into my side, tackling me with his shoulder to the floor. For fuck's sake, Casablancas! He planted a knee on my rib cage to paralyze me, grabbing me by the jaw and squeezing until it almost snapped. Shit, he was strong. And I was rusty, having avoided bar brawls since I'd gotten famous, and my lawyers had told me each altercation was a potential 7-figure settlement deal. How long have you had a thing for her? I caught his wrist and bent it, forcing him to follow my movement and flipping us so I was on top. Since I came back, I never paid attention to her before. He bounced up, grabbing my neck and putting me in a headlock. We kicked and thrashed, each trying to get on top of the other. Is this a fucking pregnancy kink? I growled. You sick fuck. He plowed a sucker punch straight to my jaw. Don't reduce her to a fucking kink, you son of a... Don't complete that sentence. Right. Zeta birthed my favorite human in the world. Better not. For whatever reason, I believed that he genuinely liked my sister. But that didn't stop my fist from connecting with his mouth. His lower lip popped, blood running down his chin and neck. God damn it, this is the second Givenchy coat you ruined. Stop being so damn punchable and I'll stop punching you. We were on the floor, bloodied and flushed, when I heard a knock on the door. Busy! Fuck off! I snarled, trying to scratch Kieran's eyes out. Fine, but we'll have a real conversation about your attitude next time I see you. I heard Cal on the other side. No, wait! I dumped Kieran's limp body on the floor, scrambling up to my feet, stumbling to the door. Wait! Don't go! Kieran lay on the floor, shaking his head and chuckling. I threw the door open. Cal's big blue eyes flared at the sight of my beaten-up face. She peered over my shoulder, catching a glimpse of Fuckface lying in a pool of his own blood. Her mouth slacked. Don't